Chapter 365. When Lin Daohai brought out his status as the successor of the Lin family, it was quite convincing. After all, compared to the Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government army, the history of the 7 great families was more than twice as long. What was even more confusing was that the Green Dragon Mountain's bloodline, which overthrew the 7 great families as representatives of all evils, seemed to never lack dog-shit characters like Nan Mingxiu, who deeply envied and even faintly revered the 7 great families. "I'm going to kill him." Nan Mingxiu listened to Lin Daohai's advice and suppressed his anger with great difficulty. He rubbed his aching neck and stared at the backs of the people disappearing on the stone path. His eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess as he rubbed his throat and said in a hoarse voice, probably because he often said these kinds of meaningless threats in Green Dragon Mountain, the soldiers of the anti-government army didn't show any strange expressions on their faces. The problem was that if this was Green Dragon Mountain, perhaps this leader could really kill someone. But in the capital city, even in the suburbs, he didn't have this kind of ability. Even the eagles of the mountains would have to hide in this kind of place, the tigers would have to lie down, and the giant serpents would have to coil up. The prosperous and developed S1 had this kind of ability that pervaded the air. It was probably because of this that the leader of Nan Shui insisted on not taking a position in the Federation government and continued to stay in the barren Green Dragon Mountain. Nan Mingxiu was indeed very angry, but when he thought of the coldness in that young officer's narrowed eyes and the iron-like hand on his throat, his heart was filled with endless fear. Even his legs became a bit weak. "You can't kill him." Lin Daohai looked at Nan Mingxiu with slight ridicule. For a moment, he forgot to pretend to respect this leader's son, probably because it was rare to find someone more useless than him. "Right now, you're Chairman Jin Jifan's secretary in name. Then you should be very clear who was Chairman Jin's number 2 person before." Lin Daohai patiently taught. "The person you want to kill once directly charged into the 4 provinces and killed your number 2 person. If you force this kind of ruthless person into a corner, what good will it do you?" Nan Mingxiu's body trembled as he looked at him in disbelief. After a long silence, he said in a trembling voice, "Didn't you say before, the Federation is a society ruled by law, not Green Dragon Mountain, and we can't just randomly shout and kill?" "I'm not talking to you anymore," Lin Daohai said in annoyance. He thought to himself, "I've already told you that this brat has climbed up the mountain known as the Lees of Philadelphia. Why would he care about something like the Federation's laws?" This was probably the true opinion of the 7 great families and most of the upper echelons of the Federation toward Sulu, this young lieutenant colonel. Hidden within their forbearance was infinite vigilance and fear. Whether it was gloomy or fearful, Sulu didn't care. No matter what other people thought or felt about him, it wouldn't affect him. Being cursed behind his back wouldn't give him a headache, as long as he could ensure that the other party wouldn't hurt him and the people he cared about. The conflict between him and the leader's son seemed to be caused by Lin Daohai's sarcasm, Lan Xiaolong's not stirring up trouble, and this person's stupidity and arrogance. But only Su Lu himself knew the truth. Just by looking at Nan Mingxiu, he thought of the girl holding his arm at the banquet. He thought of how this person had once revealed a naked desire of possession, wanting to eliminate some trouble for a certain girl in advance. Sula didn't have the ability to see lightning like the old man of Philadelphia. Naturally, he didn't really expect to scare the arrogant and willful Nan Mingxiu into not daring to do anything. However, he believed that after he left, Lin Daohai would definitely tell the people of Green Dragon Mountain about his glorious deeds in order to hide his incompetence in his own territory. If those glorious deeds still couldn't wake Nan Mingxiu up, then it could only mean that this person was stupid to an incomprehensible degree. A person as stupid as this should have died a long time ago. It seemed that Macklin's death at his hands was still a secret. However, this secret couldn't be kept for too long, especially in a certain level of the Federation society. In the number 1 courtyard of the Wood Valley, the subordinates sent by the 7th young master to serve Su Lu and his group reported everything that happened on the way to him. Li Xiaotong, with a cold face, saw that Su Li's expression seemed to be as usual. Only then did he feel relieved. He asked a few questions briefly and didn't mention it again. According to Mrs. Zhong's instructions, Zhong Huiyin went to take a nap full of excitement, but she didn't know if she could fall asleep. In this little girl's opinion, the fun brought by those crazy activities in the morning was far less fun than brother Su Lu showing his small hand under the pine tree halfway up the cliff and saying those words. In the extremely spacious main courtyard, a simple lunch was in progress. The food was naturally exquisite, but the guests present were not too interested in it. Their main purpose today was to get close to the calculative seventh young master. There weren't many guests. After lunch, 6 or 7 middle-aged and young people intentionally or unintentionally surrounded Li Xiaodong. They looked at the authentic paintings and paintings in the number 1 courtyard of the Wood Valley and discussed in low voices. Although the backgrounds of these people were far inferior to the 7 great families, they had grown up in a cultural environment built by money since childhood. Their eyesight was not too bad, and their words were always exquisite. Li Xiaotong indifferently chatted with the guests, but from time to time, he glanced at Su Lu in the corner from the corner of his eyes. When he found that guy was still seriously eating the yellow cake with caviar, he couldn't help but smile slightly. During the lunch, he didn't introduce Su Li's identity. He didn't even deliberately talk to Su Lu in front of these guests. He just wanted to see what kind of attitude these guests would have before they knew Su Li's background. In some ways, the 7th young master of the Li family was more outstanding than his lifelong rival, Li Shizhu. Su Li knew that the role he had to play today was a flag with a big Li written on it. Although he admitted that his relationship with the Lis of Philadelphia was not as exaggerated as the rumors in the Federation, since Li Xiaodong wanted to use the flag to scare people, he could only let him do it. Presumably, that old man wouldn't care about such a small matter. He was wearing a military uniform today and deliberately didn't wear epaulets. Although it was somewhat against military regulations, if he didn't want to always be looked at in shock, there seemed to be no other way. It was also for this reason that the guests in the courtyard didn't recognize him. They just politely nodded with a sense of distance and walked away. While waiting for Li Qixiao to unfurl his flag, he quickly ate. Thinking that he still had to accompany Little Watermelon to the amusement park in the afternoon, he decided to eat his fill first. Otherwise, if his face really turned pale and he fainted next to the little girl, he was afraid that he would lose face again. He had already lost face many times today, and he was afraid that he would lose face again. Now that the taste buds on his tongue had gradually gotten used to the rich taste of the caviar, he didn't frown like he did in the H1 area. Li Wei had been quietly listening to Li Qixiao's circle. He didn't say a word, but he also didn't miss a single word. Su Li noticed this, but he knew his character since he was young, so he didn't find it strange and didn't want to disturb him. The sun shone through the ancient trees above the courtyard, and it was very quiet. Su Li ate his food quietly, but he didn't expect that a slightly chubby middle-aged man would suddenly find him. This middle-aged man introduced himself. His surname was Chung, and his name was Feng Shi. He was a researcher at the Darcy State Mechanical College. This person made a design that he was very proud of, but he couldn't find a sponsor to continue his research. Through some unknown means, he somehow managed to find an opportunity to enter the first courtyard of the Wood Valley. However, after staying in the first courtyard for a few hours, Chung Fengshi found that he couldn't find any opportunity to promote his research. He was somewhat dejected. He didn't know that the gloomy young man was the second successor of the Li family. He only knew that there were a lot of important people in the guests today, and people like him didn't have the opportunity to speak. After struggling for a while, Chung Fengshi was finally unwilling to give up. He had the thought of smashing a jar that had already been broken, so he set his eyes on Su Li. In his opinion, this young officer who no one paid attention to was probably like him, who also came to the first courtyard for some unknown reason. Even if the other party didn't have money, it was always good to communicate and show off one's proud work. Micro-turbocharger system, a hydrogen-based turbocharger system. Su Li held a handkerchief with the scent of osmanthus in one hand and wiped the remnants of caviar on his lips. His other hand was holding a few pieces of paper and looking at them. His voice was full of surprise. As an excellent mechanical engineer, he quickly saw the value of these few pages of paper. More importantly, The direction of Chung Fengshi's research seemed to be feasible. Yes, but what are you going to use for the oxidizer? Sulu put down the handkerchief and asked doubtfully, and I don't understand. The current standard output model used by the Federation has abandoned turbochargers for many years. Especially if you want to do miniaturization. How are you going to pass the material hurdle? Also, isn't the interference of the leaf suction in the design a bit too big? Chung Fengshi was slightly stunned, but then he was overjoyed. He didn't think that the person he randomly found would be so knowledgeable. Although the question was simple, it hit the nail on the head. Although he still didn't have much hope for the project's financing, he was happy to have found a kindred spirit. Using his sweaty hands to flip through the few pages of paper, he vaguely explained. Su Lu scratched his head, thinking that this person's thinking was really sharp. It was just that his explanation was too poor. The more he listened, the more serious he became. After a while, he looked at Chung Fengshi and said, "The School of Mechanics didn't allocate any funds?" Chung Fengshi used his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He smiled bitterly and said, "The miniaturization of turbochargers is indeed good for the instantaneous power output of certain small equipment, but the cost-performance ratio is too low. There's no commercial future. Not to mention the school. I've been looking for investments in society for 2 years, but I haven't found anyone willing to invest." Su Li's eyes narrowed, then gradually brightened. Unlike Chung Fengshi's worries, he quickly remembered that there was one area in the world that didn't care about cost-performance ratio. That was high-end weapons used to kill people, such as mechas. At this time, Li Xiaodong and the other guests were casually talking about calligraphy and painting. No one noticed that in the corner of the courtyard, Su Lu and this middle-aged man were seriously discussing mechanical matters. "Do you need money?" Sula looked at the time. The little girl's afternoon nap should be ending soon, so he asked Chung Fengshi. Chung Fengshi nodded honestly and helplessly. "It's a lot of money." Chapter 366. To be able to walk such a stable and successful business path and come into contact with existences at the level of the 7 great families, which of the guests in a room was not a character that had cultivated into a spirit? Suddenly hearing Li Xiaodong's name from the courtyard, everyone looked back. There were many different expressions on their faces. Some were shocked, some were frowning, and some were secretly pondering. Under all the different expressions, there was a common trace of pity. How many people dared to call the 7th young master by his name? Everyone understood that they had misjudged the young officer in the courtyard. Li Xiaodong slightly frowned, walked out of the room, and came to the courtyard that was full of sunlight and mottled shadows. He looked at the slightly chubby middle-aged man beside Su Lu and tilted his head, thinking that he did not seem to know this person. A subordinate leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear, and then he showed a look of understanding, because he was worried that Su Lu, this rock, would not be able to adapt to the atmosphere of today's gathering. He let his subordinates casually choose 2 researchers who were looking for investment. He thought that Su Lu was a genius engineer and would naturally have more in common with this kind of person. Li Xiaodong was very talented in investing money, but he really did not expect that mechanical engineering was actually divided into many categories. Looking at Su Lu standing beside the middle-aged man and flipping through a few pieces of paper, Li Xiaodong could not help but feel a trace of interest. Could it be that this middle-aged man had successfully convinced him? "What's the matter?" Li Xiaodong walked over. "I think this project is very interesting and worth investing some money." Sula looked at him and said, "Look at his materials first, but it's a bit messy. How can I not trust your judgment in this aspect?" Li Xiaodong said, "I won't understand even if you show it to me. Since you say it's interesting, then it really means it. How much do you want to invest?" Su Lu smiled, turned to Chung Fengshi and asked, "How much is the budget for your research?" Chung Fengshi nervously looked at Li Xiaodong, very nervously and apologetically extended 2 fingers, and said in a low voice, the initial, 200 million. Li Xiaodong was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the investment would be so high at the beginning. It should be known that the funds he could freely use now were less than 1 billion. He couldn't help but look at Su Lu inquiringly. Looking at Li Xiaodong's inquiring eyes, Chung Fengshi's confidence, which he thought was unreasonable, suddenly disappeared. In the past few years, there had always been investors who could see the prospects of this project, but at the same time, they could see that there was no way to do business, so they all coldly refused. Was it going to happen again today? To his surprise, after he reported a budget of $200 million with great difficulty, Sulu lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, $200 million is not enough. We need at least $300 million. Sulu had learned a lot from Professor Shun in the Husk Institute. He had also dabbled in the material science aspects of the database index tree. In addition to his experience in the Harbor City Industrial Park last year, Sulu had some understanding of the process and the general budget of a research and development project. Such a miniaturized turbocharging project seemed to be very inconspicuous, but to overcome the obstacles in between, it was absolutely impossible to spend less money. From $200 million to $300 million, Li Xiaodong, who was originally hesitant, no longer hesitated. At least, it didn't show on his face at all. In just 2 seconds, he smiled and said, "Okay." This word was very simple, but the 6 guests who silently watched this scene under the stone steps of the courtyard felt very complicated. They watched calmly and steadily and didn't rush to do or say anything at this time. They secretly planned for what would happen later, such as how to make up for the previous neglect, how to smile, and how to get to know each other without leaving a trace. Directly calling the 7th young master's name and casually asking the 7th young master to pay $300 million. For them, $300 million wasn't a lot, and it wasn't scary. What was scary was the attitude the 7th young master showed through this matter. The 3 people whispered a few words, and Chung Fengshi's face was full of excitement. As for whether they would use private funds to invest in the Darcy School of Mechanical Engineering or set up an independent research and development department, there would naturally be professionals to discuss with him. If there are any technical problems, I'll introduce someone to you. I believe her practical experience in this area will inspire you. Sulu thought for a bit, wrote down Shang Qiu's contact information on a piece of paper, and handed it over. When he was about to say something, the phone in his military uniform started to vibrate. When he took out his phone, his expression suddenly became a bit weird. His fingers that pressed the call button were a bit stiff. When he heard the voice from the phone, he nodded his head. Silence reigned in the serene and elegant courtyard. Li Xiaotong frowned. He knew very well that although Su Lu was a kind person, he was definitely not docile. He didn't know who was on the other end of the phone, but he was actually able to turn him into a nodding bug. Seeing Su Lu take the phone and walk out of the courtyard, the guests in the courtyard were all guessing the identity of this officer. Occasionally, some people would think of a person that the federal military had been purposely cultivating recently, but because there had never been any rumors of that person being close to the Li family, they didn't dare to confirm. Only Chung Fengshi's attention was all on that piece of paper. He didn't notice Su Lu leaving at all. He stared blankly at the 2 words Shang Qiu and the extremely detailed personal contact information. He couldn't believe his eyes. Shang Qiu, the first-level technical supervisor of the Nutshell Engineering Department, the genius who designed the MX Mecha? Then, could this officer be that other person? When he thought of this, he was so shocked that he didn't have time to feel respect, but he was already in awe. The air in the courtyard was filled with an undercurrent of speculation and shock. The 7th young master of the Li family smiled slightly, and the dark aura around him faded slightly. He looked at the guests and said, "Don't be curious as to why I value his opinion so much. He can even set the standards for the MX Mecha. Within the Federation, there are probably not many people who don't believe in his judgment. If you don't believe me, you can ask Li Wei. They are good friends," Li Xiaotong added lightly at the end. His words confirmed Chung Fengshi's shock and the disbelief of the crowd. Li Wei, who had been standing silently outside the circle, smiled somewhat embarrassedly at Li Xiaotong. He knew that the other was helping him, but until now, he still hadn't gotten used to the fact that Su Lu had become some sort of influence that could be borrowed outside the courtyard. Some things always need to be done more professionally. You are a person who keeps his promises, and to carry out your promises, you need to be more careful, cautious, and persevering. The calm voice of the Federation's Minister of Defense, Zhou Yingxing, came from the other end of the phone. There was no purposeful so-called power in his voice, just like a scholar speaking slowly. Sulu lowered his head and acknowledged. Although his relationship with the Zhou family had become extremely close, it was rare for him to receive a call from Minister Zhou. Minister Zhou's words on the phone were very subtle, but he understood that the so-called focus, attention, and caution referred to everything related to taking the blame. Because of some sort of tacit agreement in the rain at the Milky Way Public Cemetery, this big boss of the West Mountain Courtyard had already taken the blame for Su Lu many times in private. During the scene at the Four Prefectures Peace and Reconstruction Charity Banquet, although the people who met on the balcony were ex-lovers, since Su Lu was already a scapegoat, his appearance would always make the Minister of Defense lose a lot of face. After all, he was nominally Zhou Liuhua's father. At this time, the sun was moving west, but it was far from dusk. Zhou Yingxing's phone call wasn't an accusation, but to Su Lu, it was a very serious reminder. Under such circumstances, he could only nod and agree. After the phone call, Su Lu sighed softly. Suddenly, he thought of the shout in the courtyard and suddenly fell silent. That subconscious shout was to help Li Xiaotong raise the flag. But was it not because he was intoxicated with the feeling of relying on the Li family to become a big shot in the end? It was like that at the banquet, and it was also like that today in the Wood Valley, and this seemed to be a very bad trend. In the silence, in the autumn forest burning under the sun, a girl quietly appeared. This girl had a head of thick black hair, slightly curled up at the ends of the hair over her ears. Paired with a pair of quiet and gentle eyes, she was very beautiful. Su Lu was slightly startled and bowed his head to greet the other party. The children of the 7 major families, who had always been mysterious, often appeared in front of him so easily. On second thought, the relationship between the Nan family and the Lin family was not shallow, and the Wood Valley Manor itself was a place for these families to socialize, so he felt relieved. Nan Xiaomei looked at Su Lu and smiled gently, hiding the surprise and shyness in her eyes. She walked in front of him and quietly said, "Hello, should I call you Su Gong or Lieutenant Colonel Su?" Su Lu smiled and said, "Just call me Su Lu." They had met by chance on the high-speed rail to Hong Kong, and they had exchanged a few words at a cocktail party. He was still unfamiliar with this beautiful girl, but deep in his heart, he had a very good impression of her. Even in his dreams, there was a trace of beauty floating faintly in his mind. Su Lu was about to ask if she came with Lin Daohai, when suddenly there was a hurried voice from behind the forest. It seemed to be a middle-aged woman. Su Lu was slightly startled, and Nan Xiangmei said apologetically, "The mama at home is calling. Maybe the elders are bored playing cards and want to talk with me." The 7 daughters of the 7 major families said such words to an unfamiliar opposite sex. It seemed a bit too intimate. Su Lu was slightly startled and said, "Then I won't disturb you." When Nan Xiaomei was about to leave, she suddenly clenched her hands on the side of the dark blue overalls, lowered her head, and asked in a trembling voice, "I heard that the military is sending more troops to the West Woods. Are you going too?" "Maybe, but I'm not sure yet. It depends on what the ministry wants." Su Lu didn't explain in detail, because he was a little surprised that this young lady would care about his affairs. There was a trace of panic and a trace of complex emotions in Nan Xiangmei's quiet eyes. Suddenly she lowered her voice and said, "The West Woods is very dangerous. You have to take care." "Thank you." Su Lu was still puzzled, but he felt warm in his heart, so he seriously replied. Nan Xiangmei took a deep breath, suddenly raised her head, looked at him bravely, and said as calmly as possible with a smile, "Maybe you think it's ridiculous, but I have to tell you something." "What?" "I like you." After saying this sentence, Nan Xiangmei, whose cheeks were slightly red, lowered her head and ran away like a frightened deer, leaving Su Lu in the forest. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. That it was more than absurd, more than absurd. It was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Although it didn't really kill Su Lu, it shocked him so much that he was speechless. His brain was filled with the question of who am I that had nothing to do with philosophy, because his logical thinking ability made him firmly refuse to believe that those 4 words were directed at him. He had experienced many soul-stirring events in his life, great joy and great sorrow, great sorrow, and great joy mixed with the vicissitudes of life. Those events were even more terrifying and shocking than the words he heard in the autumn forest in the Wood Valley today, but it was extremely difficult for them to move him as much as they did today, because he didn't understand why this quiet and beautiful daughter of an aristocratic family, whom he had only met twice, would, for no reason at all, use such simple yet extremely destructive words to attack him. "I like you." It was like going to the distribution station to buy protein meat, but the Bureau of Proclamation official told you that wild beef was on sale today. The black market butcher behind him was beaming with joy as he hooked his arm around the HTD Bureau detective's shoulder. It was like the Federal Central Computer suddenly turned into a naked beauty, doing an S3-style hip dance in front of you. For Sulu, who often chatted with the old guy, even if the latter thing really happened, he might have enough psychological capacity to bear it. But Nan Xiangmei's sudden confession shocked him to the core. He was so shocked that his hair stood up, and his general's hat was about to be lifted up. He didn't know that after leaving Harbor City, Nan Xiangmei, who had left her marriage contract, had tied her first budding feelings of a young girl to that ordinary engineer who she had met by chance in the carriage and met again unexpectedly in Harbor City. He didn't know that Nan Xiangmei had been quietly inquiring about him for more than a year. She silently and nervously watched him change from a nutshell engineer to a guy who shocked many people in the Federation. That beautiful daughter of an aristocratic family even got his contact information from Li Xiaotong, but she didn't have the courage to contact him. Instead, she took advantage of the fact that Li Xiaodong was treating her family to a meal and encouraged her family to come to the Wood Valley Manor for the New Year festival. She stayed in the woods for a long time, just for a chance encounter. However, even if he knew this, Su Lu still turned into an ice sculpture. He stiffly looked at the back of the girl who disappeared into the woods and couldn't say a word. Love at first sight? He admitted that he didn't have the peerless appearance of Mr. Shi and Li Xiuzhu. He didn't have the gentle and kind temperament of Zhou Yu, and he didn't even have the quiet and strange temperament of Bai Yulan. He was just an ordinary person. How could he make a girl like him? And that girl was the daughter of the Nan Xiangmei family. Who am I? I'm Su Lu. I'm not handsome, and the interesting part of my personality has long been hidden by my boring stone appearance. Since childhood, I looked up at the starless sky and the TV in the pub. I liked the high and mighty purple-haired girl, but the two of them were separated by who knows how many light years. Later, I liked a girl who wore black-rimmed glasses, but the ending was not beautiful. In the matter of men and women, this stone of Donglin only knows how to look up, be silent, give, sacrifice, and be abandoned. It seems that it will be like this forever. However, this scene in the woods reminded him of Professor Shun's words, which were, "There is no reason in the universe." Chapter 367. Relationships were just like quantum physics. There was no universal truth that could be applied to all things in the world. If there is a real reason for liking or not liking, a mother-in-law doesn't need a wooden stick to break up a couple. Just a computer is enough. The famous Federation's broken family member, Lin Banshan, boarded the high-speed train halfway and broke the marriage alliance between the Lin family and the Nan family. From that moment on, Nan Xiangmei, who had no choice but to accept everything arranged by her family, was like a goldfish in a broken fish tank, a fledgling in a broken net. She suddenly found that she had obtained a rare freedom and saw the possibility of a blue sea and a blue sky under the girl's beautiful and quiet face, who knows how many waves were raised. At that time, a hole was opened in her pink heart, but there was no one to fill it. At that time, Su Lu sat next to her and gave her a very good first impression. This kind of good impression was also false. It was just sincere and honest. However, just like a newborn baby beast, it was used to recognizing the first person it saw as its closest parent. When a young girl was allowed to freely fall in love for the first time, the first man she saw that she had a good impression of would naturally leave a very deep impression on her. If this continues, it will just be a spring dream, a memory of old age with a smile and a faint self-deprecating smile. Since then, Su Lu did not disappear from Nan Xiangmei's life. Instead, with a decisive attitude, He became a character often mentioned in the social circle of the seven great families. Nan Xiangmei was endlessly curious about him. How could such a small character with no background make so many people of the Li family, Lin family, and Nan family unable to forget? So she paid attention, inquired, and silently watched. She knew a lot of Su Li's stories, including the story between him and Zhang Xiaoming. These stories actually have the power to move girls. It's just that Su Lu himself didn't know. If Nan Xiangmei and Su Lu met often, perhaps these faint feelings would gradually fade away. It was just the initial trace of good feelings. As the daughter of the Nan Xiangmei, who had read countless books, she definitely wouldn't be so naive to mistake that trace of good feelings for true love. Unfortunately, she didn't see it, so Nan Xiangmei could add her own imagination to Su Li's story, and imagination is often beautiful. The most unforgettable first meeting, the reason for not meeting again. The beautiful girl was used to silently asking about the small-eyed engineer. Gradually, she was peacefully and happily immersed in this habit, because she did not know that all feelings were actually just habits. After silently smoking a cigarette in the woods, Su Lu was still in a daze. Nan Xiangmei took the initiative to reveal her inner thoughts to an unfamiliar member of the opposite sex. What kind of courage and boldness was this? He didn't think about that for the time being. He just felt that what happened just now was a very experimental drama. The main thing was that it happened too suddenly. The two of them were too unfamiliar with each other, and he wasn't mentally prepared. Nan Xiangmei was worried that he would go to the battlefield in the West Woods, so she bravely expressed her feelings. But in the environment of the three words, too, Sulu only felt that there was a sudden clap of thunder in the silence. He was looking for a poem among the blades, but it turned out to be a pear blossom body. After washing his face in a mountain spring that was deliberately attracted, the cold spring water splashed on his slightly hot cheeks. Sulu realized that he couldn't help but feel excited and slightly proud after all. He was a poor man who only knew how to play with unrequited love and bitter love all his life. Suddenly, he became the target of someone's unrequited love, and that girl was the kind that he had a good impression of. Any man would probably have this kind of emotional reaction, right? Looking at the time, he was surprised to find that it was already past the agreed time with Little Watermelon. Thinking of the little girl's anxious look, he called Lan Xiaolong and asked Team 7 to protect Little Watermelon, while he walked out of the forest through the stone path. The cliff was directly next to the elevator. The ancient pine wall was on one side, but the blazing autumn sun was on the other side. The air was filled with a sultry and exciting feeling. In the Wood Valley Manor, those aristocratic families who were enjoying their early autumn vacation probably weren't in the mood to walk under such sunlight. Sulu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but guess which courtyard Nan Xiang's family was in. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a staff member in a black uniform by the cliff elevator. His body stiffened slightly. Under such a scorching sun, the staff member was still wearing a hat with a front brim. The shadow of the brim covered his face by about 80%, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. The key problem that made Su Lu squint silently was that when he walked out of the screen wall, the staff member's right shoulder clearly moved slightly. Then he stayed as still as before and stood silently by the console. In such a dry and hot environment, if the staff member had remained motionless, Su Lu would only sigh that the service staff trained by the aristocratic families were indeed of high quality. However, the staff member had been standing still as before. Yet, at the moment when Su Lu came out, his right shoulder moved slightly. Although this slight movement was subtle, it couldn't escape Su Li's sharp eyes. He looked down from the corner of his eye and found that the staff member was respectfully standing with his hands behind his back. So, he couldn't be sure if the staff member was holding anything in his hand, such as a gun. Sulu wasn't paranoid. Logically speaking, in a place like Wood Valley, it was absolutely impossible to assassinate someone. However, he was a person who paid great attention to details. Once all the details couldn't be calculated clearly, they would turn into intuition. He intuitively felt that there was something wrong with this person. If there was something wrong with this staff member hiding in the dark, then what was the problem? Obviously, he wasn't here to kill him. Su Lu thought silently, but the burning power in his body had begun to quietly pour into his body. According to the original plan, he and Little Watermelon should have taken this elevator to the amusement park at the foot of the mountain. Could it be that the staff member wanted to deal with the Zhong family? Seeing that he was here alone, he gave up on the attack at the last minute. It's really hot today. Su Lu shook his head and walked toward the staff member. At such a close distance, if the staff member was really a professional assassin, he had no confidence that he could dodge a shot. However, Little Watermelon was about to arrive. However, the staff member's style of doing things was extremely clean and efficient, to the point that it was chilling. When he found that Su Lu was walking towards him, he didn't casually exchange a few words with Su Lu as most people would expect. Instead, he directly took out his hand from behind his back. Unsurprisingly, a pistol appeared in his wide bronze palm. It was a silver-black, large-caliber single-shot pistol that looked extremely cold. Chapter 368. The gunman's action of raising the gun was very natural and smooth. It was even very beautiful, as if he had practiced it countless times. People who saw this scene would even completely ignore what he was holding in his hand. The crisp and slightly rough gunshot rang out under the blazing hot afternoon under the ancient pine trees on the cliff. A high-speed bullet shot out of the black barrel coldly towards Su Li's chest. Su Li was not shocked by the gunman's posture when he pulled out the gun, because he did not see it at all. When the gunman's right shoulder moved, the muscles on his left leg instantly entangled like silk and burst out with a great force. It shook his body to the right and fiercely rushed towards the gunman's body. On the cliff, on the ancient pine trees, and on the screen wall, the small-eyed man was like a gray dragon. His body trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed 3 meters. As long as Su Lu was close to the body, there were not many people in this universe who could effectively counterattack. This was a fact that had been proven by countless iron-blooded facts. It was very obvious that the assassin disguised as a staff member of the Lin family also knew this very well. So when the gunshot rang out, it was 3 consecutive shots. The first bullet brushed past the tiger-like Su Li's body and shot into the screen wall with a whoosh. The gunman's wrist turned slightly between breaths, and he fired 2 shots in succession with great precision and great prediction. The invisible trajectory of the bullets in the air was like an extremely precise network that sealed the space in front of the gunman. The gunman's heart, eyes, and eyes cooperated with each other without any need for time. It was completely based on some kind of instinct formed by countless aiming shots. In just an instant, 3 shots were fired consecutively. Where the gunman's eyes aimed, the whistling bullets dragged the shadow of death as they shot towards the target. This kind of marksmanship was very good, very good. It had already reached a certain level, a level that made people want to slap the table and praise it. Since childhood, Su Lu had been practicing those 10 postures tirelessly day and night. That was why he was able to turn the skills that the uncle taught him into an instinct of his body. When facing a strong opponent, he didn't need to think, and he could let his body instinctively choose the most suitable way to deal with the opponent, as well as the sharpest attack method and angle. This person was the same, but he used a gun. The situation was very dangerous. No matter how fast Su Li's movements were, even if he was about to turn into an afterimage, he was still not as fast as the shifting of his gaze. This was the so-called a glance of 10,000 miles. What was terrifying was that this assassin was able to display this ability through his powerful spear skills. No matter how strong he was, after the muscles in his body were bundled together, his resistance was as hard as a rock. However, he could not resist the bullets fired from such a large caliber pistol. He was walking on the road to becoming the best machine, but he could never really become an ice-cold alloy machine. 3 clear and continuous gunshots rang out at the same time, 1 shot into the wood, 1 shot into the sky. The sound was like the blood cry of a cold bird. The sound was heart-wrenching and tear-jerking. The last bullet seemed to be fired in a scattered manner, but it was the most sinister and terrifying. Su Lu let out a muffled groan. Relying on the enormous strength in his body, his ankle moved horizontally, his body forcefully falling to the right, a bright flower of blood spurting out from his shoulder. His knee fiercely smashed into the ground, and a burst of heart-wrenching pain suppressed the pain in his shoulder. Su Li's face suddenly paled, and his eyes suddenly lit up, before the pain could completely appear in his brain, and while the flower of blood was still spurting out from his shoulder, he once again rushed up. The seemingly thin, young officer's body actually contained a terrifying amount of strength. There was a burst of extremely strange, high-frequency trembling, and the military uniform on his body rustled. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he used the vibration between his knee and the hard mountain rock to bounce up and once again pounce toward the gunman. The knuckles in his right fist slightly protruded, transforming into a stream of light that smashed toward the other's earlobe. At this distance, this gunman, with astonishing marksmanship, once again opened fire. Sulu would not be able to dodge, but the gunman certainly would not be able to dodge Su Li's punch that contained the power to kill. It seemed like a method of ending in the same end, a method of fighting to be the first to face off on a narrow path. But in reality, Su Lu had already calculated the result in his heart. It was impossible for the gunman's gun barrel to aim at his head in this instant. Being shot in the body, as long as it was not the heart, Sulu believed that with his monstrous body, tenacious life force, and bullshit luck that was like the last spaceship of the catastrophe, he should not die like this. Furthermore, the other party had received his punch. No matter how valiant the gunman was, he could only end up with his head exploding like a watermelon, dying on the spot. Therefore, this was not a mutual destruction, but using his own heavy injuries to exchange for the other's life. Sulu had to do this in order to force the other party to have the intention to retreat. There was a gap in the gunshot because he had a feeling that although this gunman was a professional, he did not seem to be the type of professional assassin who was unafraid of death under the glory of the Charter. It had to be known that in a social environment like the Federation, the business of assassination could only be done once. And the other party seemed to have some kind of wild ambition to survive from the very beginning. If he wanted to live, this gunman had to retreat. Sulu firmly believed that at this moment, if the other party hurriedly withdrew his gun, he would definitely be able to keep him. However, he did not expect that the gunman would withdraw his gun earlier than he expected. At the same time the third shot was fired, the moment Sulu erupted, the gunman let out a muffled groan, allowing the pistol to slip from his wide palm. He turned around and left. This was because his wrist had been pierced by a small knife that had flown from outer space. Blood gradually flowed out, making the small knife look even more delicate. Because of this sudden change, the time the gunman abandoned his gun and turned around to leave was an instant ahead of Su Li's prediction. So, when he attacked with the wind, he only had time to use the right side of his trembling body to touch the side of the gunman's body. However, Su Li's full-powered strike, even though it only brushed past the gunman, still gushed out with a huge force. With a few cracking sounds, it broke one of the gunman's ribs. Under the shadow of the hat, the gunman's face was still completely covered. His lower jaw was deathly white. However, even though he had suffered such a heavy injury, he only let out a muffled grunt before falling silent. Instead, he valiantly borrowed Su Li's force to increase his pace as he ran toward the autumn forest. In front of the autumn forest, he encountered a delicate man. The delicate blade flashed twice by the autumn forest, and a fierce collision sound rang out. The gunman's thigh had been pierced by the delicate man's military knife, but in the end, he still bravely charged into the autumn forest. On the fallen leaves, the bloodstains suddenly disappeared. No one knew where they had gone. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he looked into the depths of the forest. He turned back to look at Bai Yulan, whose right hand was trembling slightly. His heart was filled with infinite shock. This gunman not only had terrifying marksmanship, he was also so fierce in close combat. Sulu knew very well how dangerous Bai Yulan was. Those souls that had died under Bai Yulan's delicate knife were even more clear. Sulu also knew the lethality of his own body. In just a few breaths' time, The gunman had been heavily injured by Su Li's headbutt and had also been injured by Yulan's treacherous sneak attack. Even so, the gunman had still managed to escape. He won't be able to escape from the Wood Valley. Yulan lowered her head. Her pale face gradually recovered as she spoke softly. With such a heavy injury, can he still disguise himself as a normal person and walk out? Sula didn't ask the delicate man beside him how long he had been following him. Perhaps after Yulan was discharged from the hospital, he had been secretly responsible for his safety. Many things had happened in the past, so he let them go with the knife in his back and today's delicate knife. Normal people can't, but this person definitely can. Yulan's slightly wet black hair fell between her brows. He had thrown out a life-saving knife, which had pierced through the gunman's wrist, and then used a military knife to stab the gunman's thigh. It was just a short exchange, but it had already exhausted his mental and physical strength. Unfortunately, the last stab had brushed past the gunman's aorta. The delicate knife and military knife had both pierced the gunman's body, but the gunman had still managed to escape. Yulan's eyes drooped slightly. Looking at her empty hands, a faint sense of loss arose in her heart. The gunshot had alarmed many people. How could Sulu be worried about little Watermelon's safety? He knew that the Lin family would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. At this time, he didn't know how many people were looking for the gunman. Thinking of the gunman's extremely sharp and stunning 3 shots, as well as his valiant close combat escapability, even he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Professional but not professional, tenacious but silent, Sulu and Yulan looked at each other. They could see the shock and doubt in each other's eyes. Both of them thought at the same time that only the military could cultivate such a terrifying person. Today, Wood Valley was filled with distinguished guests. The Lin family, the Li family, the Nan family, the Federation's 7 great families that rarely appeared in public. 3 of them had actually chosen this place as their first choice for a holiday. It was precisely because of this that even though there was a shocking shooting in the manor, there was still no police report. The people in the 3 courtyards waited silently and calmly. The Lin family security team, on the other hand, began to search the entire manor with ashen faces. Who dares to kill you? Who can hurt you? Li Xiaodong's gloomy face had already turned into shock. He stared at the wound on Su Li's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Today, Su Lu was personally chosen by the old man, and the federal military focused on training him. Although he had a close relationship with the old man, if something happened to Su Lu today, it would be very difficult for him to explain to the Federation." The men from Group 7 had the same expression as him. They had directly received the military order from the Ministry of Defense to protect Su Lu. In the end, Su Lu had been shot right under their noses and had almost been in big trouble. That is an amazing master. Not only is his marksmanship good, but his skills are also very good. Su Lu was very serious and did not exaggerate his evaluation of the gunman. Hearing the words marksmanship good, Xiong Linquan narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of coldness. However, because of the words of the delicate man behind him, it turned into shock. Yulan, who was leaning against the wall, whispered softly, "That person's marksmanship is much better than Xiong Zi's." Sulu glanced at Brother Zeng, who had finally appeared behind the Xiaotong, and said, "That person's close combat skills should be only a little worse than Brother Zeng's." Li Xiaodong's expression finally changed. He said, faintly, "The Federation strictly controls firearms. Although there are definitely some on the black market, generally, people on the black market are not willing to sell to killers. The killers in the Federation are all one-off transactions. Therefore, they are not willing to let the government investigate them. I think that the gun you got should be from the front line of the Westwoods. It might even be an Empire product. Don't expect to find anything like this. If he really can escape from Wood Valley at this time, unless we immediately apply to the Bureau of Proclamation, no one will be able to find the mastermind if he escapes to Bermuda." Chapter 369. Su Lu was sitting on a flatbed that was half the height of a person. At this moment, when he raised his head, his previously silent and slightly shaken body suddenly straightened up. He opened his eyes. Although he was not sleepy, he did not have much energy, so he directly came to a conclusion. However, His normal tone of voice made the people around him unable to raise too many doubts. He tapped the ash on the black stone ashtray beside him. He used 2 fingers to hold the slightly hot cigarette and took a deep puff. Li Xiaodong naturally smoked the best quality tobacco to entertain him. However, when he was thinking, he still habitually smoked a blue box of brand 37 cigarettes. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, and for him, it was not difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After all, as an orphan who did not have much experience with extravagance during his childhood, Sulu was still more used to the slightly dry and coarse taste of brand 37 cigarettes. This might have something to do with his love for the past to a certain extent. Brand 37 cigarettes were neither expensive nor cheap. The price was moderate. If an engineer held a cigarette in his hand and stared at the design blueprint on the workbench, people would feel that it was very natural and very compatible. However, if the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation held a cigarette and acted like he was thinking, people would easily feel that this person was too pretentious. Not to mention the allowance from the Ministry of Defense, the benefits of the military would make any lieutenant colonel feel that smoking this kind of cigarette was very degrading. However, Sulu just sipped and smoked like this, just like how he smoked and chatted with Shi Qinghai behind the Iron Gate of Yue University 3 years ago. It was very natural, just like how he gave his own judgment without any reason at this moment. He sat cross-legged on the bed, like a Bermuda specialty charlatan, but it was hard for people to feel suspicious or shocked. He's in the 6th courtyard. He's preparing to sneak out with the people inside. Sula narrowed his eyes and whispered in the smoke-filled room, which made the atmosphere around him even weirder. Only he knew where his confidence came from. The Federation government probably would not apply to the Bureau of Proclamation any faster than he did now. During the moment when he closed his eyes and meditated, he had already confirmed the identity of the gunman through the old guy in the Bureau of Proclamation and started to track that person's location in real time. At this moment, he was not talking about the old man in Philadelphia, but Su Lu. With the full cooperation of the Federal Central Computer, no matter how powerful the person was, he would not be able to escape from his eyes. Lin Dohai and the people from Green Dragon Mountain are in that courtyard. Li Xiaodong's face was a little gloomy as he reminded him. Sulu stubbed out the cigarette in the cold stone ashtray, nodded, got up, and walked out of the courtyard. Bai Yulan lowered her head and followed closely behind him, followed by the gloomy men in the 7th courtyard. The young lady of the Zhong family, who had no choice but to stop the tour, was obviously more mature than the average young girl. She did not yell or make a scene, but carefully observed the strange expressions of Su Lu and the adults. She quietly held the slightly old doll in her arms and followed behind the crowd. Su Lu was worried that leaving her in the 1st courtyard would give some people an opportunity to take advantage of her. So he simply took her with him and gave the men in the 7th courtyard a death order. He was not worried about the little girl's safety. Instead, when he walked in the gloomy forest in the afternoon, he thought of the Prime Minister Nan's family, who was also on vacation in the Wood Valley Manor, and the beautiful and shy girl. You mean to say that the gunman is among the people behind me? Lin Dohai, who was wearing a light brown hemp suit, frowned deeply. He wanted to show a trace of depth that didn't match his shrewdness. He looked at Su Lu, who was in front of him, and said mockingly, "What a stupid judgment. Wood Valley is the property of the Lin family. I admit that I hate you, and young master Nin must not have a good impression of you either. But I will not do such a thing in this courtyard." Lin Dohai slightly raised his chin and said disdainfully, "We just had a conflict at noon. Do you think I will be stupid enough to immediately send someone to kill you? It is obvious that someone wants to take this opportunity to stir up trouble. As an engineer, can you please use your brain more? Other than mechanical things, you should also learn a little bit of the ways of the world." Lin Dohai's explanation was very reasonable. Although the children of the 7 great families were arrogant and stupid, the education they received since childhood prevented them from doing such stupid things that would only bring endless trouble to their families. Su Lu lowered his head and listened quietly. He did not say anything to refute. He did not even look at the bodyguards behind Lin Dohai and Nan Mingxiu, because he was sure that the powerful gunman was there among the security team of the Lin family. Also for safety, he did not look at the gunman. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, and his heart was filled with infinite shock. This person's ribs were broken by him, and he was stabbed twice by Bai Yulan. This person could still hold on until now. There was not a trace of blood on his body, and he could walk as usual. He even tried to sneak out of the manor through the Lin family. This kind of determination and means was either extremely arrogant or extremely crazy. Because he did not know if the gunman still had a gun in his hand, Sulu lowered his eyes and did not want to take the risk. But he also did not want to let such a dangerous person, who was determined to assassinate Little Watermelon, escape from under his nose. Your people don't represent what you think. Li Xiaotong, who was cold all over, suddenly interrupted. Dohai, your analysis is very reasonable, but maybe some people are just like us, so they deliberately want to take advantage of this loophole. Regarding the fixed mindset, in the corner of the manor where the situation was very tense, there was no need to have too deep a discussion. But the sudden interruption of the seventh young master of the Li family was more worthy of everyone's consideration. Among the 7 families of the Federation, the Li and Lin families had always been on good terms. At this time, Li Xiaodong did not hesitate to stand on Su Li's side. To put it bluntly, this outstanding person who had always been seeking the inheritance of the Li family was also taking a big gamble. It was just to see how much he would get in the end. After the 7th young master of the Li family spoke, Lin Dohai was slightly stunned. His face became extremely ugly, and he looked at him with a cold gaze. Then he immediately looked at Su Lu and said with a cold smile, I have so many people on my side. Do you want to check them one by one? According to what you said, he was stabbed in the thigh by your people. Do you want all of us to take off our pants for you to see? Fuck. Do you want me to take off my pants for you to see? Lin Dohai angrily cursed. I didn't say I wanted to take off my pants. Su Lu lowered his head and looked at the tips of his military boots that were constantly stepping on the bumpy ground. He said, but you have to give me time to check. Bai Yulan was behind him, blocking in front of Zhong Yan. The black hair on his forehead covered most of his cold eyes. He carefully checked the bodyguards for a long time, but still couldn't find who that person was. He didn't know where Su Li's confidence came from. Because he already had a plan in mind, Su Li didn't say the fact that the gunman's palm was injured. Out of the corner of his eyes, he looked at the security personnel wearing gray overalls behind Lin Dohai. One of his hands pressed on the sound receiver in his ear. Move out of the way. Master Nan, and I don't have time to play this game with you. Lin Dohai lightly waved his finger. The security personnel of the Lin family and the special guards of Green Dragon Mountain prepared to open the way. Su Lu raised his head and looked at the armed personnel in front of him. His eyebrows gradually rose like flying knives. He said seriously, I know you're inside. If I forcefully take care of you now, there are too many people here. There may be accidental injuries. If you just want to kill me, I may let you go with the others. Then I'll follow your shadow and kill you. In the quiet woods of the Wood Valley Manor, the people on the road heard this and suddenly felt a chill. Those who knew of Su Li's violent deeds, such as Lin Dohai and Nan Mingxiu, felt a layer of ice form on their hearts. But the rest of the people heard the certainty and persistence in these words. Unless you kill me first. In the current Federation, it's too easy for me to kill someone. Sula looked at the people on the road and said, but I can't let you go today, because the person you want to kill is a little girl and a little friend that I cherish very much. You're also an expert. You're clearly someone from the military. You actually came up with such a crazy plan. I can't let you go. Sula, you blocked my way. You said that my people want to kill you or kill someone. I don't care. You're slapping my face. In a situation where I promised, you're still slapping my face. Lin Dohai stared at the little girl behind Su Lu, whose blue school uniform was faintly visible. He said gloomily, whose little girl is this? She's fine. Is she more important than the face of my Lin family and Green Dragon Mountain combined? Speaking to this point, it was impossible for either side to back down. The security personnel of that side began to prepare to forcefully open up a path. The Federation strictly controlled firearms. Even the Lin family security personnel did not dare to brazenly carry guns. On Su Li's side, only Xiong Linquan carried a gun. Thus, facing the Green Dragon Mountain special guards that gradually raised their gun muzzles, even though the men of Group 7 did not back down, their pupils gradually constricted. They discovered that this matter was indeed very thorny. Whoever had more guns had the loudest voice. In the universe, in the political arena of the Federation, as well as in the countless small disturbances, this rule had always been coldly enforced. Lindo High, I promise you that this little girl's safety is definitely more important than the face of your family and Green Dragon Mountain's group of bumpkins added together. The one who said these words was not Su Lu, even though he should be the only one here who knew Zhong Huiyin's true identity. The one who said these words was a fatty who walked out from the forest. He was all smiles like a comic actor. His two slits of eyes sparkled with Lin Hu's fierce light. Fatty Tian, the Westwoods military's secret-level expert Fatty Tian, slowly walked out from the forest. It was as if he had never left the Zhong family's little princess for even a moment. Following his appearance, 20 or so ghost-like special guards of the West Woods also spread out from the forest, behind the rocks, and under the flowers. They raised their black and incomparably cold Qian gun barrels and surrounded the Lin family security personnel and the Green Dragon Mountain special guards. It's about reactivating the invincible state. Yes, I'm going home, ha! Chapter 370. It was another day and night on the road. Just as I was about to finish writing today's chapter, I was physically and mentally exhausted. I would like to have a good night's sleep and continue to activate invincibility tomorrow. Yep, everyone knows that for me, writing 3 chapters a day is already my invincibility. Of course, my invincibility is only the norm for others. Humans can only compare with themselves. After a week, the monthly votes list was horrible to look at. Haha, that's to be expected. It doesn't matter if I write less. It's impossible for me to catch up, but the later chapters are going to explode. It seems that I can continue writing like this. However, thinking about it quietly, I can't lack the urge to work hard and the means to pressure myself. I have to continue working hard. That's because during the annual selection, everyone gave me a lot of face. I have to do the same. This is mainly because of my own professionalism. I need courage and murderous intent. I don't need to recover any statuses. As long as I work hard, there will be statuses. That's why I'm going to activate invincibility tomorrow. What about the monthly votes? Let's join in the fun and cheer for my hardworking statuses. Thinking of what Tomato did in the past, let's pretend to imitate him. For the next 24 hours, let's all throw in monthly votes to play. An extra 100 votes means I'll be invincible for one more day. It's 9:40 now. That means that by 9:40 tomorrow, if I get an extra 100 votes, I'll be invincible for one more day. Damn. This doesn't seem to be invincible at all. Anyway, if my comrades and brothers want to play, then let's play. If I get an extra few hundred votes, I promise to update 3 chapters for as many days as possible. Actually, I'm still quite short of the 180,000 votes I promised this month. Alright, actually, whether you guys throw in votes or not, I'll make sure to update 3 chapters in a row. Chapter 371. The Westwoods region was far beyond the Sea of Stars. Although the distance between the region and the capital ring was not further than that of the Eastwoods region, due to the existence of a Zhong family of Millennium and that tiger, the region had always appeared to be at odds with the federal government. The glory of the Charter, which was all over the universe, could ensure that the entire Federation would always be united, but it could not erase the most sinister speculations in people's hearts about the situation and the Federation's secret vigilance and displeasure toward the Westwoods people. The capital ring and the Westwoods had a history of friendship, gratitude, and resentment. This tradition was so old that no one trusted the other. Although the tiger in the Westwoods would never betray the Federation and fight against the glory of the Charter, the Federation government still felt a headache and anger toward the almost independent kingdom, the warlord that almost no one could control. This was President Sieg's private comment a few years ago. This was a historical tradition, and the Federation government was also following a historical tradition that was not very beautiful. Just like the dynasty era long ago, the heir of the Zhong family in the West Woods must grow up in the capital ring. The government leaders could say that this arrangement was to let the heir of the Zhong family in the West Woods receive the education of the Federation from a young age to cultivate a kind of spiritual quality that was close to the capital ring. The politicians could comfort themselves that this was a gentle and subtle influence, but deep down, everyone knew that this was just asking the Zhong family in the West Woods to let a hostage in the capital ring. In the era of the democratic charter in the universe, the Federation government still had to use such a feudal and boring method, which was a deep sorrow. Therefore, regarding this issue, there was no record of the meeting in the president's mansion, no words in the closed-door discussion on Parliament Hill, and no word in the media or on the internet. People just followed the historical tradition, respectfully and awkwardly accepted the fact that a little girl was taken away from her father to a distant hometown. 3 years ago, when Su Lu ran into Little Watermelon on the Antique Bell, it was the most important development of a hostage situation in the Federation's modern society. Faced with the will of the entire Federation, the Zhong family of the West Woods could only silently accept this ancient tradition. The little princess of the Zhong family of the West Woods, Zhong Huahua, played the role of a hostage in the capital ring that no one knew about. Of course, her life was never troubled. She enjoyed security measures and respect that her peers never enjoyed. To appease the tiger of the Zhong family of the West Woods, the Federation even passed a secret special regulation. The relevant content of the special regulations was that in today's extremely strict gun control, the Federation government still allowed the West Woods military to specially dispatch a special force to legally carry heavy firearms and act as the little princess's security force. At this moment, the armed soldiers who walked out from behind the trees, under the flowers, and beside the rocks in the Wood Valley Manor were precisely a squad of this small security force. Fatty Tian, who was full of smiles, cold, and somewhat arrogant, was the highest-ranking officer behind the scenes of this security minister. For them, Zhong Huiyan's safety was absolutely the most important. No matter who tried to hurt her, it was not allowed to happen. The federal government had given Green Dragon Mountain's representative team an extremely high level of courtesy, allowing Green Dragon Mountain's Special Guard Battalion soldiers to carry firearms. However, in front of the Silin Zhong family security forces that had obtained a secret clause, in front of those ice-cold Qian light machine gun barrels, their firepower immediately appeared somewhat shabby. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers nervously surrounded Nan Mingxiu in the crowd. The barrels in their hands were slightly raised, and they did not confront the sudden appearance of these armed men. They were professional soldiers, but they maintained their posture of holding their guns at any time. They did not want to drag the situation into an even more tense situation when they were outnumbered. Lin Dohai's face was gloomy as he looked at the group of soldiers who had intruded on his property. Because of his anger, he lost some of his rationality and did not determine the identity of these soldiers. Just as he was about to explode, his sleeve was gently pulled by someone. Pulling one's sleeve was a very secretive and careful action, so it seemed a bit feminine. At this time, the person pulling Lin Dohai's sleeve was a strong man. His name was Kong Wu, and he was the personal bodyguard of the old master of the Lin family. For such a person to make such a feminine action, there must be a deep meaning behind it. Although Lin Dohai had always thought of this short and strong close combat expert as an old servant, he knew Kong Wu's eyes very well. He subconsciously felt a chill in his heart and shut his mouth. After the incident, Kong Wu had been silently standing behind Lin Dohai. As the #1 bodyguard of the Lin family, he was over 40 years old and had long since passed the age of fighting. Especially when he saw Su Lu and that delicate man surnamed Bai, Kong Wu couldn't help but think of July wildfire that night in Harbor City and the bone fracture on his thigh. That night in Harbor City, Su Lu and Bai Yulan had worked together and knocked him down with only one move. At that time, he had cried out in panic that Su Li's surname should be Li. Now, more than a year had passed, and the Lees of Philadelphia were standing behind Sulu. In a sense, this proved his judgment. He had become more and more cautious and even a bit fearful. When Fatty Tian walked out of the forest without a sound or warning, Kong Wu's heart burst with alarm. He actually suppressed his vigilance towards Su Lu and Bai Yulan. Without hesitation, he pulled on Lin Dohai's sleeve to stop him from speaking. "What is her name?" Kong Wu stared at Fatty Tian's somewhat familiar face and asked in a hoarse voice. "Have we met before?" Kong Wu. Fatty Tian narrowed his eyes and walked into the crowd. He didn't care about the Green Dragon Mountain Special Guard Battalion soldiers who were pointing their guns at the ground. He looked at Kong Wu and said with a smile, "It's been 20 years since I left the body cultivation hall. I didn't expect to see an old man from back then." Kong Wu's short and stout body suddenly emitted a trace of coldness. From Fatty Tian's answer, he naturally thought of an apprentice he had seen in the body cultivation hall in Philadelphia. At first, everyone thought that this apprentice was harmless, but later found to be a great disaster. After confirming the identity of this fatty and these soldiers, Kong Wu didn't say anything else. He simply said, "You guys investigate." Lin Dohai's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to reprimand Kong Wu, he felt a burning sensation on his wrist. With a cold face, Kong Wu forcibly dragged his young master to the side and made way for Fatty Tian. At the same time, he gave Lin Dohai a cold look, expressing a strong warning. Fatty Tian was slightly startled, then immediately smiled amiably. He walked straight into the group of Lin family security personnel. He was as calm and relaxed as when he had first appeared. It was as if he had returned to his hometown and seen an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Sulu, who was standing outside the crowd, had been quietly watching this scene. Even though he knew that the powerful gunman was right beside Fatty Tian, he didn't feel too worried about him. He didn't know why, but he always had endless confidence in Fatty Tian, this expert hidden in the West Woods military. But in order to show the way for Fatty Tian, he still tilted his head slightly and glanced at the Lin family security personnel wearing gray overalls with his right hand covering his earpiece. The Lin family security personnel wearing gray overalls was the extremely powerful gunman. As if he felt Su Li's gaze, he suddenly moved and rushed to the right at an incredible speed. There was a gap there. Whether it was Su Li's men or Fatty Tian's experienced Special Forces soldiers, none of them noticed the wetland where the spring was located. The gunman's reaction was so fast that no one present could react. Naturally, there was no chaos. However, he bumped into a wall of cotton. The wall of cotton was Fatty Tian's thick chest and abdomen. No one knew how Fatty Tian, who had been on the left, recognized the gunman's identity, and how he moved more than 5 meters in a flash to block the gunman's path of retreat. A cold light flashed in the gunman's right hand, and a sharp blade slid toward Fatty Tian's throat. The burn wound on his right palm finally burst open, and blood gushed out. Fatty Tian raised his left hand and slapped the gunman's wrist cleanly. The blade sank into the ground with a whoosh. A pistol appeared in the gunman's left hand at some point. However, before his finger could touch the cold trigger, his wrist was gently brushed by 3 fat fingers. The 3 fat fingers were extremely gentle, but also extremely terrifying. The gunman's wrist went numb, as if he had been electrocuted. He could no longer hold his most powerful gun. Puff, 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 puff. There was a burst of dense noise, like countless sticks hitting a wall of cotton. Then silence. The gunner's face was pale, and his appearance was ordinary. Blood kept flowing out his pale lips. He looked at the chubby and amiable face in front of him and couldn't help but move the corners of his lips. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said in a hoarse voice, "Please do it." In the previous few seconds, the gunman had used all of his trump cards to fight for his life. However, the hateful and terrifying fat man in front of him only moved his hand and made all of his fierce attacks futile. Even the gun fell into the hands of the fat man. Fatty Tian clumsily held the gun in his right hand and pointed it at the gunman's throat. After hearing what was said, he thought in silence and then said, Su Li's eyes widened. Although he couldn't believe it, he still took a step to the right and used his body to block Zhong Huiyin's curious gaze. There was a crisp sound, but it wasn't loud. Blood spurted out from the gunman's throat. His cervical vertebrae were shattered, and he fell down with a crack. Fatty Tian looked down at the corpse under him. His broad right hand clumsily held the gun, as if he was studying something. Everyone present had been shocked, speechless by this scene. In addition to being shocked that this fat man really dared to shoot and kill on the spot, they were even more shocked by the terrifying and almost ordinary super strength he had shown when he intercepted the gunman. Lin Dohai looked at Fatty Tian with a pale face. He finally guessed the identity of the other party. Only now did he know why Uncle Kong didn't even care about the difference in seniority and pulled him away. The seventh young master of the Li family looked at Fatty Tian, who walked past him, and bowed slightly. He asked very politely, "May I ask if you're Colonel Tian Dachong?" Chapter 372. In the villa in Xixia State, Su Lu once heard Mrs. Zhong mention the past. Fatty Tian was stripped of his military rank because he beat Du Shaoqing, the rising star of the military at that time, into a snowboard demon, leaving a very dark record in his file. Fatty Tian was promoted to colonel at the age of 33 because of his military exploits, but because of the problems in his file, he had no hope of attaching a general star on his shoulder in this lifetime, so he was dejectedly discharged. So when he heard Li Xiaodong call him Colonel Tian, he knew that the seventh young master didn't mistake him for someone else, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. Colonel Tian? The combination of this name and military rank really made people feel a little uncomfortable. What made him feel strange was Li Xiaodong's respectful attitude at this time, and Lin Dohai's silent performance not far away. With the influence and status of the 7 major families in the Federation, a retired colonel definitely couldn't make Li Xiaodong so respectful. Fatty Tian killed that gunman on the spot. Although everyone saw that it was the gunman who took out the gun first, that gunman was after all a security member of the Lin family. Lin Dohai, who was always stupid, presumptuous, and arrogant, actually became so honest. Was it because of Fatty Tian? I'm Tian to Tian. What can I do for you, seventh young master? Fatty Tian looked at Li Xiaodong with a smile, his hand still clumsily holding the gun that had just killed someone, but his smile was full of enthusiasm and friendliness. Li Xiaodong couldn't forget that this person had just killed a powerful gunman, so he felt a chill in his heart and said with a bitter smile, "Don't tease me, Colonel Tian. I just want to say hello to you." After saying this, Li Xiaodong hurriedly stepped aside. Fatty Tian didn't mind and walked over with a smile on his face. At this time, there was a middle-aged housekeeper at the periphery of the crowd. She gently greeted Fatty Tian and said, "Colonel Tian, the elders of the family want to invite you over for a chat." Today, the third party in the Wood Valley Manor, the Nanxiang family, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. The first voice had nothing to do with the cold current faintly flowing in the manor. Instead, it invited this seemingly ordinary Fatty Tian over for a chat. The Nanxiang family was one of the 7 great families, and they were very strict with their family. They were different from the Tai family, who hid behind the scenes. They were truly low-key, and were even quieter than the 2 families in S3. However, such a family had issued a cordial invitation to Fatty Tian. This kind of attitude was undoubtedly a shocking education for some people who didn't know the power that Fatty Tian belonged to, or for people like Su Le who didn't know about Fatty Tian's past deeds. "You're too polite," Fatty Tian replied with a smile. "It's just that I still have something to do today, so I won't bother you." Previously, he had coldly killed people and vividly displayed his strength. Now, he turned around and greeted people with a smiling face. He was cordial and pleasant, and even had a trace of cautious modesty. When people saw this, they didn't know how many complicated feelings rose in their hearts. The housekeeper only came to express her attitude on behalf of the Nanxiang family. Obviously, she had predicted this person's answer. She was not surprised. She bowed with a smile and said, "Colonel Tian, today's matter. If you need, my family is willing to be a witness for you." "That's good. Thank you, Madame Nanxiang." Fatty Tian's cordial face contained a trace of complicated emotions. He didn't know how he could conclude that the Nan Xiang family who came to the Wood Valley to celebrate the early autumn festival today was Madame. Su Lu, who was about to turn and leave, silently watched Fatty Tian and the Nan Xiang family's person talk cordially. In the end, he couldn't hold back the question in his heart. He asked Li Xiaotong, "You all know Fatty Tian?" Back then, he was the first general under the Tiger of the West Woods. Although he is no longer on the stage and we have never seen him, we must remember his name. Li Xiaotong looked at Fatty Tian's broad back and said, "But we respect him and fear him. He has little to do with the West Woods. Tian de Bang is the predecessor of you and Lin Banshan. He was the most unruly person in the Federation back then. I heard from the elders of my family that when Tian de Bang was young, he had pretended to be an apprentice of 14 cultivation halls in Feiqing City and then picked 14 of them." Li Xiaotong smiled bitterly and said, "If it wasn't for the Li family in Feiqing City, I really don't know how big of a disturbance he would have caused." Later, he joined the army and caused a lot of trouble in the front line. Fortunately, the Tiger of the West Woods was able to suppress him. Hearing the words cultivation hall, Su Lun naturally thought of Fatty Tian's suggestion on the ancient Bell spaceship 3 years ago. But at this moment, he was thinking more about how the young Fatty Tian could actually be so crazy under the eyes of the old master in Feiqing City. He was really an extraordinary person, but he didn't know if he was also a fatty when he was young. There are many stories about Tian de Bang, but since you were so close to the Zhong family in the West Woods, and even the little fireworks princess calls you brother, you can ask this kind of thing yourself. Li Qixiao's tone had a trace of displeasure as he spoke. Until now, he was sure that the little girl brought by Su Lu was the untouchable little princess of the Zhong family in the West Woods. When he thought that Su Lu had such a close relationship with the Zhong family in the West Woods, he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. But this dissatisfaction was still limited to the category of friends. At this moment, he was lamenting about Su Li's luck. The Li family, the Tai family, the Zhong family. This kind of luck should be considered heaven-defying in the Federation. If he knew about the confession of the Nan family's daughter in the secluded woods, he would probably be even more speechless. Su Lin knew what he was complaining about. He scratched his head and explained, "I know little Watermelon, the little princess of the Zhong family. It was really just an accident. It happened 3 years ago. Mu Tani was in trouble today, so he didn't have time to complain about the family history of the revolutionary nanny. So he stopped abruptly." But as he spoke, Su Lu couldn't help but think about the escape route Uncle Feng Yu left for him. That was how he met little Watermelon, entered Yue University, and met Tai Ziyuan. If all of this was really arranged by his uncle, then that guy was too close to a demon. And why did he make such arrangements before he died? The manor was in chaos, but people couldn't leave. At the edge of the secluded woods, Su Lu asked Fatty Tian seriously, "How did you know that the man in gray was the gunman? And how did you know?" Fatty Tian looked at Su Lu with a smile and asked in return. Su Lu mimicked Lan Xiaolong and shrugged. He had to avoid the question because he couldn't explain it. Fatty Tian was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and sniffed the air. He said lightly, "That person had the burning smell of Type 2 gunpowder on him." Su Lu immediately understood. The gunman used the powder in the bullet to stop the bleeding after he was injured, and it was this smell that led Fatty Tian to find the trace. "Then why did you want to kill him?" Su Lu looked at Fatty Tian's soft hands that were hanging by his waist and asked in a soft voice. "Because he was very dangerous." Fatty Tian turned around and looked at Su Lu. He said, "Although he was injured by you and your men, he was still very dangerous at the time. In fact, for such a dangerous expert, even if we caught him, we wouldn't be able to find out who the mastermind was. Since that was the case, I would rather kill him on the spot to intimidate some people." Who were those people, and why would they choose this moment to assassinate Proton Zhong Yan, who was placed in the Federation by the Zhong family in the West Woods? Su Lu was silent for a moment, and a chill crept into his heart. He muttered, "But if we leave him alive, maybe we can get something out of him. Who would believe it if we got something out of him? Even if the bastards of the Empire have been keeping an eye on us, the hostility from the Federation has never decreased." Fatty Tian looked at him with a hint of mockery and said, "If I said that it was the Iron 7 Division who did it, would you believe me?" Sulu thought seriously for a long time, and then shook his head. Any logical person would not agree with Fatty Tion's crazy inference. Killing the heir of the Zhong family in the West Woods would not benefit the Iron 7 Division and Du Shaoqing in any way. More importantly, Du Shaoqing was a model of a professional soldier. He would never completely ignore the overall situation at the front line of the West Woods because of a personal grudge. The iron-blooded soldiers might be violent, competitive, and vengeful, but they were not crazy people. Seeing him shake his head, Fatty Tion laughed out loud, but there was suddenly a hint of weathered ruthlessness in his laughter that was completely inconsistent with his body shape. Not long after, the detectives from the Capitol Police Bureau and the Federation Investigation Bureau came to the Wood Cove Manor and began the investigation of the incident with pain and anger. No matter who it was, the government would never allow anyone to hurt the little princess sent to the Federation by the Zhong family in the West Woods. After killing the gunman, Fatty Tion left a simple statement and contact information. He then picked up Zhong Yin and left under the protection of his powerful West Woods Special Forces, ignoring the flashing police lights at the entrance of the manor and the ashen-faced detectives in trench coats. This person came and left leisurely, leaving behind the body of a powerful gunman, a tyrannical figure, and a yard of silent shock. "Goodbye, Brother Sulu." Sulu stood at the edge of the quiet autumn forest in the Wood Cove Manor and watched the convoy leave. He thought of the little girl's crisp farewell, and a sincere smile appeared on his ordinary face. The holidays were coming to an end, and he didn't know if he would see this little girl again in the future. Thinking of Zhong Yan's delicate little face, the shadow in his heart naturally faded a little. He subconsciously looked back. He knew that the Federation Investigation Bureau and the Police Bureau wouldn't make things difficult for the Nan family, but he couldn't help but be curious. If that beautiful girl knew the story, what kind of expression would she have? In an apartment across the street from the Department of National Defense Training Center in the Capital's Special Administrative Region, an officer was looking at the street scene under the autumn sun through a light filtering film. His right hand was tightly holding an encrypted phone, but it revealed his true emotions at the moment. This light filtering film could prevent the thermal imaging system from looking in, so he wasn't worried about his real face being seen by others while standing behind the window. However, he still pressed his military cap low and let the shadow cover most of his face, just like the gunman who died in the manor today. "The mission failed again," said a subordinate beside him with a gloomy face. Chapter 373. The military officer standing outside the window, gazing into the distance, had a standard military posture, not a hair out of place. The military cap on his head was worn very carefully. Every strand of hair was carefully pressed into the brim of the cap. When he heard his subordinate's sigh, the thin lips exposed outside the shadows slightly pursed, his expression somewhat indifferent and gloomy. 2 years ago, on New Year's Eve, we had already failed, but reality has proven that a failure on the surface can still be exchanged for the final success. The military officer's low voice sounded within the room. 2 years ago, there were many things I didn't understand, but now I understand, and I no longer consider myself a small figure. Because even though I'm a small individual, I am part of a powerful collective participating in the major events of the Federation, so each and every one of us are important figures. The subordinate behind him stood ramrod straight. Even though this person couldn't come into contact with more specific information from the upper echelons, when he heard the military officer's words, he still felt his blood boil. Even without these hot-blooded calls, as a soldier, he would do his best to complete any mission given to him by his superiors, and he wouldn't have any doubts. The military officer waved his hand, having his subordinate leave the room to deal with the follow-up matters. But he himself still stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the Ministry of Defense building across the street and the training center next to it through the filter film. He was still in this apartment full of military officers. Even though it was only a change of unit, he wasn't worried about being discovered. Then, he thought of the 1st of January 2 years ago. It seemed like it was just a repeat of failure, but these two failures, for him, were extremely different. The first failure, The important figure he followed cooperated with Senator Macklin, jointly providing information to the young officers of the 2nd Military Region to launch a surprise attack on Linhai Gymnasium. During this process, he was only a bystander. The memories of failure, for him, weren't too painful. Instead, it was Senator Macklin, that middle-aged man who was used to wearing synthetic sweaters. It was rumored that he died in the end, and only then was Senator Macklin exposed. The military officer originally wanted to take out a cigarette, but because of this, he reminded himself that he couldn't leave behind any habitual traces, couldn't give those investigators in the Federation any chance to find out. But this time, the officer was a true participant in this failure. That top-notch gunner who had died in the Wood Valley Manor was a peer he had befriended when he was young. He was an extremely outstanding professional soldier, so this failure was painful for him. He stood by the window and watched the twilight in silence for a long time, but he could only force himself to endure. "Brother Inchuan, take care." The shadow of the officer's face was faintly reflected on the glass of the window. He stared at the shadow as if he were staring at the face of the deceased, silently mourning, but he did not take off his military cap. If the gunman had an anti-material rifle, he might have been able to complete the mission and escape to Bermuda. However, the Federation strictly controlled firearms, and there was no one like Mr. Schur in the circle of officers, so they had no access to the dark waters at the bottom of the Federation. If the gunman had used a long-range sniper rifle, the Federation and the Zhong family in the West Woods would have investigated a lot of things afterward. Of course, the military officer knew the real reason why the gunman was unwilling to use a sniper rifle. It was not only to protect their collective iron will, but also because, as an outstanding professional soldier, he was unwilling to use a sniper rifle to assassinate a cute little girl. He was unwilling to do such a despicable thing, let alone let the little girl die so cruelly. The military officer quietly looked at himself on the glass. Like the dead gunman, he also thought that assassinating an innocent little girl was a very despicable thing, but for the greater goal, they had to persevere. For the true brilliance of the universe, they could allow a few small black dots to appear in the background. In reality, the power group that the military officer belonged to, just like 2 years ago, still wanted to gain some benefits from this failed assassination mission. The assassination happened in Wood Valley Manor, and the gunman's identity was a security member of the Lin family. No matter what explanation was given after the incident, the relationship between the West Woods Tiger, which was already arrogant among the 7 families, and the other families would probably worsen. Even the anti-government forces from Green Dragon Mountain, who were about to enter the front lines of the West Woods, would probably have some problems with the West Woods military because of today's incident. The military officer used a clear mind to make calculations like a tactical deduction. After confirming that the important person he followed did not miss anything, he sighed softly. 2 years ago, if the young master of the Tai family had really died, how good would that have been? 2 years later, if the little princess of the Zhong family died, the succession of the Zhong family in the West Woods would be in chaos. The brothers of the tiger would probably rush to adopt all of their sons and daughters. How good would that have been? Unfortunately, both plans have been ruined by that young man named Su Lo. Of course, the most important reason for this plan was that some people could not allow Su Lu to get too close to the Zhong family in the West Woods. Su Lu was the future that the Federation had deliberately nurtured, while the Zhong family in the West Woods was an old past that was destined to be erased from history. Linking the two together was not in the Federation's interest. The military officer silently lowered his military cap and walked out of the office. When he left, he had already calmed down that a gunman had tried to assassinate the daughter of Commander Zhong in the West Woods and was killed on the spot in the Wood Cove Manor. Who among the important people in the Federation government and Parliament Hill did not know the importance of this young daughter to the political situation of the Federation? Countless flames of anger were instantly directed at all the powerful departments. The Federation Investigation Bureau and the Capitol Police Bureau started an investigation overnight. With the help of the Bureau of Proclamation, it only took them a short time to find out the true identity of the gunman, but it also stopped the investigation of the mastermind behind the scenes. The gunman's surname was Chun Yinchuan, and his name was Chun Yinchuan. He graduated from the 1st Military Academy and was now the deputy director of the Lin Family Security Consultant Department. However, this person had a sensitive and real identity. He was secretly serving as a military officer in the Ministry of National Defense. In fact, when he graduated from the 1st Military Academy to entering the Lin family as a security consultant, it was all arranged by the federal military. Other than the fact that he had to explain to the Zhong family in the West Woods, only Su Lu knew the truth of the joint investigation. The Ministry of National Defense asked him to keep it a secret because it involved military secrets and involved the Federation government secretly infiltrating the 7 families. This was a matter of course, but it was still a shocking fact. The 7 families in the Federation were obviously very close to the senior government officials and members of Parliament. However, in private, the Federation government and Parliament Hill were also counteracting the 7 families. The outstanding undercover military officer named Chun Yinchuan was one of these countermeasures. This background seemed a little interesting, but in Su Li's eyes, it seemed particularly cold. According to the records in the file and his understanding of the federal military training system, he believed that this gunman had excellent abilities and was absolutely loyal to the Federation. But why did he want to kill Little Watermelon? No one knew the real reason why Chun Yinchuan carried out this assassination, and no one could find out who was behind it. The Joint Investigation Team only found out that when Chun Yinchuan was studying at the 1st Military Academy, he was once appreciated by the dean at the time, Yang Jingsong, and the two had a close relationship. And Yang Jingsong was the Deputy Minister of National Defense who had committed suicide in the Ministry of National Defense building because of the assassination in Linhai State. Because of this clue, the investigation concluded that this assassination was a last-ditch counterattack by some young men of the federal military in the context of the Federation's Great Reconciliation. It was a crazy revenge for the Linhai State gymnasium incident. Based on the current intelligence, this was just an independent incident, and there was not too much of a conspiracy. Sula did not agree and would not accept this conclusion of the investigation. This was because the powerful gunman was clearly not here to kill him, but to target Little Watermelon. Chun Yinchuan. He silently looked at the secret information and photos of the gunman in the electronic file. He thought about the 3 shots under the ancient pine on the cliff. He thought about how powerful this person was and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The universe was so big, and there were indeed too many hidden, outstanding people. Sulu had long foreseen Fatty Tion's fierceness, but this unknown officer had unexpectedly shocked him. After destroying the electronic file, he stood up, put on the black formal suit, and walked out of the office in Whitewater Company. As soon as he walked out, he heard Magnolia's soft but exceptionally cold reprimand. Don't really think of yourselves as mercenaries. You should know that I am the only one in Group 7 who does not have a military record. You are real soldiers carrying out the orders of the Ministry of National Defense. I can't believe you can be so careless. Even if you're mercenaries, do you want to let the person you are protecting be in danger alone? What's more, you should know that he is our supervisor, our leader. After returning to the military camp for more than a year, all of you have completely forgotten the meaning of killing without batting an eyelid. So when a supervisor was pointed at by a gun, none of you thought that he would die. Is that why none of you were by his side? Magnolia smiled slightly, but her smile was incomparably sarcastic. I know that our supervisor is very strong, stronger than any of you, but no matter how strong he is only one person. And you? Are you going to be his last bulletproof vest, his last dagger? Or are you saying that in the future on the battlefield, you're counting on our supervisor to protect you? Where were you at that time? Do I need all of you to protect that little girl? Do you really expect me to follow him alone? Don't forget that I was just discharged from the hospital. The 18 men of Group 7 stood in the aisle obediently as Magnolia, whose black hair swayed in front of her forehead, mocked and scolded them. Magnolia had a gentle temperament, but the violent members of Group 7 were as obedient as a row of quails in front of her. Of course, Lan Xiaolong, who was shrugging at the moment, was an exception. Because Su Lu was shot by the gunman in Wood Valley Manor, Magnolia was really in a bad mood. Looking at her former subordinates, she naturally did not have any kind words to say. Although she still spoke softly, there was an indescribable coldness. Su Lu, who walked out of the door, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Magnolia's back for a moment. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and interrupted her scolding. "Prepare the car. We're going to accept the mission." Magnolia's body trembled slightly, and then she slowly raised her head and said softly, "Yes." A few minutes later, the dark green paramilitary motorcade drove out of the Whitewater Company base and along the ring highway of the capital, Special City, came to a quiet group of villas in the southern suburbs. The people who lived in these villas were all rich and powerful, and this did not exceed the expectations of the members of Group 7 regarding the residence of the National Idol Girl. The most popular idol girl in the universe had been away from the public eye of the Federation for as long as a year. Thinking that they would be responsible for her safety in the future, even these ruthless people who used to kill and set fire at the edge of the universe all year round couldn't help but feel a little expectant and curious. However, this group of ruthless people was stopped in front of the villa with a courtyard. Chapter 374. In fact, the villas of Autumn Mountain were not grouped together. Among the golden mountains that were no more than 200 meters high, more than 10 villas of different styles were scattered in the valley. This scattered design fully preserved the privacy of the villa owners. Even if they had lived together for 3 or 4 years, perhaps the villa owners had never seen each other. Although the low mountains around the villa were not high, they were just enough to satisfy the desire of the upper-class celebrities of the Federation to see the mountains when they went out, but they did not want to climb the mountains and sweat. In addition, the valley was covered by red leaves, and when they turned around, there was an old wooden house with a yellowish hue looming in the grass beside the road. It was indescribably noble and quiet. The 18 men of Whitewater Company's Team 7 looked at the beautiful scenery around them and the villa in front of them. Although their faces were still cold and calm, their hearts were already filled with endless curiosity. The idol girl of the Federation seemed to be in her 20s this year, but she could actually live in such a noble place. Under the direct order of Whitewater Security Company's headquarters, Team 7 led by Su Lu would officially take over the work of Jian Shuier Security Consultant, or the so-called bodyguard, from today onwards. However, when they came to the villa of Autumn Mountain, they were neatly blocked by a group of colleagues. The people of Team 7 were not angry after being fooled. They just looked indifferently at the black-clothed colleagues inside and outside the villa, waiting for their superiors to negotiate with the head of security at the door. Although these men were very curious about and liked Jianshi, after all, they were a group of ruthless people who often did dirty things for the Federation. They always felt conflicted when the company or the Ministry of Defense directly forced them to be bodyguards. At the gate of the villa of Autumn Mountain, a head of security about 40 years old calmly looked at the motorcade at the gate. His eyebrows trembled slightly and then returned to normal. A motorcade of 7 military vehicles painted dark green, but there was no military license plate. There was something strange about this matter. "We are now responsible for protecting the villa of Autumn Mountain," the head of security said with a smile. "I didn't know that Miss Jian Shuier had other arrangements." Lan Xiaolong, who was in charge of negotiations, shrugged. He was not used to the tight work attire of Whitewater Company. "I don't know why you are here, but we have signed a contract with the people in the villa. Today is the first day of work. Regardless of whether there is a misunderstanding or not, I think you should let us in." "Sorry, this is my duty. Without the permission of the villa owner, no one is allowed to enter." The head of security's tone was very polite, but there was an unquestionable certainty in it. He looked at the 7 dark green military vehicles in front of the villa and thought of something that his young master had vaguely mentioned before. He asked, "Are you from the same military region?" Lan Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. He used to be from the 83-84 military region, but now he was a bodyguard for the Whitewater Company. He tugged at his sleeves, lowered his head, and shrugged. "No, we're from the Whitewater Company." When the head of security heard them admit that they were not from the same military region, his mood became calmer. He smiled and said, "So you are by Shuai's colleagues. Sorry, I still can't let you in, and I haven't seen your contract. But since yesterday, we have taken over the work of the security consultant of Autumn Mountain. As for the Whitewater Company, my superior will greet your company's president." His words were full of toughness. He knew that the people outside the villa belonged to the Whitewater Company, but this head of security was still so tough. Obviously, the background of the security department that had been stationed in the villa of Autumn Mountain was not smaller than that of Nutshell behind Whitewater. The head of security's words were not provocative, but there was a hint of condescension. However, what surprised him was that the bodyguards of the Whitewater Company at the gate did not respond at all. Some smoked, and some continued to close their eyes to rest. "I think you should ask for permission first," Sulu, who had been smoking silently beside the car, suddenly said. The head of security glanced at Sulu and said slowly, "I don't think it's necessary." This sentence was said lightly. Sulu suddenly thought of the scene on the terrace of the Flowing Wind Slope Club and smiled. He didn't care who these people were, and he didn't want to waste time on these small conflicts. He directly took out his phone and dialed a string of numbers. He said into the phone, "We are here, but we are blocked. Can you come out and pick us up? I know she is taking a nap, but I still want to persuade her not to go to the West Woods. The war there is about to start, especially when she stubbornly put the concert on the planet 5460. You have to know that the small planet is still a dangerous area where the two sides are fighting each other. No one knows when the Federation will launch a counterattack, and if they will launch a counterattack." Inside the villa on Chioming Mountain, the first successor of the Li family, the vice president of the Sanlin United Bank, Li Xiaozhu, flashed a slightly bitter smile on his extremely handsome face. "I know what she is thinking, but it is not necessary after all." Sister Tong looked at the calm and gentle young master of the Li family in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. She had a very good impression of this young master of the Li family. She replied awkwardly, "You also know that even the family can't stop the young miss from making a decision. It is useless for me to persuade her." Li Xiaozhu was slightly silent. He knew Jian Shuai's secret background, so he had never treated her as a star. In the eyes of the seven great families, any dazzling star was no different from an ornament that would come and go as she pleased. However, Jian Shui was not that kind of person. Li Xiaozhu had to admit that he had been deeply attracted to this girl who was much younger than him during the 2 years they had spent together. That was why when he found out that the other party had decided to travel to the faraway celestial forest, his usually apathetic heart was filled with worry and sorrow. "If she insists, then please bring the security personnel outside." Li Xiaozhu raised his head and showed a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Sister Tong and said, "It is not that I don't respect you, but the stars are far away, and she has always been unwilling to rely on the power of the family. She always needs more security forces around her to be at ease." Li Xiaozhu, who was the assistant and bodyguard of Jian Shui, who looked gentle but was extremely proud, could also say the word "you." It only showed that he was determined to get that girl and couldn't forget her. Li Xiaozhu smiled slightly and reached out to stop Sister Tong's refusal. He said, "They are all the elite forces of the family, all from the special forces of the major military regions, and they have been through a long time of training. In terms of fighting power and professional quality, I believe that they are more trustworthy than the 3 major security companies." "I will reject the contract with the Whitewater Company," Li Xiaozhu said lightly. However, at this moment, the phone in Sister Tong's hand rang. Sister Tong apologized and hurriedly walked out of the villa. Li Xiaozhu looked at Sister Tong's back quietly. He didn't think about the content of the phone call. He only thought about the girl who was taking a nap upstairs. Until today, he only knew that the national girl who made the entire Federation obsessed should be a member of that family, and the kind that was very close. However, he still didn't know what the specific relationship was. Sister Tong walked out of the villa and saw the security personnel of the Li family and the 7 groups of men confronting each other. She nodded to the head of security and walked straight to Su Lo. She said apologetically, "I am really sorry. They are the security personnel sent by a friend of the miss. The two sides didn't communicate well. Sulu put the cigarette under his foot and put it out. Then, he straightened up and smiled at Sister Tong. It's nothing. I just want to ask, when can my people take over? This may need to be communicated. Sister Tong looked at Sulu in front of her and said softly, if the two sides are jointly responsible for the security work, what do you think? Sulu was slightly stunned and didn't speak. He let the silence ferment for a long time in front of the villa. Then he said, it seems that the friend of Miss Jian Shuier has a lot of influence on you. Sister Tong frowned slightly. She was not used to the tone of this sentence. She knew very well that the young man in front of her had done a lot of things in the past 2 years. However, when they met again today, she was shocked to find that Su Li's temperament seemed to be very different from before. However, when she heard the hidden criticism and faint warning in Su Li's words, she still couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed and angry. I know that with your current status, it is indeed a waste for you to be the young lady's bodyguard. However, you should always remember that we are the employer, she said with furrowed brows. I think you have probably forgotten who the real employer is. Sulu shook his head and said, I am carrying out the military orders of the Ministry of National Defense. His tone was very calm. There was no hint of anger in it. However, when it fell into Sister Tong's ears, it was not relaxed. As Jian Shuier's personal assistant, of course she knew that the real employer of Su Lu and Team 7 was the Ministry of National Defense. It should even be that old man. Her expression suddenly froze. If you don't trust the combat power of Team 7, we can leave immediately. However, I need you to help me explain the situation in the ministry, Sulu said. Other than that, there is no other cooperation. Su Li's guess was correct. Sister Tong admired the Li Xiuzhu in the building. That was why she tried to have both sides be responsible for the security work. As an assistant, this kind of attempt was undoubtedly a bit muddle-headed. Fortunately, this attempt was directly rejected by Su Lu. Only now did Sister Tong remember another rumor about the young man in front of her. It was very strange. Because of that rumor, Sister Tong immediately completely forgot about Li Xiuzhu's influence on her. She said apologetically with slight embarrassment, You are right. This is my mistake. The head of security of the Li family looked at this scene in shock. He didn't know who the head of Team 7 from the Whitewater Company was. He could actually make Sister Tong, who had always been as cold as ice, immediately change her mind. Sulu stood back beside the military vehicle and lit another cigarette. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Choming Mountain Villa in the distance. On the other side, the armed members of Team 7 had already entered the villa under the lead of Sister Tong. They completely ignored the vigilant and hostile gazes in the courtyard. Their faces were cold. Although they could not be said to be valiant and high-spirited, that kind of solemn and indifferent manner still made the security personnel of the Li family feel an unprecedented provocation and humiliation. Chapter 375. Under the silent agreement of Sister Tong and the staff inside the villa, the Li family security personnel had no choice but to leave the villa. The staff of Whitewater Company's Team 7 were not sloppy in their work. They would not give the other party the slightest bit of face. The door opened, and 7 dark green military vehicles drove in. More than 40 Li family security personnel stationed in the villa were driven out. Xiong Linquan confirmed the shooting angle. Install the Echo Profiler. Gu Shifeng, connect the central control system. Encrypt the relevant data channels. Lu Jiao, check the relevant defenses and traffic in the garage. Lu Qin, install the hot star detector. Following by Yulan's orders in a soft voice, the members of Team 7 who had entered the villa began to get busy. They moved all kinds of professional equipment from the military vehicles and unceremoniously dismantled the security equipment prepared by the Li family security personnel last night. They carried out connection tests. In the shortest amount of time, they turned this small villa into a fortress filled with countless monitoring systems and firepower systems. The Li family security personnel who had been driven out of the villa in a sorry state were originally filled with infinite anger and humiliation. At this time, When they saw the silent and concise movements of Team 7 and the clear and accurate layers of defense, they fell into silence. This was because they saw that the other party's expertise was better than theirs. This was especially so when they saw the equipment that the other party had installed on the walls around the villa and in the garage. In addition to the silence, there was a lot of shock in their eyes. None of them were rookies. Of course, they could tell that a large part of the equipment used by the bodyguard from Whitewater Company was actually used by the military. It was cutting-edge equipment that had not been sold to the civilian market. Where did these people come from? The Lee family's head of security stood outside the villa and watched this scene with a livid expression. He and his subordinates were driven out of the villa together. The shame and anger in his heart could not be any greater. However, with his professional knowledge and experience, he quickly judged that even the top security consulting department of Whitewater Company could not have such perfect mobility and cutting-edge equipment. After completing the initial security measures in the Cheoming Mountain Villa, Su Lu took out the pair of sunglasses that he often used in the training base from his left breast pocket. After carefully wiping the lenses, he put them on the bridge of his nose. After entering the villa, he turned around and pressed the electric button to close the door. Through the slowly closing iron door, Su Lu looked at the security director with a complicated expression. He nodded and said sorry. Team 7 was a combat team. On the vast mineral star and the desolate border of the Westwoods front line, they had done countless shady public and private jobs. They had killed people, smuggled goods, and committed crimes. No matter what kind of trump card they were in their respective troops, once they were under the name of Team 7, they began to exude a cold and valiant aura. They had never been bodyguards, but they had assassinated countless big shots at the edge of the universe. They were no strangers to security control. On the contrary, they were very familiar with the combat style of the killers and mercenaries. The initial security measures in the Cheoming Mountain Villa were done flawlessly. All kinds of electronic monitoring equipment were connected, and all kinds of fire control equipment were on standby. By Magnolia, who was as gentle as a virgin, put her hands in her trouser pockets and walked slowly around the villa. Occasionally, she would whisper a sentence, and her subordinates would begin to seriously redesign the relevant links. Impregnable as a fortress, this was what it meant. Su Lu stood under the parasol under the villa with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at his subordinates who were busy not far away and did not say a word. In this regard, he was not an expert, but he absolutely fully respected and believed in the abilities of his subordinates. However, looking at by Magnolia's back, he could not help but feel a little emotional. People who worked hard to climb up the social ladder generally had to build their own team. The old man in Philadelphia, the federal military, and specifically the Department of National Defense, sent these outstanding soldiers of Team 7 to help him build his own team. However, he never intended to subdue this group of unruly people and build his own team. He had been influenced by that uncle for too long, and he always felt that it was more suitable to wander the stars alone. He did not seek to obtain unparalleled achievements or seize unparalleled power. So why would he need a team? What's more, the scene in front of him had already proven that by Magnolia was the soul of Team 7. This delicate man wanted to lead Team 7 to follow behind Su Lu. So naturally, he hoped that the men of Team 7 could have a good home. Whether they lived or died, at least they had to leave some reputation in the brilliant universe. However, why was Little White so sure that he could bring these things to Team 7? Sula looked at by Magnolia's slightly thin back and fell in a deep thought. By stabbing him in the back, he might be able to end the grudge between them. However, the reason why he accepted this person back to his side and played such an important role was because of Donglin Shi's bad nature. He wanted to gamble on his own judgment. In his life, he rarely made mistakes in judging people, including Tai Ziwan and Shi Qinghai. He wanted to know if he would make the same mistake again this time. The secondary security of the villa at Autumn Crime Mountain had been set up. Sulu looked at the delicate man walking towards him and suddenly understood why many people thought that Secretary Bai was like a woman. It was because Bai Magnolia always looked down and stared at the area below the throat. He gently moved his eyes, as if he was rotating the delicate knife between his fingers. Don't worry about the debt at the back of the mountain. Have you paid it all? Su Lu asked Magnolia under the parasol in front of the villa. Out of the blue, Magnolia was standing in front of him. By Magnolia's body slightly stiffened. Then he nodded and said softly, "Yes, that's good." Su Lu said that Su Lu didn't care who the security personnel chased out of the villa at Autumn Crime Mountain belonged to, because he was carrying out a military order from the Ministry of National Defense. This military order was secretly pushed by the old man in Philadelphia. Although he still didn't fully understand why the old man didn't let him go to the front line of the West Woods, but instead sent him to be a bodyguard. What kind of unfathomable thoughts did the old man have in mind? However, this didn't prevent him from carrying out this slightly ridiculous mission. Just like what he said to the purple-haired national girl 2 years ago in the Sunshine Ward of the 1st Military Region General Hospital, he always believed that he owed her a life for the assassination at the Lynn High State Gymnasium. He didn't care who the security personnel were, but when Su Lu saw the man coming out of the villa, he couldn't help but frown. He subconsciously leaned against the back wall and didn't want to see the man face to face. The wide black sunglasses covered most of his expression. Bai Magnolia and Lan Xiaolong next to him didn't know what he was thinking. They looked at the man in a light brown linen suit and thought that this person was really handsome and made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Su Lu and the heir of the Li family had met twice. Not only did they not have any friendship, but there were many lingering shadows and blood between them. Today, he was carrying out official business. Although he was surprised that Jian Shui, Er's friend, was Li Xiuzhu, he didn't want to have any dealings with this person. The shadow of the villa covered his body. Li Xiuzhu walked out of the villa and saw the unfamiliar faces in the garden. He then looked at his security personnel outside the iron gate and couldn't help but frown. Then, he turned around and looked at him in the shadow. "If I knew that you would be in charge of Shui Er's safety, I wouldn't have to do so much." Li Xiuzhu walked in front of Su Lu, smiled gently, and extended his hand. Su Lu understood why the other person walked in front of him. After a slight pause, he held the other person's hand and said, "I'm just carrying out orders." Li Xiuzhu looked at the face in front of him that was deeply engraved in his memory. He suddenly thought of the rumor about Su Lu and the Lees of Philadelphia. There seemed to be a shadow floating in his heart. He slightly frowned and said, "Then I'll leave Shui Er's safety to you." "You're welcome." Su Lu let go of his hand. Li Xiuzhu looked at him silently and then suddenly said, "The matters of the human world are often very mysterious. In the things or worlds I care about, I can always see your shadow. I only hope that this time you won't get in my way." From the bottom of his heart, the Li family's eldest young master didn't want to show any enmity towards the present Su Lu. It was because he knew better than many people in the Federation what Su Li's name meant to the current federal military. However, there was a shadow and a trace of bad omen in his heart. The most important thing was his love for that purple-haired girl, so he couldn't help but add this line. Su Lu didn't know the true relationship between the Li family's eldest young master and that national idol girl. A faint feeling of frustration surged into his heart, making him not want to say anything more. However, Lan Xiaolong, who was always unwilling to be left out, he didn't know Li Xiuzhu's identity. He said with slight mockery on the side, "Our manager Su is destined to be a jinx. It will probably be difficult for him to do anything in this life, but if he wants to get in his way, it will always be easy." Lan Xiaolong's unintentional words fell into Li Xiuzhu's ears like a clap of thunder, because this was the truth. No matter how deeply Xiuzhu's mind was, when he thought of all the things that happened in these 2 years, he still couldn't help but slightly change his expression. After a long silence, he looked at Su Lu and said in an even voice, "I heard Old Seven has a good relationship with you. After this mission is over, if there's a chance, let's sit together?" Su Lu didn't reply, but a trace of worry surged in his heart. The biggest thing that Li Xiuzhu had done in his life was naturally to support Macklin in the presidential election. However, this matter was broken by Su Lu, and Macklin was even killed by Su Lu. However, Li Xiuzhu was still able to casually reach out his hand to reconcile with Macklin without any hesitation. In these 2 years, everyone had grown. Sulu always thought that Li Xiaotong was much more outstanding than his cousin, but after seeing him today, this judgment began to waver. Who is that guy? He looks quite like a dog. Lan Xiaolong frowned and looked at Li Xiuzhu, who was boarding the car outside the villa, and asked curiously. The vice president of the Sanlin United Bank, the successor of the Li family, Li Xiuzhu. Sulu replied, and then walked into the villa. Chapter 376. Li Xiuzhu had to leave the villa on Qiuming Mountain, not because the lady in the villa was taking a nap, not because his people were being chased out of the courtyard, not because he felt that there was a shadow in front of his eyes when he faced Sulu. It was because there were indeed many things that needed to be taken care of for a person of his level. The Federation had passed the Financial Integration Act for a long time. Those financial tycoons who were used to sipping vintage wine in the winery while casually making big deals behind the scenes could no longer sit still under the powerful attacks of the Ministry of Finance and the Audit Office. As the heir of the Li family, he naturally would not show up for this kind of thing. Naturally, those tycoons in the eyes of the Federation citizens would go to the Parliament Hill to fight the case, but he also had to take care of business behind the scenes. But no matter what, in Lan Xiaolong's eyes, this legendary descendant of the 7 great families left a bit bleak and lonely when he faced Sulu. Sulu did not feel anything about Li Xiuzhu's departure. Whether it was the boy who was the gatekeeper in the past, or the popular military officer who now had one foot on the Golden Road, he had always been the same when facing these so-called big shots. He had never been timid or angry. He just treated them as ordinary people. This was related to his experience after he escaped from Donglin, such as the Crown Prince and the Little Princess. But more of it was because of the nature of the stone in Donglin. Although he knew that only the barrel of a gun could spurt out wind and clouds, his mind was as firm as a rock. As the most powerful machine, how could he be shocked and affected by external power, wealth, and force? Put out the cigarette. Walking into the villa, a young girl stared at Sulu very angrily and said quickly in a low voice, "Oh." Sulu used 2 fingers to hold the cigarette, and looked around for the ashtray, but he could not find the cold porcelain pit that contained the filth. He could not help but look a bit embarrassed. "I'm really sorry." Sister Tong came down from upstairs. Seeing this scene, she could not help but frown. She quickly drove away the waitress who was a bit arrogant because of the lady's tolerance and said to Sulu with a bitter smile, "The people in the villa are all service staff who have been with the lady for a long time. They are a bit rude." Sister Tong, who had thought a lot of things clearly, even forgot the good intentions of the young master of the Li family. At this moment, facing Sulu, she was naturally very polite. After all, it was rumored that the young lieutenant colonel in front of her was the target of the old master's efforts. Sulu held the cigarette in a daze. Thinking of the cool female military officer he met 2 years ago, he did not know how to react for a moment. After a while, he said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite. After all, I'm just a bodyguard." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pot of flowers and plants in the villa hall. He quickly put out the cigarette, but in the red mud, and sighed with satisfaction. He said to Sister Tong, "I need a schedule." Bodyguard? Sister Tong would definitely not think that way. 2 years ago, when she had saved the unconscious Sulu in the blood-soaked underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium, she had only thought that this was a young fellow with decent ability, decent luck, and decent courage. However, 2 years later, this young fellow had already become the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation, the key designer of the MX Mecha, and a person whom President Pabre greatly appreciated. Most importantly, everyone now knew of the relationship between him and the old master. Such a person, in addition to those security personnel who clearly had shocking combat power outside the villa, had all been sent to be the lady's bodyguard. Perhaps it could not be said to be a waste of resources, but the truth behind the scenes was definitely not so simple. Sister Tong watched as Sulu snuffed out the cigarette, but in the flower pot. Her expression was a little strange. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. With a soft beep, a detailed itinerary designed by a professional was sent to Su Li's cell phone. There was an extremely conspicuous secret symbol at the beginning. Su Li lowered his head and looked at it quietly for a long time. Then, somewhat stunned, he raised his head and asked, "Holding a military concert in the Westwoods?" "Yes, the specialized spaceship will depart the day after tomorrow. I hope your personnel can be prepared," replied Sister Tong in a low voice. "Okay." Su Lu scratched his head with the phone in his hand. He had just washed his hair last night, so it was refreshing and did not itch. However, his mind was filled with endless doubts. In the end, he still had to go to the Westwoods, just under a different name. But why would the Department of Defense want him to follow that national idol girl to the Westwoods? Su Lu subconsciously raised his head to look at the fragrant wood flooring. He did not see the barefoot, purple-haired girl floating over, but his heart was filled with the same doubts as Sister Tong's. That night, most of the combat personnel of Team 7 stayed in the villa at Autumn Cry Mountain. Su Lu was a professional, but he had personally witnessed the delicate and secretive security settings around the villa that made his scalp tingle. While admiring the abilities of his subordinates, he naturally did not have any more worries. During the military exercise in the early hours of the graduation day, the men of Team 7 faced the Defense Battalion of the Iron 7th Division. Unsurprisingly, they were all annihilated. However, that was on a virtual battlefield. When doing such meticulous activities in real society, with the ability displayed by Team 7, today's villa at Autumn Cry Mountain would not be able to be breached even if there was a reinforced company attacking it head-on. After leaving S1, the security plan was naturally handled by his secretary Bai and the other professionals. As the nominal supervisor, he seemed to have nothing to do. After his shift that night, he left the villa at Autumn Cry Mountain and returned to his apartment in Wangdu. However, thinking that he did not see the purple-haired girl that he had not seen in a long time, he could not help but feel a little strange. Going to the West Woods to protect the dazzling national girl, and behind him was the shadow of the most extraordinary mountain in the Federation. Everything was in a maze, and he could not see the real future. Su Lu was not relaxed, and he even had a strong urge to call Philadelphia. However, he helplessly discovered that although the Federation was abuzz about his relationship with the Lees of Philadelphia, and it was extremely bizarre, and some people even said that he was the long-lost son of the military god Li Pifu. In fact, he did not even have the old man's phone number. At the front line of the West Woods, a great battle was about to break out. Jian Shui chose this moment to visit the soldiers at the front line, and the location was still the most dangerous planet. On one hand, Su Lu admired the courage and perseverance of his dream idol, but on the other hand, he was also endlessly vigilant. Faintly, that obscure and ominous thought of his actually became a little clearer. Would he be able to come back after going to the West this time? It was precisely because of this sudden unfavorable thought that Su Lu had to say goodbye to the people he cared about. Unfortunately, when he returned to his apartment in Wangdu and kept making phone calls, he found that the few friends he had actually expressed their intentions of saying goodbye to him in advance. Sure, Qinghai left a piece of paper and then leisurely followed the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army Unit, now the Federation Special Forces, to the front line of the West Woods yesterday on a military spaceship to assume the position of liaison officer that was proposed by Green Dragon Mountain and personally appointed by President Pabre. Zoyu left a few recorded phone calls and then took her child to Linhai Province. As an unmarried mother, she threw herself into the school that had been interrupted for 2 years. Tai Ziyuan had completely disappeared. Although he had vaguely mentioned before leaving that he was going to ease the tension between the Tiger and the West Woods and the Central Federation government, and this was not the first time this person had disappeared, Su Lu was still a little worried. Su Lu had already mentally prepared himself for these people to leave, but when he heard Li Wei, who was sitting on a sofa drinking beer, also say that he was leaving S1 soon, he finally couldn't help but scratch his hair in distress. He revealed a mouth full of white teeth and helplessly asked, "Where are you going again?" Li Wei didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, he held the beer bottle and looked at him with a smile, sinking into silence. This former orphan leader looked at the friend he had grown up with and thought silently in his heart. Compared to when he was on Clock Tower Street, Su Lu had become even more silent. Although his eyes were still smiling, he felt that it was different from before. Time can change a lot of things, but perhaps it can even change the traces on the beach. Li Wei thought silently. He was caught and brought to Bermuda. Those people were obviously using him to threaten Su Lu, but this kid, who needed to hide his identity, didn't abandon him. As a youth at the bottom of Dong Lin's underworld, he had seen countless treachery, deceit, and dark filth in prison. He admitted that if he were in Su Li's position, he wouldn't be able to do it. It would be good if he didn't stab the other party with a knife. Dong Lin is a small place. The sky is always covered with gray dust. You can't see the stars clearly, so naturally, you don't know how big this world is. Li Wei broke the silence and said softly, "This time, I was caught by those big shots. Although it was a lot of trouble, I still went to Bermuda." "That's Bermuda we're talking about." Li Wei laughed self-deprecatingly and said with a bit of loneliness and injustice, "You know very well which kid on our street has left Fishy Province? Even the most ferocious gang leader back in the day. Which one of them left Donglin? But I did. Who would believe that such a small figure like me actually came to the capital and even left the Federation? Then why don't you stay in S1? Su Lu said. "No, I want to go to Bermuda." Li Wei looked down at the beer bottle and said, "I don't want to see the world of beer for the rest of my life. Yes, S1 is very big and the capital is very prosperous, but I still prefer Bermuda." He looked up, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and said quickly, "Bermuda is different from the Federation. The underworld, there is the real underworld. The people there dare to do anything. Who the fuck is like Clock Tower Street, who controls a few black market dealers in a few blocks and thinks that they're fierce just because they stabbed a few people in the stomach? There's no charter there." Li Wei stared seriously into Su Li's eyes and said, "I admit that looking at your current brilliance makes me feel uneasy. I want to do something, and I can't follow you for the rest of my life. Life has to be a little challenging. I'm not like you who was born to do great things, but I also want to play a little more exciting." Su Lu was silent. He unscrewed the bottle cap with his hand and gulped down a few mouthfuls of beer. The white foam at the corner of his mouth mixed with the saliva that Li Wei had spat on his face. Li Wei stared at the beer bottle and said in a low voice, "I can't go back to Donglin because I will always be a problem for you. So I want to go to Bermuda. But don't worry, my goal this time is definitely not to take down a few streets." Su Lu put down the beer bottle and looked at him silently. He asked, "What do you want to do?" They were friends who grew up together, so they knew each other's temperament and mentality very well. Li Wei was silent for a long time under his gaze. Finally, he spoke his true feelings. "Don't think that you're doing well in the Federation right now. I can see that you have a lot of troubles. Give me some of your current resources, and let me go to Bermuda for a few years to make a name for myself. If the Federation wants to deal with you in the future, I really want to leave you a way out outside the Federation." "Leave a way out?" Su Lu picked up the beer bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. He coughed and choked until his nose was slightly sore, but his heart was slightly warm. Chapter 377. When people from the same hometown see each other, they might tear up, or they might stab each other in the back. Su Lu and Li Wei did not hug each other and cry, nor did they have the dark thoughts of stabbing each other in the back to erase their previous lives. They only listened to each other's resolute and powerful words about the path of retreat. Both of them were moved to the point of confusion. "Don't pee." Li Wei took a swig from the beer bottle and sighed. Su Lu lowered his head and said, "I'm not a person who could be moved easily." Although Su Lu was moved, there was no way he would agree to let Li Wei leave and go to Bermuda to fight for the underworld that he might never be able to conquer. Now that the front line in the West Woods was tense, he could not ask the madam of the Zhong family to help him do anything. In the Bermuda Starfield, he could not find any resources at all. The underground emperor of Bermuda, Lin Banshan, had only brushed past him on the high-speed rail and had nothing to do with him. Most importantly, Su Lu believed that he had a path of retreat that no one could think of. Even if the Federation mercilessly abandoned him in the future, he still had the old man in the glory of the charter to help him. Even if the old man suddenly turned against him, he still had the bracelet on his left hand. No matter how depressing or difficult the situation was, He was confident that he could forcefully carve out a path full of blood. Letting Li Wei take the risk to find a path of retreat outside of the Federation was something he absolutely could not accept, even though it was Li Wei's dream since he was young. Sulu was not worried about rejecting Li Wei's departure. He believed that Li Wei only knew him in the capital ring and had no money or connections. It was impossible for him to secretly cross the galaxy and sneak into the distant Bermuda star field. So the next morning, when he saw the note under the beer bottle on the coffee table, he was so angry that he had the urge to throw the beer bottle out of the window. But in the end, because he didn't want to hit the children or the flowers under the apartment building, he stopped. You gave him funding, you let him get acquainted with the smugglers in Bermuda. Have you ever thought that he is my friend? You should at least get my permission first. In an open space near the expressway in the southern suburbs of the Capital Special District, Sulu stepped on a few pieces of crushed autumn leaves and glared at Li Xiaotong in front of the car. He wished he could beat the cold and gloomy seventh young master into pieces of red plum blossoms dancing in the air. Li Wei quietly left the capital and embarked on an unknown journey to Bermuda because of the sponsorship provided by seventh young Master Li. Even the few Bermuda smugglers were able to find an opportunity to establish connections with them because of the luncheon at Wood Valley Manor. He left in a hurry. I didn't know that you didn't know about this. It wasn't convenient for me to call you last night. Li Xiaodong could feel the anger in Su Li's heart at this time and did not dare to be careless. He explained very seriously, but you can rest assured that I have already talked to those smugglers. Whether it is on the journey or after arriving in Bermuda, they will take good care of Li Wei. In fact, I think that since your friend is so ambitious, you should just let him be. If there is no other way, you can talk to Lin Banshan. Who in Bermuda dares to provoke him? Seventh young Master Li's words were actually foreshadowing. He sponsored Li Wei to go to Bermuda to build up his business. On one hand, he wanted to further invest in Su Lu and Su Li's circle. On the other hand, he also wanted to plant a foreshadowing because he admired a small figure like Li Wei. In Wood Valley Manor, he tried to find out more about Su Li's past from this person, but there was no progress. This made him admire Li Wei even more. I don't know Lin Banshan. Su Lu looked at Li Xiaodong. He really wanted to throw this friend to the ground and beat him up, although he was the only friend who came to send him off. However, he glanced at Brother Zeng, who was still standing behind seventh young Master Li like an iron spear bound by cloth. In the end, he could only sigh. Logically speaking, Su Li's identity as a fugitive from the Federation had been forcibly suppressed by the old man. Lady Tai should not make a move on Li Wei because it was not in line with the interests of the family. However, what if the old man died? Li Wei was a gap in Su Li's identity. This time, would the Tai family let the Zhong family of the West Woods interfere and take over the matter? With the experience of last year, Su Lu knew that if the worst situation happened again, with Li Wei's fierce temperament, he would not let this happen again. If he found that he could not protect himself, then before he fell into the hands of the other party, this orphan leader would be unusually cold and valiant to end his own life. Friends far away, life and death together. How could he endure? However, no matter how moved he was or how angry he was, it was useless. Su Lu stood in the autumn wind at the intersection of the highway. After a moment of silence, he returned to calmness, but his heart was still filled with endless loneliness. At least I should thank you for coming to send me off, he said to Li Xiaotong in front of him. Li Xiaodong straightened his black and gold collar to block the autumn wind. He said with a smile that was not a smile, I am not worried about whether you can come back alive from the front line of the Westwoods. I just hope you can satisfy a humble wish of mine. Su Lu looked at him with a frown. He did not know what his escorting Jian Shui to the Westwoods had to do with him. You should know that my big brother is pursuing the national idol girl. Although he has not completely succeeded, he has been slowly making progress. The elders in the family are very optimistic about this. The smile on Li Xiaodong's face gradually disappeared. He said lightly, if he succeeds, I have no hope of inheriting the right. Su Lu frowned slightly. Although he had seen Li Xiaozhu in the villa of Qiuming Mountain yesterday, and could guess that there seemed to be some relationship between him and Jian Shi, he still did not understand. Not to mention whether or not he would despise Jian Shui'er, who was just a star. How could he put such an important matter as inheriting the right on such a matter? Don't pretend that you don't know anything in front of me. Li Xiaodong looked at Su Li's stunned face and thought of the information that he had spent a lot of money to find out. He said in a low voice, "The road to the West Woods is long, and the night is long too. As long as you can break this marriage, I will thank you for the rest of my life." Su Lu frowned more and more, thinking that he was just a bodyguard. He shook his head and said, "I don't understand what you want to say. Do you expect me to steal your brother's sweetheart? I can't use the handsome man trick. For such a handsome and successful man like your brother, sure Qinghai might be able to do it. In this world, handsome men are not popular anymore. The most popular is quiet and sunny young men." Li Xiaodong looked at him and smiled. He turned and waved goodbye and got into the luxury car with Brother Zeng. Amidst the swift autumn wind at the highway junction, Su Lu stared at the car that was driving away into the distance. He spread out his hands in a somewhat perplexed manner. He realized that his trip to Silin seemed to be hiding some very mysterious factor. The problem was that it seemed like a lot of people around him knew about it, but he didn't. And it just so happened that those who knew all thought that he already knew. He didn't want to think about this annoying tongue twister anymore. He got into the black car and silently drove to the villa of Qiuming Mountain in the southern suburbs. Along the way, he saw the capital's autumn scenery and the clear sky. He was about to leave this planet, and he didn't know when he would come back. Tai Ziyuan left, Mr. Shi left, Li Wei left, and Zhou Yu also left. The time he spent with these friends was always short, but the separation was extremely long. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Looking at the wild cotton outside the window, shivering in the cold wind and turning into white lines in a flash, Su Lu thought that if something really happened to him, these people would definitely come back to him immediately. He was born in this world, and it was really satisfying to have friends like these who could eat meat and drink wine, talk about life and dreams, and not talk about price or life and death. That a motorcade of 27 vehicles of various colors drove out of the villa of Qiuming Mountain. In the motorcade, there were heavy-duty trucks that were responsible for loading professional equipment, expensive bulletproof Silver Fox vehicles, several minibuses that were responsible for transporting full-time performers, and 7 military vehicles that were painted dark green. This motorcade drove on the road in the southern suburbs of the capital, looking mighty and imposing. There was also an inconspicuous, gloomy black car that was sandwiched behind the motorcade. Su Lu gently pressed the radar system on the motorcade to confirm the movement around him. He quietly looked at the expensive bulletproof Silver Fox not far in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little surprised by the formation of this trip. They were on the way to the military space base. Jian Shui'er, who disappeared from the public of the Federation for more than a year and a half, was not forgotten by people. This time, the selection of the West Woods for her comeback concert received unanimous praise and strong support from the military. The Ministry of Defense did not hesitate to arrange a special spaceship for this National Girl Performance team. Logically speaking, as the head of security of Group 7, Su Lu should be sitting in the silver car in front of them at this time to protect Jian Shui'er. But he didn't choose to do so, because after experiencing the assassination in the stadium, he firmly believed that there was no stronger defense in the world than the black car, specially made by the Tai family. "I heard that you're now working in the military. No wonder you have the bad habit of wearing sunglasses." In the back seat of the black car, a young girl looked at the back of Su Lu in front of her and said lightly. She was wearing a sports windbreaker with a hood, which was wrapped up very tightly. She had a pair of big sunglasses on the tip of her straight and cute nose, but it didn't look exaggerated. Instead, it made the skin exposed by the sunglasses look more delicate and charming. The most charming national girl in the entire universe, Jian Shui'er, was not sitting in her own car. Instead, she was sitting alone behind Su Lu. She looked at the small-eyed boy that she hadn't seen for more than a year and asked, "Why do you insist on letting me sit in this car?" "Because this car is very strong." Hearing the girl's voice behind him, Su Lu felt a little nervous, but he forced himself to be calm and answered, "Just as strong as you?" Jian Shui'er looked in front of her with a complicated expression and said, "To protect me, The Bane, you must be the most powerful person in the military, right? Chapter 378. The rumor that Jian Shui'er was a jinx had been around for a long time. It was not known whether it was a conclusion made by some bored people in the Federation or by friends who could not find anything exciting on the internet. All in all, from the assassination in the Linhai Prefecture Gymnasium to the terrorist attack in the Huanshan 4 Prefectures concert, whenever Jian Shui'er spoke, countless innocent people would lose their lives. Although the number of times wasn't many, the impact was too great and too vile. Everyone knew that these were all dirty things done by Senator Medellin and had nothing to do with Jian Shui'er. However, the Federation was too big, and there was no lack of space for rumors to grow. There would always be people who would link the deaths and injuries of innocent people to Jian Shui'er. Although there were not many, it was like someone throwing a piece of rat feces into a pot of plain porridge. It would not stink, but it would be enough to make one choke. A national idol girl who was popular with hundreds of millions of citizens suddenly had a dark aura around her. This national idol must be under a lot of mental pressure. In the past year and a half, she had disappeared from public view, which was more or less related to these rumors. Sula knew how to answer. He belonged to another line of people involved, so naturally, he would not believe these nonsense. However, he did not know how to comfort the young idol sitting behind him. Although he had met and talked to her before, and even received her selfless help twice, they were just passers-by after all. Now, he was a bodyguard, and Jian Shui'er was the object of his protection. The motorcade drove into the Federal Military Space Base. Through the sliding, open, electrically controlled alloy door, they drove directly onto the tarmac. Looking at the spaceship in the distance that was getting closer and closer, Su Lun narrowed his eyes. The dense light spots flashing on the vehicle radar made him feel a little uncomfortable. There were no military flags fluttering in the air, no ceremonies and music, but there was still a sea of people. They were not the TV viewers in the Federation who adored Jian Shui'er, but the officers and ordinary soldiers in the military base. It wasn't until he saw the dense crowd around the tarmac with his own eyes that Su Lu truly felt Jian Shui'er's influence in the Federation. Back then, no. Until now, he had always been Jian Shui'er's most ardent fan. But when he saw the excited faces of those officers and soldiers, he still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. The equipment required for the performance, as well as the 7 sets of security equipment, were delivered to the belly of the spaceship through the load-bearing lift at the back of the spaceship. When all the preparations were done, Su Lu heard Bai Yulan's confirmation in his earpiece. He turned around and said to Jian Shui'er, "You may board the spaceship now." The side door of the black car opened. Under the cover of the wall of people, Jian Shui'er, who was wearing a hoodie and full-body sportswear, quietly left the black car like an ordinary girl next door. She came to the bulletproof silver fox car and prepared to board the ship. Su Lu followed her silently, keeping a distance of about half a meter. Originally, Jian Shui'er should have boarded the spaceship through the automatic control belt without anyone noticing. However, to everyone's surprise, this national idol suddenly turned her head and gently lifted the hood of her sportswear, revealing a touch of fresh and bright purple short hair. Standing on the automatic control belt, she turned around and waved at the officers and soldiers in the military base who were looking forward to her arrival. The base, which was supposed to be empty but seemed incomparably lively today, suddenly fell silent. Then a burst of extremely enthusiastic cheers, applause, cheers, and whistles erupted. These sounds intertwined together, forming a chaotic but pleasing accompaniment. Purple was a very bright and eye-catching color. It was very abrupt. Some scientists had once studied that the color of food that humans could not adapt to was purple. Therefore, this color did not give people a sense of intimacy. There was no star in the universe who dared to dye their hair purple, except for her. Only Jian Shui'er herself had that kind of fresh, charming, and lovely youthful aura that was like a new willow by the riverside, could make this purple color the most conspicuous and even the most dazzling embellishment. It was engraved in everyone's heart and could not be forgotten at any time. Sulu wore sunglasses and silently looked at the national idol standing on the automatic control belt with a smile on her face. In his heart, he thought of the long paragraph of somewhat complicated words in front of him. Although this clearly violated the provisions of the safety control manual, he could not and did not want to stop this national idol from doing this slightly crazy thing. Because Jianxue, who was standing on the automatic control belt, was facing the wind and gently waving her hand. Because the touch of purple in the autumn wind was moving. Because the pair of calves exposed outside the sportswear was seductive. Because he had been incomparably fond and even infatuated with her since he was very young. Although this touch of purple was not on the TV screen, but in front of his eyes, the feeling was still the same and had not faded. This time, Jianxue went to the front line of the West Woods to hold a concert called Victory. The main purpose was naturally to comfort those brave soldiers who had bravely resisted the invasion of the Empire, but had not returned home for a long time. Many famous artists in the Federation had done this kind of gesture of appreciation for the military, but it was the first time that a big star like Jianxue had personally gone. In fact, the Federation media, the Performing Arts Association, and those famous stars in their respective fields had long admitted that the stars in this universe had always been divided into two classes. One class was Jianxue, and the rest were the rest. This was a strange flower created by the love of the Federation's citizens and the legendary history. No one could deny this. The Ministry of National Defense, of course, welcomed this kind of thing with both hands. Moreover, the planet Jianxue was going to was still in a tug-of-war between the Federation and the Empire. It was an absolutely dangerous fire zone. In addition to the welcome, the federal military was also infinitely grateful. The spaceship that the preparation team of the Victory concert took belonged to the first-class military spaceship of the Federal Fleet. It did not need to go through the old moon base or space station for conversion or mending. It directly broke through the atmosphere and the gravitational force of S1. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes and cameras, it left a trail of fog that gradually disappeared before people's eyes. It flew into the vast universe that was sometimes blue and sometimes dark. The spaceship was like a ghost, quietly breaking through the barriers of space and gliding into the distance between the stars and the sky. In fact, all spacecrafts could give the audience a ghostly feeling if they were lucky enough to witness them. Sulu was no longer the orphan who could not step out of the bell tower street. He had lost most of his interest in this silent voyage. He only felt that it was boring. He stood silently outside a cabin door, narrowed his eyes, and watched the movements around him. He silently calculated the time it would take to reach the West Woods. The military spaceship that belonged to the Federal Fleet was not luxurious, but the Ministry of National Defense still tried its best to provide convenience to the Victory concert team. This was the second floor of the spaceship. Except for the upper floor of the spaceship control hall, it was the safest and most core area. The armed personnel of Group 7 had been distributed to all the key areas, and together with the control officer on the spaceship, they carried out dual control. Jianxue's team of as many as 80 people lived on the lower floor. Only a few people had the authority to enter the core area of this floor. Sulu was undoubtedly one of them. Although he was lightly ridiculed by the national idol girl in the car, he still wore the pair of sunglasses that he brought back from the base. He looked at the glimmering stars outside the porthole with a blank expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the phone in his arms rang. He picked up the phone and heard the clear voice of Little Watermelon. "Brother Sulu, I heard that you're going to Westwoods." "Yes, I am on the spaceship now." On the other end of the phone, Little Watermelon did not show much emotion. She just muttered in a childish tone, "I haven't been back to my hometown for a long time." "Brother Sulu, when you reach the Westwoods, remember to go to number 36, Latitude 2 District. That is my home. I have a little white rabbit. I don't know if it has gained weight now. Help me say hello to it." Listening to this cute request, Sulu smiled and agreed. He then said a few words and hung up the phone. Just as he hung up the phone, the heavy alloy cabin door behind him suddenly opened from the inside. A faint blue light flashed through the surface of his sunglasses. He slowly narrowed his eyes and looked at the purple-haired girl by the floor-to-ceiling window in the cabin. The national idol bathed in the starlight, and he suddenly remembered the first time he saw a little watermelon on the ancient bell 3 years ago. Sister Tong walked out of the cabin with a melancholy expression. When she saw Su Lu standing outside the door, she was slightly startled. She bowed her head to signal him and turned to leave. She did not seem to care that Su Lu was interacting with her Mississippi. "Come in. I have something to ask you." The purple-haired girl in the cabin did not look back. She seemed to know that someone was standing outside the door, and said softly. Sulu was slightly startled. He did not know if this sentence was directed at him. After hesitating for a moment, he finally walked in. The heavy alloy door slowly closed behind him. Jian Shui'er, who was in a private safe space, was not like the national idol that people imagined or saw on TV. At least, she was not dressed like that. She had already taken off the girl next door's full-body sports coat. In the warm environment of the spaceship, she wore a knitted hemp shirt. The fabric was very loose and casual, covering the young girl's body, but couldn't cover her bare legs and the pair of soft white cotton socks on her feet. She had been kneeling on the chair, holding her chin and quietly looking at the stars outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The faint silver light of the stars shone through the window, gently caressing her hair, clothes, and every curve of her youthful body. It was like a moonlight halo. Sulu silently walked 3 meters behind her and stopped. The scene in front of him was like an oil painting. The girl was the protagonist in the oil painting. Although she did not deliberately charm anyone, she was destined to charm the world. For him, the visual impact of this close distance made him not dare to take another step forward. The national idol in the starlight slowly turned around after a long silence. She looked at Su Lu seriously and slightly angrily said, Chapter 379. The fashion emperor of the Federation, the absolute dominator of Hong Kong's perfume-filled streets, Mr. Lanford, had once expressed to the media indignantly that it was fortunate that Jianshi only wore her student uniform or the dark blue Federal Fleet female officer uniform on TV. Based on her usual fashion sense, she should definitely be thrown into a space garbage disposal pod, never to be seen by anyone. But on the day of his speech, Mr. Lanford personally called the reporters and sent them red wine, sincerely requesting that his speech not be published in the newspapers. This was because he began to regret it when he woke up. Aside from some unspeakable pressure, this fashion emperor had to admit that he greatly admired Jianshu's straightforward personality and infinite charm on TV. Most importantly, even if the national idol wore bright red bloomers and a green double-curtain tight skirt, as long as her flawless, beautiful face and that head of slightly fluffy purple hair were not covered, it was enough to attract anyone's attention. She was born with a clear face, so why did she need the so-called fashion sense to carve it? Su Lun never read fashion magazines, so he did not know that the Federation's fashion circle hated this national idol for her incompetence, sighed helplessly at her natural gemstone-like brilliance, and felt deeply moved. But when he saw the girl under the starlight looking back, he suddenly had the same feeling. The girl's nose was straight, her lips were soft, her eyes were bright, and her eyelashes were long and thin. When she blinked, it was as if she wanted to soften everyone's heart. Although she was already in her 20s and was no longer the pure and innocent little girl who made thousands of uncles crazy when she first appeared on Channel 23, she had just entered the most charming stage of a young girl. Her body was wrapped in a coarse woven hemp garment, and her tender, white, round legs were exposed, exuding a heart-stopping beauty. Beauty was everywhere and not rare, but every description of every detail, every kind of praise when it came to this girl was close to a miracle. Not to mention, her head of purple hair was soft when it should be, and vigorous when it should be. The expression on her moving face was innocent when it should be, and angry when it should be. Every little curve of her wrinkled face was so soul-stirring. As the saying goes, appropriate anger, appropriate joy, appropriate light makeup, appropriate heavy makeup. It was probably referring to her. This was a person who possessed all the spirit of creation and made people feel close to her. She should only appear in the imagination of humans or in cartoons drawn based on their imagination. but she appeared on the screen at the age of 12 and caused countless waves in the Federation. In the boring life of the Eastwoods region, Jian Shuai was the greatest spiritual sustenance for all the unemployed miners and orphans. Their feelings for her were much deeper than those of the average citizen of the Federation. Sulu had clearly come into contact with her more than a year ago, but when he saw this scene, he saw the girl in the starlight looking back at him indifferently, with a trace of anger in her eyes and a circle of extremely cute wrinkles on her brows. His heart buzzed, crushed by some kind of numbness, as if it was going to stop beating. He was completely unable to react. In front of the girl in the oil painting, even the thickest nerves would short-circuit. In front of this girl in the oil painting, even the most powerful first-order machine would stop operating in front of such a faint gaze. After 7 seconds of silence, Su Li's mind suddenly recalled what Jian Shuai had said. His heart, which was about to return to normal, once again exploded. Blind date. When Su Lu encountered a critical moment, he always habitually narrowed his eyes, letting his eyes shine, and then said some dirty words. But today, he suddenly encountered a great stimulation, which was very different from his usual interest. Even his voice was so sharp that it changed a little bit. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the girl in the chair 3 meters away in disbelief. His tongue was stiff as if it had been electrocuted, and he shouted vaguely, "Fuck! What?" Jian Shuai obviously did not regard herself as the so-called leader of the Jade Girls sect. Her hands tightly grasped the back of the rotating chair, and she stared at Su Lu without showing any weakness. She angrily puffed up her pink cheeks, knitted her eyebrows, and repeated, "Blind date." Su Lu took off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose with the fastest speed and rubbed his eyebrows hard to make sure that he was not in the wonderful dark dream that the old woman had woven. The big star in front of him would not be so bored as to use this kind of thing to tease him. Standing in the same place, he only felt that his scalp was numb, and he did not know what was going on at all. "You don't know?" Jian Shuai slightly lowered her head to look at him, trying to nail Su Lu to the wall with 2 vicious eyes. However, her eyelashes were too long, and her eyes were too bright and soft. Although she was not shy when she lowered her head, she looked more cute. "I don't know." Su Lu felt that his lips were a little dry. He stared blankly at the girl in the chair close to him, licked his lips, and innocently said, "I don't even know what you were talking about." It was quiet in the main cabin of the spaceship. The oil paintings hanging on the walls were all of the previous commanders of the Federal Fleet. They were smiling gently with them, and quietly looking at the silent young man and woman in the cabin. After a long silence, Jian Shuai suddenly smiled. A trace of cunning flashed through her eyes under the fluffy purple hair and said, "I'm just teasing you. You are really interesting. You're already a lieutenant colonel, but you still fall for this kind of trick." Su Lu stared at her blankly. It took him a long time to react, but his mind was still in shock. His only idol would also make such a boring and somewhat embarrassing joke. He seriously looked at Jian Shuai for a long time, but he did not find a trace of reluctance and concealment between the girl's eyebrows. He somewhat helplessly shook his head, scratched his head, put on the sunglasses again, and turned around to walk out of the cabin door. Seeing the small-eyed boy walk out of the room, the cunning and teasing expression in Jian Shuai's eyes instantly disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of embarrassment. She quietly squatted on the chair like a young girl's plaster statue, and then jumped to the ground without warning. She desperately rubbed her fluffy purple hair in distress, and quickly walked around the big soft bed, muttering nonstop, "Embarrassing, embarrassing. I've completely embarrassed myself." The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Her beautiful face was full of a slight blush of shame. She jumped on the bed, buried her face in the pillow, and murmured something. After a long time, she turned around, tidied up the messy hair on her cheeks, and seriously stared at the mirror on the ceiling. Looking at the cute but embarrassed girl in the mirror, she clenched her small fists and said very seriously, "Jian Shuai, you are the best professional actress. He will definitely be fooled by you." "Miss, who are you trying to fool?" Outside the room, Sister Tong found that Su Li's expression was very strange when he left. She didn't understand what happened between the two in the room, so she curiously walked in and just happened to hear Jian Shui'er's words of encouragement for her. Jian Shui'er found that the person who walked in was her, so she buried her face in the pillow again and said vaguely, "It's all your fault." "What blind date? That guy obviously doesn't know anything. If I let him think that I'm crazy, how can I face people? He doesn't know?" Sister Tong looked at the girl on the bed in disbelief and covered her mouth. "I told you it was impossible." Jian Shui was sat up straight in anger. She glanced at her and said, "I don't know where you got the news from. I don't even know myself, but you insist that he's here for a blind date with me." Sister Tong walked to the bed and sat down, saying, "Miss, I also went home last time and spent a lot of effort to get the dean to open his mouth. It shouldn't be wrong, right? When has the old Taoist ever told the truth?" Jian Shui'er shook her head dejectedly and said, "It didn't happen in the first place, and now I have to pretend to be some independent girl. How laughable." Probably only in front of Sister Tong would this national girl, who was doted on by millions of people, show such a delicate side. Even though Sister Tong had seen this side of her many times, she still couldn't help but smile. She put an arm around her shoulder and said, "Sulu was able to defeat that little lunatic on Kaki Peak, and he's also a key figure in the MX Mecha. What's even more frightening is that during the last military exercise, I heard that even Du Shaoqing was defeated by him. A person like this, why do you think the Department of Defense didn't send him to the front lines of the Westwoods to fight, but instead sent him here to be your bodyguard, miss?" Jian Shui'er rubbed the tip of her nose, bit her lower lip, and said hatefully, "Maybe it's because everyone thinks that I'm a jinx, so they can lure some people out and then let him kill them for military merit." "Nonsense," said Sister Tong helplessly. "Last time, after the first young master of the Li family married you, that old Taoist you were talking about really liked him. But for some reason, that madam kept stirring up trouble, which is why the family didn't speed up the pace." When she mentioned that madam, Sister Tong's eyes clearly showed disapproval and even anger. Jian Shui'er tugged at her clothes and said with her head lowered, "If you like that bamboo that's soft on the outside and hollow on the inside, then marry him yourself." "The first young master of the Li family is not as bad as you say," said Sister Tong helplessly. "If that bamboo is so good, then why were you so polite to that small-eyed lieutenant colonel?" asked Jian Shui'er with wide eyes. Sister Tong glanced at the deep starry sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window and laughed softly. "This one was personally chosen by that person, so of course he's not bad. Didn't they say that he's the illegitimate son of the old man?" Jian Shui'er sighed and said, "Then if I'm with him, wouldn't it be like the thunderstorm in Schiller's novel?" Sister Tong spat in annoyance and said, "Of course you and I know that those are all rumors. Speaking of which, it's normal for Su Lu to know that this is a blind date. Ever since that meal at the 1st Military Region's residential area, everyone in the family knows that you hate blind dates. This time, he must have chosen a different path. Maybe he wants you two to try to interact more. Don't say any more." Jian Shui'er rolled her eyes and put her hand across her chest to make a pause gesture. She pouted and said, "It doesn't matter if the news you heard is true or not. Since that guy doesn't know, then we'll just pretend that we don't know anything." The girl patted her supple chest and said with fear in her eyes, "Luckily, I've been in the arts circle for so many years. At least I have some good acting skills." Sister Tong was helpless. She looked at Jian Shui'er with pity, thinking that even Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu wouldn't believe such a ridiculous thing. However, this young couple didn't think about it carefully. With how much the military valued Su Lu, why would they let him be the bodyguard of the nation's girl? This was a long journey to the Westwoods. A single man and a single woman were together day and night. Outside the spaceship, there was a slight breeze and dew on the floor-to-ceiling window. It wasn't a blind date, but it was better than a blind date. Chapter 380. Sulu walked out of the room with his head lowered. He gave instructions to the members of Team 7 who were guarding the exit. He then left the core area through the spaceship's quiet tunnel and went straight to the lower level of the spaceship. This was the newest second-level spaceship of the Federal Fleet. Because it had not yet entered the battlefield, Although this was not its maiden voyage, it still had not been officially named. The interior of the spaceship was extremely spacious, but the living quarters occupied a limited amount of space. Sulu circled the gangway 3 times before he reached the bottom. Stepping on the hard composite floor, he tried his best to take a deep breath before he walked forward. There were quite a lot of people in the resting area. Other than the members who were on a mission, the rest of Team 7 were drinking and watching TV, killing the boredom of the long journey. The officers on the spaceship who were on duty, as well as the engineers and staff of the Victory Concert Performance Team, were also gathered here. Although the voices of the people were not loud, it was still lively. As he walked through the lively crowd, Sulu deliberately forced a calm expression on his face. It was very unnatural. The others did not notice the difference, but Bayulan was the first to react. She stared at Sulu, who was frowning and forcing a smile, but his eyes were somewhat wandering. She was very surprised. She thought to herself, "You didn't lose your composure like this when you went to kill Macklin alone. You were just upstairs watching the door for a while. How'd you end up like this?" Bayulan signaled Xiong Linquan with her eyes. The two of them quietly put down the teacups in their hands and followed behind Sulu. Sulu waved his hand and shook his head tiredly, indicating that he was fine and did not need anyone to follow him. Bayulan had no choice but to stop and look at Sulu, who was completely different from usual. Just like that, they walked through the lively resting area and walked toward the quiet warehouse. After walking for a long time, only the muffled sound of his hard military boots hitting the composite floor could be heard in the quiet interior of the spaceship. Sulu silently opened an electronic door beside him, walked in, and then quickly closed the door. There was no one else here, so it was absolutely quiet. Behind him was a laundry room, and hundreds of meters below him was the energy control room of the Federation's warship. Listening to the sound of rolling machinery, splashing water, and the low humming of the crystal engine of the warship below his feet, Sulu took off his sunglasses and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He felt that his legs were somewhat weak. The National Girl's proud acting skills in the art circle could not fool him. He behaved like a walking corpse, as if he had lost his soul like an idiot. Naturally, it wasn't because of her joke that hurt his self-esteem. The truth is that the real reason why his legs are weak and he is sweating while leaning against the cold wall of the Sundry's cabin is because he was in the room earlier. He suddenly thinks of what Li Xiaozhu said in the villa in Xiaoming Mountain and Li Xiaodong's weird expression in the autumn wind at the highway intersection. A crazy and absurd idea faintly emerges in his mind. This blind date. I'm afraid it really isn't a joke by a superstar, but this matter is too unreasonable. Sulu stared at the metal junk in front of him in confusion and muttered to himself in disbelief. Could it be that the Department of Defense is also a professional matchmaking agency? For many days after that, the journey to the West Woods on the warship was peaceful. Under the glory of the charter, even the boorish interstellar pirates would not be stupid enough to enter the Federation's star field. 3 days later, the warship finished accelerating in the star system and officially entered outer space. Even the low humming of the crystal engine could no longer be heard. The long journey in outer space was only boring silence. After the staff changed shifts, they would go to the living area to drink a few glasses of wine, play chess, chat, and watch TV and movies to pass the time. In addition to the staff of the performing arts team, the officers and the members of Group 7 were secretly looking forward to whether or not the National Girl, who was doted on by thousands of people, would come down the gangway to have fun with them. After traveling with the legendary Jian Shuai for more than a month, it would be a pity if they could not see the real face of this superstar with their own eyes. However, to their disappointment, since that day, the nation's girl locked herself in her room. No one knew how she spent her time alone in the bedroom, whether she felt lonely or whether she was bored looking at the unchanging background of the universe outside the floor-to-ceiling window. There were very few people who had the authority to enter the core area of the upper layer. Sister Tong and 2 female assistants were in charge of Jian Shuai's daily necessities. Other than that, Only the 3 highest-ranking officers of the warship and 2 or 3 members of Group 7 were allowed to set foot in that forbidden area. Sulu had the authority to go up and ask about the loneliness of the national girl, but of course he did not dare to go. He could even vaguely guess why Jian Shuier locked herself in her room. After passing through the Voidman space passage at the edge of the Upper Forest District, the warship entered full speed. The traces left by humans in the universe became fewer and fewer. Other than the monitoring satellites set up by the Bureau of Proclamation in the distant asteroid belt, everything returned to a rather solemn and beautiful primitive state. Jian Shuier still did not come downstairs. The expectant crowd could not help but feel a little disappointed, but they were not too angry. After all, this was the national girl among the stars. It was natural for her to keep a certain distance from people like them. Not to mention, in the Federation, this female star had always been known for her mysterious aura. During these days, Sulu did not allow himself to be idle. After leaving the security work to Bai Yulan, he was very relieved to wander around the interior of the warship. In fact, it was not accurate to say that he was wandering around, because most of the time he stayed in the top-secret multi-engine control cabin and the warship's control room. He was like a repairman, but also like a curious child, gently touching everywhere, and sometimes even using his nose to sniff. He carried a bag of buns in one hand and an electronic notebook in the other. He stayed in these important cabins of the Federation's warship for a day and a night. Only when he was tired would he go back to the living quarters to rest. He carefully studied the structure and details of the Federation's second-generation space warship, diligently copying and learning. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he would earnestly consult the mechanics on the warship. He even specially applied for a long-distance interplanetary encrypted communication line from the control room of the warship so that he could contact Shang Qiu, who was far away in the capital ring, with the information he came in contact with on the warship, requesting her technical support. The officers on the warship had always maintained a strong sense of vigilance and suspicion towards this outsider who entered and left the restricted area. They did not understand why the captain would issue an order to allow this person to enter and leave the most confidential area. It should be known that the area Sulu entered and left involved the engines, transmissions, and weapons systems of the Federation space warships. These were the most confidential of secrets. This person was only the head of security at Whitewater Company. Why would he have such special authority? The normal officers did not understand why the captain had given Sulu this authority. It was because they did not know that Sulu was originally a lieutenant colonel of the Federation's General Assembly base and also had the Level 1 technical supervisor authority of Nutshell. As an engineer who had made great contributions to the new MX mecha model of the Federation, when he expressed his curiosity about the 3 major systems of the warship, the captain had no qualms about giving him this authority. Fortunately, Sulu spent most of his time in the process of studying, visiting, and researching. Other than occasionally asking the mecha operator for advice, he was exceptionally quiet and silent most of the time. He definitely did not disturb the normal operations of the warship, and his face always carried a sincere and amiable smile. As time passed, the officers and soldiers on the warship had also gotten used to the existence of this strange person. In the database of Professor Shinyulan at the Husk Institute, Sulu had once studied a great deal of material science knowledge. In order to wake him up, the Federal Central Computer had once forced many intricate blueprints into his mind. Now, on this long journey aboard the Federation's most advanced warship, it gave Sulu the perfect opportunity to compare the theoretical knowledge in his mind with practical experience. Of course, he would not miss this opportunity. The comparison between the multi-engine systems of the space warship and the dual-engine systems of the MX Mecha was the focus of his research these past few days. The operating principles and compatibility of the 3 major systems of the warship were also things he was concerned about. The reason why he was so obsessed with studying these things was not only because of his professional instincts as an engineer, but also because of the influence of his childhood dreams. Before he was forced to flee Donglin, he, who had been regarded as a mecha engineering genius by his uncle, His greatest wish in this life was to become a mecha operator under the command of a female captain of a Wazewell warship. Other than that, he wanted to enter the Nutshell Corporation as an engineer. The captain of this second-level Federation warship was indeed a lady, but she was already over 40 years old and had a poker face. Speaking of which, in the cabin on the second floor was the most famous girl in the Federation, the purple-haired captain, although she definitely would not really command a space warship. Sulu abruptly came to his senses and quickly rubbed his slightly hot face. He knew that he had been thinking about the wrong things again. In the past few days, he had often been thinking about the wrong things. A light beeping sound rang out. The soldiers who were monitoring the warship's energy status in the third control room reflexively glanced at the buzzing warning lights. With practiced ease, they temporarily stopped what they were doing, leaned against the wall, and fastened their standing seatbelts. B-1288 countdown to warp. All the visual windows of the space warship were automatically closed by a 3-layer composite panel made of polymer materials and manganese potassium alloy. Following the clear electronic female voices countdown, the normally operating warship suddenly vibrated. This vibration was not strong, but it was more like a massage. No wonder those soldiers were still in the mood to chat about the movie they watched last night while leaning against the wall. Sulu felt for the electronic notebook in his pocket and used his fingers to grip the seatbelt in front of his chest. He narrowed his eyes to look at the black composite panel by the window. He had already experienced this type of warp many times, so it was not new to him, and he did not have any thoughts of fear. He was just immensely curious as to what the three-dimensional warp hole outside the warship looked like. If it were not for those high-strength panels covering it, would he be able to see the legendary, most beautiful, spontaneous energy, ray turbulence with his naked eyes? Chapter 381. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the black, high-strength baffles. It was as if his gaze was going to penetrate them and look into the mysterious and unknown warp hole. Although he clearly knew that without these baffles, his eyes would have been blinded and the entire battleship would have been torn apart, he still could not control the strong curiosity in his heart. Professor Shun once mentioned in a casual chat with him that there were 3 pearls on the crown of science. The pearl on the left hid the flowing nebula, representing the largest scale of astrophysics. The pearl on the right hid the complicated turbulent rays, representing the smallest scale of quantum physics. The pearl in the middle had nothing in it, representing space physics. However, space physics could connect the largest scale of the universe with the smallest scale of quantum. Unfortunately, among the 3 pearls on the crown of science, the Federation had the least understanding of space physics. They only inherited some research fragments from their predecessors and were lucky enough to find the existence of the warp hole in the vast universe. Then they used it. Today, the Federation could accurately calculate all the values of the warp hole's activation and use, but they still could not observe and infer the starting background and the internal situation of this space passage. The Federation's understanding of space physics had always been at the initial stage of knowing what it was, but not why it was. This point could not be compared to the mature hydrogen energy and geothermal energy extraction technology, as well as the epic-making energy transmission revolution of the Jingnome style. In this regard, Professor Shin once had a very subtle evaluation. The universe cannot be questioned, quantum cannot be measured, and space is unknown. After an unknown amount of time, the high-frequency vibration of the battleship suddenly stopped. The gentle electronic synthetic female voice removed the alarm, and the standing seat belts automatically retracted into the wall. The soldiers in groups of 2 or 3 continued their previous conversation about the movie while walking back to their posts, carefully monitoring the changes of more than 80,000 key data in the 3 major systems of the battleship. Suli's squinted eyes gradually relaxed. Outside the window, the black composite baffles had disappeared, and a few lonely stars were suspended in the black universe background. Although he did not have any research on star maps, judging from the star density of this star field, after the battleship passed through the B-1288 warp hole, it should not have entered the Westwoods region. It should be close to the edge of the star field and was still halfway there. Sulu retracted his gaze and looked at the solemn expression of the soldiers in the third control room. He suddenly felt that it was inappropriate for an outsider to stand here. A surge of emotion that he didn't know where it came from made him feel a little tired. He lowered his head and was ready to record his previous thoughts on the electronic manual, but his fingers silently stopped. When he was busy visiting and researching on the battleship, apart from his own professional instincts, Sulu hoped to occupy all the time and energy to not think about the extremely absurd question. However, at this moment, he realized that everything was in vain. No matter what he was doing, in fact, he had been subconsciously thinking about whether that matter was true or not. What made him feel even more helpless was that after carefully analyzing for so many days with the precise logic of an engineer, he had to admit that this matter could not be any more real. Back then, on the hills on the outskirts of the capital of Hushi State, he looked at the purple-haired girl on the portable TV screen and said in tears that he wanted to marry her as his wife. However, that was just the wanton and boring cry of a young orphan. The tears that flowed were just the result of the uncle squeezing the child labor and making him busy in the pit operation room for too long. It should have been 5 or 6 years, right? Who knew that that boring cry now seemed to have the possibility of becoming a reality? Sulu leaned against the wall and lit a 37 brand cigarette. He narrowed his eyes and thought about this incredible life. Although his facial expression was still calm, his heart was already full of tears. The peaceful life of the Federation battleship, as the density of stars in the universe outside the ship gradually increased, was shattered by an unexpected incident. On this day, at 3 o'clock sharp, the members of Team 7, Gu Shichuan and Lu Jiao, were talking excitedly in the living quarters. Previously, when they were on duty upstairs, they faintly heard what seemed to be the sound of an intense argument coming from the room. As security personnel, it was very unprofessional of them to talk about their employer's rumors. However, Team 7 was a combat team, after all, and did not have much professional ethics. In addition, that young employer was a target that the entire universe wanted to see, so Bai Yulan and Lan Xiaolong both remained silent. Sulu did not go to the lower engine compartment to visit today. Instead, he sat on the sofa listlessly. He listened for a long time, but he still did not know who Jian Shui'er was arguing with upstairs and why. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the gangway up ahead. Ever since Jian Shui'er boarded the ship, other than a few people, no one had come down from the gangway. The people in the living quarters subconsciously looked up, thinking that it was probably Sister Tong coming to get the coffee. However, when they looked up, everyone was stunned. Those who were about to lower their heads again to play chess ignored the danger of their necks breaking and forced themselves to raise their heads again. They stared dumbfoundedly at the gangway, staring blankly at that charming purple-haired female celebrity. At this time, there were a lot of people in the living quarters. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were staring at that spot. Even Jian Shui'er was startled, but she immediately smiled at the staff downstairs. Her curved eyes looked incomparably cute. "Sulu, come to my room for a moment." Jian Shui'er looked at the pale-faced Sulu leaning on the sofa in the distance and called out clearly. Then she stuck out her tongue and quickly went up the gangway, disappearing from everyone's sight. The voice that was still floating in the living quarters surprised the people who were already surprised by her sudden appearance. When Jian Shui'er's direct subordinates heard this sentence, they were even more stunned and speechless. They had been working for this national girl for many years, but they had never seen her invite anyone of the opposite sex into her room, let alone in front of so many people. Lan Xiaolong held his chin and stared blankly at the gangway. He asked Bai Yulan next to him, "Is the supervisor very close to her?" Bai Yulan shook her head and said, "I don't know." Sulu stood up with some confusion. He scratched his head and put on his sunglasses. Under the shocked gazes of Jian Shui'er's subordinates and the malicious gazes of his subordinates, he walked up the gangway. Halfway up, he turned around and stared at Lan Xiaolong, who was making a funny face, and said, "I'm the safety supervisor. Of course, there are some important things that I have to talk to her about." Even an honest person like Xiong Linquan would not believe this explanation. If there was a security issue, it would naturally be handled by Sister Tong. Why would the superstar personally come down to invite him? Sulu walked up the gangway ladder. Among the 7 groups of men and the warship officers in the living quarters below, it was unknown who whistled, but what followed was a roaring laughter. I don't mean anything else. I just want to apologize for the joke I made last time. You know, when a person is too bored, they will always make some very stupid mistakes. Jian sat cross-legged on a chair and looked at Sulu, who was wearing sunglasses and pretending to be cool 3 meters away. She did not have dimples on her cheeks, but every time she smiled, she would habitually press her lips together tightly, thus forming 2 charming dimples at the corners of her lips. Under the light, they were slightly shadowed and looked very cute. Sulu rubbed the tip of his nose. Just like those boorish soldiers downstairs did not believe that he was innocent, he naturally did not believe that Jian invited him into the room for this reason. In contrast, he would rather believe that she had locked him in the room for too long and was too bored, so she called him over to chat. Jian indeed did not dare to come downstairs because of the awkwardness of that day. However, she also knew that hiding from each other like this was not a good idea. When they were in the West Woods, the 2 of them had to be together all the time. It was impossible for them to have so much space to play hide-and-seek like on the warship. Therefore, she decided to invite Sulu over to see if he had discovered anything, despite Sister Tong's worried persuasion. This young idol believed that if they did not see each other, the awkwardness would last forever. After seeing each other, perhaps the awkwardness could be removed. Most importantly, on a day like today, if she continued to seal herself in the attic, she asked herself if she was a princess waiting for a warrior. She would be so bored that she would faint. And in the entire warship, there were not many people who could talk to her. Sit down. After all, this is not the first time we have met. Speaking of which, when we were in the 1st Military General Hospital, I helped you once. Why are you still so reserved? Jian looked at him and smiled sweetly. But in her heart, she thought of the time when she sent this young man to the hospital and hid in his ward for several days. Slightly lowering her head, the young girl waved away those memories in her mind and politely asked him to sit down. Then, like a magician, she took out a bottle of Katong red wine from behind her. I'm just a bodyguard. Of course, Sulu remembered what Jian said. Until today, he still believed that he owed this superstar his life. However, there were many things that he was unwilling to say, especially in front of the young girl that he liked very much since he was young. Following Li Xiaotong, Sulu had also enjoyed some luxury goods. He knew that this bottle of Katong red wine cost more than 20,000 Federation coins. However, what surprised him even more was that Jian opened the bottle very skillfully. It was obviously not her first time. Could it be that the famous national girl of the Federation was secretly a drunkard? I've been drinking red wine since I was 12 years old. As if she guessed what Sulu was thinking, Jian leaned back in chair. Her right wrist was slightly lowered as she held the glass of wine. She raised her clear eyebrows and said with a smile, "You know that you're not a bodyguard. After drinking this glass, we're friends?" The young girl's words may have hidden meanings, but Sulu didn't understand. He just sat down in front of her and picked up the glass in front of him. Looking at the red wine in the glass, he hesitated for a moment and asked seriously, "Can I ask you a question?" "Please go ahead." Jian looked at him curiously. "What's the relationship between your family and the military?" Sulu looked up and didn't hide his confusion. Darkness is just the prelude before the dawn. So what if you're called the son of darkness? If powerlessness is a sin, then is strength justice? From that day on, I couldn't accept this fake life. The wrong time, the falsified memories, the life of an animal. The truth has always been yearning for self. Yes, it's not me who's wrong, it's the world. Chapter 382. The Ministry of National Defense had become a professional matchmaking agency, and the newest warship was specially assigned to Jian. From the many details that he had access to, Sulu had long been suspicious of Jian background. However, as far as he knew, there was no one in the upper echelons of the federal military with the surname Jian. There also seemed to be no one in the previous governments that could be suspected, so he was puzzled. Is this very important? Jian looked at him seriously. Although she knew that he was an officer that the military focused on nurturing and had even received recognition from somewhere, the pressure of her birth since she was young still made her a little sensitive to any inquiries in this regard. Sulu lowered his head and looked at the red wine in his glass. He thought that if they were just friends, there was no need for him to know about this. The problem was that for a person like him to become friends with the most popular idol in the Federation, it was no less difficult than Shi Qinghai and Tai Zuan going to visit prostitutes with their arms around each other's shoulders. If it was really a blind date, the girl's family background would naturally be the most important thing to check. He raised his head and remembered that the other party had taken back what she said about the blind date and refused to admit it. Naturally, he didn't have the face to continue asking. He could only silently take a sip of the wine, savoring the light and slightly sour taste in his mouth. He didn't know what to say. The silence in the room made the atmosphere a little strange. Jian Shui'er crossed her legs and leaned against the round-backed chair. She looked at the young man in front of her through her purple hair. She seemed to be at ease, but in fact, she was a little nervous. At this time, she knew that Sister Tong's advice was right. It was indeed not easy to talk about this kind of thing. Sulu was even more nervous than she was. Against the cold backdrop of the universe and stars, he sat opposite his childhood sweetheart like an old friend, gently tasting the precious wine in his cup. What else could it be other than the old saying, "I'm still dreaming, but I'm still in a dream"? How could he not be nervous? Moreover, this young man and woman knew each other very well. Those big shots and those elders arranged this strange trip to the West Woods. Naturally, it was even more awkward. As they drank in silence, Jian Shui'er's rosy cheeks blushed slightly. The atmosphere was a little awkward and ambiguous. But strangely enough, when the two of them valiantly endured this most difficult period of time with silence and clenched teeth, the awkwardness and ambiguity became a kind of catalyst, allowing the two of them to gradually relax and quickly become familiar with each other. "You just asked about my family. I'm actually an orphan. The reason why my surname is Jian is because I was picked up." Jian Shui'er rested her head on her right arm. She looked at Su Lu with her dark eyes and said, "I don't know who my father is or who my mother is. I only know that they died not long after I was born." After saying this, Jian Shui'er herself felt strange. Why would she tell a person she was not familiar with, who might be her blind date, something she rarely revealed? However, it felt very easy to say it out loud. She suddenly remembered that nearly 2 years ago, in that hospital full of sunshine, when she looked at Su Lu in the wheelchair, she seemed to have an inexplicable feeling of closeness. Su Li's hand holding the wine glass was slightly stunned. He lowered his head and was silent for a moment. Then he forced a smile and said, "Then I'm better than you. When my parents died, I could already remember things, but when my poor little sister left, she didn't remember anything." When talking about the most unforgettable past in their lives, but rarely shown to others, the distance between the two of them seemed to be a little closer. Especially Su Lu. He peeked at the face of the girl in the chair from the corner of his eyes. Just like when he was watching a concert in Linhai, he remembered many things in Donglin and his lovely little sister, Xianyi. "I was on TV when I was 12, and then I started drinking red wine. Fortunately, I didn't drink until I became an idiot." Jian Shui'er rubbed her fluffy purple hair and said with a smile, "Otherwise, Judge Hing wouldn't have ruled against the UNICEF that year." Of course, Su Lu remembered this part of the story. He looked at Jian Shui'er's face, which was so close, and suddenly found that he couldn't find any adjective to describe this girl's beauty. It was a little lighter than bright and beautiful beyond measure, but a little stronger than indescribably beautiful. "You are really cute." Su Lu nodded and said seriously. He thought that a real warrior should dare to face a brilliant life and a beautiful face. "I hate it when people call me cute, because film critics always say that I only know how to pretend to be cute." Jian Shui'er pursed her lips, and her smiling eyes narrowed into 2 curved lines. She said, "The problem is that I was born cute. Why would I need to pretend to be cute?" Su Li's body stiffened. He was shocked by the girl's invincible expression until his mouth was dry. He instantly recalled a dream he had once had, the most beautiful dream in his mind. In the dream, He was in a simple primary school in a mountain village. He was walking on the stone path in the classroom for some reason, and beside him was a pretty girl wearing a pair of sunglasses. In the classroom, the national girl named Jian Shuai was playing the accordion, leading a group of tone-deaf children to softly sing a song called Red River Valley. From time to time, she would look out the window and smile at him. The content of the dream was very simple. Su Lu just kept walking outside the classroom, but his heart was filled with happiness and joy that he had never felt before. In the dream, the national girl sat by the accordion and smiled at him. At this time, Jian Shuai was smiling at him like this in reality. Su Lu suppressed the waves of emotions in his heart, looked down at the military watch on his wrist, and waited for the number to change on the screen. Jian Shuai looked at him curiously, holding a wine glass. She didn't know why he was silent at this time. When the number returned to 0, it meant that one night had passed by the Federation Standard Time. Regardless of whether Donglin was bored all year round, or whether S3 was still snowing in the Federation Standard Time, it was already a certain day in the late autumn of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar. This day was very ordinary. In the history of the Federation's news channel, it was very difficult to find any major event that shook the universe on this day. But for the Federation's expeditionary army and the girl in front of him many years ago, this was a very special day. Su Lu raised his wine glass, looked seriously at Jian Shuai, and said, "I wish you a happy 19th birthday." Jian Shuai looked at him in shock and covered her mouth in disbelief. After a long time, she asked hesitantly, "How did you know? If you didn't want to have a lonely 19th birthday, you wouldn't have the courage to ask me to come in for a drink and chat." Su Lu thought to himself. He scratched his head and explained awkwardly, "I know your date of birth, I know your shoe size, I know your favorite dark chocolate fishman, I even know." He immediately shut up and didn't stupidly report Jian Shuai's measurements. Jian Shuai was the most reclusive female celebrity in the Federation. She didn't even accept interviews, and she didn't even have a management company. Naturally, it was impossible for her to report her measurements to the public. This measurement was obtained by a senior editor of a men's magazine after 3 months of tracking the TV series. It was said to be very authoritative. Jian Shuai put down her wine glass in disbelief. She didn't expect that this legendary lieutenant colonel in front of her was one of her loyal fans. Although her fanatical fans were all over the Federation, she knew very well that Su Lu was not an ordinary person. Su Lu finished the wine in his glass in one gulp and scratched his head helplessly. He used the wine to boost his courage, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to say that he had liked her since he was a child, so it turned into a somewhat stupid sentence. "I grew up watching your TV series." Jian Shuai was stunned and couldn't help but spit out the wine. She laughed out loud, but when she found that she had spat the wine all over Su Li's face, she couldn't help but blush. She quickly jumped off the chair, found a handkerchief, and handed it to him. For the first time in his life, Su Lu learned to look at her with hidden bitterness. He knew that he had said something wrong, but what he said was actually the truth. However, facing Jian Shuai, who had spat wine all over his face, he couldn't complain, and he couldn't get angry. So, as a pure man, he could only hold a hidden bitterness. Speaking of which, Jian Shuai had acted as an orphan girl in that family comedy when she was not even 12 years old. Su Lu was only 2 years older than her, which meant that when he was 13 years old, he had started to look at the purple-haired girl on the TV screen, starting a love affair that was countless light years away. After tidying up, Jian Shuai magically conjured another bottle of Katong red wine. She raised her glass to Su Lu and said very seriously, "Thank you for helping me celebrate my birthday." Just as she said this seriously, she thought of the previous scene and couldn't help but giggle again. Su Lu said awkwardly, "Actually, there are people everywhere in the Federation who remember your birthday." Jian Shuai slowly took a sip of wine. Her eyes were unusually bright, and she quietly looked at the small-eyed boy in front of her. She felt that things in the world were really strange. This wasn't a meeting between an audience and an idol, nor was it a movie about bodyguards. She knew that there wasn't much of a difference between her and Su Lu, and he wasn't really an ordinary bodyguard or an admirer. Perhaps it was the effect of the red wine, but Su Lu finally relaxed a little. He looked at the girl and asked with a smile, "Are you very proud of yourself?" Jian Shui'er shrugged. She sat on the chair and stretched out her slender fingers. Her fingertips hooked a thin blanket from the side of the bed and draped it over her body. She lowered her eyes slightly, and her eyelashes moved slightly. She said softly, "This kind of pride is very powerful. Celebrities are actually the most meaningless existence in the universe. As for people like me, they are even more of a jinx." Besides the faint self-deprecation in the girl's voice, there was also a trace of loneliness that didn't match her age. Sulu listened quietly and said silently in his heart, "No, at least you've satisfied the spiritual life of many people like me, like this uncle, like those miners in Donglin who have nothing to do. Tell me about yourself. To be honest, I'm really quite curious." Jian Shui'er finished the red wine in her glass and looked at him with a smile. Her appearance was very moving. Sulu raised his glass in surprise and looked at the starlight outside the window for a long time in silence. Since escaping from Donglin, because of a certain identity that he couldn't see the light of day, he had never recklessly thought about his past. Today, on Jian Shui'er's birthday, did he need to make an exception? Chapter 383. Jian Shui'er knew about the relationship between Sulu and the new MX Mecha, and also knew how important he was to the military. However, she was still curious about many things about this young man, such as the girl who had testified at Parliament Hill and the minister's daughter who had gotten pregnant before marriage. "I thought about it seriously a few days ago." Jian Shui'er raised her eyebrows playfully and said, "You and that minister's daughter have never married, but it seems like no one from the Ministry of Defense has tried to punish you on the spot. Looks like that incident was misreported, or else you were taking the blame for someone else." It had to be said that this national girl would often reveal her lovable side in front of those close to her. But after all, she had lived in the most bizarre circles since she was a child. She was calm when it came to judging people and matters, but she also had a keen eye. In Su Li's mind, the girl in the chair had accompanied him throughout his adolescence, as if they had grown up together. After the initial excitement and awkwardness of meeting the idol of his dreams, that sense of closeness that was deeply rooted in his mind gradually took over. He was silent for a moment, and then he raised his head and said, "About me. This is perhaps a very long story. I don't know if you're interested in continuing to listen." Jian Shui'er did not reply. Instead, she pulled out a third bottle of Katong red wine and filled the 2 glasses on the table with a smile. At the same time, she tilted her head slightly, lifted the purple hair by her ear, and playfully rubbed her earlobes, putting on an adorable expression of all ears. Sulu scratched his head, trying his best not to be seduced by the sight of her slender fingers rubbing her earlobes. After a short pause, he said, "On the first day, I returned to the capital ring. On the bus leaving the airport, I took a bag of puppy biscuits." The story began here. Sulu, who was narrating all his experiences for the first time, slowly and seriously recounted everything that had happened since he came to the capital ring, including the girl with the black-rimmed glasses, the young spy from the Federation's Investigation Bureau, who only liked to smoke number 37 cigarettes and was qualified to enter the Trinity Association, the prince of an aristocratic family who had never eaten scallion pancakes in the Mecha Combat Room of Area H1, and the girl in red who had stopped a black car on the second highway out of the city and cried so hard that her face turned pale. He even talked about the assassination at Linhai State Gymnasium, the creation of the MX Mecha, and many other things that followed. There was no need to keep these things a secret anymore, and he had a need to pour his heart out. In the end, he even vaguely described his escape from Donglin, but he did not go into the details. This conversation went on for an unknown amount of time. The stars outside the spaceship's landing window still emitted a faint light that never changed. The background of the universe seemed to have never changed. Jian Shui'er listened quietly, occasionally taking a sip of the red wine in her glass. She did not say a word, but her slightly narrowed eyes grew brighter and brighter. The lines on Su Li's ordinary face became clearer and clearer. The national idol was not a good listener, because she would never ask, "What happened next?" or "What happened next? What happened next?" She would not cover her mouth and make a terrified expression, expressing endless admiration for this bizarre and magnificent life story. Sulu did not need these things. He just needed to pour his heart out. He needed a quiet, trustworthy, and kind listener. He lowered his head, held the glass of red wine with both hands, and said in a hoarse voice, "When I decided to escape Donglin, the sun was shining brightly that day. There's a lot of dust in the room, like countless insects flying before my eyes. It was also very much like I had contracted the flying grave syndrome. That day just happened to be your 16th birthday, and that evening party was playing on the television." He raised his head, forced a smile, and said, "Actually, the fact that I can remember that today is your birthday has a lot to do with this incident. 3 years ago today was also the day that I decided to leave Donglin." Jian Shuai sat in a round-back chair like a child. The thin blanket was draped over her shoulders, and her bare feet were tucked under the hemp garment. She tilted her head and looked at Su Lu with interest. She heard the trace of sadness in the man's last sentence, so she finally broke the silence and asked carefully, "Are you thinking of someone?" "I'm thinking of an uncle." Su Lu looked at Jian Shuai, lowered his head, and swirled the red wine in his glass. His action of holding the glass with both hands appeared somewhat clumsy. "It was because he died that I had to leave Donglin and come to the capital ring. That is why so many things happened after that. Before the uncle died, he told me not to avenge him, but I had to find out who wanted to kill him. But in the end, I found that the enemy should be a cold machine." He gulped down the blood-like wine in the cup and said with a trace of frustration, "Machines don't have any sense of morality. They just work according to the program coldly. Moreover, this machine seems to have a very close relationship with me now. Do I have to destroy it? Or do I have to make it admit its mistake and cry in sorrow and regret? That old thing does not have tear ducts." If he had not drunk so much, Su Lu would definitely not have said what he just said. But at this moment, a voice faintly sounded in his mind. Why not? This voice was very illusory and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He, who was drunk, did not notice it. Similarly, Jian Shuai, who had drunk a lot of red wine and had rosy cheeks, also did not hear anything different from these words. "I remember my 16th birthday very clearly." Jian Shuai, who had drunk at least 2 bottles of Cantong, raised her arms drunkenly and said, "I'm very happy, not because I can finally buy wine to drink, but because that damn old man of mine prepared a trust gift in advance for my 16th birthday. Here, it's this chain. It looks very inconspicuous, but I'm still very happy." Su Li's emotions were still immersed in the sadness of escaping from Donglin. Hearing the word gift, he thought of the big uncle who had kicked him into the sewer and gave him a big gift, the bracelet that allowed him to escape death. He had drunk a little too much, so he moved over and placed his bracelet in front of Jian Shuai. At the same time, he grabbed Jian Shuai's arm and looked curiously at the bracelet. There was a row of very small symbols on the bracelet. Under the faint starlight, if Su Lu was drunk and still had a much sharper vision than normal people, he would definitely not be able to see it. This row of symbols was the ancient alphabet that he had once learned. "Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take easy song and make it better. Sing a sad song to make the world a better place." Jian Shuai pulled her arm back from Su Li's hand and said with a smile, "So I want to sing. My bracelet also has words engraved on it, but it's a bit old-fashioned, like the stars of virtue." Su Lu poured himself another glass of wine and drank it. Looking at the bracelet on the girl's jade-like arm, he suddenly had a very strange feeling in his heart. Perhaps it was because of many similar experiences and details that gave birth to a sense of closeness. "You sing very well." Su Lu looked very seriously at the girl in the chair. Looking at her eyelashes that were gradually closing due to drunkenness, he said softly, "You're not a jinx, really." Jian Shuai, who had already entered a drunken stupor, subconsciously replied vaguely, "You don't know. All the disasters and deaths have been with me since I was born. I am a jinx." After waking up, Sister Tong finished washing up. Then, with a serious expression, she asked the sleepy female assistant and confirmed that the door had not been opened. She turned around and went back to her room. She stared at her watch as if she was looking at a bomb that was counting down. Then, she ate 2 breakfasts, drank 3 cups of milk, and did 50 push-ups. She sat in her room and stared blankly for a long time. However, she still could not make up her mind on what to do. Right now, it was 4:30 in the morning. She should have been sleeping in bed, but she could not sleep. This was because she knew that the miss invited Sue Lu to her room yesterday, and it had been so long, but the man still had not come out. This fact made her very anxious. However, even if something happened between this young man and woman, it was the result of the tacit consent or even the indulgence of the elders. Should she interrupt? At this moment, Sister Tong could not help but sympathize with the young master of the Li family, who had not even held the miss's hand. 17 minutes passed. For her, it felt like 17 hours had passed. She finally could not wait any longer. If the people on the spaceship found out that Sue Lu left the miss's room early in the morning, if this matter spread, what would happen to the reputation of the nation's young girls? How could she survive in the literary circle in the future? She took out the spare key and opened the door. When she opened the door, she was slightly relieved because the young miss was sleeping on the bed, and the person she was worried about, Sue Lu, was looking at the stars and the universe in a daze by the window, holding a glass of red wine with both hands, and there were actually 9 empty bottles on the carpet in the room. Under Sister Tong's murderous gaze, Sue Lu rubbed his eyebrows awkwardly and walked out of the room. In fact, his alcohol tolerance was not high. The two drank 10 bottles of Katong red wine in one night. Jian Shuier was already drunk. He also woke up after getting drunk. He had a terrible headache. He walked through the core area passage with a dry mouth. In the quiet corridor in the early morning, only his voice could be heard. However, when he quietly walked down the gangway ladder, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. His legs turned to jelly, and he almost fell. The living area under the ladder was full of people. It was not yet 5 o'clock in the morning. People who were supposed to be resting in their cabins were actually resisting the urge to sleep and waiting for something. Most people had even fallen asleep on the sofa. "He's here! He's here!" Someone shouted loudly. The originally quiet living area was suddenly awakened. Everyone rubbed their eyes and looked at the gangway ladder. A spaceship officer stood up and looked at the military timer in his hand. He said loudly, 15 hours, 33 minutes, 42 seconds. From a moment Sue Lu walked into Jian Shueier's room, the busybodies on the spaceship began to count down. Many people even resisted the urge to sleep and want to see the end of this good show. As the time announcement ended, the soldiers in the resting area stood up and naturally opened up a path. Looking at Sue Lu on the ladder, they began to enthusiastically applaud. There were also ear-piercing cheers and whistles in the middle. The applause was warm, and the whistles were everywhere. The resting area in the early morning was very lively. Sue Lu looked at these people stiffly. He was even more shocked to find that not only were the busybodies and the men of Group 7 in the resting area, even the highest commander of the spaceship, Captain Yi Xiaotong, was here in person. This female captain with a poker face was holding a cup of hot coffee. She smiled and raised the cup to congratulate Sue Lu. Chapter 384. Jian Shuier was the one and only national idol in the Federation. She had never deliberately flaunted her purity, but she was a treasure that countless uncles in the universe held in their hands. She was a treasure that they would never allow to be desecrated. To be more precise, those uncles realized that they would never be able to come into contact with this purple-haired little girl. Naturally, they did not want anyone younger, wealthier, or more handsome than them to be able to touch her. Unlike most of the other stars, most of the people in the Federation had watched Jian Shuier first appear on the screen when she was 12 years old. Then, she grew up on TV day after day. They watched the lawsuit that rocked the Federation. They watched her grow from a little girl to a young girl, and then she became the most dazzling existence. This kind of long-term interaction and the feeling of watching her grow up made the people in the Federation subconsciously treat her as a family member. It seemed that no one wanted to see this lovely elf grow up, and they were even more unwilling to think that she would eventually have a love life one day. What comforted countless uncles and aunties was that the national girl had never been involved in any scandals. Since she was 16 years old, Her private life was still mysterious and pure. Nothing in the world of fame and fortune had affected her, and it was impossible for there to be any melodramatic love story. Under such a big environment, countless people in the living area of the battleship had witnessed it with their own eyes. Sulu, this seemingly ordinary young security director, had actually entered Jian Shue'er's boudoir in front of everyone. He had even spent a night there for 14 hours. Looking at the mess in front of her, Captain Yin Xiaotong smiled gently. She did not want to embarrass Su Lu too much, so she held the coffee cup and coughed softly twice. The supreme commander of the battleship had spoken. The soldiers in the lounge who wished for the world to be in chaos gradually stopped cheering and whistling. However, they did not stop applauding. Su Lu rubbed his forehead awkwardly as he walked down the gangway with an uncoordinated body. Jian Shue'er's personal team had already lowered their heads and returned to their own rooms. The soldiers on the battleship and the guys from Group 7 all stood up from the sofa. Everyone deliberately maintained their silence and stood upright, looking straight ahead. Their military postures were solemn as they clapped. It was as if they were welcoming a chief who had come for an inspection, or as if they were welcoming an unparalleled general who had returned from a bloody battle. Being able to pluck the most tender flower in the Federation was no different from winning a great battle. In fact, this fruit of victory was even more attractive. Such a scene would probably only appear on a warship with a dense military aura. If it were any other place, what greeted Su Lu would definitely not be the glorious applause and welcome, but countless murderous gazes and hidden weapons that would take his life from the shadows. However, this kind of deliberate welcome hid a meaning that made Su Lu feel the most helpless. These bastards. He did not look like a victorious general. With his head lowered, he looked like a deserter. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that many people's faces were almost unable to hold back their smiles, especially Lan Xiaolong and Gu Shifeng. Their faces were already red. After going through untold hardships to quickly walk to the lounge, he let out a sigh of relief. He saluted Captain Yi Xiaotong, who was leaning against the door, and explained with a bitter face, "Don't misunderstand." Captain Yi Xiaotong picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. She shrugged and said, "I'm just here to watch the show. You don't have to explain anything to me." Su Lu turned around and looked at the people in the lounge. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't misunderstand everyone." No one paid attention to him. Lan Xiaolong looked straight ahead and clapped with a fixed rhythm. He lowered his voice and said to the men from Group 7, "Although it's definitely very honorable to follow such a leader, but all the good cabbages are taken by him. What are we going to do?" Xiong Linquan was more honest and said, "Didn't the leader say that this was a misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding my ass," Lan Xiaolong said angrily. "Why don't you let me go and misunderstand Jian Shue'er for a night? Besides, didn't you see how lewd that bastard was smiling just now?" Being misunderstood as having a romantic relationship with the nation's girl, Jian Shuer, was the most beautiful kind of misunderstanding. Just as Lan Xiaolong said, any normal man who encountered the situation that Su Lu encountered in the early morning would inevitably feel a little smug in the depths of their hearts, along with an indescribable feeling of sweetness. Although after some reflection, Su Lu knew that this kind of thinking was wrong. At least he did not take Jian Shue'er's feelings and reputation into consideration. However, he thought about it again. If it was a blind date, what was there to be afraid of being misunderstood? The so-called men or boys. During the rest of the journey, the people on the spaceship gradually got used to Su Lu being called upstairs to Jian Shue'er's room, although he did not set such an earth-shattering record of 14 hours. People were shocked to find that the nation's girl was probably really in love. If they were not on a spaceship, they would definitely immediately share this explosive news with all their family and friends. Then, the entire Federation might be in a mess. However, only the people involved knew that the truth was not so. After that night of drinking wine, Su Lu and Jian Shuer, whom he was protecting, did indeed become much closer to each other. However, they were just friends who could talk to each other. They were far from having any romantic feelings. In Su Li's eyes, Jian Shue'er was still an existence that was extremely distant. in Jian Shui'er's heart, this person who was asked to go on a blind date by her family. As long as the word blind date came to mind, the girl would inexplicably feel conflicted and did not want to think about these problems. The storm on the spaceship finally came to an end because of the evening party. Jian Shui'er walked down from the core floor and came to the rest area to have fun with everyone. She even stood on a very small stage and sang 3 songs for everyone. Seeing the nation's girl in front of them, the officers were shocked. They stood under the small stage and desperately took photos. However, they collectively became shy and no one dared to approach her. Then, they heard Jian Shui'er's witty and cute explanation. Only then did they truly believe that nothing had happened between her and the small-eyed security chief. It was very strange. When Su Lu said the same explanation, no one would believe it. Instead, they would think that he was a pervert and hypocrite. Jian Shui'er just said it with a faint smile, and everyone on the spaceship believed it from the bottom of their hearts. Su Lu stood in a corner far away from the stage and sipped his milk tea. Looking at the young female celebrity who caused the commotion on the spaceship, a hint of a sincere smile appeared on his face. With Jian Shui'er's status in the Federation, there was originally no need for her to explain anything to these people. This was a request he had made carefully yesterday. He believed that from today onwards, no one would bother him again. However, for some reason, after hearing that explanation, he felt a faint sense of regret in his heart. After the evening party, Jian Shui'er once again boarded the control hall on the highest floor of the spaceship, causing another commotion. Although the officers on duty could not leave their posts, they could not help but turn their heads from time to time to look at the purple-haired girl sitting in the captain's seat. Su Lu, who was standing behind Jian Shui'er, was even very worried at this moment. If a meteorite appeared in front of them, would no one be able to detect the alarm of the spaceship's central control system, and he would be knocked over? This was a very symbolic scene. Jian Shui'er's most distinct image in the Federation was that of the young female spaceship commander in the dark brown lieutenant colonel uniform. Today, she was really sitting in the captain's seat. If the reporters could take a photo of this, they would definitely be able to exchange for a large apartment in the port city. This was definitely against the Federation military regulations, but Captain Yi Xiaodong only watched from the side gently and even explained how to operate Jian Shui'er. No one on the spaceship was willing to spoil the mood and raise any objections. If I were the military police, I could have arrested you just now. Su Lu looked forward and said softly. Jian Shui'er, who was sitting in the captain's seat, did not turn around. She only said softly, I used 1.5 years to get my graduation certificate from the Battleship Command Department of No. 1 Academy. I'm not breaking any rules by sitting here. The National Maiden's rebuttal had a little bit of pride and smugness, but then her voice became light. It's a pity that perhaps I will never be able to truly command a spaceship in my life, even if it's a retired feather rank. Su Lu was shocked at first, but then he felt the trace of sadness in her words and fell silent. Jingwei 2 was the second satellite orbiting a giant planet. This small planet was not the main administrative planet of the Westwoods region, but it was the most suitable planet for human habitation in the region. The oxygen content in the air was very suitable. Because of the distance from the star and the gravitational force of the giant planet, the day and night were a little chaotic, but the climate was very pleasant. At the edge of the grassland, where the planet shone for the longest time, there was a large manor. It was the ancestral property of the Zhong family in the Westwoods. On this day, at the outer space base of the manor, a handsome young man of about 25 or 26 years old threw away the golf club in his hand and looked at the subordinate beside him in disbelief. He said, You said, Jian Shui'er is coming to the Westwoods? My favorite Jian Shui'er? Why didn't I know? I heard it's a concert for the military. It was arranged by the military. The news just came from the ancestral home. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across the young man's face. He said, Arrange a spaceship immediately. I want to go back. Yes, young master. The subordinate said hesitantly, but it said that Miss Jian Shui'er's team will only stay on the main planet for 3 days. I don't know if it's in time. Of course it's in time. The young man spread out his hands and looked at the star in the sky and the vast edge of the main planet. He took a deep breath and said with great fascination, "I've been locked up in the West Woods. I can't go to the capital ring. Now that Jian Shui is here, of course I have to give her the warmest welcome and let her stay by my side forever." The subordinate wanted to persuade him, but when he thought of the cold and barbaric character of the young master, and that the one in the ancestral home had gone to the front line, he could only keep quiet and began to sympathize with a national girl who was popular across the universe. "Today is Christmas Eve, so I'm going to eat and watch a movie with the leaders. I didn't mention a certain someone this time. You guys are not going to ask me to kneel on the keyboard again, right?" Horizontal. Chapter 385. The Federation Type 2 battleship had the super ability to continuously travel in and out of the atmosphere. The microporous interlayer under the surface of the battleship had a cooling spray technology that turned the water vapor in the air into tiny droplets that covered every inch of the battleship's surface. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sun in the West Woods had just risen. It shone from the west and landed on the surface of the battleship. It shone brightly like diamond shavings. The huge body of the battleship with a crystal-clear surface was like an ancient god that squeezed through the layers of thick clouds in the sky and slowly landed on the military base below. Accompanied by a dull humming sound, a gust of wind as high as level 12 suddenly appeared on the Silin Changfeng military base's number 1 landing platform. The ground that had been cleaned up a long time ago abruptly rolled up countless fine dust. 41 jet stabilized landing gear landed steadily and slowly on the ground, but it still seemed to make the ground tremble slightly. A huge shadow suddenly shrouded the surroundings. The space battleship that carried the crew of the Victory Concert finally set foot on the land of the West Woods after a long space journey. The officers of the military base had received a top-secret order from the Ministry of Defense 2 months ago. They had seen so many space battleships taking off and landing on the ground that they had long been accustomed to it. But when they thought of the national girl in the Type 2 battleship, even they who were close to 50 years old and had high authority still felt a trace of curiosity and gratitude. He was curious about the most popular star in the universe. He was grateful that this big star had crossed the galaxy to come here and worked hard to help him. But because of the confidentiality order from the Ministry of Defense, the officers of the Changfeng military base did not reveal the true mission of the space battleship. Thousands of ground logistics officers and soldiers in the base still did not know who was in the battleship. Otherwise, the base would have been in chaos today. The command room of the battleship finished connecting with the base and signed the relevant electronic documents. A fleet of more than 20 professional vehicles drove down from the passageway under the space battleship. Compared to the enormous size of the battleship, these vehicles looked pitifully small. Sulu got out of the driver's seat of the black car and lowered his head to look behind him. He noticed that Miss Jian Shui was reading today's newspaper. He immediately raised his head and admired the battleship that had accompanied him for many days. The Federation's newest model, the second-generation warship, looked like a giant building block made of countless metal boxes. Because its body was too large, it was anchored on the surface of the base. Its shadow spread out continuously, with no end in sight. It gave off an extremely shocking feeling. Isn't it a little too extravagant to take so many vehicles on a space trip? Sulu thought to himself as he watched the fleet of vehicles leave one after another. He was born in Donglin. Naturally, he knew best how scarce the resources of crystal mines in the Federation were. For the sake of a concert, they might have to use up 2 months' worth of energy from a civilian space navigation company. In his opinion, it was not worth it. The low-frequency humming sound had already ended, and the gales that filled the sky had long since subsided. Sulu stood below the gigantic warship, narrowed his eyes, and looked up. Looking at the Federation's most terrifying gigantic weapon, he couldn't help but feel complicated emotions in his heart. This was his first time coming to the West Force region. In the legends, this was the frontline region where the Federation and the Empire were entangled, where smoke filled the sky, where blood flowed like rivers. However, in the gentle morning breeze of the West Woods, he narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath of the fresh air. His gaze passed under the battleship and looked into the distance. Under the morning sun, on the other landing platforms of the Changfeng military base, more than 10 Federation battleships were taking off. Because they were very far away, they looked like more than a dozen small black dots. Also, the powerful roar of the crystal engines of those battleships could not be heard. However, one could imagine the busy and nervous soldiers on the landing platforms over there. Looking at this tense and solemn scene, Su Lu faintly felt a sense of war that oppressed his heart. Sign this document, and then we will say goodbye. Captain Yi Xiaotong smiled and walked to Su Li's side. She handed over an electronic document and asked him to sign it. Su Lu took it in confusion and looked at the top-secret catalog listed on the electronic document. His body suddenly froze, and then he slowly raised his head. He frowned and looked at the exit of the battleship that was being lifted to the heavy-duty truck platform behind him. He stared at the box that was about to land on the platform and asked in shock, "Why are you giving this to me?" This box was extremely large, so much so that it felt incomparably exaggerated. It could at least fit several armored vehicles inside. The surface of the box was painted with dark green military paint, but it was unknown what was inside. "This is an order from the Ministry of Defense. Don't ask me." Although Captain Yi Xiaodong had a poker face, she was actually a very gentle female officer. She smiled and said, "But I think that the Ministry of Defense must feel that you are definitely the most experienced in controlling it. You want to protect Miss Jian Shui'er well in the West Woods, especially at the front lines you will be arriving at in a few days. With it by your side, you have a higher chance of success." Su Lu laughed bitterly. He thought to himself, the Federation's top-secret MX Mecha being handed over to a concert security director just like that. No one would believe this if he told this to anyone. The Ministry of Defense really trusted him so much. After signing the papers, Su Lu looked at the MX Mecha in the box again. He asked Captain Yi Xiaotong, "Where are you going next?" Captain Yi Xiaotong smiled and said, "After sending you all to the West Woods Frontline Command will be responsible for arranging your itinerary. As for us," she turned her head and glanced proudly at the giant warship and said, "We are going to join the Federal Fleet and go to the Night Scorpion Nebula to join the ranks of those sealing off the space channel. This big kid needs an official name." The rules of the Federal Fleet were as such. Warships that had not been to the front lines and had not made any contributions in battle, no matter how advanced or powerful they were, could not have their own names. They could only have a serial number. Su Lu was silent for a moment, then raised his right hand and saluted the captain. He said, "I wish you all the best at the front lines." "Definitely." Captain Yi Xiaodong calmly returned the salute. At this time, the base was extremely busy. Jianshi naturally could not get down from the black car and caused trouble for the military. She sat quietly in the back and read the newspaper. Occasionally, she would look up and see what Su Lu was doing outside the car. Although she did not hear what Su Lu said to Captain Yi Xiaotong, she knew that Captain Yi was about to leave. A faint and complicated feeling surged in her heart. She waved at the middle-aged female captain through the glass. The main administrative planet of the West Woods region only had 5 administrative states. The victory concert was not held here, but at the more dangerous frontline planet. In the itinerary planned by the Department of Defense, Jian Shui'er and her team would adjust here for 3 days to adapt to the slightly different environment of the capital ring. After that, they would head to Planet 5460. The Department of Defense arranged for them to stay in the Department of Defense's office in the West Woods. The name was very common, but it was the most expensive and most secretive hotel in the West Woods region. The war between the Federation and the Empire had been going on for a long time. This hotel had to continuously receive high-ranking military officers from the capital ring. Whether it was the facilities or the security, it was second to none on this planet. "Are you feeling better?" Su Lu asked with concern. He let the car's central control system automatically adjust the oxygen content in the car and the massage system of the seat. He looked at the rear-view screen and asked with concern. Jian Shui'er, who was sitting in the back, gently lifted the purple hair on her cheek. Although her eyebrows were still slightly furrowed, she did not want to worry too many people, so she nodded softly. Humans had always been lucky in the universe. Before they met the Empire, the colonial planets they developed among the stars were always suitable for human habitation, which made the Creator jealous. Especially the three main administrative planets of the capital ring. The natural environment was basically the same. Even philosophers could not explain this problem. The environment of the main administrative planet of the Westwoods region was also more suitable for human physiology. However, the oxygen content in the air and the planet's gravity were higher than the capital rings. Sulu had been practicing the 10 postures for a long time, so his body had an extremely strong power. Naturally, he did not feel these problems, but for ordinary people like Jianxue, it was still a little uncomfortable to be here for the first time. Although the itinerary was still confidential, Sulu was very careful. Just like when he left the villa on MT Autumn, he and Jianxue sat alone in this inconspicuous black car, while Sister Tong sat in the Silver Fox. He did not really expect to be able to fish in troubled waters, but he always cautiously hoped that if something really happened, everyone would have more time to react. The main administrative planet of the Westwoods region was still very far away from the real front line. Originally, they should not be as cautious as they were now, but for some reason, Sulu always felt that there was a shadow in his heart. Perhaps it was because the Department of Defense had actually thrown an MX next to him, or perhaps it was because, after drinking that day, Jianxue kept saying that he was a jinx. He shook his head, laughed at himself, and threw this nonsense to the back of his mind. However, almost at the same time he shook his head, the car radar next to the steering wheel suddenly emitted a sharp warning sound. Jianxue, who was sitting in the back, was gently rubbing between her eyebrows when she suddenly heard the sound. She could not help but be startled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. There's a small problem with the sound system. I was going to play a piano piece for you." "No need," Jianxue said with a smile. Sulu said calmly, but his eyes were already fixed on the car's holographic screen. The central control system made the identification in a very short time. The alarm was not triggered by a high-speed positioning long-range weapon, nor was it due to the approaching aircraft. Instead, it was due to the appearance of a dangerous high-speed object on the right side of the road. It could be a car that was chasing after the convoy, but its speed was terrifying. The news that Jianxue had arrived in the Westwoods on a spaceship should still be confidential. If the other party was really coming for the convoy, it could only mean that the news had already been leaked. Chapter 386. This was a special highway leading from the Changfeng military base to the state capital. Because countless tons of military equipment had to be transported and deployed through this special highway all year round, the design of the road had an astonishingly large load capacity. The blackened and flat road, the design of the hard cement without the automatic heating structure, and the fully enclosed high elastic anti-collision walls on both sides of the road allowed the design speed of this highway to reach up to 360 kilometers per hour. These two numbers actually exceeded most of the highest level roads in the capital ring. But today, Su Li's fleet was not traveling fast, never exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. On the one hand, it was because there were too many professional vehicles in the fleet, but more importantly, it was because of the existence of the heavy multi-axle heavy truck in the fleet. The fleet was moving together with this huge monster, so it was impossible to increase their speed. Especially when Sulu issued a warning to the members of Group 7 from the Black Car that there was a vehicle approaching at high speed, the entire fleet, under the leadership of the 7 dark green military vehicles, not only did not speed up, but instead slowed down a little. Fortunately, the officers of the Changfeng military base had done traffic control on the special highway in advance. Except for the vehicle that was approaching at high speed through some unknown means, there were no other vehicles on the special highway. Otherwise, they would have been extremely dissatisfied with the fleet that was as slow as a snail. At the same time the warning was issued, the vehicle with the radar warning had already caught up to the rear of the fleet. This was an extended white Duran brand limousine. Not to mention what kind of wealth this style of Duran represented, just the modified exterior decoration was already extremely luxurious. On the black highway in the morning, it was like a group of treasures whistling through the air. Sulu put on his sunglasses again and didn't turn his head to look. He also didn't immediately get his subordinates to react violently. After all, this white Duran limousine hadn't shown any hostility yet. Moreover, he believed that if the other party was here for Jian Shi, they definitely wouldn't have thought that the nation's young lady was sitting behind him in this inconspicuous black car. However, this white limousine roared and slowed down beside Su Li's black car, moving side by side with the black car. At the same time, a voice sounded from the car's speaker. "We warmly welcome Miss Jian Shuier to the West Woods. It seems to be one of your admirers." Su Li frowned and looked at his left hand. The extended Duran limousine was constantly playing a warm welcome speech, and a poem appeared on the ultra-thin holographic screen on the side of the limousine. Yes, it looked strange, but there was indeed someone who had the money and time to do such a thing to an extremely expensive Duran limousine, so that he could write some nondescript words on it. The white limousine said, "You are my rose, you are my flower, you are my lover, you are my concern." Underneath this naked confession was the signature of the owner of the car. "Zichi, respectfully, I hope to meet Miss Jian Shuier today and have a good time together." Jian Shuier opened her eyes wide and looked at this scene curiously. When she saw what was written on it, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She lowered her voice and muttered, "Vulgar is indeed vulgar." Su Li nodded in agreement. This should be a new poem by a certain Academy poet of the Federation. It was not a pear blossom style, but it was better than a pear blossom style, and it was disgusting. But for him, disgust was a small matter, and the vigilance in his heart grew stronger. How did that car break into the special traffic control lane? And how did it know that Jian Shuier was in this black car? "Do you know this, Mr. Zichi?" "No. How do you want to deal with this?" Su Li looked forward and asked. "You deal with it." Jian Shuier gave a simple answer, and then continued to read the newspaper with her head down. It seemed that she trusted Su Li's ability to deal with this kind of trivial matter. Although this was the first time she had left the capital ring, in the short 19 years of her life, she had encountered many strange and unusual things. Su Li narrowed his eyes and looked at the strange car on the side of the road. Through the car's system, he said softly, "The itinerary has been exposed. Now we will merge." The special road out of the base was a one-way, three-lane road. Following Su Li's order, the snake-like convoy gradually separated. Several military vehicles controlled by Group 7 moved to the side of the road, allowing the black car to enter the middle of the convoy. At the same time, 3 military vehicles quickly moved to the back, blocking the white limousine behind the convoy. So did not relax. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the heavy truck not far in front of him that was moving slowly between the convoy. The multi-axle truck was more than 30 meters long, and on it was a large box about 4 meters tall. It looked abnormally heavy. In the entire convoy, only he knew what was inside the box. Although he was Jian Shuiyer's head of security and would definitely put the safety of this nation's maiden first and foremost, that box contained the MX Mecha. The car behind might belong to one of Jian Shuiyer's wealthy admirers, but the various suspicious points still made him cautious. He could not allow that car to get close to the multi-axle truck and pose a threat to the Federation's most advanced MX Mecha. This was the West Woods, the frontline region between the Federation and the Empire. Who knew if there were any Empire spies who could penetrate the light of the Charter? No one knew if there were any seeds of the Empire that had taken root and sprouted here. He had to be careful in everything. The one-way, three-lane road was completely blocked by 3 dark green military vehicles. The white limousine had no choice but to slow down. The driver, wearing a black standard-brimmed hat, looked at the scene in shock. He asked his superior beside him, "It looks like there's a military escort. What's wrong with the military? We're not from the Empire." The middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat watched as the black car gradually disappeared into the middle of the convoy. He could not help but frown. Today, he was fully in charge of the task of welcoming Miss Jian Shuier. Even if he could not invite that nation's maiden into the car, he should at least open a path for the convoy. How could he be blocked at the back? Moreover, in his opinion, the dark green military vehicles blocking the road were just for show. They did not even dare to hang a decent military plate. They were probably employees of some security company in the Capital Ring. In the land of the West Woods, even the most powerful people in the Capital Ring had to be careful. The middle-aged man thought with a serious expression. What kind of person was the young master? Naturally, he wouldn't personally welcome this so-called star. However, if he couldn't handle this matter properly and leave a deep impression in the star's heart for the young master, he really didn't know if he could live until tomorrow. Squeeze in. The middle-aged man waved his hand in annoyance and gave the order. In his opinion, these so-called bodyguards and security companies should know that he represented the family force as long as they saw the Z license plate hanging on his limousine. They would definitely not dare to stop him. Just as the white limousine was about to forcibly overtake the convoy, a soft voice came from the military vehicle in the middle at the back of the convoy. The military is carrying out a mission. All unrelated vehicles, please slow down immediately and do not interfere with the convoy's progress. Bai Yulan gently put down the communicator and stared at the rear-view screen with a pair of daggers. As a person who often did private work in Celine, he knew better than anyone what kind of power Initial Z's license plate represented in this barren land far away from the Capital Ring. However, he was now Su Li's assistant, and no power could make his heartstrings tighten in the slightest. Besides, Su Lu had said earlier that this was a military mission. In a military mission, any vehicle that tried to interfere with the convoy's progress could be killed on the spot. The middle-aged man in the white limousine knew this very well. However, in the land of the West Woods, his family had been in the limelight for too long. They did not even take the president of the Federation seriously. How could he be scared off by a single sentence from Bai Yulan? The middle-aged man heard the warning from the military vehicle in front of him and waved his hand indifferently. The white limousine instantly accelerated. In less than 2 seconds, it was ready to speed up from 30 kilometers per hour and catch up with the convoy. In the dark green military vehicle, Lu Jiao turned his head to look at Bai Yulan and said, "It seems to be that family's car." Bai Yulan looked forward and said softly, "We are carrying out a mission. Do you want me to teach you what to do?" Lu Jiao's heart tightened, and he cursed a few times. Then, he slammed on the brakes and turned the steering wheel back. The auxiliary balancing system instantly entered into position. The dark green military vehicle, under his excellent control, was like a battleship that suddenly fell apart. It instantly lost speed and swerved horizontally to block the special road. The white limousine could not react in time and slammed into the dark green military painting that was swerving horizontally. Although the 7 military vehicles did not have military plates, they were more advanced and powerful than the standard military vehicles of the Department of Defense. The equipment for this trip was personally applied by Bai Yulan. The shell company did not care about the cost at all. The 7 military vehicles looked very ordinary, but in fact they were all equipped with mechanical rams under the surface of the vehicles. As for the chassis, it was made of a super strong alloy chassis. In the words of Master Schiller's absurd comedy, it looked like a razor, but in fact, it was a hairdryer. It looked like an ordinary military vehicle, but in fact, it was a heavy armored vehicle. Unsurprisingly, the white Duran limousine slammed into the rear of the military vehicle. With a loud bang, the body of the vehicle was suddenly crushed and twisted. It looked like a crispy biscuit. It was horrible to look at. Although the speed was only 40 kilometers per hour, such a direct and brutal collision with a trace of primitive ruthlessness still turned this unimaginably expensive white limousine into a pile of scrap metal. "Follow the convoy," Bai Yulan said softly. Lu Jiao nodded and silently stepped on the gas pedal. He drove the military vehicle that only had a few scratches on its paint. During this process, from the beginning to the end, they did not look back at all. They did not care about the 2 people who were covered in blood and embarrassed as they crawled out of the limousine. Chapter 387. The middle-aged man covered his bleeding forehead and crawled out of the car in a daze. He stared blankly at the motorcade that was roaring away. Because he was too dizzy from the crash, his legs were weak as he stood on the road. He did not understand what had happened at all. Although the white Duran limousine was not as powerful as the special military vehicle that Nutshell Mobility had spared no expense to build, it was still the result of the most advanced technology in the Federation. Its safety features were excellent. Therefore, although the body of the limousine was severely deformed and twisted like the fried dough of an S3, the middle-aged man and the driver were not in any life-threatening danger. They were only bruised and bleeding. Fortunately, Jian Shuang's motorcade had been traveling at an extremely slow speed. The relative speed at the time of the crash was definitely not more than 70 kilometers per hour. The middle-aged man was a butler. This butler was a person with a very high status in the Westwoods. He had never been to the capital ring and had never interacted with the other members of the 7 great families. In his opinion, his family was definitely a godlike existence in the Westwoods. He was used to relying on his family to be high and mighty. Previously, when he was brutally knocked over by the other party's military vehicle, he still could not recognize the fact until he crawled out of the limousine. After a long time, the middle-aged man finally woke up with a trembling body. Looking at the motorcade that was long gone, he stamped his feet nervously, lifted the hem of his white suit, and carelessly wiped the blood on his forehead. With a sobbing voice, he called his young master. "You idiot, didn't you reveal your identity?" A young man's calm voice with infinite pride came from the other end of the phone. "You can't even do such a small thing." They said they were on some military mission, but they could at least see the license plate of the limousine. The middle-aged butler said with a bitter face. He could not understand this matter. The conspicuous Z on the white Duran limousine's license plate represented an extremely prominent family name in the Westwoods. Why would a mere Federation star's motorcade dare to use such a barbaric and bloody method to stop him? You're saying that they know who you represent? On the other end of the phone, the young man's voice became cruel and rude. He said gloomily, "A star came to the military, but those guys in the capital ring are so mysterious. Get your ass back here. Don't embarrass yourself. I'm preparing a welcome party in the hotel. I'll give you an explanation then." Standing next to the white Duran limousine that was in tatters and smoking, the middle-aged butler was about to kneel down. He said humbly, "Young master, a nobody like me doesn't need an explanation. I just can't let you be wronged." The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The bodyguards of the celebrity team seemed to be too tough, but in the blink of an eye, he calmed down. No matter how tough they were, they could only kneel on the ground and beg for mercy when they met the people they served. The white limousine caused a mess. Regardless of whether the person who signed the letter Ziki was an admirer of Jian Shu, it at least confirmed one thing. Jian Shu's itinerary, which was arranged by the Department of Defense, had been seriously leaked the moment they set foot in the Westwoods, or even before that. Because of this, Su Lu was vigilant. He did not listen to the reports from his subordinates at the back. Instead, he directly ordered the entire motorcade to speed up. Before noon, according to the charter map, they passed through the ring highway of the capital of Sunset State and arrived at the Venus Hotel by the sea. The name of the Venus Hotel was very cliché, but the extremely conspicuous sign at the front door of the hotel, the dazzling star of the Federal Army, easily drove away all the cliché, leaving only a sense of awe and power, because this was the Westwoods office of the Department of Defense of the Federation. In the past few decades, the Venus Hotel was not only responsible for receiving countless high-ranking military officers who came to participate in the Rotation War, but it also played a more important role. It was the guiding and coordinating organization between the Federation government and the local political forces of the Westwoods region. The motorcade drove into the open parking lot behind the Venus Hotel. Not far away, they could see the clear blue sea water and the silvery white beach through the palm trees. Although there weren't many girls playing in the water under the noon sun, hovercraft could be seen from time to time on the white waves of the sea. The professional sound, lighting, and computer equipment needed for the concert did not need to be unloaded. The professional security equipment on the military vehicles were all transferred down and began to be deployed along the weak points of the hotel's defense. This was a military hotel. Logically speaking, it should be very safe, but Magnolia, who was in charge of the security measures, did not relax. Group 7 had the security authority issued by the Department of Defense, so the hotel's military security department could only watch as they tormented their own expensive facilities, unable to stop them. Jian Shui'er was still wearing the casual sportswear with the hoodie. The wide brim of the hoodie covered her striking purple hair, and the loose-fitting clothes made the girl's body appear particularly petite. Sulu wore sunglasses and walked beside her in silence along a pre-marked path. They walked into the hotel from the back door and prepared to take the direct elevator to the luxury suite on the top floor. Amid countless crisp electronic beeps, everyone went through the Federation's electronic monitoring network's second-level identity verification process. Being in the West Woods, the identity check was obviously more stringent than the Capitol Ring. 7 of the members of Group 7 were under the command of Gu Shifeng to set up the electronic security settings. At this time, there were not many people around Jian Shui'er, so it did not take too long. Everything was going smoothly, but when they stood in the luxurious corridor and waited for the special elevator, an accident that no one expected happened. The wooden door at the end of the corridor that looked unusually calm suddenly opened on both sides. Pleasant music and warm applause poured in with a whoosh. The music suddenly started, and Sulu quickly moved. Before anyone could react, he blocked Jian Shui'er behind him. On his left, Magnolia, who had been lowering her head, also quickly put her right hand into her trouser pocket, ready to throw the beautiful military knife at any time. The rest of the members of Group 7 reacted slower, but it still took them less than half a second to grab the weapons hidden in their clothes and travel bags. "Welcome to the West Woods, Miss Jian Shui'er." An MC's enthusiastic and excited voice came from outside the door. Then the music stopped, and thunderous applause came from the hall at the end of the corridor. Dozens of men and women in luxurious clothes smiled and walked to both sides of the door as if they were lining up to welcome something. Sister Tong's face was gloomy. She stared at the reception officer of the Gold Star Hotel and asked, "What's going on?" Jian Shui'er had originally come to the West Woods secretly. The venue of the Victory concert was far away on the terrifying planet at the front line, so the route and itinerary should have been kept a secret. However, she was discovered as soon as she left the military base. At this moment, they had been preparing to quietly go upstairs to rest, but someone had found out in advance and prepared a welcome reception in advance. If the reception officer of the Gold Star Hotel had not leaked the secret, how could the host of the reception have calculated the time so accurately? No wonder Sister Tong's eyes were murderous at this moment. "Hello, Miss Jian Shui'er. Today's reception is specially organized for you by our friends in the West Woods. I hope you can do us the honor." At this moment, a young man, accompanied by a few elders, walked through the door and came in front of everyone. The young man's face was handsome, but his slightly large nose was a little dazzling. He was wearing an expensive, custom-made garment from the Gu clothing store in Hong Kong. He looked very refreshing. When he saw Jian Shui'er surrounded by the crowd, Jian Shui'er was wearing a hat and sportswear. She kept her head down and didn't say anything. He couldn't see anything at all. The greed and amazement in his eyes gushed out and couldn't be concealed. In fact, this young man, who had come from Wei, did not care to hide the greed in his eyes at all, because he had this privilege in the West Woods. The few older men beside this young master introduced themselves. One of them was actually the governor of the Sunset region, and the other was the vice chairman of the West Forest Region's Management Committee. They were all very important people. The young man smiled and walked in front of everyone. He did not think that Jian Shui'er would reject his invitation at all, because the reception had already started and countless guests were waiting, and the people who came with him were all big shots in the West Woods political circle. Whether it was in terms of appearance or ostentation, Jian Shui'er, even if she was the most popular national girl in the universe, she could not just leave under such circumstances. So he gently reached out and wanted to shake Jian Shui'er's hand in a very gentlemanly manner. It would be best if he could give her a West Woods-style kiss on the hand. However, his hand was gently pushed away indifferently. Sula glanced at Jian Shui'er and saw her slightly shake her head imperceptibly. He did not pay any attention to the young man who was approaching him and directly said to the reception officer of the Gold Star Hotel, I think you need to explain to the Department of Defense." Then he very naturally pushed away the hand that came out of nowhere and was reaching for his blind date. "I'm very sorry. Miss Jinshuaer is tired. She won't be joining the reception." Sulu looked at the people in front of him and said politely. He said it matter-of-factly, and the expressions of the big shots in the West Woods also changed, especially the young man. His smile became cold as he looked at Sulu and said, "Who are you to make decisions for Miss Jinshuaer? I'm the head of security, and I'm on a military mission." The young man raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly, as if he had heard something very interesting. Then the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he said coldly, "Do you know who I am? In the West Woods, someone actually dares to use a military mission to scare me." Behind him, the Sunset Governor and the Deputy Speaker were expressionless, but their eyes revealed the same mockery. They thought to themselves, who in Silen's territory doesn't know that this young man's family represents the Federation's army? "Who is he?" Sulu was startled and turned around to ask Sister Tong. He really did not know the identity of this young man. Sister Tong shook her head. Everyone accompanying them shook their heads, and Lan Xiaolong even shrugged to express his confusion. Only Bai Yulan leaned over to Su Li's ear and whispered a few words. Chapter 388. Bai Yulan had led Team 7 to do some illegal work for the government, and she had also done a lot of private work. They spent most of their time at the edge of the Bermuda sector, so they were no strangers to the big shots in the West Woods who had a wide influence. For people like them who walked on the edge of life and death, if they could not find out who was in charge of this sector, they would be in a lot of trouble. Therefore, on the special highway, Lu Jiao only glanced at the license plate of the white limousine and knew that the troublemaker was from a powerful family. In the past, even if it was a government mission, Bai Yulan would not want to offend these local tyrants in the West Woods. However, it was different now. His boss was Su Lu, so he knew better than anyone else about Su Li's background and temperament. Therefore, he only reminded him in a low voice. After all, the relationship between Su Lu and that family was a little complicated. It was only now that Su Lu knew the identity of the young man in front of him and why he was so strong. This person was called Zhong Ziki, a direct descendant of the West Woods Zhong family. He was ranked second in this generation and was known as Zhong Erlang. Zhong Ziki's father was the eldest brother of Commander Zhong of the West Woods. When he was 3 years old, the eldest son of the Zhong family suddenly passed away. His mother was the only one left, and his only brother was sick all year round. Although Commander Zhong of the West Woods was an untamed tiger in the eyes of the big shots in the Federation, he was very fond of and valued this nephew of his. The current situation of the West Woods Zhong family had always been very delicate. As the heir, Zhong Huiyin had been growing up and studying in the Federation. Most importantly, she was a girl after all. Seeing how much Zhong Laohu doted on this nephew of his, many local forces in the West Woods had been speculating whether the West Woods Zhong family would fall into the hands of this young man in the future. Because of this unspoken speculation, countless branches of the West Woods Zhong family were very close to and respectful of this young man. In this sector, the Zhong family held the economic and military power, and even the Federation government did not care. It was like an independent warlord family. Being highly respected in this kind of family, Zhong Ziqi was naturally successful in every endeavor. In this life, no one dared to go against his will, and he developed a domineering and cold temperament. Thinking of the inscription on the white limousine, Su Lu shook his head. After knowing the identity of the young man in front of him, many of the questions he had after coming to the West Woods were answered. The Zhong family had been stationed in the West Woods for generations. For tens of thousands of years, this family had already controlled most of the military and economy in this region. Whether it was the Changfeng military base or the Venus Hotel, they were nominally managed by the Ministry of Defense, but who knew how many of the officers working there were from the Zhong family? In this sector, there was no secret that the upper echelons of the Zhong family did not know, even if it was a secret mission of the federal military. Therefore, the other party was able to know Jian She's itinerary clearly. In the past few years, Su Lu had been in contact with the 7 great families. These terrifying families did not have much of a sense of mystery in front of him, and he could not feel the thunderous power of the 7 great families like the ordinary citizens of the Federation. Through today's encounter, he once again truly felt the true power of the 7 great families. A random young master chasing after a celebrity could actually get the cooperation of some powerful people in the military base and the West Office to accompany them. They could even get a governor and a deputy speaker to accompany them. The atmosphere in front of the elevator corridor was a little strange. The expensive carpet seemed to have sensed the anger of the West Woods Zhong family after being insulted, and it was trembling in fear. Su Lu lowered his head and listened to the report in his earpiece. He confirmed that Gu Shifeng had already taken control of the Venus Hotel security system and the elevator, and that the members of Team 7 had also finished cleaning up the top floor. He looked up and asked Jian Shi behind him, "You go up first. I'll take care of this." The national girl, who was wrapped in a hooded tracksuit, nodded slightly and walked into the elevator under the personal protection of Magnolia. Several members of Team 7 had serious expressions on their faces as they gripped the strap-on guns at their waists. Although they did not point their guns at the open door, the feeling of being unapproachable was clearly displayed. Zhong Ziki was fanatically obsessed with Jianshe, otherwise he would not have caused such a big commotion today. However, his obsession was not the love of the national girl as a spectator, but the strong desire of a scion to possess all the beautiful things in the universe. However, from the beginning to the end today, even after knowing his identity, Jian Shui still didn't take off her hat to look him in the eye. She didn't say a word and just walked into the elevator silently, preparing to leave. A strong sense of disappointment and irrepressible anger welled up in his heart. He looked at the elevator and said in a deep voice, "Very good. Miss Jian Shui is tired. Go up and wash up. Change into a dress and rest for a while. The guests will be waiting for you downstairs for 15 minutes. I hope Miss Jian will not disappoint everyone. Don't disappoint me." In his heart, the national girl was his goal. As for her identity as a superstar, it was not in his eyes at all. His gloomy words revealed a strong force that did not allow for negotiation. If Jian Shui did not appear at the reception after 15 minutes, what would happen? The second young master of the Zhong family, with the face of a group of dignitaries, made such a threat at the Golden Star Hotel in the West Woods. Anyone with the slightest ability to think would be frightened. However, what shocked and angered the people of the West Woods was that not only did the bodyguards in front of them with guns look normal, even the seemingly delicate idol did not seem to hear him. Her footsteps were normal as usual. Sister Tong, who was the last to enter the elevator, pressed the floor button with a blank face. Through the gradually closing elevator door, she looked at the second young master of the Zhong family, who had a slightly twisted and ugly expression. She thought to herself, "These collateral members of the Zhong family are indeed the rumored bastards of the capital ring. They are so far away from the capital ring that they are too conceited. They did not even know the real identity of the young lady before they dared to come here and make trouble." The celebrities who welcomed Jian Shi at the entrance had already noticed the abnormality of the situation. The hotel's MC hurriedly explained a few words, saying that Miss Jian Shi had gone upstairs to tidy up first. He finally managed to fool them, but most people still smelled a trace of something wrong. "Miss Jian Shui is here to give a military concert. I, Zhong Erlang, dare not be rude." Zhong Ziki looked at Su Lu and said coldly, "But who do you think you are? How dare you stand in my way? I don't care if you work for Blackhawk or Whitewater. In the West Woods, if I don't want you to be a human, you won't be a human." The meaning of this sentence was very clear. Jian Shui was famous in the universe, and this time she was working for the military. No matter how arrogant Zhong Ziki was, whether in terms of influence or other aspects, he couldn't really hurt Jian Shui. And if he was not satisfied later, Jian Shui's subordinates would become the target of his venting. Su Lu lowered his head and covered his ears, listening to the situation report from the intercom system. After confirming that Jian Shui had safely entered the room, He looked up and saw the second young master of the Zhong family and several political bigwigs walking into the hall. He felt that the situation was a bit tricky. Of course, he was not afraid of this playboy, even if he was the favorite nephew of the tiger. He was Jian Shui's security director, but after that night of drinking wine, the relationship between the two had some subtle changes. Jian Shui would definitely not attend this banquet. Would Zhong Ziki dare to go upstairs and snatch her away in public? If this shameless and absurd scene really happened, Sulu didn't mind teaching these local tyrants a lesson. The reason why he felt it was tricky was because he didn't know how to deal with the second young master of the Zhong family. When it came to fighting and killing, he was not soft-hearted at all, but he had always been close to the Zhong family in the West Woods. Not to mention Little Watermelon and that lady. Just a few months ago, Commander Zhong firmly asked the president to pardon him, so he owed him a big favor. Was he going to beat up Commander Zhong's favorite nephew until he was paralyzed? Let me make a call. He took off his sunglasses and stood at the door of the hall, listening to the Zhong family's relatives, politicians, and military officers. Their words were full of ridicule and presumptuous ridicule. His mood gradually sank, and he took the military encrypted satellite phone from Lan Xiaolong. West Woods was too far away from the capital ring, so the phone took a long time to connect. It would take even longer for both sides to synchronize the call. The people who showed up at the welcome reception were all close friends of the Zhong family. The adult men who held important positions in various parties didn't show up, but the ladies and their friends did. After waiting for 15 minutes, the crowd still didn't see the appearance of the national girl. Gradually, their faces turned ugly, and they felt that they were greatly disrespected. In short, in the eyes of these powerful people in the West Woods, Jianshu was just a star. They only showed up out of curiosity and to give face to the second young master of the Zhong family. Who would have thought that the star dared to disrespect them? Second brother, is Jian Shui still coming down? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? A lady from a collateral branch of the Zhong family stood up angrily, her eyebrows raised, and said in a sharp voice. Sitting at the front table of the reception, Zhong Ziki looked at his watch with a gloomy face. After confirming that the time had passed, he took a deep breath and said to Su Lu as calmly as possible, "Let her come down and sing 5 songs. After that, you can serve her tea and apologize. I'll forgive her for her rudeness." In Zhong Ziki's opinion, the fact that a mere star had left countless relatives and officers of the Zhong family of the West Woods hanging downstairs and didn't let her serve them tea and apologize was enough to show his love and tolerance. That's right. Our Zhong family has been guarding the border for generations for the Federation. Even if we don't contribute, we still work hard. We've all shed blood on the front lines. How dare she leave us hanging here? Isn't singing for us a service to the army? An officer said in a deep voice. Sulu looked at the reception and thought that even if Jian Shui'er had no choice but to agree, he wouldn't allow her to sing in this kind of place. Seeing that Jian Shui'er's security personnel didn't seem to hear what he said, Zhong Ziki's face became even uglier. The lady from the Zhong family was even more angry and shouted, "Isn't she just a little star? Why are you so smug? Our Zhong family is giving you face, and you don't want it. If you push me too far, I'll call the soldiers upstairs and drag you down." Sulu raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, he suddenly heard a thunderous roar coming from the main entrance of the Golden Star Hotel's reception hall. Drag your mother's ass. Chapter 389. The young lady of the Zhong family was sitting at the table next to the main entrance. She had thought that she could see the distant sea view and bask in the sun from there. In such a good environment for afternoon tea, she would listen to Jian Shui'er sing a few songs and take a picture with this national girl with a hint of pride. In the future, she would be able to flaunt it to her friends. Look, even when Jian Shui'er comes to the West Woods, she has to curry favor with her first. Unfortunately, her performance was too radical and ungentlemanly. Furthermore, the table she had chosen was a little too close to the main entrance, so the thunderous roar rang directly in her ears. Drag your mother's ass. The shout exploded at the entrance of the Golden Star Hotel's magnificent hall. It carried with it the aura of metal and stone. It was extremely vulgar, but it was also extremely forceful. It shook the floor-to-ceiling windows slightly, and the empty glass in front of the young lady of the Zhong family shattered on the snow-white tablecloth with a buzzing sound. The violent roar still reverberated as a young officer strode in with 3 subordinates. The few of them walked with the wind like a magnificent army. No one dared to stop them. Countless pairs of eyes were attracted to them. The celebrities at the reception were extremely shocked. What kind of courage did one have to be able to shout so loudly? The young officer was tall and sturdy, and his tight military uniform seemed to contain infinite power. However, the facial features on his face were cold and gloomy, with a trace of youthfulness that had not completely melted away. His face and body formed an extremely clear contrast. That was because he was not yet 18. Even though he had the fierce reputation of being invincible in the army, he was still a youth after all. Most of the guests at the Golden Star Hotel recognized his identity with just a glance. However, they did not understand why this terrifying madman would appear at Jian Shui'er's welcome reception. The young lady of the Zhong family was scared out of her wits by the roar. Her face was pale. Her fragile and proud heart had long shattered along with the glass in front of her. She frowned in fear and looked at Zhong Ziki in front of her. Her voice trembled as she looked for the last bit of support in her spirit. "Second brother, to my ass." Madman Li coldly turned his head to look at this boring woman. His brows furrowed as he scolded. "That brother of yours is really stupid." The delicate young lady of the Zhong family looked at the tall and strong military officer who looked like a savage. Looking at the cold, killing intent on his face, she could no longer bear the mental torture. Her eyes rolled back and she directly fainted, falling into the arms of her boyfriend. Her boyfriend recognized Madman Li's identity, so he didn't dare to stand up and say anything. With a pale face, he hugged her and hurriedly retreated. "Madman Li, you scare my cousin until she fainted. Do you think you're very capable?" Zhong Ziki was annoyed at this time. Suddenly, Madman Li came to disturb his mood. He became even more angry and asked, "What are you doing here?" Li Feng's expression darkened as he walked towards Zhong Ziqi. His strides were extremely large, and in a flash he was already in front of Zhong Ziqi. Looking down at the Zhong clan's young master, Li Feng gritted his teeth and said coldly, "What do you think I'm doing here?" Zhong Ziki only felt a gust of strong wind blowing in his face, and then Madman Li's body was like a mountain blocking his sight. Feeling the fierce intent, his body couldn't help but stiffen. He forced himself to hold on and said coldly without showing any weakness, "Who knows what you're here for?" Sulu was still waiting for the call to connect. He suddenly found Li Feng at the scene. He couldn't help but be surprised. When he found that Zhong Ziki didn't seem to be afraid of Li Feng, he was even more surprised. It must be known that in the capital ring, the second generation of the 7 families had always avoided Li Feng. "You're also here for Jian Shui'er?" Zhong Ziki suddenly thought that he had understood something. He sneered and said, "Are you going to stand up for her? This world is really strange. As the successor of the war god, you actually want to learn from the adults and fight for a woman?" When Li Feng heard this, his eyebrows gradually rose. A cold smile appeared in his eyes, as if he had heard something very funny. Li Feng, the only grandson of the war godly Pifu, entered the army at the age of 12 and became the youngest lieutenant colonel in the history of the Federation at the age of 16. No one dared to talk about this inconceivable promotion speed behind his back. On one hand, it was because the Federation respected the Lees of Philadelphia. On the other hand, it was because all his military achievements were earned through real battles. Every change on the epaulets of his military uniform was made by the blood of the Empire's special mecha soldiers. The Ministry of National Defense had done statistics before. In the battle against the Imperial Expeditionary Force and the battle against the Empire's Special Mecha Battalion on the mineral planet near Bermuda in the Night Scorpion Nebula, Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng of the 1st Military Region's Special Mecha Battalion had already killed 117 Empire's ace mecha pilots. Who could compare to such a heroic and valiant military achievement? At this time, in the banquet hall of the Golden Star Hotel, Madman Li and Zhong Ziki were facing off. The relatives of the Zhong family, the politicians, and the officers were very nervous, but no one dared to ask anything. The Zhong family was the local tyrant of the West Woods, but everyone knew the position of this young officer in the hearts of the citizens of the West Woods. After entering the army for almost 6 years, other than the 2 months he spent at the beginning in S2 Mountain Ring, Li Feng had spent most of his military career on the big and small planets in the West Woods. The citizens of the West Woods respected and revered him not only because he was Li Pifu's grandson, but also because he was Madman Li. He was the Madman Li who entered the battlefield at the age of 12 and threw his most precious youth into the bloody and deadly battlefield. He used his blood and sweat to defend the West Woods against the invasion of the Empire. During his years in the West Woods, the Zhong family of the West Woods naturally had to secretly take care of this young genius officer. Li Feng was no stranger to the young people of the Zhong family. Zhong Ziki suppressed the sliver of nervousness in his heart that made him very unhappy and looked coldly at Li Feng. He knew very well that this malignant star in front of him was not really crazy, so he was sure that the other party would not dare to make a move against him. Am I right? Zhong Ziki laughed coldly. He looked at Li Feng, who was close by, and said, "If you like Jian Shui'er, then just say it. Let's compete fairly. Don't play this game with me. I've already told you that this little star is mine. Even if I have to throw away my old shoes in the future, I won't throw her to you." Hearing these words, Li Feng smiled, but the smile in his eyes was somewhat cruel. Su Lu, who had been watching this scene from the side, suddenly felt his heart jump. From this smile, he sensed Li Feng's true anger. He didn't know where Madman Li's uncontrollable anger was coming from, but looking at the forcefully composed face of the second young master of the Zhong family, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. This kid and Lin Dohai could be said to be the 2 most useless prodigals of the 7 great families of the Federation. Li Feng's smile gradually faded. His young features were completely emotionless. He raised his hand and, without hesitation, slapped Zhong Ziki across the face. The slap was loud and clear. The left side of Zhong Ziki's face quickly turned red. He covered his cheek and stared in disbelief at Li Feng in front of him. He didn't know why the other party dared to make a move in front of so many people. Li Feng raised his hand and silently slapped down again. This slap was even louder and heavier than the previous one. Zhong Ziki gave a muffled groan. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he fell onto the snow-white tablecloth. As he prepared to struggle to get up, Li Feng coldly grabbed his throat and held him down firmly. With this sudden change, the people sitting in the banquet hall of the Venus Hotel could no longer sit still. They couldn't just watch the second young master of the Zhong family get beaten up like this. Although the person who beat him had a great background, this was, after all, the West Woods, the territory of the Zhong family. Even the officers who respected Li Feng hurried over. These officers knew how powerful Madman Li was and nervously reached for the guns at their waists. Of course, they didn't dare to kill the only grandson of the war god on the spot. But if they didn't have guns, they were very worried that Li Feng would slap Zhong Erlang to death. However, Li Feng didn't give them a chance at all. He casually took out the gun at his waist, loaded it with a click, and coldly aimed it between Zhong Ziki's eyebrows. He turned around and said to the nervous officers, "Whoever takes one step forward, I'll shoot him. Lieutenant Colonel Li, don't do anything rash." The governor of Sunset State hid behind the soldiers in fear and waved his hands in fear. He originally wanted to support the second young master of the Zhong family and see the national idol, but he didn't expect to see such a frightening scene. Although he was a big figure in the political circle of the West Woods, he was sandwiched between the Lees of Philadelphia and the Zhong family in the West Woods. He didn't have the courage to do anything. Li Feng ignored this person. He looked coldly at the surrounding officers and said, "Throw away your guns. I'll take on all of you by myself." The officers' faces were very ugly. Looking at the second young master who was pressed on the table and the cold military pistol pressed between his eyebrows, they didn't dare to take out the guns at their waists, but they also didn't dare to throw away their guns, as Li Feng said. One person fighting all of you alone, how arrogant was that? These Silan officers knew very well that if Madman Li were to challenge them all on his own, they would still be the ones to be beaten until they vomited blood and fainted in the end. They would still be the ones to be beaten until they vomited blood and fainted. At this time, Zhong Ziki showed a trace of the Zhong family in the Westwoods. Although he was arrogant and unscrupulous, he had learned a trace of his uncle's tiger aura. He was awkwardly leaning on the table, and his eyebrows were in pain because of Li Feng's gun, but he still arrogantly roared, "Shoot if you have the guts. I'll see how you explain to your grandfather." Chapter 390. Just like Su Li's previous doubts, the sons of the aristocratic families and the descendants of the politicians in the capital ring, no matter if they were in Lin Yuan or somewhere else, would avoid Madman Li, who had just returned from the front line. This was because Li Feng exuded the aura of an iron-blooded and barbaric soldier. He never cared about rules and only cared about his fists. However, the West Woods was different from the capital ring. This was the front line of the war between the Federation and the Empire. It was customary to compare the size of one's fists here. The Zhong family of the West Woods was also fundamentally different from the other aristocratic families. The Zhong family had been in charge of the 4th military region of the Federation for generations. Most of the men in the family had been on the battlefield. Although Zhong Ziki never had the opportunity, he had also studied at the West Woods Military Academy. He was not like the other aristocratic families who would be scared and run away like a little white rabbit when they saw Madman Li with his tough military style. At this time, Zhong Ziki had a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead, but he still dared to roar at Madman Li. Other than the legacy of the Zhong family of the West Woods, more importantly, the entire Zhong family of the West Woods knew very well how much they had sacrificed to guard the border for the Federation. For decades, the soldiers of the West Woods shed blood and shed blood. They fought hard against the Imperial Expeditionary Force again and again to bring peace and prosperity to the core of the Federation's capital ring. It could be said that they had worked hard and contributed a lot. The most important thing was that the Zhong family had guns in their hands, so they were confident. Li Feng was the only grandson of the war god, but if he really dared to shoot the favorite nephew of the Zhong family's tiger, he would have to pay with his life in this kind of atmosphere. Even the old man who was on the shore of Lake Feiqing and whose heart was in the Federation universe might personally hand Li Feng to the West Woods people in order to appease the West Woods people. "Why do you want to shoot me?" Zhong Ziki had already felt Madman Li's undisguised killing intent. Suppressing his emotions, he grabbed the gun and roared, "If you can't give me a reason today, I'll still win this case, even if we go to Philadelphia." In the eyes of everyone present, the Zhong family of West Woods was hosting a reception to welcome the nation's young ladies for the second young master. Although it was a little overbearing, what did this have to do with Li Feng? If it was really as everyone had guessed, Madman Li was jealous of the Zhong family's young lady. He had scared the young lady of the Zhong family with a shout and slapped Zhong Erlang twice. Now, he actually dared to pull out a gun and threaten to kill. This was too unreasonable. Li Feng frowned, looked at Zhong Ziki and asked, "You want a reason?" Zhong Ziki laid on the table with his head up, looked at the ceiling, and snorted. At this time, Sula finally got through the phone. He whispered a few words and narrowed his eyes to look at the conflict in the banquet hall. He was worried that Madman Li wouldn't be able to deal with it, so he was ready to go over there to solve the problem. However, he found that Sister Tong had unknowingly walked over to him. "It's very lively," Sister Tong said helplessly. "Miss asked me to come down and see the situation, but it seems that I don't need to." Li Feng held the gun with his wrist and pressed it down again, using the muzzle to press Zhong Ziki's head hard on the table. When he was about to say his reason, he saw Sister Tong from the corner of his eye. He saw Sister Tong slightly frown and shake her head. The tiger of the Zhong family had always taken care of Li Feng, so he couldn't really kill Zhong Ziki. However, at this time, when he was about to say his reason, Sister Tong shook her head to express someone's attitude. Li Feng frowned and suddenly thought of the words he heard outside the hotel. "If I say my reason, what will you say?" He looked down at Zhong Ziki's red face and said disdainfully, "If you say your reason, you'll cripple me." Zhong Ziki struggled for a moment and felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. He said fiercely, "Okay," Li Feng said expressionlessly. "Just now I was outside the door and heard you ask someone to pour tea for you and apologize." The people in the banquet hall of the Venus Hotel watched this scene nervously. No one called the police, nor did they go to the military police because they knew that no one could or dared to solve the problem at this time. In the entire West Woods, the only ones who had the guts to solve this problem were the couple. The man was supervising the battle at the front lines, and the woman was a mother in the capital ring. Zhong Ziki was stunned for a moment before he sneered and scolded. "Are you crazy? Can't you find a better reason to be angry? I asked that bodyguard to pour tea for me and apologize. Is that too much? This kind of small fry is just a dog. If you say that it's your reason to stand up for him, you're insulting everyone's intelligence." Although Li Feng was crazy, he was actually very smart. Otherwise, he would not have become the top genius pilot in the Federation. He originally thought that this reason was not enough, but when he heard Zhong Ziki call him a dog, his eyes could not help but light up. "Very good. Scold him a little more," Li Feng said with a smile, but then his smile sank. He lowered his head and whispered in Zhong Ziki's ear, "You're a country bumpkin who has never been to the capital ring. Before you do anything, you don't even know who this bodyguard of yours is." After saying this, he coldly put away his pistol. Zhong Ziki straightened his body with difficulty. He held his red and swollen forehead and looked at him angrily. He asked, "Reason? If you want reason, I'll give you reason." Li Feng pointed at Su Lu, who was walking towards him, and said very seriously, "You asked him to pour tea for you and apologize. You said he's a dog. His name is Su Lu. My old man asked me to call him uncle. What do you think is his relationship with my family?" Li Feng looked at Zhong Ziki expressionlessly and said, "If my uncle is a dog, then I'm a dog too. My dad is a dog too. You mean to say that you think my old man is an old dog too?" When this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. Westwoods was far away from the capital ring. There were many things that happened in the upper echelons of the Federation. They knew much later, and many details were not clear. However, in the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, the youngest lieutenant colonel after Li Feng appeared in the Federal Army. This kind of sensational news was naturally known to many people. They did not care about the MX Mech or the fight between the Iron 7th Division. The people of Westwoods were most concerned about the rumor that was spreading like wildfire. There had always been a rumor within the military that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu could be the illegitimate son of war godly Pifu. Today, Li Feng had said in front of everyone that the head of security was Su Lu and admitted that the old war god had asked Li Feng to call him uncle. Did this not prove the rumor on a certain level? Countless eyes looked at Su Lu. Was this shocking rumor going to come to light today? However, immediately after that, everyone looked at Zhong Ziki because they found that the second young master's expression was unusually ugly. Li Feng looked at him and asked coldly, "Is hitting you a good enough reason?" After a long time, Zhong Ziki recovered from his shock. He was furious. How could he have thought that he would be connected to the Lees of Philadelphia just because he casually scolded a head of security? In all honesty, even if he was given 10,000 guts, he would not dare to say that war godly Pifu was an old dog in front of so many people. He did not hesitate. He glared fiercely at Su Lu, spat, and said, "Today, I've been tricked by you uncle and nephew. Madman Li, if you really want to cripple me, you can do it." Li Feng's previous rage had nothing to do with Su Lu. He had not yet vented the anger in his heart. Thinking of the words, "used shoes celebrity," his smile became colder. He said, "How would I dare to cripple you? It shouldn't be a problem to make you unconscious for a few days." After saying this, the young lieutenant colonel silently flipped his iron elbow. It whistled up and hit Zhong Ziki's forehead. With a muffled sound, blood splattered. The second young master of the Zhong family did not even make a sound before he fell to the ground unconscious. With a flip of the iron elbow, the scene was once again in chaos. The older female members of the Zhong family screamed and cursed Madman Li from afar. They knew that Madman Li was famous for not hitting women. Although they were still afraid, they would not stop cursing. The officers of the West Woods numbly carried the unconscious Zhong Ziki away. After a quick check, they knew that the second young master was fine. They thought to themselves that they had seen something new today. The second young master was actually bullied to the point that he could only take a beating, and they could actually see the illegitimate son of the war god with their own eyes. The scene was chaotic. Sula narrowed his eyes at the scene and could not help but feel that Madman Li was indeed a fierce child. The matter had clearly been resolved, but he still had to hit someone with his elbow. However, he was puzzled. Madman Li would never stand up for him. So where did his anger come from? He walked to the top of the stage, politely took the microphone from the dumbfounded MC, and then attached his phone to the microphone. On the phone, Madame Zhong's indifferent and dignified voice was played out by the speaker, and immediately the chaos in the hall was cleared up. I've heard everything. From today onwards, second young master does not need to return to Jingwei. He will be grounded in the old house until the commander returns from the front line. Madame Zhong was on the capital ring, thousands of kilometers away. She said to her family members in a deep voice, "Don't you all have too much time on your hands? How dare you mess around with him? Get the hell back." Su Lu hung up the phone, nodded to the dumbfounded Zhong family members in the audience, and then stepped off the stage. Su Lu finally saw the power of the gentle Madame Zhong in the family. It was just a phone call, and the proud and angry Zhong family members in the banquet hall were suddenly frightened. They did not dare to cause any more trouble and scattered like birds and animals. Finally, the Venus Hotel was quiet again. "Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm standing up for you." Li Feng looked straight ahead and said coldly, "I am just looking for a reason to vent my anger." "Yes, but you haven't called me uncle yet," Su Lu said seriously. Sister Tong smiled on the side. Li Feng's face was a little ugly, but he did not want to say anything else. When they reached the top floor, Sister Tong naturally invited Li Feng into the suite where Jianshe was. Su Lu frowned slightly. He did not want to follow in, but he could not suppress the doubt in his heart and followed behind. Li Feng looked at the purple-haired girl by the window and strode forward. With a clap, he stood at attention and performed a proper military salute. He loudly said, "Commander Li Feng. Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng greets Annie." Chapter 391. Jianshe sat quietly on the balcony by the window. She wore a blue and white striped cargo pants and a loose red shirt. She looked as comfortable as a girl next door. The suite was very large. The darkwood balcony was warm and smooth. It might be very comfortable to sit on it, and it should also be very comfortable to read under the sun. Therefore, when the door was pushed open, she didn't even turn around. Her purple hair gently fell down from her forehead as she swept her eyes over the pages of the book. The first time Su Lu saw her up close was in the ward of the 1st Military Region's General Hospital. That day, the sun was also shining through the window. Jian Shuier was wearing a plain dress. She was as beautiful as a young girl who had walked out of an oil painting. Now that he saw the girl under the sun again, he should have felt some emotions, but all the emotions in his heart had long been attracted by Madman Li's words. Other than shock, he couldn't feel anything else. The popular national girl Jian Shuier was Li Feng's aunt. She was a member of the Lis of Philadelphia. Su Lu stood at the door and stared blankly at the girl under the sun by the window. For a moment, it was unknown how many complex emotions and speculations surged into his mind, destroying his extraordinarily thick nerves and the calm calculation ability unique to engineers. When Sister Tong left the room, she glanced at this young officer in surprise. She was fooled by Su Li's calm appearance, believing that Su Lu already knew Jian Shuier's identity. She couldn't help but sigh at his ability to disguise himself on the warship. She only knew that the old war god valued Su Lu, but she didn't know that Su Lu had an intimate relationship with another person in the Lis of Philadelphia. Su Lu lowered his head slightly and followed Sister Tong out of the room. He then gently closed the door, put on his sunglasses again, and stood guard outside the door. However, when he gripped the door lock and put on his sunglasses, his usually steady fingers actually trembled slightly. The national girl sat on the windowsill, her long eyelashes glowing with a charming luster under the sun. She did not move for a long time, looking as if she had fallen asleep. However, when Li Feng stood behind her for a few seconds, The girl reached into the snack belt beside her and took out a piece of egg yolk pastry. She brought it to her mouth and chewed it. She frowned slightly and said, "I'm not an officer. Don't do this in front of me. Isn't that the family's rule? You flew out when you were young, but Grandpa liked you so much. I don't have your charisma." Li Feng took off his military cap and sat on the chair in a well-behaved manner. He looked at the girl by the window and nervously explained, "When my family told me that you were coming, I was carrying out a mission. I just got off the front line the day before yesterday, so I came a little late." There were not many people in the family by Lake Feiqing. Jian Shui'er left when she was less than 12 years old and began her own independent life in the capital. However, whenever there was a chance, the three generations of the Li family would always find an opportunity to get together, especially when Li Feng came back from the front line. What made Li Feng sad was that although the girl by the window was only a year and a few months older than him, she was his elder. When he saw her, he had to respectfully call her aunt. In the family by the lake, the person who was doted on the most by the old man was not him, the brave young man, but this purple-haired girl. Li Feng, who was not afraid of anything, would always feel uneasy in front of his little aunt, Jinsha, due to the habit he had developed since he was young. Recently, the military has made a big move. I have to go back to the front line at night, so I will leave in a while. Li Feng said, "Aunt, I didn't handle today's matter well. Please don't blame me." Jian Shui'er put down the book and turned her head to glare at him unhappily. She handed over the bag of synthetic egg yolk and said, "You only know how to fight and kill every day. This kind of thing can be solved by directly calling Mrs. Zhong. Even if you don't have the face to do so, it's fine to let the old man do it." It was strange that this girl, who had just celebrated her 19th birthday, used the tone of an elder to reprimand Madman Li, who killed people like flies. Not only did it not feel absurd, but it also seemed very natural and friendly. "Didn't you hear the second master's unpleasant words? Fortunately, you're the one who came to hold a concert for the military. The person he fanatically worships is you. If it were any other star, wouldn't they have fallen into his evil hands?" Li Feng sneered and said, "He didn't have time to do anything. Otherwise, I think Zhong Laohu would have to put righteousness before family." The relationship between the Lees of Philadelphia and the national girl idol was a secret. The big shots in the Federation who vaguely knew about this only knew that the two were related by blood, but they didn't understand the real purpose of the military god forcibly blocking this relationship. Li Xiaozhu tried his best to pursue Jian Shui'er. On the one hand, it was because of love, but at the beginning of the blind date, who could say that the old man wearing the small round hat was not trying to establish a close relationship with the most powerful family in the military? Lady Tai knew that after the blind date arranged by Li Jie-du, she went to Philadelphia to meet the old man. She directly expressed her dissatisfaction with the Li family's attempt, because she was the only one who knew the purpose of the Lees of Philadelphia blocking this relationship. "You are alone in the front line. Be careful." Jian Shui'er looked at Li Feng, who lowered his head and ate the egg yolk cake, and said with concern, "You are the only grandson of the old Li family, and these years you have been a thorn in their side. The people of the Empire are cunning and ruthless. In order to kill you, they will do anything. Of course, I know your ability, but the problem is that don't be too brave. Don't think about how many times you have been injured in these years." "I'm fine." In front of Jian Shui'er, Li Feng was more like a big boy who had not completely left his adolescence. While eating the egg yolk cake, he said vaguely, "Annie, the place where you held the concert this time is really dangerous. The problem is that I am on a mission, so I can't stay with you." "It's okay. The old man specially arranged someone." Jian Shui'er thought of Su Lu, who was standing at the door before, and cutely tilted her head and fell into deep thought. She wondered how the small-eyed boy's mood would change after knowing her true background. There is no problem with the small-eyed man's ability. Li Feng wiped the crumbs from his mouth. After thinking for a moment, he seriously gave Su Lu a fair evaluation. "But as I said before, the military has been making a big move recently. I always feel that it is not appropriate for Annie to come to the West Woods at this time." The federal military had strict discipline. Although facing his auntie, Li Feng still could not explain in more detail. Jian Shui'er smiled slightly and handed him a wet tissue, but she did not care. Li Feng thought of the federal military's recent military deployment and war preparations that had not stopped recently. Looking at his auntie's sweet and warm smile, a shadow flashed in his heart. Is the egg yolk cake delicious? On the observation deck on the top floor of the Venus Hotel, Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the blue sky and white sand, and asked Madmanly next to him. Then he took out the 37 brand cigarettes, lit one, and handed one over. I don't smoke. Li Feng rejected the cigarette that represented some kind of peace. After a slight pause, he said with a trace of emotion, I don't like to eat egg yolk cake either, but Annie likes to eat it with red wine. When I was young, I snatched it once, and she always thought that I liked to eat it. Now, every time she sees me, she wants to give me a few. I have to eat it even if I don't want to. I don't dare to disobey her. For some reason, Sulu is only 3 years older than Li Feng, but he always felt that his mentality was much older than the other parties. No one in the Federation would treat this Lieutenant Colonel Madman Li, whose hands were stained with the blood of the Empire's invaders, as a youth. He subconsciously felt this way. At this moment, when he heard the trace of emotion in the other party's words, he felt a little uncomfortable. He took a deep breath of the cigarette, and then he exhaled the light green smoke into the dark blue westwood sky. He narrowed his eyes and said, It seems that no one has ever known that Jian Shui'er is Director Li's younger sister. Those who know about this matter are not humans. Li Feng mocked the big shots in the capital ring. His father, Major General Li Jie-du, was now the vice director of the 1st Military Academy. Then, a strange expression flashed across his face. He stared at Su Lu and asked, Did no one tell you? Tell me what? Su Li's heart shrank slightly. Auntie is granduncle's biological daughter. Li Feng stared at him with furrowed brows and said in disbelief, Then Auntie doesn't know that you are granduncle's student? The second spring thunder rang in Su Li's heart. Although he already had an extremely strong premonition when he heard about Jian Shui'er's identity, he was still a little confused and helpless by this news. He numbly shook his head. What a mess. Li Feng suddenly felt some sympathy for Su Lu. Those old guys threw you into a pile and actually asked you to play a guessing game. I really don't know what they are thinking. The answer to the riddle is finally revealed. Su Lu lowered his head and slowly put out the cigarette on the railing. Li Feng was silent for a moment, and then he shook his head and said, I just feel very regretful. If this mess continues, it will become more and more impossible for me to kill you. That's true. No matter what, I am your uncle now. Su Lu put the extinguished cigarette back into his palm and answered softly. Li Feng turned and left. The West Wood's sun shone on the young lieutenant colonel's face, but illuminated a bit of anger and embarrassment. The military vehicle drove toward Longwind Base. 3 subordinate officers in the vehicle followed him around all year round, so they were not afraid of him. They looked at his face and asked, Lieutenant Colonel, what is troubling you so much? If I have to call that guy uncle, I will be full of complaints. Li Feng frowned and said coldly, When I think that I may have to call him uncle in the future, I can't wait to kill him right away. Su Lu needed time to understand the shocking secret he learned today, so he directly went back to his room, took a hot shower, and then sat on the bed in a daze. Jian Shui'er, the national girl who was loved and respected by the people of the Federation, was the relative of the Federation's military god, Li Pifu. If this news was published by someone, it would definitely be listed as one of the top 10 news of the year, or even the most shocking news. For Su Lu, this truth really shocked him. And the fact that Jian Shui'er was his uncle's biological daughter left in the world made him feel even more confused and helpless. There was a light knock on the door. He wiped his wet hair with a towel, forced himself to calm down, and said, Please come in. Chapter 392. While the banquet hall was in chaos, Team 7 had begun an internal investigation in secret. It was not hard to imagine that the Zhong family in the Westwoods knew all their whereabouts. However, the arrangement of Jian Shui'er sitting in the black car was only known to the people in the team. Even this was clearly known by Zhong Ziqi's subordinates, so there was obviously a mole. In less than 2 hours, Team 7 found a suspect, the assistant director of the concert's technical team. This assistant director had come into contact with the Zhong family at the Silin Sector's Interstellar Space Inspection Station. The other party had bribed many details of the team with a large sum of money. Vi Magnolia used some unknown method to make this assistant director spit out all the gray income and was then thrown on a long-range spaceship back to the capital ring. Back in S1, what awaited him was a complete loss of reputation. As for the relevant officer in the Changfeng military base who leaked the secrets, neither Su Lu nor Team 7 could do anything about it. So Vi Magnolia could only send the information to the Department of Defense. The legal department will definitely come up with an opinion, but the Department of Defense's voice has never been very loud in the Westwoods, Vi Magnolia said softly. Sula didn't care what kind of methods the men in Group 7 used to destroy the assistant director's life, wealth, and reputation. Since the assistant director had done something wrong, he must pay the price. He just thought about the people from a Zhong family he met today and vaguely understood why the Federation government had been trying to suppress the Zhong family in the Westwoods. A big family with military power far on the front line was indeed too heavy for the Federation. We will depart to 5,460 in 3 days. Although the military is in charge of the defense of the concert, everyone needs to be alert. That is the real front line. I heard that there are 70,000 Imperial Expeditionary Force hidden in the mountains of the Northern Hemisphere. Su Li's heart was also heavy. He put the wet towel beside him and looked at Vi Magnolia. We can't let Miss Jian Shui'er get hurt. Vi Magnolia did not know about Jian Shui'er's secret identity, but she sensed the seriousness in Su Li's voice. She nodded and said softly, "The president of the Golden Star Hotel, who is also the director of the Department of Defense's office in the Westwoods, Major General Chiaoda, wants to see you." Sulu was slightly stunned. He looked at Vi Magnolia and immediately reacted. Madman Li had caused such a ruckus at the cocktail party, and everyone in Silin knew of his origins. Naturally, someone like the director of the Department of National Defense's office in Silin would need to explain to him what had happened earlier. Whether the rumor was true or not, at least the federal military knew that Su Lu was chosen by the war god. I'm not used to dealing with this kind of thing. My current identity is just a bodyguard. Su Lu shook his head and said, "Don't worry about the things in the Sunset State. We won't be staying in the West Woods for long. You and Lan Xiaolong should quickly come up with a plan for the concert security. The original plan. I think it needs to be revised. I have a feeling that this concert is not that simple." After Vi Magnolia left, he simply cleaned up the room and cautiously declined an invitation to have dinner with one of the generals of the 4 military regions. When he thought about how he had become a popular person in the eyes of so many people and how these high-ranking generals had to deliberately win him over or get close to him, he could not help but feel a little strange. Just as he was about to continue to daze in the room and digest the shock of Jian Shui'er's identity, he heard a report in his earpiece. The national girl suddenly wanted to go swimming. Sulu was slightly stunned. He looked at the bright sunlight outside the window, changed into a thin black summer dress, and walked out of the room. No matter how he felt at the moment, he had to stay by Jian Shui'er's side and protect her safety. In that sunny afternoon in the hospital, he had once said to himself that he owed Jian Shui'er a life, so he was willing to take Group 7 and cross the Milky Way to the West Woods to protect her personal safety. And from this moment on, he would no longer think about how many lives he owed her. Instead, he would use all his strength to make sure that the purple-haired girl would not suffer any harm. Because she was the uncle's only child. Standing in the quiet corridor and stepping on the soft carpet, he looked at the dark wooden door through the light of the hotel's elegant wall lamps. His eyes narrowed. At this time, should he knock on the door and enter, tell the young girl about the history of the Donglin Revolution, and then cry in her arms and play the show of recognizing her as his relative? Or should he pretend that he didn't know anything and wait to see what tricks the old man was playing? The door was pushed open, and Jianshi, wearing a white bathrobe and accompanied by Sister Tong, walked out. She looked at Su Lu with a sweet smile and said, "Sorry to trouble you." The girl wore a dark, wide-brimmed hat that hid all her purple hair. Large sunglasses covered 2/3 of her delicate face, revealing only the tip of her nose and red and lovely lips. Her bare feet shyly peeked out from under the bathrobe, like a delicate and lovely white flower that had just bloomed. Sulu was half a head taller than her, so he naturally lowered his eyes. Through the sunglasses, he saw a touch of white on the girl's bathrobe neck. He suppressed the confusion in his heart and answered softly, "I'm not afraid of trouble." The main administrative planet of the Westwoods region was usually called the Westwoods Planet. The development of this planet was tens of thousands of years later than the capital ring. From the beginning, it used clean energy. People extracted hydrogen energy from seawater and used geothermal energy efficiently. Coupled with the huge network of wind generators on the northern plateau, it completely met the basic energy needs of the Westwoods. It did not experience heavy energy pollution in the early days and did not pay a terrible environmental price like the crystal mine development in the Donglin region. Therefore, the Westwoods planet had the most famous blue sea and blue sky in the entire Federation. The curved silver beach in the Sunset State was the most beautiful and most pleasant place among the blue sea and blue sky. As the property of the Federation's military, the Venus Hotel undoubtedly occupied the best spot in Silver Beach. Furthermore, an isolated area was set up for the hotel's most distinguished guests. In the past, only officers with at least the rank of Major General could enjoy the white sea and white sand that even the tycoons could not monopolize. However, the national idol's appeal in the Federation was unparalleled. This time, her comeback concert was held in front of the Westwoods frontline soldiers. So naturally, the treatment was different. Because of the previous incident, everyone in the Department of Defense in the Westwoods knew who the National Idol security director was. Naturally, they opened the door wide and vacated the beautiful Bay Beach, forbidding anyone from entering. Countless waves of blue water of different shades moistened the eyes. In the distance, there were white seagulls flying up and down between a few light clouds, stirring up a few lively waves on the calm sea. Jian Shui'er did not throw away her white bathrobe and rush to the calm sea with a bell-like laughter like she was in the movies. She just sat quietly on the beach chair, hugging her arms tightly as if she was afraid of the cold, and slightly narrowed her eyes with a hint of sultry beauty. Sister Tong stood in the shadow of a palm tree in the distance, and Su Lu stood in the shadow of an umbrella. He wore sunglasses and a black summer suit, looking ahead with an expressionless face. But because of this situation, he remembered a certain conversation with Tai Ziyuan 2 years ago at the beach. You can't pretend to be a bodyguard just by wearing sunglasses and standing there expressionlessly with your hands behind your back. Jian Shui'er turned to look at him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I also wear sunglasses. I don't think I'm a bodyguard. Su Li's cheeks were slightly hot, not because he was being teased by the girl, but because he didn't expect Jian Shui'er's laughter to be so clear and bright. She didn't have the restraint of a superstar at all. What's more, the black summer suit you're wearing is Givenchy's new design. To be precise, it's something that the master left for next year. How much does it cost? Jian Shui'er looked at him with a smile. Even the most powerful bodyguard in the Federation can't afford such expensive clothes. So, no matter how you hide it, your small eyes, expensive clothes, and silly smile will all betray your true identity. Most of Su Li's current clothes were bought by Tai Ziyuan and Li Xiaotong, who pitted him for not knowing about the world and sent him to his apartment. Some of them were bought by Secretary Bai, who didn't know about the material of these brands. Naturally, he didn't know that this seemingly ordinary black summer dress was expensive enough to expose his identity. I heard that you don't know much about so-called fashion, Su Lu said with a smile. My real name is Jian Muzi. Without any warning, Jian Shui'er took off her large sunglasses. The sea breeze caressed the girl's beautiful face and her delicate cheeks. She looked at Su Lu and said with a smile, I didn't want to lie to you that night. My parents are indeed long dead. I don't even know who they are. Muzi is Li. I was brought back to the Li family by the old man, so I'm called Jian Muzi. She smiled and added, The old man is the old man you were talking about. Su Lu was silent. The sunglasses reflected the clear blue sky and white sand. Jian Shui'er narrowed her eyes. She didn't know what he was thinking. She said softly, "I hope my story won't shock you too much." Sulu slowly took off his sunglasses and looked at the girl in the chair with a smile. He vaguely understood why, when he rarely saw her, other than the joy of seeing his dream idol, he also felt a sense of familial closeness. It was because of the blood flowing in her body. "I also want to tell you a story. I hope you won't be too surprised." "What story?" Jian Shui'er asked curiously. "A story about your father." Jian Shui'er gradually opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered softly in the sea breeze. "Your father was my teacher. I grew up with him in Donglin." Su Li's eyes gradually narrowed. His thoughts returned to a long time ago. That decaying planet, that shabby repair shop, that mine full of stray cats, those raging bulls, that uncle with a backpack full of repair tools. "I've been writing too much for the past few days. Apart from Christmas Eve, I've always been writing at 3. Silly Cat is unprecedentedly diligent. I'm not complaining about being tired, nor am I complaining because I'm really not tired at all. It's not hard at all. I've already thought of the plot. It's just that I'm a little tired of writing. It's like eating too much fat every day and wanting to vomit. I'm not pregnant, so don't worry. Last time, I promised to write at 3 chapters every 8 days. Now, I've only completed 6. Before the end of this month, I'll definitely write at 3 chapters every 8 days. Tonight, I'll clean up the outline and plot a little more. Then, I'll clear my head and chase away all the greasy words. I'll grab some clarity from the air and stuff it back in. Tomorrow, I'll continue to be invincible. Ugly girl invincible? Tut-tut. See you all tomorrow. Lard has no intention of writing at 3 chapters every night. I'm calling everyone to vote for me after midnight, because the rankings will be updated on Monday. Again, I've only just realized that last week's rankings were really good. Also, I'm in a good mood to get these votes because they're free. Brothers and sisters, please bear with me and support me. I sincerely thank you." Chapter 393. Sulu originally wanted to say that he grew up with the uncle, but who would have thought that it would turn into such an awkward narrative? On the warship, he had once told his story to Jian Shui'er while drinking red wine. However, he wasn't someone who was good at telling stories, especially since the story he was going to tell today was related to Jian Shui'er. He was deeply immersed in his own life and memories. So when he looked at the shocked, beautiful girl in the chair and saw her tightly clutching the edge of her bathrobe, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. How did the story begin? He could guess why the uncle abandoned his own flesh and blood, but he did not know whether he should tell her or not. Should he say that when they were in Donglin, the uncle would go to the sanatorium every week to visit prostitutes while he was in charge of paying the bill? Or should he say that when the uncle was in a good mood, he would take him to sit in the repair shop on Xianglan Avenue and admire the white and tender thighs of the policewomen in short skirts and boots through the floor-to-ceiling glass window? Let's start with the heavy repair tools behind the uncle's butt. Those seemingly simple tools, such as the star-shaped screwdriver, were like a string of proud wind chimes, constantly colliding with the uncle's sturdy and proud, but producing a proud and crisp sound on the other side of the deserted mine pit and the electronic wall. Telling the uncle's story to Jian Shui'er was tantamount to letting Su Lu reminisce about his life in Donglin. He spoke more and more naturally and smoothly, and his slightly squinted eyes grew brighter under the sunlight. They were not tears, but reminiscence and sadness. As he reminisced and narrated, Su Lu understood many things. Why would the indifferent Uncle Feng Yu, who appeared to have experienced many vicissitudes of life, be so fanatical and obsessed with a national girl like the most ordinary people? Why would he hold a bottle of red wine every day and stare at the Federation's Channel 23 just to watch that TV series? That was because he had left his own flesh and blood and could not let his daughter grow up by his side. He could only silently pay attention to the little girl in the Capitol ring in this way, using it as a form of comfort and spiritual sustenance. This kind of spiritual sustenance was extremely important to Feng Yu, so much so that after the Hushi Region Radio Management Committee temporarily stopped broadcasting Channel 23, the purple-haired girl's face disappeared from the TV screen. The uncle angrily ordered him to incite the orphan gang on Clock Tower Street to demonstrate. As one of the most wanted criminals in the Federation, this kind of action was obviously not in line with his cautious style as he moved through the glory of the charter, but it was in line with the anger of a father. The sea breeze blew gently, but could not blow away the dry heat and stifling atmosphere under the parasol. During Su Li's narration, Jian Shui listened in silence. After the initial shock, her expression returned to that of a young girl's tranquility, as if the person Su Lu was describing had nothing to do with her. She didn't even ask any questions. "Uncle, he had his own reasons for leaving you." Su Lu rubbed the frame of his sunglasses. He felt a little sad because of the girl's unusual silence. After some thought, he said in a low voice, "He has always been wanted by the Federation, so he couldn't have been with you as you grew up. When you were in Eastwood, he was actually always silently watching you. Although he never said it, I know he must have missed you a lot." Jian Shui sat in the chair without moving. She had maintained this posture for too long, causing the back of her neck to feel a little numb. She suddenly took a deep breath and asked with a sweet smile, "Last time you told me that you escaped from Eastwood, you also said that you had an uncle who was killed and that you couldn't take revenge. The uncle you were talking about, is it the one you're talking about right now?" The storytelling took a long time, and it was already dusk. The shadows under the parasol swayed slightly. The surface of the sea was quiet. Sula dared to look at the smile on her face and the cute dimples on her cheeks. He forced himself to raise his head and look into the distance with some confusion. However, his eyes were narrowed by the scorching sun that was gradually moving toward the horizon. A girl who had lost her parents when she was young suddenly found out that in the past years, her father had lived on some declining planet in the universe. However, before she had the chance to be pleasantly surprised, she was forced to accept the fact that the father she had never met had long since died. What a cruel plot this was. After a long silence, he opened his mouth with some difficulty and admitted, "Yes." Jian Shui didn't cry. She only furrowed her brows in an extremely pretty manner. She propped up her chin and looked at the sea that was rippling with thousands of golden threads. She was incomparably peaceful, and there was even a hint of a warm smile on her face. It was as if she was thinking about some profound but also very interesting philosophical question. After a long time, she opened her eyes wide, blinked her eyelashes, and asked curiously, "Why is he wanted by the Federation?" "The old man never told me these things. He only said that he had died a long time ago." Su Lu replied, "Your father is the #1 target of the Bureau of Proclamation. He didn't know how much makeup had been applied on the history of the past, or how many black clothes had been worn, but he didn't want to use things that he didn't know to explain anything for the uncle. This was the effect of the same pride in the different temperaments of the master and disciple in the mind. A very simple explanation was better than thousands of explanations. The glory of the charter had never made a mistake. Jiansha hugged her shoulders tightly, somewhat at a loss, and then smiled slightly with unknown emotions. A moment later, she turned around and pursed her lips proudly. She raised her head to look at Su Lu behind the chair, who was using his distant eyes to hide the emotions in his heart. She asked, "It seems that the old man wanted you to come with me to the West Woods because he wanted to tell me this through your mouth." The Federation's god of war, Li Pifu, was the most dazzling star in the universe. He was revered and worshipped by countless people. Even the royal family of the empire, who wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh alive, would always have a trace of reverence when they mentioned him, in addition to hatred. There were probably only 2 people in the universe who dared to call him Old Man. The time when Su Lu had blurted it out in Qingqing prison didn't count. The only people who dared to call Li Pifu that way happened to be a father and daughter pair. Things like blood ties were really wonderful. However, when Feng Yu mentioned his biological brother, he used the 3 words "old man" to express some kind of disdain and ridicule. Jiansha called him that, but it represented Li Pifu's unparalleled love for her and her affection for this old man. "That might be one of the reasons," Sulu replied. Jian Shui didn't ask any more questions. She turned her head and squinted her eyes to look at the sea. Her beautiful and petite face was filled with faint loneliness and sorrow. She was the most adorable and well-liked national girl, but this didn't mean that she wasn't intelligent. In fact, the people from the Lee family were either demons or monsters, or elves that had fallen into the human world. Therefore, she didn't angrily ask the Lee family why they watched as her father was wandered, and died. She also didn't painfully grab Su Lee's clothes and ask him to explain that her father wasn't a bad person, but rather someone who had been framed. This kind of plot was a drama, not real life. Thank you for telling me everything about my father. From your story, I can roughly imagine what kind of person he was. Jian Shui stood up from the chair and gently untied the belt of her bathrobe. She said softly, "In my imagination, his life must be a mess. You were so young back then, and you had to take care of him. I really can't imagine." Jian Shui took off her bathrobe, turned her head, and looked at Su Lu with an extremely serious expression. She was wearing a dark blue swimsuit. It was a conservative one-piece swimsuit, but the close-fitting material exposed the girl's youthful and attractive curves. "I'll give you a hug." She walked forward and gently hugged Su Lu. Her tone was playful but extremely sincere. "Thank you for taking care of him for me and Dong Lin for so many years." Feeling the warmth from his arms and smelling the faint orchid scent in his arms, Su Lee's body stiffened slightly. His emotions were slightly disturbed, but he didn't have any distracting thoughts. He only felt a trace of sadness as he thought of the days when he cooked for his uncle every day and paid for his prostitutes. Jian Shui left his embrace and laughed cheerfully as she ran towards the golden sea. The unpainted waves just now couldn't stop her. Her laughter was so clear on the quiet beach, like a round crystal that had been washed by the sea for hundreds of millions of years. Sula knew why Jian Shui could laugh so happily after hearing the story, but he liked to hear her laugh. They had been together for a long time, and the idol of his dreams was by his side, showing the truest side of her life. The girl's optimistic, cute, simple, and straightforward personality was like a magnet, deeply attracting him. Telling a girl the story of her dead father was a very difficult job. Coupled with the sincere hug from Jian Shui earlier, Su Lu felt a little hot and tired. He unbuttoned his black summer clothes and sat on the chair. He opened a bottle of water and slowly drank from it, but his gaze was always cautiously on the beach. Jian Shui, who was wearing a dark blue swimsuit, had already plunged into the sea like a nimble fish. At this time, the sea was like a piece of raw ore. The surface of the sea was strands of gold, but under the surface was a peaceful and soft blue. The young girl moved stealthily in the sea of blue. Her purple hair had long been swept up by the ripples of the water. She looked like an elf, wearing a princess crown woven from water plants. Her slender legs were extremely tight, and from time to time, they would bounce, shining a fresh and attractive white in the sea of blue, like a naughty mermaid's tail. She was very good at swimming, and her movements were extremely natural as she moved stealthily in the sea. Sometimes, she would dive into the white water at the bottom of the sea to pick up a shell, and sometimes she would reach into the quiet sea to touch the bold thorned fish. The blue was peaceful, and there was no worldly matter, no noise that would disturb her heart and her emotions. She laughed silently in the dark blue sea. Her incomparably beautiful face carried undisguised happiness. However, small droplets of water slipped out of her eyes from time to time and slowly rose to the surface of the sea. Under the illumination of the twilight that penetrated the sea, they were like pearls that kept pouring out. In ancient fairy tales, the tears of a mermaid could not be seen because they mixed with the sea water when they flowed out. However, the tears that flowed out of her smile were so clear in this blue sea. Chapter 394. Ever since the story at the seaside, the relationship between Su Lu and Jian Shui had changed imperceptibly. The awkwardness that hadn't been completely eliminated at the red wine night had long been blown away by the sea breeze. The innate closeness between the two gradually became a kind of reality. Because of the dead middle-aged man, they had a sense of family. There was no need to talk about the subtle feelings between a young man and a young woman. Su Lu naturally regarded the former idol of his dreams as a sister who needed to be protected and loved the most. In the corner of the luxurious penthouse suite, there was a private space of about 80 square meters. The colorful optical fibers in the glass interlayer formed an abstract and incomprehensible picture, making the people sitting in the living room completely unable to see the content inside. Sulu, Jian Shuai shouted from behind the colorful picture glass wall. "Are you coming with me to the press conference in the afternoon?" "Yes," Su Lu replied. "Can you help me take a look at my outfit?" Jian Shuai poked her head out from behind the glass wall and waved at him with a giggle. "Didn't you say that I have no taste last time?" Su Lu scratched his head and walked over obediently. Looking behind the glass wall at the national girl who was looking left and right in front of the mirror, he thought that there were several designers and stylists in the performance team. How could he see anything? Standing in the living room, Sister Tong, who was confirming the itinerary, slowly put down the phone in her hand, and a strange expression appeared on her face. Behind her stood two female assistants who had been with Jian Shuai for 6 years. Their expressions were extremely dull. Thinking of the night on the warship and the bits and pieces of the past 2 days, their hearts couldn't help but beat faster. After swimming at the seaside, Sister Tong keenly noticed that the relationship between the Miss and Su Lu had undergone some subtle changes. It was not necessarily in terms of feelings, but it was unusually shocking. When Jian Shuai went to the capital alone to shoot a TV series at the age of 12, she was sent by the Ministry of Defense to protect her. This was the first time she saw the Miss treat a member of the opposite sex so unguarded. In the past 2 days, although Jian Shuai and Su Lu did not have many opportunities to be alone together, the details of their actions and the strangeness in their tone were still noticed by many people in the team, such as at this very moment. Jian Shuai looked at Su Lu in the mirror and couldn't help but squint her eyes and laugh at him. "Ah, why are you blushing?" The outfit she had prepared today was a scarlet female imitation vest paired with a knee-length plain short skirt. The skirt was decorated with complicated three-dimensional embroidery, which completely changed the style of the outfit. It was just that it looked a little redundant, but what was amazing was that when this purple-haired girl wore it, the redundancy actually became a big piece of beauty. The problem was that at this time, she was holding the top with one finger and did not put it on. Her upper body was only wearing an emerald green tube top. This conservative tube top couldn't be considered underwear, as the places that should be covered were all covered. However, the soft material of the garment clearly reflected the soft curves of a young girl's chest, especially the naked, fragrant shoulders and the slim waist, which revealed a delicate and youthful sexiness. Su Lu had an awkward expression and put on his sunglasses indoors. Although the relationship between him and this superstar was very close, she was still his dream lover. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful scene, his heart would always beat a little strangely. But he didn't expect that he would blush. "Don't peep with your sunglasses. Be careful that I will sue you in court. You know, the Children's Rights Protection Fund didn't even win a lawsuit against me." After experiencing a scene similar to a reunion, Jian Shuai didn't mind showing the loveliness that she usually only showed in front of the people closest to her in front of Su Lu. She often smiled and stuck out her tongue to act cute. It was probably because Su Lu was the student of the father that she had never met before. This deepened the sense of closeness and trust that originally existed. Today, Su Lu naturally knew the truth of the lawsuit that shocked the entire Federation. Jian Shuai hid her identity and went to the capital alone to enter the Federation television station. The elders of the Feiqing family didn't know how to be angry, but this girl cast a clear and stubborn temperament from then on. Her family had no way to deal with her, so they thought of pushing the Children's Fund behind the scenes to sue the Federation television station. With the military as the background, the Children's Fund naturally fought the lawsuit heroically. In the end, even senior officials in the president's residence were sued by them. However, in the end, it was Justice He Ying who declared that Jian Shuai could choose her own life, and the old man in Feiqing had no choice but to accept this point. The general public of the Federation only knew that Jian Shuai won the lawsuit, but they didn't know that she won the Invincible Federation Army God. It was like countless burning suns. Su Li's eyes squinted under the constant flashes of the photographers. He squinted extremely hard as he thought to himself. Behind the photographers was the press conference hall of the Venus Hotel. Today, the publicity officials of the West Woods Frontline Military Command and the guests who came from afar would jointly hold a press conference about the victory concert. The military sent Major General Chun, who was in charge of publicity matters in the 4th Military Region, to express its absolute importance. As for the performance team, as the only protagonist, Jian Shu, the national girl, naturally had to be present in person. Thinking of this press conference outside of the itinerary, Su Lu felt a little strange. The storm 3 days ago could have been settled with a phone call, but under the joint performance of Zhong Erlang and Madman Li, it became a story that shocked the entire upper class of the West Woods. In this case, Jian Shui's itinerary could no longer be kept secret from the public. After an emergency discussion, the military decided to release the specific details of the concert in advance and create momentum. After all, this was a victory concert intended to inspire the morale of the entire Federation and to promote the war with the Empire. It couldn't be held quietly. In the flashes, Jian Shui walked along the corridor and waved to the reporters, which caused a frenzy. It had been more than a year since she left the Federation stage, and not a single media outlet had been able to dig up any information about her. Many of her fanatical admirers even thought that this national girl might quit the entertainment industry. They were so sad that they couldn't help themselves. Who would have thought that she would suddenly appear in the West Woods and announce that she would be holding a comeback concert soon? Of course, it attracted the attention of countless news reporters. Naturally, the reporters from the Capitol Ring couldn't make it. Most of the reporters present today were military reporters, and they didn't expect to be so lucky. It should be known that the name of the national girl represented ratings and news effect, whether it was the long-lasting lawsuit, the 2 concerts that were accompanied by explosions, or her every appearance. There was a saying that it was often difficult for a girl star to control the stage, but Jian Shui was obviously an exception. She was calm and gentle, and showed the most beautiful side of a star. But no one would have thought that at this time, she was asking, "What time is the spaceship taking off? Is the West Woods roast lamb leg that you promised to treat me in time?" In the cameras of the reporters, the national girl's lips were slightly open, revealing her white teeth. Her smile was exceptionally bright, and no one thought of the question that she was thinking at this time. The expressions of the people around her were slightly strange, but they heard this sentence and guessed who she was talking to. They all looked at Su Lu behind her. Su Lu nodded. Most of the members of Team 7 had already taken control of the key positions at the press conference. In addition to the members who stayed behind and Su Lu, there were 4 people in black suits who followed Jian Shui. Amid the flashes and clamor, the 4 members clearly heard the 2 sentences of the conversation, and the expressions on their faces were slightly strange. Just like Sister Tong, the members of Group 7 also felt that there was something strange between their boss and the national girl. When they heard these 2 sentences that sounded very normal, they couldn't help but think to themselves, if there's nothing going on between them, who would believe it? Apart from the silent criticism, the members of Team 7 actually felt proud in their hearts. They were even prouder than when Su Lu had destroyed the headquarters of the Iron 7th Division. There were countless soldiers in the Federation, but when it came to fighting strength, Team 7 was definitely not afraid. Now that their boss had gotten the national girl that everyone adored, this kind of fighting strength, who could compare to this kind of fighting strength? A publicity officer of the West Woods Military District acted as a guest host and smiled as he described the general itinerary of Miss Jian Shui, but he was unwilling to disclose the specific time and location of the victory concert. He pointed outside the window to a large building under the Tsang Mountains that faced the sea and said loudly, "When a victory concert is held, the Tsang Mountain Stadium will be broadcasted live. The local stars of the West Woods and the special representatives of the military will participate." The reporters understood the meaning of these words. The Tsang Mountain Stadium was grand and magnificent, but it was actually just a side venue. Someone asked, Where's the main venue of the victory concert? The host deliberately paused for a moment and then said firmly, "It is my honor to inform everyone that Miss Jian Shuier will personally go to the front line and sing for the brave soldiers of the Federation." The press conference suddenly quieted down. The West Woods was the front line of the Federation, but the real front line was the planets that were full of smoke and fire. Most of the reporters present were military reporters, so they naturally knew the danger that the two words front line represented. Jian Shuier had been quiet and even seemed to be obedient as she sat behind the table without saying a word. At this time, countless cameras were activated again, and only the sound of small motors could be heard in the silence. After a moment of silence, a reporter asked with a serious expression, "Is the military confident in Miss Jian Shuier's safety? Also, the victory concert will be held at the front line." "Which front line exactly?" "You also said that the military is very grateful for Miss Jian Shuier's bravery. In order to protect her safety, we cannot disclose the specific location of the concert," the host answered. This explanation made the reporters immediately stop asking questions. They were all reporters who ran the military line and were very clear about the importance of safety. Su Lu had been standing silently in the shadows below the stage, 5 meters away from Jian Shuier, ready to rush up to rescue her at any time. He quietly looked at the unfamiliar scene of the press conference and suddenly felt a little strange, because it was obvious that a few reporters began to secretly take pictures of him after whispering a few words. Chapter 395. Until the end of the press conference, the accident that Su Lu was worried about didn't happen. In a foreign land, although he had the full cooperation of the military, it was very difficult to completely control the entire hotel and eliminate all potential dangers with only a dozen men from Group 7 and dozens of guns. He had to be careful. On the rostrum, Major General Chun, who was in charge of the 4th Military Region, had just finished his passionate speech. His words were full of passion and provocation, and even the veteran military reporters were encouraged to rush to the front line immediately to see how the Federal Army would sweep away the remnants of the Imperial Expeditionary Army that were holed up on the peripheral planets like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Then Jian Shuier expressed her feelings after coming to the West Woods. At this time, even she noticed that some reporters under the stage seemed to be secretly taking photos of Su Lu, and more people were taking photos. Su Lu wore sunglasses and let the reporters take photos with a blank face, but he had a lot of doubts in his mind. What happened? However, as the head of security, he couldn't leave Jian Shuier's side in this kind of complicated situation. During the question and answer session before the end of the press conference, the reporters of the Federation, who had always been protective of Jian Shuier, finally bravely broke the past convention and pointed to Su Lu in the corner and asked, "Miss Jian Shuier, please forgive us for being presumptuous, but we really want to know, this gentleman, what is your relationship with you?" Even if Su Lu was a thick-skinned person, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he suddenly became the target of thousands of people's accusations. Major General Chun on the rostrum frowned and wondered if these reporters actually knew the true identity of Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. The reporters who didn't know the inside story were curious about the question of their colleague, and the members of the performance team and the security team were curious about their curiosity. Only the reporters who had just received the news were really curious about Jian Shuier's answer. Of course, they thought that this national girl would answer as flawlessly as usual, cute and amiable. So when they heard Jian Shuier's real answer, there was a burst of incredulous exclamations in the room. Jian Shuier opened her big eyes and looked at the reporter curiously. After a slight pause, she seriously replied, "He is my friend." The Golden Star Hotel was a military property, so the 4th Military Region sent a lot of soldiers to maintain order. Fortunately, the riot of reporters, who was almost triggered by Jian Shuier's answer, was blocked behind the corridor. They could only watch the mysterious man in sunglasses and Jian Shuier disappear in the corridor. Back to the suite on the top floor, Sister Tong turned on the TV and the internet as quickly as possible. Everyone looked at the headlines on TV and the large, eye-catching words in the online community. Only then did they understand why the reporters were in such a commotion today. Jian Shui'er held her slightly hot cheeks with both hands and gently stuck out her tongue. She looked at Su Lu and smiled. Sorry for the trouble. Previously, when she answered the reporter's question and said that Su Lu was her friend, it was purely natural. According to her usual image of a cute national girl in the Federation, it was easy for the reporters and audience to accept her security director as a friend. However, the word friend seemed rather inappropriate today. In the studio of the Federal News Channel, the female anchor, who was usually very serious, had a spring in her eyes and a smile on her red lips. The nation's young lady, Jian Shui'er, has not appeared in front of the public since the terrorist attack in the 4 provinces. Now that the mastermind behind the terrorist attack has been punished by the law, our cute national girl has appeared again. But this time, she appeared in the West Woods. According to the Department of Defense's press release, we learned that Miss Jian Shui'er will hold a concert called Victory in the West Woods. As for the specific situation, we will send the live broadcast to the concert press conference later. And this morning, an explosive news about the national girl appeared on the Federation's network in advance. The female anchor zoomed in on the photo in the background and said with a smile, "This is the exclusive beach of the Golden Star Hotel in the West Woods. Someone accidentally took this photo." The photo zoomed in on the Federation News Channel was a bit blurry. It seemed that the person who took the photo didn't use professional equipment, but it could still be clearly distinguished that the girl hugging a young man in front of the blue sea and white sand was Jian Shui'er. At that time, Jian Shui'er was only wearing a dark blue swimsuit. The intimacy was obvious. If I remember correctly, this is the first time the national girl appeared in a swimsuit in public, a white-haired old man in the studio said with a smile. The Federation girl has grown up after all. She has indeed grown up. The female anchor said with a smile, "I think that countless families in the Federation have watched her grow up day by day since she was 12 years old. They must have been waiting for the day when the national girl fell in love. But they didn't expect that this day would come so suddenly." Sister Tong and her 2 female assistants looked at Jian Shui'er on the sofa and Su Lu standing beside her with a complicated expression. Jian Shui'er was actually watching the news with great interest, and Su Lu didn't seem to be affected by it, but his expression was a bit ugly. The photo that was taken in secret first appeared on the public network of the Federation and immediately raised a huge uproar. Even the news channels of the major TV stations that had always been serious immediately produced special programs to review Jian Shui'er's brilliant career. Then, with a warm tone, they began to speculate about the love affairs of the national girls. There was no telling how many uncles and aunts were crying because of it. The West Woods was so far away from the Capitol Ring that the people in the penthouse suites didn't know about it until now. Then, the Federation's news channel began to broadcast the news conference. The director kept focusing on Su Lu, who was in the shadows, and at the same time, repeated Jian Shui'er's response of saying that he was a friend several times. Sister Tong turned off the TV in annoyance, only to find that the situation on the internet was even worse. Everyone was guessing who the love interest of the nation's girl was. There were all kinds of different analyses. Some people guessed that it should be a rich family's son from Givenchy's summer outfit. But more people saw the news conference broadcast earlier and thought that it was a love story that could be compared to a movie's bodyguard and a celebrity. Su Lu lowered his head and looked at the black Givenchy summer clothes he was wearing. He thought that it was time for him to change his clothes. Just like how the Federation's news channel created a warm and positive tone for the news, most people on the internet followed the development of the situation with a kind attitude. But there were also some fanatical supporters who began to clamor on the internet to find the lucky scum who shamelessly blasphemed the young goddess. Secret photo, leak, storm, acquiescence. This plot is really vulgar. On the road, when they saw Zhong Ziqi's poem displayed on the white Duran limousine, Su Lu and Jian Shui'er tacitly came to a vulgar conclusion. At this time, as the people involved in the explosive news of the Federation, they looked at each other and came to the same conclusion again. Sister Tong didn't understand what they were talking about. If the old man thinks that he can hide from us like this, he's insulting his intelligence as the god of war. Jian Shui'er helplessly rubbed her forehead and muttered. The Golden Star Hotel was heavily guarded by soldiers. More importantly, the vantage points from which they could see the beach were closely monitored by Team 7. If it wasn't for the military, how could they have taken that photo? Sulu even suspected that someone in Team 7 had taken this photo. After all, it was clearly the military's will to expose this news. The most important evidence was that whether it was the Federation's news channel, other private TV stations, or even the supposedly free internet, their comments on this news were so warm and positive. Other than the actions of the Federation government, or the terrifying influence of the old man. Who could do this? What does the old man want to do? Jian Shui'er held her chin, frowned, and looked at the blue sky outside the window and said, I really want to call back and ask him. Sulu was Feng Yu's student, so the old man liked him very much. He could imagine how much the old man doted on Jian Shui'er over the years. Maybe he was also worried about Jian Shui'er's life, but after all, he was the Federation's god of war. Why would he personally care about such a small matter? The outside of the Golden Star Hotel was full of cameras. Of course, they were standard equipment for news reporters. Although this was a military property and the security was tight, the other party used the freedom of the press as an excuse, so the Westwood's military couldn't drive all these reporters away. Under such circumstances, the promised barbecued lamb leg for supper naturally fell through. At 11 o'clock that night, the motorcade that had been on standby drove out of the hotel's underground parking lot one by one and drove to the Chongfeng military base again. However, this news couldn't be stopped. At the entrance of the hotel, countless cameras surrounded Jian Shui'er and Su Le behind her. These reporters from major news media in the West Woods were basically running the military line. While the cultural reporters of the Capitol Ring were still trying to find the identity of the man who hugged Jian Shui'er, these military reporters who had a natural advantage had already keenly found another breaking point. Several microphones were handed in front of Su Lu and almost knocked his sunglasses off. He and the members of Group 7 firmly protected Jian Shui'er in the middle of the group, but they forgot that they were also half a news person now, so they couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Are you Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu? No comment. Su Lu somewhat awkwardly answered according to Sister Tong's instructions, but he was shocked that the reporters recognized him. The eyes behind his sunglasses gradually narrowed. He vaguely caught the real intention of the federal military and the old man to create this news. What did the current Federation need the most? Chapter 396. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, I heard that you are a key engineer in the development of the MX Mecha. A reporter from a weapons magazine asked excitedly. We did not see your name on the MX Mecha list, but we have already confirmed this with many engineers from the Nutshell Engineering Department and the technical director of Shangqiu. Please confirm this rumor. Sulu stopped in his tracks, slightly stunned. Jian Shui'er, who was protected by the wall of Team 7 members, smiled apologetically at him and then got into the car, leaving him alone with the reporters. There's also a rumor that you defeated Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng in the MX Mecha's test battle. The reporter who had done his homework shouted before all the other reporters could finish their questions. In this reporter's opinion, being able to interview a soldier who had defeated the descendant of the military god's family was truly a rare opportunity in his career. Moreover, the military reporters based in the West Woods had obtained information on this young man through various means, and they felt that this person carried too much of a legend. The other reporters could not take it anymore. They chased after Su Lu and shouted, From what we know, you're a student of Professor Shenyuan at the Husk Institute. Is it because of this relationship that you bravely exposed the plagiarism at the Federal Academy of Science and forced the resignation of the previous dean, Lin Yuanhu? Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, I heard that you were the one who wrote the teaching materials for the new MX Mecha model for the 4 major military academies. You are an engineer and have not received any systematic mecha operation training. Why does the military have so much confidence in you? And I heard that you were once a mecha instructor at the S1 training base. There are rumors that you are a student of the military god, Marshal Li. This reporter was more daring, but he was not so daring as to recklessly accuse Su Lu of being Li Pifu's illegitimate son. he asked in a sharp voice, and I heard that President Pabre also admires you a lot. He once invited you into the president's official residence to attend the first family dinner. You are a recipient of the Purple Star Medal. Why have I never seen you wearing it? Sulu silently thought that it was just an ordinary dinner. As for the medal, did he have to wear it on his body every day to tell all the passers-by what he had done? He lowered his head and walked forward. However, the distance from the main entrance of the Golden Star Hotel to the designated location was less than 100 meters. Surrounded by these stormy waves of reporters, it seemed so long. It seemed to be much more difficult than breaking into the Iron 7th Division's camp from the top of Blue Pond Mountain. After graduating from the Ministry of National Defense, you successfully broke through the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion with just a new MX mecha. Do you have any thoughts on this news? You should know that the Iron 7th Division has participated in countless military exercises in the past 10 years and has never failed. It was obvious that not only did the reporter from the Weapons Journal at the beginning do his homework, but the reporters who ran the military line only took half a day to get enough information from certain departments in the Capitol Ring. Sula thought that this news was too exaggerated. He had only broken into the camp of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion. If he were to face the entire Defense Battalion alone, he would only be able to escape. He wanted to explain a little, but he remembered Sister Tong's order. He could only say that he had no comment and continue to walk with his head down. However, at this moment, a reporter finally asked a question that made him stop abruptly. According to your classmates, when you were studying at Lin Hai University, you were once in a relationship. The person you were in love with was the spokesperson of the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army, Ms. Zhang Xiaoming, also known as the Leaf of Green Dragon Mountain. Regarding this love story, will it cause any trouble to your military life? Su Li's body stiffened slightly. He raised his head and looked for the face of the reporter in the flashing lights around him. The noisy scene suddenly quieted down because of his actions. However, after a moment of silence, he did not say anything in the end. In the silence, a reporter finally mustered up the courage to ask again. As the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation, why did the Ministry of National Defense let you work part-time at Whitewater Company? We have all seen your resume and felt that it was a little unbelievable that you became Miss Jian Shuayer Security Director. Are you carrying out a secret military mission, or? All the reporters have been waiting to ask this last question. So at this moment, except for the reporter who bravely asked the question loudly, there was absolute silence. Countless flashing lights and microphones were placed in front of Sulu. You and Miss Jian Shuayer are really in love. Sulu did not answer this question. In fact, the reporters did not need him to answer. As journalists, it was not important whether the interviewee answered or not. The most important thing was that the reporters needed to let the audience and readers know through their own questions that Lieutenant Colonel Sulu had done a lot of great things, and that this person was the love interest of the nation's young girl, Jian Shuayer. In the Capitol Ring, which was extremely far away from the Westwoods region, many television viewers were watching the live broadcast on the news channel. However, it was delayed by a few minutes compared to the real-time situation. The image of the young man wearing sunglasses being besieged by the reporters entered the TV screens of thousands of households and caused a commotion. A few hours ago, they had only looked at the photo and were curious and happy to guess the identity of this young man. Now, they learned more from the mouths of these reporters. A rising star of the future in the military, who was likely to become a hero of the Federation in the future, and a nation's young girl who was loved by all the citizens of the Federation. This was truly a match made in heaven. This was a warm, beautiful, and even respectable love story. Respectable was very important. On the top floor of the Sanlin Federation Bank in the Capital Special District, Li Xiuzhu turned off the TV. He held a glass of light-colored wine and quietly turned his head. Through the transparent glass curtain wall, he looked at the tens of thousands of lights in the Federation. He thought to himself that there must be many people like him who also saw the previous scene. He took a small sip of the wine and struggled to maintain a calm expression on his face. He did not let the true anger in his heart show. His father, that old man who liked to wear small round hats, often persuaded him to walk down the building and stand on the ground to see the world. However, today, he discovered that no matter where he stood, his heart was the same. On the other side of the towering Sanlin Bank building, Li Xiaodong was having dinner in his room full of flowers. The sound coming from the holographic screen was extremely loud and clear. His expression was extremely happy, and the cold aura of the past that was like snow plum blossoms was swept away. He raised the red wine and looked at the battered and exhausted Su Lu on the news with a smile. He said with a smile, "You're a bit faster than I thought. This glass of wine is to you, and also to my truly battered big brother." The Parliament building was brightly lit. A whole row of offices in the direction of the stone hall had now been emptied. They were now the Green Dragon Mountain's contact office. For the great reconciliation of the Federation, President Pabre and the big shots of Parliament showed unprecedented sincerity. A young confidential official looked at the girl in the room worriedly. Thinking of the questions of the reporters in the news, he could not help but ask, "Do you want to go eat first? There's so many things that you can't finish in a short time." Zhang Xiaoming gently pushed up the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose with the tip of a finger. She looked up and said with a smile, "Qingzhou, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine." She was now the spokesperson of Green Dragon Mountain in the capital ring. She had more important tasks in private and was extremely busy every day. However, her eyes looked through the glasses and fell on the files, but she did not move at all. In fact, she had been listening to the news on the TV and thinking about how the reporters mentioned her. "You deserve better." She hid the sadness in her heart, forced a smile, and officially began to work. In a quiet manner in the capital of Huachin State, a middle-aged woman upstairs was earnestly persuading her young lady. "Mimi, I know you're not happy, but you still have to eat." "I'm not unhappy, it's just, I feel a little nervous." Nan Xiaomei asked the nanny to leave and returned to the table. Looking at the photo that caused the commotion, her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She clasped her hands together and softly prayed, "No, don't." The silver-gray light battleship was like a silver shuttle, sailing in the quiet and even quiet space. With the help of the gravitational pull of the giant planet, it accelerated again. After flying through the shadow of the giant planet, the westward sun on the right suddenly shone. Countless golden rays shone on the surface of the battleship. It was not warm, but made people feel a little cold. "How does it feel to be on the news?" Lan Xiaolong followed behind Su Lu and made fun of him. At this time, they were doing an inspection of the core area of the battleship. Although the West Woods military would protect the safety of the performing team, there was still a new MX in the core area. The security of Team 7 would not be relaxed because of this. Su Lu waved his hand in annoyance and did not say anything. Then he gently knocked on the door and walked in. Lan Xiaolong looked at the tightly closed door and thought of the national girl in the room. He shrugged and thought, is this the shame and anger of the whole Federation after their affair was exposed? "I'm very sorry for causing so much trouble for you." Jian Shui turned around from the window and helplessly shrugged with a smile. It was a very similar action. Lan Xiaolong's shrug was like a hooligan, but this girl's shrug was incomparably cute. Su Lu stood silently behind her. Right now, the whole Federation saw them as a perfect couple. They knew very well that this was not the case at all, but they could not help but sigh with emotion at the powerful ability of the Ministry of National Defense's publicity department to create momentum. Their hearts were slightly heavy. If it had only been an exclusive interview and deliberate publicity by the military, the media and Federation citizens would definitely not have been so interested in Su Lu. This was because whether it was the MX Mecha or any other feats for the average secular society, they would always seem a little distant. But this matter involved a national girl, Jian Shui, and that was different. The media and citizens would spontaneously unearth everything related to Su Li Feng was on a secret mission at the front lines, so Jian Shui was unable to contact him. She cocked her head and thought for a while, and then finally dialed Li Jiedu's number. She asked softly over the phone, "Is the Marshal not feeling well recently?" Chapter 397. Regarding this news, the people of the Federation had different reactions. After being shocked, they were curious, and after being curious, they gave their blessings. However, among those related to Su Lu and Jianshi, Nan Xiangmei was disappointed and sad. Zhang Xiaoming had mixed feelings, and Li Xiuzhu was about to go crazy under his calm expression. The second young master of the West Woods, Zhong Zici, smashed the television angrily. Zhou Yu, who was continuing her studies in Linhai, held her son Zoliuhua and looked at the snow outside the window. She sneered, thinking that Su Lu was really a lucky bastard. Su Lu and Jian Shuier had different reactions from everyone else. This was because they knew that this news was fake, so they started to speculate about the origin of this incident, or rather, the intentions of the perpetrator. The more they speculated, the heavier their mood became. In the preparation for the universal war with the Empire, the Federation needed a hero to unite the will of the Federation citizens and mobilize the entire society to fight together. This was the reason they could think of. Of course, Su Lu did not have this kind of influence now. He had not even been to the front lines, but whether it was the development of the MX Mecha, his personal combat strength, or his legendary life, he already had some kind of foundation or embryonic form. As the saying went, everything was ready, except for the east wind. The only thing he lacked now was outstanding military achievements. If there were no accidents, the Iron 7th Division and their commander, Du Shaoqing, would be another Federation hero and collective hero created by the cooperation of the president and the military. However, the part that Su Lu represented could not be replaced. This was because he had once displayed that kind of heroic spirit during the assassination of Macklin. Within the Federation, on the battlefield, this kind of heroic spirit was severely criticized. However, in terms of publicity, this kind of spirit was what the military's propaganda department needed the most. It must be known that many years ago, when the Federation's expeditionary army was in desperate straits and society was in turmoil, it was Li Pifu's most famous act of heroism that turned the tide. The people of the Federation liked this kind of person and needed this kind of person to inspire the courage in their hearts and overcome the fear of the Empire's invaders. The Federation needed a hero, so they would create one. They had already built a large stage for Su Lu on the battlefield. They were just waiting for him to control his mecha and slaughter his enemies. At that time, they would once again activate the propaganda machine and paint his military uniform with a layer of golden light that could not be looked directly at. Of course, this would depend on Su Li's future performance on the battlefield. War God Li Pifu was a hero created by the collective will of the Federation many years ago. But if it wasn't for this legendary character who had written countless legendary stories that were difficult to replicate, what use would the Federation's propaganda machine be? However, the Federation already had War God Li Pifu. Why were they already preparing for something that would happen many years later? My brother said that the Marshal's health is quite good. I don't know if it's true. Jian Shui said worriedly as she hung up the phone and frowned slightly. She was worried about the same thing as Su Lu, so she no longer referred to the war god as old man. War God Li Pifu's health condition was definitely the most important matter in the Federation. It was also the highest level of secret. Although they were the descendants of that old man, they could not be completely sure. 197 Federation standard hours later, the light warship left the core star region of the West Forest region. Under the protection of a Federation fleet, it quietly entered the Huiming corridor. After flying in space for a period of time, they could see a planet with an extremely strange color appear above the porthole. This planet was of average size. Because of the tilt angle, the planet's surface received extremely uneven sunlight. They could clearly see that 1/3 of the surface of the northern hemisphere was covered in ice and snow, while 2/3 of the lower hemisphere was green and blue. It was very beautiful. Every 3,000 years, this planet will automatically correct its tilt angle. The snow and ice in the northern hemisphere will melt in large amounts and rush into the low-lying areas in the southern hemisphere, bringing the most spectacular and terrifying ice flow. Bai Yulan stood beside Su Lu and explained softly, "The early developers of the Federation paid an extremely heavy price in order to establish an administrative region on this planet. At that time, Commander Zhong of the Westwoods region asked the people who developed the planet to ignore the ice flow. So this most remote administrative planet of the Federation was named 5460. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the planet. Although his eyes were sharp, he still could not see the Empire's warship on the other side of the planet. However, he knew that the Empire's people were there. The Empire's expeditionary force had established a base in the northern hemisphere of 5460, and the location of Jian Shui's victory concert was in the southern hemisphere. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the lonely planet in space. He suddenly said, "It wasn't until I got the details of the plan that I found out that the Empire's expeditionary force still occupied the 3 administrative planets in the Westwoods region." He turned to look at Bai Yulan and asked, "When I was young, I watched the news on TV. I only knew that the Federal Army was invincible and that the Empire's people were defeated. I thought that these beasts had been driven to the mineral planets where it was difficult to survive. Why didn't the Federation ever mention these things?" Bai Yulan explained softly, "This is necessary for publicity. As long as the military is not determined to take back the 3 administrative planets occupied by the Empire, they will deliberately downplay this fact. When the Empire's expeditionary force attacked, most of the residents had already evacuated, and the 3-star systems, including 5460, were too remote. It was easy to forget. What about the Federation's news media? Most of the people evacuated, which means that there must be some people left on those planets. Our compatriots fell under the iron hooves of the Empire's people. After so many years, did no one think of rescuing them?" Su Li's furrowed brows were full of shock and doubt. Bai Yulan replied, "This is the desolate edge of the universe. It is the outermost area of the Federation's colonization and development. It is not very valuable. The most important thing is that without the close protection of the military, the reporters cannot enter the front lines. I can roughly understand. If the news media agitates too much and the military is not prepared, they will be kidnapped by public opinion and launch a counterattack. It is very likely to destroy the entire plan, but it feels a little strange." Sulu slowly lowered his head and looked at the white, green, and blue tricolor planets that were getting closer and closer. He said, "In order to bypass the Gary Corridor and the Night Scorpion Nebula, the Empire did not hesitate to spend 7 years on long-distance space travel to launch a magnificent expedition. But this is the Federation. We have the glory of the Charter. How can they still survive?" 6 years and 9 months. Bai Yulan reported a time that all the Federation's soldiers remembered. The Empire Expeditionary Force needs 6 years and 9 months to leave the mainland and reach the Westwoods. In the decades after the First Space War, the successive emperors of the Empire sent 3 million soldiers to invade the Westwoods. This is equivalent to 2/3 of the Federation's total number of soldiers at the same time. In the face of such powerful invaders, the Federation and the glory of the Charter made them pay a heavy price. Now, there are at most 700,000 people left, and they are scattered across 3 galaxies. Speaking of the glory of the Charter, the first thing any Empire soldier has to do when invading a Federation planet is to destroy all the aircrafts and official electronic devices of the Federation in the controlled area of the planet. This is because they know better than us how terrifying the Charter is. They want to destroy the eyes and ears of the Charter. Sulu was thoughtful. Yes, but they have spent decades and only managed to make the space above their heads slightly safer. Bai Yulan smiled elegantly, but her smile was full of mockery. It was unknown whether she was mocking the Empire's people or the Federation's big shots. She continued, "The Federation has never admitted that any territory has been occupied because of this. Without the glory of the Charter, of course, cannot be considered as the Federation's territory." Bullshit logic. Sulu shook his head. Unknowingly, all the members of Group 7 stood behind Sulu and Bai Yulan. Even the staff of Jian Shui's performance team walked out of their respective rooms. Dozens of people silently looked at the planet that was becoming clearer and clearer outside the porthole. They could even faintly see the bright lights that occasionally lit up at the boundary between light and dark on the planet. Hydralisk 2 bomb-dense firing array. Xiong Lin Quan stared at the lights in a daze and said subconsciously, whether it was the first time for people to come to the real front line or not, at this moment, they could feel a solemn and bloody aura spreading from the inconspicuous planet in front of them. Because this planet was 5,460, a battlefield that in the boundary between the glaciers and forests in the northern hemisphere of the planet, a circular defense base was hidden in the middle. Countless heavy firepower weapons were placed behind the base's bulletproof automatic armor. Within a radius of 130 kilometers around the base, there were also countless sophisticated radar arrays and carefully disguised mechas. The resources transported from the control mineral planets were not enough to support the daily logistics of this army. Therefore, whether it was the base or the densely packed barracks, the buildings were often built with local materials. Although they were sturdy, they looked particularly simple and crude, and they couldn't reflect the royal style that these soldiers were most passionate about. The heavy alloy gate on the ground slowly opened. The black 3-speed space missile painted with hibiscus patterns followed the precise positioning of the radar and slowly adjusted its direction. With the command of the commander, the base of the giant missile began to spew out flames. The powerful driving force made the whole Earth begin to tremble. The forest was filled with the angry, protesting cries of native animals. The missile dragged a long white tail and flew at high speed toward the dark sky. It was impossible to see its target with the naked eye. It seemed that this missile powered by liquid hydrogen fuel could only penetrate a large hole in the sky of the planet, and then powerlessly break free from the gravitational force and drift forever in the quiet and gloomy universe. Target hit. A soldier wearing an old gray coat and a mink hat looked at the display on the master control system, coughed violently twice, and numbly reported, the enemy's self-changing orbit satellite was successfully destroyed. In front of the command room, the senior general with an aged face held a cup of hot tea and drank 2 mouthfuls. His eyes were a little cloudy and lifeless as he sighed with a hoarse voice. Sometimes, I really envy those guys in the South for being rich. Orbit-changing satellites are so expensive. They know that we will definitely take them down, but they still put them on top of us every day. Chapter 398. The officers were originally silent and indifferent, but when they heard the words His Majesty, it was as if they were struck by an electric current. With a whoosh, all of them stood up and performed a military salute in unison, shouting loudly, "Long live His Majesty!" His voice echoed in the empty command room and did not disappear for a long time. The officers, who had been tortured by years of war and homesickness, were about to go crazy. Even if they were not really excited in front of their colleagues, their faces were still red. It seemed that if they did not do this, they would not be able to show their fanatical loyalty to His Majesty. Unfortunately, one of the officers could not hold back his coughing, and the continuous coughing slightly diluted the fanaticism in the room. Norman, if you're sick, just rest. Those things will naturally be taken care of by the ground forces. If it really doesn't work, those few pitiful warships in space can still chase after them. After the officers sat down, the old general looked gently at the coughing officer and said this. But from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that the officers under him had returned to their previous numb expressions. The Federation soldiers in the South dreamed every day of reconstructing the glory of the Charter in the Northern Hemisphere, sending out satellites and electronic surveillance equipment regardless of the cost. The Imperial Expeditionary Force in the Northern Hemisphere fought every day, and the two sides seemed to have formed some kind of tacit agreement. Every time at a fixed time, they would put on a show of air guns and air balloons. The old general did not blame the numbness of the officers under him. No matter who it was, to stay on a planet so far away from home for so many years, fighting a war that was not tragic, but particularly lingering every day, they could only gradually fall into a state of boredom. I'm fine. The officer called Norman had the most common surname in the Empire. He coughed twice, walked in front of the old general, and said, "General, the clearing of the forest today, is a little slow. Should we send out the backup mecha battalion? To prevent the Federation from reconstructing the glory of the Charter, other than the spacecrafts and satellites in space, what was more troublesome for the Imperial Expeditionary Force was the small automatic electronic surveillance equipment that the enemy used the large transport aircraft to spread in the forest. Although they could find and destroy these annoying little things through frequency detection, there were too many of them. 3 mecha squadrons were needed to clear them out every day. Do as you see fit. If we don't clean up, we won't be able to sleep peacefully. The old general smiled gently. The computer system in the command room suddenly beeped. An officer quickly walked over and submitted an enemy intelligence report. According to the electronic surveillance, 11 minutes ago, a light warship under the escort of a federal fleet landed at Zuchio Airport in the southern hemisphere. The old general put on his spectacles, which had been badly worn out, and read carefully for a while. Then he shook his head and said with a smile, "Which big shot of the Federation do you think is in this warship?" "I can't guess, but it shouldn't be their reinforcements." The Norman officer shook his head. "You should pay more attention to the Federation's news, even though their language is a bit difficult to learn." The old general smiled and said, "The one who came today should be their national girl. I didn't expect that the venue of the concert would be here." The old general said, "That's not important, but there's been a lot of activity in the South recently. They should be sending more troops." A hint of vigilance flashed through the pale blue eyes of the Norman officer as he asked, "What should we do?" The old general smiled and said, "We won't do anything." This circular defense base was the largest military base of the Imperial Expeditionary Force on planet 5460. The headquarters of the Maplewoods Alliance was located here. In the Empire's military system, the Alliance had 5 brigades under it. Its military strength was basically equivalent to an army of the Federation. As for special wartime equipment like the Expeditionary Force, it had more people. The old general, who had just walked out of the command room and was walking toward the edge of the forest with the accompaniment of an orderly, was none other than the commander of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's Maplewoods Alliance, Lieutenant General Ambley. This was the northern hemisphere of the planet, close to the glaciers that had only slightly melted once every 3,000 years. Although the base was at the edge of the forest, it was still cold, and most of the trees were coniferous. It had snowed last night, making it extremely difficult to walk. Ambley refused the help of the orderlies and walked with great difficulty, one step at a time. As one of the most important military leaders of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, he knew very well that the Federation was preparing for a major operation. In the past few months, the frequency of warships taking off and landing in the Southern Federation base was clearly much higher than before. However, this general was as stable as a snowy mountain and did not intend to do anything. With the current situation of the Expeditionary Force, he could not do anything. The Expeditionary Force's auxiliary space fleet could at most defend the northern skies, but they could not stop the enemy's reinforcements. In fact, if it were not for the fact that the Federation was already lacking in crystal resources, this old general really could not imagine how many days his lone army could last under the continuous bombardment of the Federal fleet's main cannons. The Empire had been sparing no expense in its huge financial and material resources to bypass the Night Scorpion Nebula and send an endless stream of soldiers and weapons to the front line of the Westwoods. However, the old general knew in his heart that the Empire's interstellar transportation capacity had long been squeezed to the limit. If the domestic production capacity could still support such a costly expedition, then the interstellar transportation, which was already behind the Federation to begin with, was on the verge of collapse. Old General Ambley turned around and looked at the glaciers and snowy peaks behind the base, deep in thought. Since the first day the Imperial Expeditionary Force occupied Planet 5460, the 4 commanders of the Maple Forest Alliance had been continuously digging into the glaciers, seeking strategic space and survival space. The old general firmly believed that in this foreign land, even if his army was at a disadvantage in all aspects, as long as he did not make any strategic mistakes, he would definitely be able to persevere. The question was, how many more years did he have to persevere strolling in the snowy forest. Along the way, countless officers and soldiers saluted this old general, and he warmly returned each and every one of them. The people of the empire had long hair and were naturally more resistant to the cold. Their eyes were basically blue or brown, and they fought bravely and coldly. Therefore, in the Federation's propaganda, the people of the empire were often referred to as beasts. Towards this kind of propaganda, the old general would only laugh it off and would not be angry at all. In his eyes, these children who were far away from home were all good children worthy of respect. Walking into the coniferous forest, there was no one else besides his own orderlies. Only then did General Ambly's dark brown eyes reveal a hint of homesickness. The people of the empire were indeed resistant to the cold, but who would be willing to spend the cold years by the glaciers? Looking at the coniferous leaves above his head and the squirrels running through them, General Ambly suddenly missed the blazing maple forest of his hometown. It had been 20 years since he left his homeland, and 7 years had been wasted in the vast expanse of space. Then there was the continuous war in a foreign land. During this process, he saw too many subordinates, colleagues, and even superiors die. Being far away from the empire and fighting alone was not a good feeling, especially when there was no hope in sight. General Ambly had always believed that if it weren't for the fact that communication could pass through the nebula, the expeditionary force would be able to hear the majestic voice of the emperor from time to time. If it weren't for the fact that the imperial instructors used the dry and isolated environment to thoroughly educate the expeditionary force officers and soldiers to be patriotic, the expeditionary force in the last 3-star systems would have probably surrendered to the Federation long ago. I wonder what the maple forest in my hometown looks like now. The standards of the Federation and the Empire are about the same. The 2 rows of maple trees behind the room should have grown by now. The old general took off his gloves and lightly patted the Federation's winter trees. Thinking about the red leaves of his homeland, a hint of warmth appeared on his aged face. However, he knew that he would probably never be able to go back in this lifetime, and he would never be able to see the red leaves of his hometown again, unless what those idiots in the military said was true. Let's go. The old general turned around and walked towards the direction of the base, but he saw an injured rabbit struggling beside the snow. He smiled and said, "The animals of the Federation are very fortunate. They were raised by them for so many years, but now they are all eaten by us." The orderlies behind him couldn't help but rub their heads and laugh. The Empire had long grasped the technology to extract hydrogen energy. Relying on the iceberg behind them was equivalent to relying on a huge energy warehouse. That was why the Empire's fleet was able to put most of its transport capacity into the supply of soldiers and supplies. Otherwise, relying on the few protein meat production bases of the expeditionary force would definitely not be able to satisfy the needs of so many troops. What made the soldiers of the Imperial Expeditionary Force the most excited was that this planet was actually filled with countless wild animals. Although they couldn't be used as rations, it was still a wonderful thing to occasionally have a sumptuous meal. On the way back to the base, General Ambly encountered a group of sentinels. This group of sentinels was supported by 3 moon mechas. They had just captured a Federation scout in the forest. In the current era of modern warfare, scouts were very rarely used. Even if the charter network in the Northern Hemisphere was completely destroyed, the Federal Army would rarely send scouts unless it was to confirm some extremely important information. Only when the Military Intelligence Department didn't dare to completely trust the surveillance equipment would they send scouts to take the risk. The Federation scout had delicate facial features and didn't look very old. When he saw Ambly's military uniform, he instantly knew his identity. He opened his mouth and hurriedly said a few words in pure Empire language. Ambly listened quietly for a moment and exchanged a few words with the officer who had finished interrogating him. He smiled at the Federation scout and said, "We have never taken any prisoners between us. You should know that we, the Empire, don't have any extra food." A look of perseverance flashed across the face of the Federation scout. He forced himself to stand up from the ground, but before he could completely stand up, a gunshot rang out. Blood spurted out of his head, and he fell forward heavily into the snow. General Ambly didn't even look at this common scene. He had already walked forward and asked the orderlies beside him with a smile, "What do we eat tonight? I think that rabbit just now was pretty good." Before he entered the base, the old man's dark brown eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. This was because he noticed that the Norman officer and many people in the command room had walked out of the base. They seemed to be waiting for him. Emergency military report. The Norman officer handed over a top-secret electronic document. General Ambly glanced at it. His expression was extremely gloomy. The old fingers holding the electronic document trembled slightly. He said in a low voice, "When did the military have the right to give orders to the Expeditionary Force's specific military operations? A bunch of idiots." The Norman officer had already forgotten to cough. He said in shock and helplessness, "This is His Majesty's order." Chapter 399. There were two space tunnels between the Federation and the Empire. They were located at the outer edge of the Night Scorpion Nebula and the Gary Corridor. Many years ago, when the Federation was increasing its efforts to develop the West Woods, the Bureau of Proclamation accidentally discovered these two warp holes. After a long period of calculation by the central computer, people deduced that the exits of these two warp holes should be in the left sky galaxy. For the Federation, which was expanding its territory step by step in an orderly manner, the left sky galaxy was a distant and unfamiliar world. Even with the most advanced exploration spaceship of the Federation, it would take a full 4 years to reach that place. In fact, countless exploration spaceships have been launched by humans to that world, but all of them eventually disappeared without a trace. They had never returned any useful information. This vast sea of stars was filled with countless dangers. The process of humans conquering the universe seemed to be magnificent, but in reality, the number of galaxies that they could come into contact with was still pitifully small. At this time, when they suddenly discovered that they could reach the distant left sky galaxy through these two space tunnels, the entire Federation fell into an uproar. Relying on the amazing computing power of the Federal Central Computer, countless generations of space scientists of the Federal Academy of Science had spent hundreds of years to successfully calculate all the data of these two space tunnels. The annihilation curvature of the three-dimensional warp and the turbulent period of the violent cosmic ray turbulence in the tunnels were all mapped out. With this precious data of the space tunnels, in addition to the countless years of experience the Federation had in using the warp holes, a fleet that carried the ambition of the Federation to explore the universe slowly entered the space tunnels under the protection of the Army. Then, the Federation was shocked to discover that at the other end of the tunnel, the left sky galaxy, which they thought to be barren, already had a civilization that had developed to its current level. That civilization did not welcome their arrival and was extremely warlike and brutal. Since the first dangerous contact in the last few years of the 36 constitutional calendar, the Federation had firmly controlled the control of the space channel between the Night Scorpion Nebula and the Gary Corridor. Before the Imperium could calculate the data of the space channel, it could never organize a large invasion fleet to break through the Night Scorpion Nebula, which was full of stars and gravitational fields, and the Gary Corridor, which was full of violent ray turbulence. Therefore, the expedition armies sent by the violent Imperium could only detour around the Night Scorpion Nebula and spend 7 years and a lot of energy before they could reach the West Woods at the border of the Federation. The reason why the Federation was able to remain stable in the face of the Empire's barbaric and violent invasion was because of the glory of the Charter, which was spread throughout the universe where the Federation was located. The two space passages under their control played an important role. The creator of a universe was a very mysterious existence. Any large fleet that tried to force its way through the shortcuts it created before grasping the rules it left behind would cause the sky to change color and space to become turbulent. However, this universe did not seem to have much interest in those lowly existences it disdained. The space storm caused by any aircraft that entered the space channel was directly proportional to the mass of the aircraft. Although the Imperium was still unable to send an army to break through the space channel, in the past few decades, Many brave Imperial Royal Mecha warriors rode simple and crude small spaceships, like ants, quietly and even humbly passed through the space channel under the watchful eyes of the creator of the universe. This was an extremely dangerous attempt. Although the space storm caused by the small spaceships was relatively smaller, the defense of the small spaceships was also extremely weak. Those spaceships that constantly try to sneak through like a small boat in the ocean. They could be sunk to the bottom of the ocean at any time and never be able to turn over again. Even if the Imperium's special forces were lucky enough to break through the space channel, they would be greeted by the Federal fleet's never-ending surveillance and precision attacks outside the space channel. Only by relying on great strength and unbelievable luck could the Imperium's special forces achieve their tactical objectives. However, they were unable to penetrate deep into the Federation and could only land on the Bermuda mineral planet near Gary Corridor. During this process, for every 100 top-notch special mecha warriors that the Imperium sent out, at most 7 or 8 of them would be able to land on the surface of the Bermuda mineral planet alive. Although there were not many of them, the Federal military would never let their guard down. The mission carried out by the Whitewater Company's combat team and the troops led by Li Feng was to wipe out these fish that escaped the net on these mineral planets. The problem was that these Imperium soldiers who survived the space storm and the pursuit of the Federal fleet usually possessed extremely terrifying individual strength. They were not easy to deal with. The survival rate of big fish, small fish, and shrimps ultimately depended on the size and density of the holes in the fishing net that the fishermen weaved. The two torsional voids, the Night Scorpion Nebula and the Gary Corridor, strictly put the simple philosophical proposition into practice. They allowed the information fragments that wandered between mass and energy to pass through their body freely without reacting at all. That was why the Imperium was able to remotely control the lone expeditionary army outside of 7 years. Although the transmission of military intelligence between the two was difficult, it had never been cut off. In fact, in the center of the highly centralized civilization in the outer left star sector, in the tallest building in the capital of planet Tianjing, there was a person who could even watch the Federation's television news. Of course, compared to the transmission of information with a purpose, this kind of reverse information reception was much more difficult. Although the signals of images and sound were not destroyed in the turbulence of the space channel, they had become extremely weak. To reassemble such weak signals and send them through the information accelerator to travel through the universe where even light felt distant, the Imperium had expended a large amount of resources and energy. Therefore, other than the Imperial Military Department and the Royal Intelligence Bureau, which were responsible for monitoring the movements of the Federation, only one person among the countless ministers and citizens in the vast Imperium could watch these news programs. In the center of the Empire's Tianjing planet, there was a majestic plaza in the center of countless wide high-grade roads. However, compared to the endless ancient buildings behind it, this plaza seemed ordinary and small. This building complex was the Imperial Palace of the Imperium. For tens of thousands of years, this Imperial Palace had enjoyed the worship of countless planets in the left star sector. It had mercilessly absorbed the blood and sweat of hundreds of millions of citizens, accumulating hundreds of millions of wealth. This was the reason why it was so imposing and innumerable buildings. In the depths of the Imperial Palace, a slightly gloomy palace-style skyscraper rose from the ground and pierced straight into the sky. Together with the continuous development of the dark-colored buildings that covered the entire capital city like a carpet, it was like a sharp sword that drove the subjects on the ground to ask the universe who was the real master. The grandeur was vast and awe-inspiring. In the early years of the Imperium, the famous fleet commander Reger, on a journey back to planet Tianjing, looked at the eye-catching green buildings in the center of the planet from tens of thousands of kilometers away. He had once lamented that this was probably the most magnificent achievement of human civilization that could be seen with the naked eye in the universe. At that time, the Imperium did not know that there were other humans in this part of the universe, and that there was even a deformed society called the Federation. However, even many years later, if the Federation and the Imperium were to be counted, this imperial palace on planet Tianjing was still the most awe-inspiring building. If one could look down at the imperial palace from a low altitude, the visual impact would definitely be greater. However, for tens of thousands of years, no aircraft had ever dared to fly near the imperial palace. There is also no building on this planet that dared to exceed the height of the sword-like building in the imperial palace. This was because Her Majesty was in the imperial palace. Her Majesty was in Jiaxing Lu. The architectural design of Jiaxing Lu was actually very simple. The bottom floor was as empty as the wilderness, and there were only countless giant pillars supporting it and automated transportation equipment. However, on the top 3 floors of the building, there was a palace that was so luxurious that it was difficult to look at it directly. It was called the Suspended Palace. The violent wind outside the Suspended Palace, after passing through those seemingly weak but actually endowed with high-tech gauze curtains, turned into a leisurely breeze, causing the people living inside to spontaneously feel as if they were riding the wind. They were so happy that they even wanted to pluck the stars from the sky. However, the servants and palace maids did not dare to have any such intoxicated expressions. They humbly maintained a smile and kept their heads down, not daring to look at the situation in the soft couch at the back of the palace. The lighting in the palace was very dim. A young man in a military uniform was half kneeling in front of a screen. His face could not be seen clearly, but his figure was slightly thin and did not look like a strong and powerful soldier of the Imperium. On the screen was a brilliant oil painting of sunflowers, reflecting a shadow. The shadow was raising his hand to rub his head, as if he was complaining endlessly. The group of trash of the news inspection department. In fact, they should watch more of the Federation's programs. This was a middle-aged man wearing a large robe. His voice was calm and ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, when it fell into the ears of people, it made people feel unusually cold and frightened. The young soldier in front of the screen lowered his head and said in a clear voice, "Understood." The middle-aged man sat on the couch and did not turn his head. Just the back of his figure gave off a suffocating feeling of oppression. He looked at the news conference on the screen and looked at the cute little girl with purple hair. He was silent, as if he wanted to find some memories from her eyes, and he also wanted to find some stories from the bracelet on her hand. His slender fingers stroked the harp beside him, and the low sound of the harp came from behind the screen again, immediately disturbing the sound of the harp. "Huai Chaoshi," the young soldier in front of the screen answered in a clear voice, "Yes. Go and tell that useless uncle of yours. If he insists on letting your even more useless uncle carry out that useless mission, then let him be. I can't be bothered with him." The voice behind the screen said indifferently, "Let Umburi and those guys who are vacationing in a foreign land take back the bracelet on this girl's hand. Capture her, or kill her." The young soldier in front of the screen stiffened slightly. He lowered his head and said, "I've already applied to follow the previous mission in secret. Although the risk is high, I've been there once and still came back alive. I believe in your ability." The middle-aged man behind the screen said sadly, "It's a pity that my dear brother will never come back. Prince Delin will definitely be immortal." The soldier named Huai Chaoshi replied softly. Among all his uncles, only the one who had died in the Federation and whom he had never seen before was worthy of respect. "Yes, eat," the man behind the screen ordered. Huai Chaoshi's body stiffened again. He stood up with some difficulty, walked behind the screen, and picked up a thorn. He lowered his head and stood behind the middle-aged man. A servant had already placed the food on the table. The middle-aged man raised his chopsticks. Huai Chaoshi viciously whipped the thorn in his hand. The thorn fell, and a bloody wound appeared on the middle-aged man's back. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten about the revenge of killing your father?" He grunted in pain, gripped his chopsticks tightly, and replied coldly, "I haven't forgotten." Another thorn viciously whipped down. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten about your brother who left home when he was young?" "No." Slap. "Your Majesty, Have you forgotten about the bloodline of the royal family? No. A clear voice of reproach sounded in the tallest palace of the Empire's imperial palace. The sound of the thorn hitting the body and the painful reply came one after another from behind screen. Chapter 400. Does His Majesty not know that this could be a bait? The young officer walked along the path covered with an expensive alpaca blanket and walked out of Zhaixing Tower. He didn't turn back to look at the awe-inspiring Zhaixing Hall. His heart carried a trace of indescribable doubt and uneasiness. Huai Chaoshi. It was said that when His Majesty was naming him, he happened to read a line of poetry. Nostalgia is a line of scribbled poetry. For some reason, His Majesty was deeply moved. From then on, this name had followed him as he grew up day by day. Compared to other Empire soldiers, Huai Chaoshi was on the shorter side. His body was slightly thin, but he didn't feel weak. His military uniform didn't have epaulets to indicate his rank, but the close-fitting cut of his slender body fully displayed the lines of strength hidden in each step he took. Although Huai Chaoshi didn't know why the Federation was so certain that the nation's maiden could move His Majesty so much, he naturally couldn't be sure that this was a trap. However, his military intuition, cultivated on the battlefield, still made him feel a strong sense of unease. But so what if it was a bait? His Majesty didn't care at all. Whether it was the expeditionary army alone in the West Woods or the palace maids in the glorious royal palace, they were all his people. Thinking of the true anger hidden in His Majesty's calm expression, Huai Chaoshi's thin eyebrows raised slightly. He was sure that His Majesty didn't care at all about the heavy price the expeditionary army would have to pay in order to quell the anger that came out of nowhere. Huai Chaoshi had never doubted His Majesty's ability. Back when His Majesty was still Prince Norton, he didn't hesitate to take the risk and force his way through the space tunnel in the Jelly Corridor just to go to Bermuda and personally awaken the brother hidden in the Federation to complete the huge plan left behind by the great teacher. This kind of thing wasn't something that a normal noble of the royal family could do. Huai Chaoshi stood on the self-propelled track and looked coldly at the entrance to the underground military building in front of the palace. She thought about the uncle in charge of military affairs and thought that if he were to go through the space tunnel, he would probably immediately get the sanatorium to issue him with a diagnosis of schizophrenia. Even with Huai Chaoshi's identity, he still had to go through a strict security check before he could enter the underground building of the military headquarters. However, when he walked through the long security check door, the officer in charge of the check immediately destroyed all the scanned images. In the process of destroying them, they didn't even dare to look at the images. His Majesty's orders. In the most secure room in the Empire's military headquarters, Huai Chaoshi handed over an electronic signature. She looked at Prince Bo Wu behind the office desk and said in a deep voice, "Also, His Majesty said that if that guy who only knows how to whip the warriors to vent his anger wants to carry out his first transmigration mission, he can go as he pleases. However, I have to follow him." Prince Bo Wu was the brother of the emperor and had been in charge of the military headquarters for more than 10 years. As the most powerful military minister of the empire, he looked at the young officer in front of the desk without any arrogance on his face. He even deliberately explained in a gentle tone, "You also know that although some of the data of the space tunnel has been deciphered, it is still too little. Keaton is indeed reckless and competitive, but he has a lot of experience in leading troops. He is more suitable to carry out this kind of first transmigration mission. Also, if you are injured, how can I explain it to His Majesty? But he is also His Majesty's brother and my uncle. Although I insist that transmigration in such a short period of time won't help the situation at the front line, since the military headquarters insisted, I have to follow. I can't just watch him get killed by the Federation soldiers." After saying this, Huai Chaoshi coldly saluted and turned to leave. After Huai Chaoshi left, Prince Bo Wu was in a daze behind his luxurious desk for a long time before he woke up. He didn't mind Keaton's impoliteness because Keaton was the son of His Majesty, and Keaton had absolutely terrifying strength to support his indifference. What made him dazed was His Majesty's electronic signature. Such a completely unreasonable military operation was very likely to cause the death of 1/3 of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. What was His Majesty thinking? After a minute, he walked out of the office with a cold face. He successfully digested the shock and returned to his role as the military minister. He passed His Majesty's order to his subordinates and forwarded it to the distant Imperial Expeditionary Force. He himself took the high-speed elevator and came to the hall at the bottom of the military headquarters. Countless military officers were busy in the hall. The computing power of the military headquarters of the Empire was far inferior to the old things in the Federation. The entire hall was filled with the sound of orders, and it was slightly chaotic. Prince Baiwu looked at everything in front of him with a cold face. He had forgotten about the strange military order of His Majesty, because in the past few years, he had spent most of his energy on the 3 most important missions of the Empire, and the hall in front of him was dealing with one of them. Prince Keaton's direct command fleet has already followed the order and will arrive at the designated area in about a month. The fleet has been asking when the portal will be opened. A major general of the Empire came to Prince Baiwu's side and said in a low voice. Prince Baiwu frowned and thought about what Huaichaosher said. Keaton was a brave man, but sometimes he was too impulsive, barbaric, and bloodthirsty. Was it too careless to let him carry out such an important transmigration mission? It's just an experimental transmigration. Do you think he dares to kill his way to the capital ring of the Federation? Prince Baiwu said sarcastically, "Send an encrypted message to him again. We can only calculate the data curve of the portal within 7 days. If he is really so happy in the Federation star system that he forgets to go home, then he will be captured by the Federation." The Major General nodded. Prince Baiwu looked at the busy military officers in the hall with a cold face and felt the pressure and majesty that made him very happy. He enjoyed the taste of war and felt a little regretful. It was a pity that the hero's brother didn't have time to get all the data of the portal. What he sent back 5 years ago was only fragments. Yes, in the hall at the bottom of the Empire's military building, an extremely important project was being carried out. Countless scientists were involved in it, trying to study the data of the portal according to the relevant data that Macklin sent back to the Empire a few years ago. Unfortunately, until today, the biggest progress they made was to calculate the activity pattern of the 2 portals filled with storms in a short period of time. Once the fleet entered the portal, it would cause a large disturbance to the environment of the portal, and the data model would enter an irreversible range. More importantly, they didn't know if the Federation had the ability to affect the portal. It looks good, but it doesn't have a decisive effect on this war. Prince Baiwu thought angrily. Other than the critical 7 days, the research of the military scientists couldn't break through the upper limit of quality. In other words, even if the research was successful, the Empire could only send a medium-sized fleet through the portal again and again. That was equivalent to letting the Federation eat away at their own strength. One day, we will attack the home of these invaders. Prince Baiwu opened his mouth slightly and said coldly. At this time, the Major General beside him received a phone call. A hint of excitement appeared in the Major General's eyes. He looked up and said to Prince Baiwu, "Your Royal Highness, regarding this experimental transmigration, maybe we have a very good hunting target." Back in the office, Prince Baiwu looked at the report that was jointly obtained by the military and the Royal Intelligence Agency. His face showed a hint of disbelief. He said in a deep voice, "The key is the source. I never thought that the military and the Royal Intelligence Agency would be able to get information from the Federation." The head of the Royal Intelligence Agency rubbed his hands excitedly and answered quickly. The information came from Bermuda. It was a direct contact. The source is a hero. His physiological markers have been confirmed. There is absolutely no problem. Hero? This was a great name that was used so much that it was tiresome. But Prince Baiwu's eyes lit up. Because the Empire's Hero Project was the seed project in the eyes of the Federation government. Prince Baiwu narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "It has been many years since he was awakened, especially when the Federation recently discovered this project. How did he awaken on his own? His Majesty once gave Prince Doring an awakening list. There are not many heroes on the list. Most of them have been identified and arrested by the Federation Bureau of Proclamation. But he is the one who hides the deepest. The head of the Royal Intelligence Agency explained, the most important reason is that he works in the military's intelligence department. This is very helpful for him to hide himself. No wonder he was able to know the top secret schedule of the federal military. Prince Bai Wu said, verify the intelligence. If it's correct, let him continue to lurk. Other than the few people on Master Fan's core list, he's probably our only compatriot in the Federation. A mere supply fleet is not worth his sacrifice. Prince Bo Wu coldly looked at the high-ranking officers in the room. His dark brown eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. He said in a deep voice, let him know the top secret schedule of the federal military as soon as possible. The high-ranking officers in the room were shocked. They did not understand what he meant. Only the major general who accompanied Prince Bo Wu to inspect the hall at the bottom level thought of something. Let County King Carlton's fleet slow down. Postpone the test of crossing the space tunnel indefinitely. Prince Bo Wu stood up and said coldly, in order to give the Federation a surprise gift, we have to make sure that when the first fleet passes through the space tunnel, we will cause them unbearable losses. The officers in the room slowly came to their senses. The head of the Royal Intelligence Agency asked with a trembling voice, the target of the surprise attack. Who should we target? If Li Pifu is going to the Westwoods, that would be the best. But that old guy only knows how to hide at home like a turtle, Prince Bo Wu said coldly. Other than him, there's only the tiger in the Westwoods. The Empire's research on the space tunnel could only allow a mid-sized fleet to make a round trip in 7 days. Unless they wanted to give up on that fleet. Just like what Prince Bo Wu said before, this kind of result looked good in the war between the two forces, but in reality, it had no strategic significance. But everything was changed because of that seed. If they knew the top secret schedule of the federal military, 7 days, a mid-sized fleet, seemed to be able to complete a bloody surprise attack that the Federation would never expect. Chapter 401. The upper echelons of the Imperial Army had drafted a grand and sinister plan for a long time. That night, the plan was approved by the Emperor. Thus, all the officers in the underground building of the Imperial Army started to carry out complicated tactical simulations. They had to make sure that this bloody surprise attack was flawless, even if it was just a possibility. Thinking about the impact the surprise attack would have on the universe and the endless humiliation and pain it would bring to the people of the Federation, the staff officers of the Imperial Army were so excited that their eyes turned red and their bodies trembled. Naturally, they forgot about the other urgent military order that the Imperial Army had received that day. But after that, they immediately remembered that the expeditionary force far away in the Federation's territory had been ordered by the Imperial Palace. Instantly, their hearts trembled. From the Minister of Military Affairs to the lowest-ranking staff officers, no one dared to underestimate the Emperor's orders. They didn't want to see the Empire's last fortress in the Federation's territory fall apart, and they didn't want to see the Emperor explode in anger because of this. The frequency of information transmission between Tianjing and the three-star systems at the edge of the Federation's Westwoods was suddenly encrypted. The Imperial Army's General Staff Office started to have intensive discussions with the military leaders of the Expeditionary Force to make strategic arrangements for the Expeditionary Force to attack the planet's southern hemisphere. For the past 20 years, the Imperial Expeditionary Force's main strategy had been to defend the 2.5-star systems under their control and wait for reinforcements. They would act as a nail to wedge into the Federation's territory and preserve as much of their strength as possible when it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to expand their victory. They would restrain the federal military's large forces and buy time for the Empire's great counterattack. With just a few words from the Emperor, the Expeditionary Force had to give up on their established and effective strategy. Just for the sake of a young female Federation star, they had to turn out in full force and shed blood. This kind of disregard for the lives of the Expeditionary Force's soldiers really made the officers of the General Staff Office feel cold and confused, but no one dared to say that this was the Emperor's reckless order. General Ambley stood in the snow below the circular base. His sparse beard was covered in frost from the heat. He quietly looked at the encrypted electronic document and thought to himself, "Your Majesty, this is a random order, but I don't think any of the officials would dare to object." The old general looked back at the magnificent and cold glacier behind the base and felt a slight chill. All the belongings of the Maple Forest Formation were hidden there. Were they going to throw everything in for the national girl of the Federation? He could not understand the Emperor's military orders, but he would carry them out without question. He would not drag his feet. On one hand, it was because of his supreme reverence for the Emperor. On the other hand, it was because his family was still far away in his hometown. Is it to stop this concert from going on and strike a blow to the Federation's confidence? Or is it because of something else? Old General Ambly's eyes sunk as he thought to himself. The people in the South must have been prepared. The concert is definitely not a good time. His judgment was not wrong. The big shots of the federal military were not a bunch of idiots. They dared to agree to Jian Shui'er's request and let her enter the real front line to hold a concert for the military. Naturally, they knew how dangerous this matter was. The Federal Army in the Southern Hemisphere had already entered a state of alert. What was even more frightening was that the Federation's medium-sized fleet had been patrolling in space, coldly suppressing the planet's firepower line. This fleet had escorted Jian Shui'er and her group in a Huiming corridor and had not retreated. Other than angering the Federation, what good is it for the Empire to pay such a high price to kill that young female celebrity? General Ambly quietly thought to himself. Then he ordered the Norman officer in a hoarse voice, "The General Staff Headquarters has an emergency meeting to discuss this matter." For the sake of the Emperor's word, they had to fight, and they had to win. At the very least, General Ambly was very sure that this was definitely not a trap set by the Federation. General Ambly believed that his counterparts in the federal military had been retarded, naive, and stupid decades ago. However, after so many years of war, and Li Pifu had brought up an entire generation of outstanding generals, the current federal military staff would not use such petty and childish methods. More importantly, even he, who had been on the battlefield for many years, could not think of any benefits for his Maple Forest alliance to go to the south to hunt down that young female celebrity. This proved that no matter how much Jian Shui'er was doted on by the Federation, she was still just a celebrity. She had no strategic value and was not qualified to be bait on the battlefield. This was a very simple logical inference. Since there was no reason for her to be bait, the theory of a trap was naturally not valid. The people in the South have been continuously increasing their troops in the past few months. They should be preparing for something big. This concert may be the publicity for this big move. General Ambly held his teacup like an ordinary old man. He slowly said to his subordinates in a hoarse voice, "Since we're going to fight, of course we can't just focus on that celebrity. We have to win, and we have to beat their momentum." The old general slowly raised his head. His somewhat cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. He swept his gaze across the faces of the officers in the room one by one. In a deep voice, he said, "The orders from the military are only to kill or capture the target, but I think the Maple Forest Alliance can do more." The officers in the command room saw the sudden brilliance in the old man's face. They quickly stood up and saluted. Since they were going to attack with all their strength, it was not worth it to just complete the mission given by the Emperor. The Imperial Expeditionary Force would definitely not be satisfied with this. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and vent their resentment and hatred for the Federation for many years. This did not violate the orders of the military. In fact, perhaps their comrades in the distant homeland also hoped that they would have such courage and courage. General Ambly slowly stood up and placed his teacup on the table. He looked at his subordinates who were standing upright and said, "The General Staff Headquarters will draft the battle plan as soon as possible. The Alliance will mobilize. I only have one request. The battle plan must be reported quickly." In the cruel, interweaving battle on the planet's surface, the Empire and the Federal Army had long known each other's depth. General Ambly's request for quickly was exceptionally accurate and pointed out the main point of this attack. Although the southern side of the planet still had the Federation's electronic surveillance network, this planet was once completely occupied by the Imperial Expeditionary Force. No one knew how many nodes set up by the Bureau of Proclamation many years ago had been destroyed. The Federation had only reclaimed the Southern Hemisphere for a dozen years. It was impossible to restore the glory of the Charter in such a short period of time. This was where the Imperial Expeditionary Force's confidence came from. As long as they were fast enough and entered the battlefield at the right time, the Expeditionary Force was confident that they could openly suppress the people in the South and catch them off guard. Even if the broken charter could see them, they would not be able to mobilize troops in time to respond. It was like the thunderstorm night in the Southern Hemisphere during summer. Lightning flashed in the night sky like snakes. You knew that after the flash of light, there would be a rumble of thunder, but you could not react at all. You could only watch, wait, and slowly cover your ears. 40 minutes later, under the control of the Imperial Expeditionary Force in the Northern Hemisphere of 5,460, 17 mountain-style military airfields were activated at the same time. Countless black dots of miniature drones buzzed as they took off, flew over the glaciers and forests, and flew towards the south. The Moonwolf Group, which was the best at long-distance raids, began to overcharge. The electronic troops under the command of the Expeditionary Army could not avoid the monitoring of the radiance of the Charter, but they used methods that had been hidden all along. They cleverly passed through the remaining civil communication lines underground and began to attempt to hack into a broadcasting relay station that had just arrived on this planet. It was the concert broadcasting equipment of the Federation television. All of this was to prepare for the upcoming war. The Expeditionary Force had to do everything possible to confirm the location of Jianshui. Although the Expeditionary Force headquarters had more long-term plans, they had to first satisfy the Emperor's request while fiercely attacking the Federal Army in the south. Old General Ambly and a few officers silently stood on the observation tower of the circular base, looking at the glaciers behind the base. A huge alloy door suddenly appeared in the middle of the glaciers. Countless self-driving mechanical tanks and fighter jets slowly drove out of the underground base with a murderous aura. They came out of the ice and snow, so naturally they carried with them a sense of ice and snow. The same scene was happening at the foot of countless glaciers in the Northern Hemisphere. The three most powerful mechanical brigades of the Maple Forest Alliance would all be thrown into this absurd war that was destined to go down in history. Although the battle on this planet was only the prelude to this magnificent war, it was still a battle that was destined to go down in history. Old General Ambly calmly looked at the rumbling tanks under his feet that crushed through the ice and the fighter jets that were undergoing pre-battle inspection. His old heart was unprecedentedly full and healthy. A general could only release his brilliance on the battlefield, on this planet far away from home. Other than the flying artillery, what else could dispel the terrible loneliness? But even at this moment, he still didn't forget the Emperor's strict order. He muttered to himself, "Little girl, even if you want to hide or run, I will make sure you have nowhere to go. You can only walk into the place I want you to go." The old general firmly believed that once the attack began, the Federation's national girl would definitely not be able to board a battleship and leave this lonely planet where it was difficult for her to return home. This was because 2 hours ago, the last and strongest fleet of the Empire's Expeditionary Army left behind at Westwood's border was silently sailing towards the star sector where Planet 5460 was located. The air quality of Planet 5460 was extremely good. It was unusually clear, even more transparent than the atmosphere of the administrative planet of the Westwoods. The people who walked out of the battleships couldn't help but look up at the blue sky. Most of them were from the Capital Ring, and they had never seen such a clear sky in their lives. Sulu took off his sunglasses and squinted at the faintly visible Federation battleships above his head. He couldn't help but be shocked by the vastness of his field of vision. In his mind, he began to suspect the real reason why these battleships didn't leave. The Federal fleet had always patrolled in the middle space of the star system. Patrolling in low space like this required them to resist the huge gravitational force of the planet. The energy consumption was not something the current Federation was willing to bear. "What's wrong?" Jian Shui'er walked down from the black car and asked curiously. Sulu lowered his head, put on his sunglasses again, and explained, "It's the first time I've seen such a clear sky. I'm not used to it. I feel a little nervous." Chapter 4:02. There were not many officers who came to Zaichio's military spaceport to participate in the small, welcoming ceremony. Sulu stood below the stage and looked at the soldiers through his sunglasses. He thought that compared to the momentum created on the West Wood's administrative planet, the officers on this planet did not seem to care much about the victory concert. The frontline command headquarters actually only sent a major general. Most of the federal army stationed in the southern hemisphere of Planet 5460 were directly subordinate troops of the West Wood's military district. There were only 2 divisions of troops from the Capital Ring who came to participate in the rotational battle. The frontline command headquarters led the military operations of the entire planet, so at least 1 lieutenant general was available. Sulu did not think that this was the military ignoring the performance team. Instead, he thought that the generals in the headquarters were probably busy with something important. The aftermath of the news could not be calmed down. Although this was the absolute frontier and absolute frontline, the soldiers still knew of Su Li's existence through the television and the internet. The soldiers in the formation listened to the unoriginal welcome speech on the rostrum and looked at the national girl on the stage excitedly. Many of them also looked at Su Lu curiously. This young man who didn't seem to have any abnormalities was that guy from the legends. The sunglasses covered Su Li's eyes. He did not care about the strange looks around him. Under the cover of the sunglasses, no one knew that he, who was silent with his hands behind his back, was actually having a direct communication with a great being. A faint light appeared in his left eye. The old man did not seem to like to appear in his mind with the face of the old butler. Instead, he used the light talismans to communicate with him directly. "I think this is a big deal, but I don't know when the Department of Defense will tell the truth about the mission." Sulu thought in his mind, "I'm carrying out a military mission. If something really happens to the concert, you have to help me. I can't let anything happen to Jian Shui. The glory of a charter was an invisible existence, but in his left eye, rows of characters could be seen with the naked eye. A row of characters flashed. The electronic monitoring network in the northern hemisphere has been completely destroyed. Less than 2% is left. It is unable to support the overall monitoring calculation. The southern hemisphere is 47% complete. The overall monitoring calculation can be attempted. Can I know what the DoD is doing in secret? You don't have the authority in this area, but I think you will receive a new mission soon." Sulu understood what he meant. He stood silently in the sunshine of Zaichio Airport. According to the old man, as long as he stayed in the southern hemisphere, he could protect himself and Jian Shui no matter what the people of the Empire in the north did or what the Department of National Defense secretly planned. After the simple welcome ceremony, the concert team left Zaichio Airport with the guidance vehicle and military police sent by the frontline command and headed north. The further north they went, the hotter they felt. The clear sky outside the black car seemed like it could burn up at any time. Jian Shui sat in the back with her eyes wide open. She looked at the wreckage of fighter jets that could often be seen on both sides of the road and the armored vehicles that had been burned into black soil. Her clear eyes did not burn, but there was a faint sadness in them. In the following journey, Jian Shui, accompanied by military officials, came to the third hospital of the planet to visit the wounded soldiers who were receiving treatment. The soldiers who were seriously injured on the battlefield would be transported back to the main planet of the West Woods for treatment. But because of the limited transport capacity, a large number of the wounded were still receiving treatment on the spot. They would be transferred after their condition stabilized. In the intensive care ward of the sterile space on the second floor, there were many soldiers who were permanently disabled. Some of them had their legs blown off by anti-infantry mines. Some of them had their arms cut off by high-speed rotating bullets scattered by the Empire Mecha, and some of them had most of their skin burned by the incendiary bombs dropped from the sky. Jian Shui, who was wearing a light blue sterile suit, did not just say a few words of encouragement to the soldiers and leave the hospital. Instead, she sat quietly beside the bed and began to talk to the seriously injured soldiers. The national girl came to his side. Her clear voice was filled with sunshine, bringing warmth and comfort to these soldiers who had suffered heavy blows. The gloomy and even somewhat desperate atmosphere in the ward changed a lot because of her arrival. Jian Shui'er softly sang a song for them. She turned her head and said cutely, "I'm so useless." When he said this, even the second lieutenant, who had 70% of his burn area, laughed. It was just that his heavily injured face hadn't had time to undergo skin grafting and muscle regeneration surgery, so he looked abnormally terrifying. Especially when he laughed, one could actually see the pink muscle fibers on his left cheek and the white teeth that were exposed in the air. Not everyone dared to look at this face. Most of the team members who came to visit the wounded stayed away from this bed. Sister Tong had a look of pity on her face as she quietly stood behind. Only Jian Shui'er sat beside him, and Su Lu stood behind her. Su Lu watched silently. He did not know how many people he had killed in his life, and how many bloody and cruel scenes he had seen. But when he looked at a severely burned soldier, he still felt cold and numb in his heart. However, he did not see a trace of disgust or disgust on Jian Shui'er's pink cheeks. What impressed him even more was that the national girl did not show any expression of pity. She just smiled cutely, as if the burned soldier on the bed was an extremely ordinary person. Not far behind the 3rd Military Hospital was the graveyard. After the news reporter finished filming the scene of Jian Shui'er offering flowers to the hero's cemetery, he was politely asked to leave. In the green grassland, Su Lu walked slowly with Jian Shui'er. He saw that the girl's eyes were already wet. For decades, in order to resist the invasion of the Empire, countless young and hot-blooded people had been buried here. Only close to 4,000 of these soldiers were buried in this cemetery. However, as far as the eye could see, all one could see were black tombstones in the gentle green grassland. They didn't seem like lush trees, but rather like black gems scattered throughout the grassland. Looking at this scene, there was no fear of death in the hearts of the two of them. There was only a faint sadness and respect. Jian Shui'er turned around. Her big eyes were full of a strong smile and tears that she had not had time to wipe away. She said, "Many people died for victory. If we do something for this, it is very reasonable, right?" "Yes, so you have a hold of victory concert." It was not as simple as a concert. Although the old man insisted on maintaining his authority and did not tell Su Lu the top-secret military information, he was sure that his deduction would not be wrong through his own observations these days. Leaving the hospital and the cemetery, he entered the frontline military camp. Looking at the multi-level automatic farms watered by water droplets and listening to the sounds of cards in the barracks around him that were filled with West Woods accents, Su Lu was slightly stunned. He felt as if he had returned to the training base. The sun here was so bright that he really did not feel the tension of an impending war. Turning around the barracks, there were countless soldiers on the field undergoing close combat training under the scorching sun. Battle cries shook the sky. Although armed infantrymen rarely had the chance to meet the Empire's soldiers, the soldiers of the Federation had never forgotten the bloodlust that close combat training could bring to them. The camouflage military uniforms had long been rubbed by the dirt and stones. The soldiers' bodies fell heavily on the hard ground, and then they climbed up resolutely. The battle cries and the orderly landing of the soldiers soared into the sky. It was so exciting that the people in the convoy were thirsty. The earth trembled slightly. 7 black M52 mechas walked out from behind the barracks. The heavy mechas towered over the canopy of the trees. They moved silently in the wind, as if they were returning home. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Su Lu finally smiled when he saw this scene. Being on the front line, he could truly confirm that he was indeed very used to this kind of battlefield atmosphere. Even his body was beginning to itch. Jian Shui'er in the back saw the sunny smile on his face. Thinking that the Ministry of Defense would probably not hand over the mission to Group 7 until after the concert, she asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Su Lu smiled, revealing a mouth full of healthy white teeth. He said, "I'm thinking that no matter what might happen at the concert, no matter what the Ministry of Defense wants me to do, but if those Empire people really dare to come to the South, this young master will definitely make them regret it a little." The convoy entered the base. The MX Mecha that had been closely guarded was transferred into the heavily guarded warehouse. The concert was set for 2 days later. The relevant technical installation and rehearsals would begin tonight. The concert broadcast organization had already arrived at Planet 5460 10 days ago. The concert stage had already been set up. All that was left was for the engineers in Jianshuaner's team to perform the final adjustments. Of course, the broadcast organization for the Victory concert could only be the Federation television station. From the age of 12, Jian Shuier had cooperated with the Federation television station for all of her drama interviews and concert broadcasts. The two parties had cooperated countless times and were already very familiar with each other. Sulu stood behind Jian Shuier, seeing her smiling and greeting every staff member of the television station with a friendly and cute smile. An inexplicable sense of pride welled up in his heart. This was the uncle's daughter, the dream lover of his adolescence. She was indeed worthy of his love. However, no one noticed that at the side of the concert venue, the pulse balancing system of the high-power signal relay station had a momentary imbalance. It seemed that some kind of external signal was invading. It's a pity that we can't go and see the grand scene of the concert with our own eyes. Logically speaking, the rehearsal tonight should have given our fleet some signal. In the command hall of the Federal Fleet's flagship outside the planet's atmosphere, a middle-aged commander held a cup of coffee and looked at the brightly colored planet under his feet and said emotionally, "This Federation medium-sized fleet was composed of the Sinew series battleships." The commander of the fleet was a female major general in her 40s, Hong Yujing. She was the sister of the commander of the Federal Fleet, Hong Yuliang. Major General Hong Yuliang smiled and said, "The concert will be broadcasted to the entire Federation the day after tomorrow. We will be able to see it all the same." Her deputy commander suddenly frowned and asked in a low voice, "Wasting so much energy and leaving the fleet here just to ensure the smooth performance of a concert. I don't know what the Department of Defense is thinking when they spend so much energy." Major General Hong Yujing looked at him quietly and said with a smile, "Because this is a concert called Victory." Chapter 403. Major General Hong Yujing didn't explain further to her deputy, because the secret military order was only passed to officers at her level, and it wasn't announced to the lower ranks. The Federation set up such a trap for the Imperial Expeditionary Force, so naturally, they didn't want to reveal any flaws from top to bottom. In fact, even she didn't know why the Ministry of Defense came up with such a plan. This plan seemed a bit naive and stupid. Would the Imperial Expeditionary Force really lose their mind and give up the defensive strategy that the enemy had persisted for more than a decade, just because of that national girl? From her sister, General Hong Yuliang, she even knew that when President Pabre passed this military plan called the Victory Concert, he still didn't understand where the Ministry of Defense's confidence came from. However, in the end, President Prabal still made up his mind and passed this military plan. Just like the respectable president, Captain Hong Yujing did not understand, but she accepted it without any resistance. She also made meticulous tactical deductions and preparations for the upcoming war, because this plan came from the old man beside Feicheng Lake. To the senior generals of the federal government and the military, the old man had long since taken off his martial uniform and returned to the lake. However, in the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, he once again stood up. What kind of inconceivable yet incomparably exciting news was this? The universe had been peaceful for too long, and the Federation had been waiting for too long. They couldn't tolerate the Empire's expeditionary force on their own land anymore. When the God of War made his move, the world was in chaos. No one knew why the wise and powerful old man forced this military plan, but everyone in the Federation firmly believed that under the wise leadership of the God of War, they would definitely win. Major General Hong Yujing knew that the mission of her fleet was to cover Jian Shueier's departure, but she also knew that if the Imperial Expeditionary Force really attacked, that old fox Umburi would definitely not miss her. But could the Imperial Expeditionary Force calculate that the Federation spent a few months to set up a diversion just to bury a surprise force there? She looked at the planet below the porthole of the battleship. She looked at the light yellow mountain range at the intersection of white and green on the surface of the planet. She smiled and smoothed the wrinkles on her forehead. Looking from space, the mountain range looked pale yellow, but in reality, you would find that the mountain range was a deep brownish yellow. Other than a few green plants on the mountainside, the entire mountain range was barren. There was no trace of life, and it was lonely. Therefore, the highest peak in a mountain range was called the Lonely Mountain Range. That's the Lonely Mountain Range. Behind us is the Yellow Mountain Range. A few months ago at the training base, you should understand what it means by now. Behind a giant, sunken rock, Du Xiaoqing, the commander of the Iron 7th Division of the Federation's 3rd Military Region, coldly looked at the surroundings and said to Shiminjin, who was standing behind him, "You came later than the troops, so take the time to familiarize yourself with the tactical plan." "Yes, teacher." Shiminjin had just arrived at planet 5460 not long ago. He was not wearing a military hat today, and his slightly dry black hair swayed in the dry wind of the Yellow Mountains. The Ministry of National Defense has prepared for so long, and even let the key military officers to cooperate with our maneuver to improve our understanding of this ambush. If we still can't win this battle, all of you will go back to S3 to be clerks," Du Xiaoqing said coldly. All the military officers behind him had serious expressions. They all stood at attention and said in a deep voice, "We will complete the mission." Behind this group of military officers, countless firepower equipment suitable for mountainous warfare were undergoing the final adjustment in camouflage. Behind the artillery position, some large equipment was covered with dark yellow camouflage cloth. It was hard to tell what it was, but it looked like it was a mecha. The entire Iron 7th Division was now distributed between the Yellow Mountain Range and the Silent Mountain Range. However, with so many people and so many equipment, they did not make any noise or leave any traces on the mountain road. The tactical quality of the division was fully demonstrated during this preparation process. The results of the Ministry of National Defense's tactical deduction are out. A staff officer walked behind Du Xiaoqing and said in a low voice. Then, with a pull of his hands, he opened the scroll-like electronic map and quickly operated with his hands, marking the places that needed attention. He explained to him and the officers around him, whether it's a feint or a full-scale attack, since the Department of Defense has determined that the other party is the target, we can't do anything. Then the opponent must attack Zaiqiu Airport before the warship takes off, thus forcing the target to move west from the concert location and leave the planet through Luoqiu Airport. The Yellow Mountain Range is the only route they have to pass through. Just to confuse our line of sight, there will definitely be a full force attack on the line of demarcation. The opponent may not use a lot of power to carry out a surprise attack, but until now, the Ministry of National Defense has not determined how much power the Empire will put into this route. Outside of the Wolf Moon Mecha Brigade, how much firepower will there be? I don't want to know how many troops the Empire will send. Du Xiaoqing looked at the ambush position under his feet and lightly waved his black lambskin gloves. He said with a rare emotion, "Since we are back, we can only leave with victory. Many years ago, this planet was the place where the Iron 7th Division had been reborn. During the Second Federal Defense War, the Iron 7th Division had single-handedly completed an inconceivable task of stopping 3 of the Empire's integrated brigades, buying precious time for the Federation's main forces to surround them. However, the Iron 7th Division had paid the price of being almost completely annihilated. The Iron 7th Division won glory in the end, but they did not receive the respect of the federal military. This was because the Veterans Association and the media who promoted the Iron 7th Division's achievements did not know the story behind that tragic attack. In that defensive battle decades ago, the previous commander and senior officers of the 7th Division missed the opportunity and were cowardly, causing a fatal strategic flaw to appear in the military's plan. The situation was very critical, and their entire division headquarters was surrounded by the Imperial Expeditionary Force. They were forced into a desperate situation, and the 7th Division had no choice but to desperately fight back. The 7th Division, which had suffered countless casualties, made a name for itself and gained a reputation of being the Iron 7th Division. How many people had died in the 3 Imperial regiments because of their once fleeting cowardice? The media and public who did not know the inside story only knew that the division had bravely killed the enemy, and thus promoted them to the position of the Iron 7th Division. How could the big shots in the military who knew the inside story be satisfied? From then on, the glory of the Iron 7th Division was purposely forgotten. Du Shaoqing's father was once a staff officer of the Iron 7th Division. He participated in this cruel defensive battle and was one of the rare few who survived. However, a few years after Du Shaoqing was born, this officer, who was filled with endless guilt and fear, finally died of depression. Today, the truly reborn Iron 7th Division once again came to this planet that had brought them endless glory and humiliation. They were about to welcome a brand new military history. Du Shaoqing quietly looked at the undulating mountains of the planet and said slowly, "This is the first battle since the Iron 7th Division officially returned to the front lines after decades. This battle must be won." His sunglasses reflected the blue sky of planet 5460 and the Yellow Mountains. It was a magnificent sight. The highly anticipated concert of the Federation officially began. Whether it was the Capitol Ring, the Westwoods, or even the middle-aged man in the Empire's Tianjin building, everyone sat in their own comfortable seats and began to enjoy the concert either excitedly or silently. I lightly jumped into the river of love in front of me. The passers-by beside you can't compare to the gift box in your hand. Within a radius of 500 kilometers around the military camp in the Southern Hemisphere, 3 layers of defense were arranged. Countless military aircraft were on standby, and countless mechas were undergoing their final self-checks. The fleet in space was watching this solemnly. However, the purple-haired girl standing on the stage did not know any of this. She just hugged a large microphone, tilted her head slightly, and stood on the graceful stage shrouded in blue light. Facing the darkness below, she hummed softly as if she was murmuring, "I'm sorry. I say, dear, dear, the passers-by beside you wish you a happy new year." The nation's young lady, Jian Shi, walked out of the clouds like a little fairy who had just come of age. Her purple hair was combed smoothly with a unique bow. She was as pure and cute as ever. However, her lips were painted bright red today. The red on her lips wasn't like blood, but like the smear of cinnabar on a white silk cloth. It was breathtaking and made the girl's pure face have a hint of the charm of an opera. The song ended. Other than the bright stage, the surroundings were silent. Other than darkness, there was only darkness. Even the sound of the audience's breathing couldn't be heard. Jian Shui'er stood on the stage alone and felt the loneliness that belonged only to her. She tilted her head in confusion and thought for a while. Then she smiled sweetly towards the audience and said, "You can applaud now." As if they had received an order, the dark silence below the stage instantly collapsed. Applause and excited cheers instantly broke through the night of 5,460 people. This was the military camp. No matter how excited the Federation soldiers were in front of their dream idol, they still subconsciously maintained the cold silence of a mountain before they woke up from their daze. However, once they started to clap and express their excitement, the originally quiet and dark concert suddenly became a carnival scene. Amidst the thunderous applause, the director turned on the lights that had been deliberately suppressed for a few minutes. Countless beams of light began to madly sweep across the mountainous military camp. This was a rare scene of a simple concert in the Federation, but it was definitely the most enthusiastic and dazzling stage. The group of dancers wearing sky-blue miniskirts walked onto the stage. Under the dazzling lights, Jian Shui'er removed the cute butterfly clip and combed the short purple hair on her head into a clump of extremely vigorous wild grass. She stuck out her tongue and walked to the front of the stage in her pretty leather boots. The music started. Jian Shui'er looked at the densely packed soldiers below the stage and forced a serious smile. However, she didn't say anything. She just held the big microphone with both hands and lightly lowered her eyelashes. Like a quiet girl in an oil painting, She softly and attentively began to sing. When I was 12 years old, I became the poor orphan that you all liked very much. Unfortunately, you only know me as Jian Shuier, that little girl with no parents. When I was 14 years old, in your eyes, I began to enter the military academy to study. Unfortunately, you only know me as Jian Shuier, the purple-haired girl destined to board the warship. When I was 16 years old, I received a very thin bracelet. Unfortunately, you only know me as Jian Shuier, but you don't know what it means to me. On the first day of the 66th year of the constitutional era, I held my first concert. I was very nervous. Unfortunately, you only know me as Jian Shuier, but you don't know what kind of bloody rain rained down in the underground parking lot that day. On the 67th year of the constitutional era, I went to the mountainous 4 states, wanting to do my best. Unfortunately, you only know me as Jian Shuier, but you don't know how powerless I was in the ashes that day. I am a national girl, Jian XX. I am a national girl, Jian XX. When I smile, I'm not used to looking back. I'm not gentle. I just want to use my naturally cute, smiling face to walk quietly with you. Because I'm just an ordinary girl, Jian XX. Fireworks flew and the concert reached its climax. Sula looked at the national girl on the stage with tears in his eyes. However, he didn't know that far away, countless missiles rose into the air, just like the fireworks that filled the sky behind the stage. Chapter 404. The reason why I can't not read it is because it's very long and tiring, and it doesn't cost me any money. Wouldn't you be losing out if you don't read it? Here's the main text. Unavoidably, I, Tomcat, Lazy Cat, will recall the past, report the present, look forward to the future, and open my account book. After all, the year is almost over, and it's about to enter an even number of years. First, I'm terrified. Don't laugh in a hurry. It's not because I'm terrified of receiving your love. It's because in the blink of an eye, it's already 2001. It's making a middle-aged man like me panic. I'm turning 33. How time flies. When I wrote a nonsense serial in 2001, there was a line in it. Hong Kong only returned yesterday. So how was it that in the blink of an eye, we're crossing the century? Back then, I thought that the speed of 3 years in the blink of an eye was terrifying, but now I realize that 10 years in the blink of an eye is the true tragedy. When one is about to die, one's words are true. I'm still a long way from death, but the pressure makes me want to do something. I want to write a story, and I'm writing one now. I want to make a movie, and that's nonsense. Even something like a script makes me dizzy, and I can't appreciate its beauty. I want to marry a wife, and I'm about to marry one. Yes, this is a very long story. In a few days, I'll write a short story to commemorate my long-lost single life. Speaking of which, from 2004 onwards, many reading comrades thought I was married, but in fact, I wasn't. I was just booked. Digression, back to the topic. How can I not be terrified? Su Sanduo said to do meaningful things, and meaningful things are to live well. Then what does it mean to live well? Then he said he was doing something meaningful, which made a tongue twister. From my point of view, to do meaningful things, you have to make living well concrete. For example, what you do for a living, what kind of happiness and satisfaction you get after living well. This is very simple. It's the sigh I've repeated countless times to everyone. Doing what you like and earning money is happiness. The second is happiness. When I started writing this year-end speech, I was worried that there wouldn't be anything to write. Of course, when I saw the long paragraph of nonsense at the beginning, I realized that I had underestimated my nagging and long-winded abilities. The reason for this worry is that I always feel that when I look back on a year, there has to be some ups and downs in this year's life. Just like what Gidge Pig said to Show a long time ago. Or was it Zi Yuan who said it? I forgot. It was probably because when Russian did not like ping ping, something like that. A plot without highs and lows was not a good plot. A year without highs and lows was a difficult year to write a summary. The celebration ended at the beginning of the year, and he felt very happy. Now that I've started a podcast, I feel very happy. Moreover, the more I write, the happier I feel. Before this, I had already thought that this topic would definitely not be pleasing. Mecha, but in the end, there weren't many mecha fights in a million words. If it was interstellar, I would definitely not admit it. I don't have the ability to do architecture. If it was sci-fi, you can just kill me. I only admit that spy is a foreign land, but in fact, your divine eyes have already discovered it. What I want to write is just a story, but I can't find where to put the background, so I can only put it in a completely different world, but in essence, it is exactly the same world. For this kind of irrelevant topic, I brace myself and start writing because I really like it, and I'm sure that I can fully immerse myself in it, but I've already prepared myself mentally. In the end, the response is still sloppy. There are more than 80,000 views, and it's still slowly increasing. You have to know that during the same period of the year, there probably wasn't much more. Excluding the selectivity of the topic, I find that I'm okay. It's still that old saying that isn't actually YD. I really have a long life. Although the number of friends reading this story is increasing slowly, it looks like it will also last. This brings me back to the first sigh. I'm really prepared to do this for the rest of my life, so I have to write every story full of love. I've always thought that if you're determined to do something for the rest of your life, then that's the attitude of a career. I've raised myself up again, and I'm starting to walk with a clatter. I'm an easily satisfied person. It's because of this happiness that it's hard to write a summary. My family, growth, and life since I was young were all this happy and sunny. It was a complete mess. Fate was made in heaven. Year after year, I can't find any bumps in my life. I forgot to mention that life in Mei and Qing was also very happy. This is the third summary, the change of life. Living in Qing, there are many things to do and worry about. In the past, I've mentioned this many times in my nonsense. Some of my reading friends are tired of it and think I'm being pretentious. I won't talk about it here. I just feel that when one reaches middle age, it's indeed easy to get tired. Two pairs of readers got to know each other through reading my books, and they fell in love. It's said that they're preparing to get married. This is very good. Perhaps there are other readers who have the same story, but I don't know. I'm just thinking that you can and should get married. That way, my book of achievements will forever be filled with glory. Fourth, this story. This is a good story, but there's a problem with my ability. I'm not being modest here. Everyone knows that I'm not a modest person, so I can't necessarily write it well. However, I will adhere to one principle, which is to evaluate myself. What I write every day must be worthy of the subscription price you pay. When I first started to write about Qing Yunian, I only knew how to clear water and not fill in the blanks. Later, I realized that this was nonsense. Even if you don't want to fill in the blanks, there will still be times when you can't write and need to update. Intentionally or unintentionally, you'll still fill in the blanks. It's just that I firmly believe that the words I fill in, which describe feelings and emotions, although pure, can be sold for a little money. This brings me to another point. I'm not being modest. Recently, I've been feeling quite proud, especially in December. Other than Godabato halfway through, I've been messing around the rest of the time. In fact, this messing around started on the 23rd of last month. Such an intensive 3 updates a day is something that a lazy person like me has never thought of before. But what's really proud is that during the 3 updates a day, I actually didn't fill in the blanks at all. I didn't even fill in the blanks. I actually wrote better than before. This was confirmed in the emotional greetings sent by Comrade Shiwa, a female junior high school classmate of mine, and a few friends. If there's a problem with my self-perception, I think there shouldn't be too much of a problem with these guys' feelings. Does this mean that I really have potential to be tapped? I'm still young and haven't withered? 6 point, I finally started to report the accounts. Since July, I've been grateful for everyone's support and love. I promised everyone that there won't be any irresistible situation, and I'll never update again. Ru Chunxiang jumped up victoriously and screamed, "I did it! I did it!" This is a very good attitude. I didn't write much. I'm indeed a lazy person, so I can only compare with myself. Fortunately, I've done what I promised you. That's enough. Speaking of this, I really want to say that I often spell in the group. I really admire the Tang family's 3rd young master. It's not his speed, but his endurance. He's a guy with a professional spirit. I really want to learn from him. December's accounts have also been cleared. There's about 10 or so days of 3 updates. That's it. Now, I'll talk about the plan for next month and next year. Pay attention to it. 7th point. Looking forward to the future. To be honest, I definitely didn't write as much in January as I did this month. I'll be very busy until March and again in May. As for whether I'll be busy in between, sorry, I really don't know. I promise to keep updating. I promise that when I have time, I'll write more and write more seriously. Then, this year, I'll give you the story of the spy so that you can pass the time and also pass some time. From now on, the first 7 days will be double the monthly votes. I can only do what I said before. I don't dare to promise to explode because the invincible state won't last forever. I'm not tired, but I'm not tired either. I just need to rest. But I still need to solicit monthly votes. This is also a very important part of the plan. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. I've been performing well recently. I'm very confident that I can squeeze everything out of everyone. Back to the 5th point, I'm not modest. Many people laugh and call me narcissistic, but you and I are both wrong. I don't have low self-esteem, but my mood is easily affected. It's easy for me to think that I'm a scumbag after introspection, so I need to constantly encourage myself to maintain some kind of confidence and drive. So I really need your encouragement. Recommendation votes are good. Subscriptions are even better. Monthly votes are the best. Yes, the purpose of this year's summary is to encourage myself, and I hope that the comrades reading this story will also encourage themselves. I discovered that in order to live a good life in this society that isn't absolutely perfect, this technique is extremely useful. What kind of person am I? I'm a great and hardworking fat man. Seeing that this annual summary is close to 3,000 words, sincere and full of literary talent, how can I not vote for the monthly votes? The first part of the summary was written very smoothly, but the last part about soliciting votes wasn't. Actually, the last part of the solicitation was just because I was a little unconvinced. I don't believe that soliciting votes has to be hot-blooded enough and have to be updated enough. I just haven't updated enough. I probably won't be hot-blooded for the rest of my life, but I'll pull a lot of monthly votes to see. TSK. I'm that kind of person who doesn't walk the normal path. Wah! I wish everyone a happy new year, healthy parents, and a happy life. I definitely don't have the energy to write more New Year's greetings. Chapter 405. I'm Jian, as in simple so-and-so. Su Lu stood in the shadows at the side of the stage, vigilantly watching his surroundings while listening to the 7 groups of reports from his headphones. His eyes were fixed on the graceful and charming girl on the stage, and his mood was gently swaying along with the lyrics that came out of her red lips. The simple so-and-so referred to Jian, or Jianshi. The simple lyrics were written by her personally. Although it seemed a little long and complicated, everyone knew that those lyrics were talking about her life, the bizarre 19 years of life of a national idol. Especially for Su Lu, whether it was the assassination in Linhai or the terrorist attack on the concert in Huangshan 4 states. Even if he was not directly involved, he was deeply involved in these things, so he felt it more deeply. Jian Shuai sang this song on the stage for the first time. Su Lu looked at her quietly, thinking about the years that had passed. Only then did he realize that a girl's voice could be so low and fluctuating, and in the end, there was a trace of honesty and stubbornness. Thinking silently, the music gradually faded, the lights dimmed, and several military singers went on stage to perform. After the last break, Su Lu plugged in his headphones, hurriedly walked backstage to the electric downstairs, and held Jian Shuai's hand as they walked to the dressing room. The backstage of the concert was like a war. Half a minute later, Jian Shuai came out of the changing room. Su Lu, the only male in the room, couldn't help but stiffen slightly. His mouth was half open, and he was almost unable to speak because of that beautiful light. The last 3 songs of the concert were dynamic dance songs. Jian Shuai was wearing a very cool costume, unprecedentedly cool. The girl's purple hair was combed as smooth as a ray of light, and then tied up with a thin red ribbon, very eye-catching. The most important thing was that she was only wearing a very tight, strapless dress with a white broadband belt around her waist. Her beautiful shoulders were exposed, and the close-fitting cut of the dress highlighted the girl's curves. And because of the low-cut design, one could even see the charming shadow between the 2 soft lumps of flesh. Jian Shui'er was also very not used to this costume. With a trace of shyness, she covered her chest with her right hand, stuck out her tongue, and said, "It's the first time I've dressed like this." With this small movement, the girl's playful and youthful sexiness gushed out of her body. Su Lu was a little embarrassed and lowered his head, only to find that the soft and tight red skirt was surprisingly short, revealing her slender legs. Su Lu was silent, thinking that if she went on stage and danced like this, wouldn't the soldiers see everything? Jian Shui'er had always appeared in public with a healthy, fresh, and cute image. Now that Su Lu knew her family background, he naturally knew that this national girl didn't need to show her beautiful body, and probably no one would dare ask her to do so. It's hard to imagine what those soldiers will do when they return to camp tonight. Maybe it was because of the contrast between the noisy backstage and the quiet here. Or maybe it was because the girl in front of him was charming and sexy enough to turn everyone upside down, which made Sulu a little awkward. He actually said what was in his mind. He just didn't say that if the girl went on stage like this and exposed her body freely, it would definitely make countless people fantasize. This costume was not prepared by the performance team in advance, but by Jian Shui'er after they went to the hospital and the cemetery that day. The girl bravely put down her right hand that was covering her body. Her cheeks were a little hot, and she opened her big eyes and said to Sulu, "For the Federation, they stayed on this faraway planet for 2 years. You know, some of them are younger than me. Maybe they haven't been in love before. They will die." Jian Shui'er took a deep breath, and her short red skirt fluttered gently. She narrowed her eyes and said cutely, "If that's the case, isn't it good to make them happy?" This beautiful and moving national girl was undoubtedly the most lustful object in the Federation. Wearing the poster of the warship's military officer uniform, who knew how many otakus and uncles would accompany her in the middle of the night when they were lonely. Not to mention, she was dressed so charmingly today, just like a little fairy. In fact, Su Lu was also one of these people, so right now his face was a little hot. Su Lu said to make them fantasize, and Jian Shui'er said with her big eyes, "For the Federation, they stayed on this planet for 2 years. Maybe they will die. These young people probably haven't even been in love before, so what's there to be afraid of? I don't even care if they lick me." Su Lu blushed, thinking that she seemed to have done it before. In the strong rhythm of the dance music, accompanied by many dance groups, Jian Shui'er appeared in the center of the stage in an unprecedentedly cool outfit. She held the standing microphone tightly with both hands, and her eyes were as clear as autumn water. She looked at the night sky and sang, and then she began to gently twist her body to the rhythm. Her movements were very smooth and seductive, but it had the unique innocence of a young girl. Regardless of whether it was her moving eyebrows or the slight movement of her waist, she did not deliberately reveal a trace of seductive gaze or body language. However, the young girl's peerlessly beautiful and inviolable face, coupled with this skin-tight short skirt that could kill eyeballs, the tens of thousands of Federation soldiers on the stage were first stunned, and then they were silent, and then a loud echo suddenly broke out. In the previous concert, most of the applause and cheers were heard, but now it turned into excited whistles. Sulu nervously watched her on the stage. That red miniskirt was made of extremely thin material, and it was extremely tight-fitting, making the girl's tight and enchanting legs look extremely seductive. The designer was not satisfied and actually made a slit on both sides of the miniskirt. As the girl gently twisted, the dazzling spring scenery inside the miniskirt was faintly discernible. The whistles under the stage became crazier and crazier. The members of Group 7, who were responsible for the security work, were dumbfounded. The people of the performance team and the broadcasting team looked at the national girl on the stage who they had never known before and were completely shocked. Su Li's mouth was dry. He really wanted to take off his black formal suit, rush to the stage, and tie it around her waist. However, what she said before had touched him. Just listening to the crazy reaction of the soldiers under the stage, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Was this to rally the soldiers' hearts or to shake the soldiers' hearts? The youthful and playful little sex appeal on the stage was played to the extreme in the last song. when Jianshi, who changed into a dark Federation female officer uniform, appeared on the stage again. The little sex appeal had completely become a divine artifact that catalyzed male hormones. Everyone in the Federation saw her appear on the screen in this battleship commander uniform when she was 14 years old. This represented the collective memory of a generation. Today, the short skirt of the captain's military uniform was cut to its shortest length, and the top 2 buttons were undone. Only a military officer's scarf was casually draped over her fair skin. Her slightly messy purple hair was stuck to her moving cheeks because of the fragrant perspiration that seeped out from her perspiration. Still inexperienced, still shy, Jianshi forced herself to calmly release all the charm of a female captain. It turned out that this was the final climax of the concert. Sulu stared at this scene in a daze. He didn't notice that the thousands of fireworks behind the concert were once again lit up, and the pillars of light that created the crazy atmosphere began to sweep again. Countless fireworks exploded on the strategic boundary line between the north and south of Planet 5460. The electric control network on the front line of the Federation had been monitoring the missile base of the Empire, but the first to launch an attack in the dark was not the missile force of the Empire, but the 17 Empire armored regiments with the momentum of tigers and wolves. Armored vehicles and self-propelled heavy cannons poured ammunition without any regard for the cost. The dense and terrifying roar was absolutely not one after another, because there was absolutely no moment of interruption in the middle. The front line, which had been quiet for a long time, was like a hurricane. Once it landed, it began to show its terrifying power. On the boundary line between the north and south that stretched for 3,000 kilometers, countless clouds of smoke rose into the night sky. Before they could disperse, they were shattered by the second wave of attacks. The loud explosions and blinding flashes were like fireworks in a concert, illuminating the entire sky. The high-speed Empire armored regiments and the even faster mecha squads shot out a soul-devouring and life-reaping rain of bullets from their cannons, madly sweeping the Federation's defense line. It was just that the light beams couldn't kill people, but the rain of bullets from the Imperial Expeditionary Force continued to destroy the Federation's defense line, reaping the lives of the Federation soldiers. At the end of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, Jianshi held a concert on Planet 5460 called Victory. The Imperial Expeditionary Force suddenly launched an all-out attack, charging towards the south with an indomitable momentum and terrifying firepower. It was as if they turned into 17 unstoppable sharp knives, stabbing straight towards the southern hemisphere. This planet, which hadn't had a large-scale war for a long time, finally began to tremble. The attack of the Imperial Expeditionary Force was like a hurricane. The moment it landed, it began to show its powerful destructive power without any hesitation. The Third War between the Federation and the Empire officially began because of a concert. The location of the Victory concert was in the Southern Hemisphere Federation's headquarters, which was still a long distance away from the location where the Imperial Expeditionary Force launched their attack. However, as soon as the concert ended, an ear-piercing air defense siren filled the sky. The soldiers, who were still immersed in the impact of Jianshui's uniform, suddenly had a serious expression on their faces. They woke up from their crazy emotions and quickly began to return to the camp, preparing for battle. The Federation's television station immediately cut off the broadcast signal, and Jianshi, who had just walked off the stage, was surrounded by 7 groups of armed personnel, beginning to prepare to evacuate. Unlike the soldiers, most of the people in this team were civilians. Hearing the ear-piercing siren, they were naturally terrified. An officer quickly arranged the evacuation matters while comforting everyone. The first wave of medium-range missiles launched by the Empire has been intercepted by the Wagwa system. The military fleet has been dispatched. Please don't panic. Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, a major general, walked over with a serious face, handed over an electronic document, and said, "This is the secret mission given to you by the Ministry of National Defense." Suli's heart sank slightly. He knew that things had finally come. Chapter 406. Sulu looked at the top-secret military electronic order and narrowed his eyes. All the questions he had after receiving the mission from the headquarters of Whitewater Company a few months ago were partially answered by this document. Since the Victory Concert was a small part of this large-scale military operation, it made sense for him and Group 7 to be in charge of security. Therefore, he didn't ask any boring questions like whether or not he could accept the mission. Instead, he asked the Major General, "We only need to send Jian Shui'er to the warship, and the mission is considered over?" The Federation's Major General couldn't be young. A Major General under 40, like Du Shaoqing, was extremely rare. The Major General in front of him was around 50 years old. His expression was cold, and he wasn't very polite to Su Lu. He said in a deep voice, "What you need to do now is to execute, not ask. The headquarters will send a reinforced battalion to escort you to Zichio Airport. You need to leave immediately." Su Lu nodded silently and looked around. Although the headquarters couldn't hear the explosions at the front line, they could faintly smell the smoke and feel the pressure of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's large-scale attack. The members of Group 7 were already prepared to depart. Jian Shui'er's team was also waiting to depart. In this tense moment, everyone's movements seemed to be countless times faster than usual. After all, if they stayed here any longer, no one knew if a missile would fall on their heads in the next second. The general said in a deep voice, "Let's go. I will personally accompany you." Su Lu knew Jian Shui'er's identity, so he was not surprised by the Major General's words. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the figures around him in the dark. After confirming that the military had sent an entire mechanical division to protect them, he was slightly relieved. He turned around and held Jian Shui'er's hand, and quickly walked to the black car. After getting into the car, he turned on the car's radar and main control system as fast as he could. At the same time, he put on his sunglasses and said in his mind, "Old man, watch the road for me." After getting in touch with the Federal Central Computer, Su Li's mood became calmer. He didn't see the impending crisis as terrifying. Accompanied by pungent exhaust fumes, a fleet of military vehicles using compound power roared out of the base camp in the dark night and quickly advanced toward the Zichio spaceport in the southwest direction. A light battleship of the Federation was already ready to take off there, waiting to escort Jian Shui'er and her team away from this terrifying planet that was already covered in a sea of fire and craggy stars. Su Lu controlled the steering wheel and drove the black car, leading his subordinate's motorcade. Under the protection of an entire battalion, they quickly advanced along the road. The temperature in the car had not immediately risen. Through the rear-view hologram, he looked at the girl curled up in the chair behind him. He neatly took off his black summer coat and threw it over, saying, "Wear this, don't catch a cold." Jian Shui'er, who didn't have time to change her clothes, was still wearing the extremely short and cool captain's uniform. She didn't know if it was because of the cold, or because she was frightened, or because she still hadn't shaken off the mood of the concert, but her cheeks and ears were slightly red. She took the coat that had Su Li's scent and silently put it on. The Imperial Expeditionary Force's attack was extremely fierce. The motorcade that was preparing to leave the planet was silent. Only the car's communication system rang from time to time with the command center's battle situation through the surface radio. Although the Imperial Army's speed was fast, under the resistance of the Federation's defense line, there was no way to stop the motorcade's advance. Through the old man, Su Lu had learned about the specifics of the battle earlier than anyone else in the convoy. He narrowed his eyes and silently looked at the military vehicles and the soldiers in the vehicles. He suddenly confirmed one thing. The target of the Empire's people should be the girl behind him. 30 kilometers away from Zichio Airport, there was a branch intersection. There was still silence in the black car, but Su Li's face suddenly became extremely ugly. "What's wrong?" Jian Shui'er had been carefully observing his expression and asked softly. Su Li didn't answer. What answered Jian Shui'er was the military's urgent notification in the system. Zichio Airport was raided by the Empire's fleet. The warships were seriously damaged and unable to take off. The landing platforms were completely destroyed. The battle damage is being assessed. In the dark night, the long motorcade stopped because of this unexpected situation. After 2 seconds of absolute silence, The Major General's cold and unquestionable voice came from the system. According to the backup plan, the motorcade will turn to Luo Chio Airport. Most of the vehicles in the motorcade began to roar again, preparing to turn to the right side. However, the 7 military vehicles of the 7th Group were like silent stones, stopping on the right side of the road. They didn't have the intention to set off because the black car had been silent and still. The Major General's angry voice sounded, "Lieutenant Colonel Su, why don't you start immediately?" Su Lu held the steering wheel with both hands and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the determined but still young faces of the soldiers in the military vehicles in front of him and suddenly asked, "You know you are bait?" He didn't use the communication system, so this sentence was naturally directed to Jian Shuai. The girl tightened the clothes on her body as if she was a little afraid of the cold, and gently nodded. Su Lu was silent for a few seconds, pressed the earpiece in his ear, and said to everyone, "I have a different opinion. The north-south boundary of Planet 5460 was not the actual defense line. Between the defense positions of the Federation and the Empire, there was a buffer zone of about 120 kilometers wide. Therefore, when the Imperial Expeditionary Force fiercely advanced southward, the plains and hills in front of them did not suffer any powerful counterattacks at all. The Imperial Expeditionary Force with a black hibiscus flying military flag was like countless vicious beasts that had been hungry and thirsty for many years. They greedily and stubbornly pounced toward the water source. The mixed brigade of heavy armor and Moonwolf mecha turned into a black torrent, coldly but fanatically crushing line after line of defense. Accompanied by flames that soared into the sky and destruction all over the ground, they continued southward and continued southward. The federal military had long been mentally prepared for the surprise attack of the Imperium's Expeditionary Army. However, they still did not expect that the Imperium's Expeditionary Army would actually launch an attack with all its members. This was definitely not a surprise attack, but a full-scale push that was close to staking everything on a single throw. EZ was a company commander of the Shaji Mountain Defense Position. Covered in dust, he pushed away the corpses of his orderlies in front of him and shouted into the communication device with a hoarse voice, "We need backup! We need backup!" His orderlies died in the previous intensive airstrikes of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, and the micro-drones of the Empire buzzing above his head were like troublesome locusts, constantly interfering with the Federal Army's wireless communication. The ground began to shake. EZ's eyes were red as he looked at the countless armored vehicles that appeared on the hill. He helplessly put down the communication device in his hand, and then a fierce expression appeared on his face. He walked in front of the main cannon of the Gongzi and said to the cannoneer in a deep voice, "The mecha reinforcements are still 12 kilometers away. Now it's up to you." From the company commander to the normal soldiers, looking at the Empire's armored vehicles and the ferocious black mechas that covered the hill, they already knew that they could not hold this line of defense, but they did not have the slightest bit of fear in their hearts. Even if they did not show it on their angry and twisted faces. The Gongzi's main cannon under the control of the company's cannoneer team shook violently, and beautiful cannon fire spewed out in a straight line. With a loud boom, one of the Empire's armored vehicles exploded into pieces under the unstoppable attack. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle behind, it was also flipped over by this blast and fell heavily to the ground, almost smashing into a Moonwolf mecha with a ghostly figure, turning it into several tons of black dirt. Electronic interference, virtual bait, dazzling artillery fire, high-speed chariots, and strange mechas formed a thrilling scene in this valley. A black shadow flashed past, and the heavy Moonwolf mecha successfully avoided the cannon fire of the Federation's position and rushed up the hill. Company Commander Hizi hugged the heavy carbine machine and shouted as he pulled the trigger on the mecha that was close to him. Beautiful bullets spewed out, and countless dull sounds of metal splashing rang out. However, it was all in vain. The Empire's Moonwolf mecha stepped heavily on his body, and at the same time, its right mechanical arm stabbed out with an alloy blade, ruthlessly stabbing into the weakest part of the Gongzi's main cannon. Under the heavy and huge mecha The dull sound of heavy machinery still rang out, but after a short moment, it abruptly stopped. The Black Moon Wolf mecha did not stop at all, and continued to move silently towards the south where there was still scattered resistance. Behind it, the Empire's armored soldiers surged past, leaving behind countless ruins and corpses all over the ground. Countless similar scenes played out in the valley and plains of this planet. The bloody and cruel war did not give people the time to reflect on its characteristics, and it had already brought death and defeat. The Federation's headquarters located in the base was busy, whether it was the lieutenant commander or the officers who were monitoring the movements of the Imperial Expeditionary Force through the electronic monitoring network, sending specific battlefield data to the various troops. Their expressions were exceptionally heavy and ugly. Since yesterday, the Federation's planetary headquarters had raised the defense level of the front line to the highest level. The highest-ranking officers had long guessed the Imperial Expeditionary Force's plan, but who would have thought that, under the premise of sufficient preparation, the Imperial Expeditionary Force would still advance so fiercely and so quickly? Are the people of the Empire crazy? They actually took out all of their assets. What is Umburi planning? The Federation's frontline commander, Lieutenant General Nelson, looked at the battle situation screen with a pale face, looking at the direction of the light that made him feel endless anger and humiliation, and he slammed the table heavily and shouted, "Inform Hong Yujing to immediately suppress the defense line behind Mount Xiaji. We must not let the enemy break through. Commander, the fleet must first ensure the safety of the spaceport," a staff officer reminded him worriedly. "I understand," Lieutenant General Nelson slowly calmed down and said, "but she will also understand." The federal military had always thought that the military leader of the Imperial Expeditionary Force in the north, Old General Umburi, was only using this seemingly exaggerated full-scale attack to cover up a certain 1,000-mile surprise attack that they were determined to win. However, the reality was not so. The Imperial general, with deep military wisdom, after accepting the Emperor's random order, actually found a way out of the impossible. He used a full-scale attack to cover up the 1,000-mile surprise attack. But wasn't he also using that surprise attack to cover up this decisive and terrifying full-scale attack? The Federal Army was very likely to fall into a situation where they could only focus on one thing and lose the other. Chapter 407. There was a line between the north and south of planet 5460. This line originally only existed on military maps. Other than the fortifications hidden in the mountains and high-strength cement buildings, this line did not have any obvious markings. However, on this night, countless explosions, smoke clouds, and light clearly outlined this line. The Imperial Expeditionary Force's attack spread out on 2/3 of the circular line. Most of the attacks were concentrated in the night area. The dense flames rang out against the black background, appearing particularly dazzling. It was as if a god had tied a beautiful belt around the waist of this planet. The belt was decorated with sparkling rubies. Every shining ruby represented a violent explosion. The Federation's light feather fleet looked down on this scene from high above. They gracefully turned around in space, and the bow of the ship lowered, rushing down toward the belt that was filled with the will of death and blood. Countless missiles from both the north and south rose into the air. In the dark side of the planet, they drew out slender and mesmerizing rays of light. After the Federation Space Fleet released the first batch of all-terrain fighters, they maintained a close distance. They did not dare to get too close to the atmosphere. The bow of the ship slowly adjusted. The inside of the 7 battleships began to emit a low but powerful roar. The light became dim. The huge energy output by the crystal multi-engine began to move toward the main cannon base according to the established channel. Main cannon ready to fire. Main cannon in position. Major General Hong Yujing looked at the light screen in front of her. She raised her right hand and said calmly, "Expand the O-shaped radius by 700%. The adjutant was stunned. The lethality will be reduced by a lot. What we need is to help the ground forces get through this most difficult period." Major General Hong Yujing lowered her eyes and said, The most important thing is the lethality area. Even if we blast the opponent's mecha into smoke, what effect will it have on the overall situation? No one said anything else. In the current situation where crystal mines were scarce, the fleet that should have been the most terrifying force in the universe had an innate sorrow. The battleships had a huge power that the ground forces could not resist, but they did not have enough energy to support it and turn this power into victory. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. The countdown for the Federal fleet's main cannon ended. The battleships floating in the dark side of the planet instantly entered some kind of absolute stillness. In addition to the palpitating silence in the universe, it was as if the entire world had stopped moving. More than 10 pillars of light shot out from the bases of the 7 warships. These beams of light looked so slender and delicate. They were silent, like flashlights shining into a lake. They gently passed through the planet's dark atmosphere and landed on the surface. The beam of light, which appeared to be thin in space, had expanded to an area of thousands of square meters when it landed on the ground. The sound finally rang out. Countless heavy-duty armored vehicles and moon wolf mechas from the Empire instantly exploded, overturned, and disintegrated into countless broken metal components, splashing in all directions under the punishment white light that descended from the sky. In order to expand the attack area, the Federal fleet deliberately increased the area and reduced the degree of damage. If it was just to accurately hit a target, there would definitely be a lot of terrifying scenes of the Empire's heavy equipment being vaporized on planet 5460. Just like that time in the outskirts of the capital of Hushi State in the Donglin region, the beam of light that descended from the sky instantly turned the black M52 mecha controlled by Feng Yu into a puff of green smoke. Because of the Federal fleet's attack, the beautiful belt on the planet instantly bloomed with 10 light clusters. The ruby-shaped explosion clusters that represented the fierce ground attack were instantly overshadowed by these light pillars that descended from the sky. Report from the command center: the effect of the outer layer attack is very significant. The excited voices of the Federation staff officers sounded in the battleships. They waved their fists in the air and looked at the images on the ground transmitted from the satellite. They looked at the huge gaps that were forcefully blasted open by the battleships of the Imperial Expeditionary Force and the charred metal debris that sputtered around the gaps. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. The fierce attack of the 17 armored regiments of the Imperial Expeditionary Force was severely hindered under the precise attack of the Federation space fleet. At that moment, the battle had already entered the second line of defense of the Federation. The Federal Army finally managed to block the continuous attacks of the Imperial Expeditionary Force with the help of powerful defensive firepower. Countless heavy armor units of the Empire were destroyed in the valleys and plains. Countless moon wolf mechas were hit by the electromagnetic missiles of the fighter jets. Their bodies flashed with a terrifying blue light as they were forced to fall. Then, the small teams of the Federation attacked the infantrymen. They used shoulder-fired rocket launchers to bombard the infantrymen nonstop. At the same time, the sturdy defense of the Federation also suffered a fierce attack that they had never experienced in the past 10 years. The fearless Imperial Expeditionary Force used all of their missiles and main cannons to continuously overturn the high-strength cement walls. Tens of thousands of tons of soil were continuously thrown into the air. The concentrated bullets hit any protruding objects on the surface of the ground, making horrible sounds. Who knew how many soldiers were turned into dust under this kind of firepower? The 3 mecha brigades will be here soon. The second wave of attack from the missile base is ready. Major General Hong Yujing frowned as she looked at the markings on the screen. She confirmed that the fleet had already helped the command center stabilize the situation. Although the attacks of the Empire were still as terrifying as ever, with the follow-up forces of the Federation catching up, they could at least hold the third line of defense. Right at that moment, the radar system of the light feather battleship suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. The quiet space was still quiet. There were no signs of the enemy. Why did the alarm sound? Major General Hong Yujing quickly walked back to her seat. Her expression was abnormally cold. she said to the entire fleet. "Electronic interference detected. Everyone retreat. Leave the atmosphere immediately and enter the distant space." This Federation captain's reaction was not slow. However, although the 7 battleships that had just fired their main cannons did not need to undergo emergency cooling, the reactivation of their multi-crystal engines still required 10 seconds. However, right at the 7th second, in the space above the Federal fleet at an angle of 345 degrees, a wolf's head with a metallic luster appeared. The wolf's head seemed slow, but in reality, it was extremely fast. Only after leaving the ionization cloud's concealment could one see clearly that it was the head of a black battleship. Gradually, 1, 2, 3, a total of 17 Empire Night Wolf-class battleships appeared in the upper half of the Federal fleet's airspace. They rapidly pressed down. The Expeditionary Army's only Empire Royal Fleet. Why would they appear here? Major General Hong Yujing's right hand was tightly clenched. She was extremely shocked, but her face did not reveal any emotion. She quickly and clearly issued a high-speed evacuation order to the entire fleet. Right now, the Federal fleet was in near-Earth space, facing the Empire's fleet tens of thousands of kilometers away. Countless of them made effective evasive maneuvers. Although the offensive ability of the Empire's battleships was far inferior to the Federal fleet's, Major General Hong Yujing knew that in front of these beasts of the Empire that even dared to engage in space collisions and perish together, if they did not immediately leave the near-Earth space and rely on the Federal fleet's high speed to enter outer space, her own fleet would very likely be dragged into the Empire's battleships and perish together. The overflow of a number 3 furnace's number 2 furnace is at 8%. Fleet, form the Kimura formation. Hurry! Urgent shouts rang out from the Federal fleet. In the silent space, the 2 fleets unexpectedly encountered each other, but neither launched an attack first. They only raised their speed to the maximum and began to chase after each other. The reason the Empire's fleet did not launch an attack was very simple. The crude main cannons of their battleships, in a large-scale space environment, even if they hit the Federation's battleships, would not immediately cause real damage to the Federation's super-thick alloy armor. The reason the Federal fleet did not launch an attack was that the energy quota of the battleships was seriously insufficient. They had to save the energy that was not used to maintain the operation of the battleships for the most critical moment. The Federal fleet had the advantage of speed, but the Empire's fleet that should never appear here had the advantage of numbers and positioning. The timing of the appearance of the Night Wolf fleet was especially perfect. The Federal fleet's main cannons had just been fired and were still in the near-Earth space. The silent chase was an extremely dangerous chase. If the Federal fleet was really closed in by the enemy, then they would certainly blossom into a cluster of fireworks above the planet. Break away from the Level 1 gravitational interference. The command and control system of the Light Feather-class battleship issued a timely voice. The soldiers of the Federal fleet that had been silent and tense for 3 minutes all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They subconsciously wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. As long as they left the near-Earth space, with the speed of the Empire's fleet, there was no way they could catch up with them. Continue to break away from the Level 2 gravitational interference. However, Major General Hong Yujing did not relax. Her eyes were as sharp as knives as she stared coldly at the light screen. Looking at the Night Wolf fleet of the Empire that was changing their formation, she knew that the enemy would definitely not let her go. The situation was still dangerous. 7 Empire's battleships have left. The deputy commander shouted in shock. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to die? General, I suggest that we immediately release the battleships and launch a sniper attack against the enemy. What are they trying to do? Major General Hong Yujing looked at the Empire's fleet that was changing their formation 100,000 kilometers away. Her heart was heavy. Suddenly, she said in a cold voice, inform the ground command that the Empire's fleet is heading toward Zhe Chiu spaceport. Hearing this, the Federation officers that were busy in the command hall froze at the same time. They turned around, and looked at her in disbelief. Inform the ground command that our fleet has been forced to leave the near-Earth space and is in a state of entanglement with the enemy. We can't support the spaceport. Tell them to prepare to face the enemy. Major General Hong, Yujing slowly lowered her head and said softly, "A retreat." The head of the Empire's Night Wolf battleships was a wolf's head with a metallic luster. It definitely did not fit the design concept of space combat, but it was the nightmare of countless Federation battleships. This was because the Empire's people who were not afraid of death would often use this wolf's head to play the game of perishing together with the enemy. The commander of the Night Wolf fleet, Fu Ding, looked at the surface that was getting closer and closer. He said calmly, "Attack the spaceport, release the battleships, and open up a path for the mecha team. Our goal is to capture Jian Shuai alive for His Majesty." The Night Wolf fleet appeared like a ghost. They only used 2 changes of speed to successfully force the Federal fleet into outer space. It had to be said that this commander's commanding skills had already reached the realm of perfection. Normal tactics, just because of his perfect grasp of timing, brought the dawn of victory to the Empire. He rubbed his blonde, curly hair and looked at the planet's night zone that was filled with flames. He smiled and said, "My fleet is not here to be a guest." Chapter 408. There was no moon in planet 5460. The side of the sky, facing away from the star, was only filled with stars. The night here was very quiet, as dark as ink. But tonight, the sound of explosions on the planet never stopped. The edge of the dark wilderness that stretched into the distance lit up from time to time. It looked like lightning, but in fact, it was countless advanced weapons releasing their energy, lighting up half of the sky. The same was true at Luochio Spaceport. The sound of explosions and light were even more intense. The Imperial Royal Fleet that quietly came to the rescue of planet 5460 began to waste their energy from the edge of the atmosphere. One of the largest spaceports in the Federation had fallen into a sea of fire. The fleet named Night Wolves did not take advantage of the situation to attack Luochio's spaceport further away. Just like in the ancient wars of the Empire, the blonde commander firmly implemented the policy of encirclement. In addition to the bombardment of the main artillery, the attack on the spaceport relied more on the fighters released by the fleet. Hundreds of black all-terrain fighters could be faintly seen in the night. Like tiny black mosquitoes, they moved swiftly between the anti-air artillery and the rapidly sweeping, illuminating lampposts on the Federation's ground. From time to time, a fighter would be tragically hit by a missile, dragging a long tail of light as it tragically plunged to the ground. However, even if they were hit, the fighter pilots of the Imperial fleet still incomparably valiantly controlled the fighter to fall toward the command center of Luochio Spaceport, using their own deaths to deal the final damage to the Federal Army. These Imperial pilots did not parachute. The Federal military on the ground was not surprised by this desperate attack, because in their battlefield experience, the people of the Empire had always been this kind of lunatic who did not care about their lives. The fighter groups of the Federation had already taken to the air and launched an attack in just a few minutes. In the night sky in the southwest direction, the sharp sound of air turbulence and fireworks like explosions rang out from time to time. 30 kilometers away, the spaceport road was very quiet. The long convoy stopped silently on the side of the road. People watched the war and the tragic situation at the spaceport. No one was willing to speak, especially now that there seemed to be some kind of disagreement within the team. This is the backup plan of the Ministry of Defense. Your opinion is reserved. The Major General ran out of the black car and shouted angrily at Sulu, "Hurry up! What are you still doing here?" Sulu turned off the electronic map on the car's central control system. He held the steering wheel with both hands and remained silent for a second. He turned around and said something to Jian Shuai. He then opened the car door and stood on the cement road. He said to the Major General, "If we're going to Luochio Airport, I don't think we need to go with so many people." The battle on the planet's surface had already broken out. Sulu already knew what the Federal military wanted to do. Although he did not understand why the military was so sure that Jian Shuai was attractive to the Empire, he was sure that Jian Shuai was the bait, and he, Group 7, and the entire battalion of soldiers would encounter unprecedented danger on their way to Luo Chio spaceport. He knew very well that his identity was a military officer that had to obey orders. However, he could not watch the entire mechanical division fall into the encirclement of the Imperial Expeditionary Force just to protect himself and Jian Shui'er. He was still wearing the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. No one knew that his left pupil was slightly narrowed at this moment. He was communicating with the old man. From the attack on Luo Chio spaceport in the direction of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's attack, the Empire was very clear about Jian Shui'er's location. The old man only used a very short amount of time to find out that the signal interruption station of the Federation TV station was probably hacked by the Empire's electronic forces. However, at this moment, countless miniature surveillance aircraft of the Empire covered the southern hemisphere sky like a flock of birds. In a short amount of time, the federal military could not eliminate all of them. However, these troublesome little things designed by the Empire scientists to break through the glory of the Charter, combined with the Empire's military satellites that were forcefully changing their orbits, could accurately find the target they were looking for. The Federation's electronic surveillance network in the Southern Hemisphere was only 40% complete. There was no way to completely block this fleeing convoy in this tense moment. We all know what the plan of the Ministry of National Defense is. In that case, I'll take Jian Shui'er there. Sulu took off his sunglasses and said to the general. Then he turned around and gave an order to Group 7 subordinates. Gu Shifeng, get ready to warm up. Gu Shifeng, who was an expert in data processing, paused for a moment. She put the Qian light machine gun in front of her, behind her back, and quickly ran to the heavy multi-axle truck behind the black car. She jumped onto the truck and turned on the electronic valve. A low humming sound came from the truck. At the same time, the top of the truck began to move to the side. What are you doing? A trace of anger appeared in the eyes of the Major General. He moved closer to him and said hurriedly, "Who do you think you are? Without the protection of the mechanical division, do you think you can take Miss to Luo Chio safely? Are you out of your mind?" Hearing the word Miss, Sulu was even more certain that this Major General must be a direct subordinate of the Feiqing faction. At this point, everyone was very clear about the dangers ahead and the real intention of the military to use them as bait. I insist on my opinion. Sulu took 2 steps back and opened the back door of the black car. He took Jian Shui'er out and said in a low voice, "The military can ignore the lives of these hundreds of soldiers, but they can't just watch this happen. The most important thing is, I think that if I take Miss Jian Shui'er away alone, I have a higher chance of success." At this moment, time was very urgent. The Major General's face was extremely ugly. He grabbed Su Li's vest and said in a low voice, "Bullshit. Do you know how big a risk the department took to come up with this plan? If Miss gets hurt, how will the entire Department of Defense answer to this? I personally brought the strongest battalion to escort you there, and I don't even have the slightest chance of success. How dare you say you have the slightest chance of success?" Sulu was not blinded by personal heroism, but his engineer's logic told him that on this planet that was already filled with the flames of war, taking Jian Shui'er away alone was the best choice. The MX mecha on the truck had already finished heating up. Under the protection of the glory of the Charter, he firmly believed that no matter how strong the Empire was, no matter how far-sighted their plans were, they would not be able to stop him. An MX mecha was naturally useless against the terrifying attacks of the Empire, but it was an unparalleled weapon when used to escape. As a general, I order you to get in the car and leave immediately. The Major General reprimanded angrily. Sulu allowed the Major to grab his shirt. He lowered his head to look at the time and said, "In the electronic secret order you showed me earlier, I am the one with the highest authority for this plan. The fact that the Department of Defense gave me this mecha means that the old man already guessed what I would choose." He took Jian Shui'er's hand and said with certainty. He cared about the life and death of this battalion of soldiers, but the generals in the command center cared more about Jian Shui'er's life and death. This did not mean that the Federation and the old man were cold-blooded, but it was the natural reaction of the people who commanded the war. The general's arm stiffened. Do you think that you alone are stronger than an entire mecha division? Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, wake up. Su Lu ignored him. He held Jian Shue'er's hand and walked towards the heavy-duty truck. The young girl who was being held by Su Lu remained silent, obediently not saying a word. She let Su Lu handle everything, but there was a hint of curiosity and shock in her large eyes. Bai Yulan, bring the box over. When they walked past the military vehicles of Team 7, Su Lu looked at the handsome man beside the car and said. Bai Yulan frowned and threw the cigarette, but in his hand, onto the road. He had already vaguely guessed something, but he was not willing to let Su Lu take the risk alone. The entire Team 7 did not want this guy to be some stupid hero. Seeing Bai Yulan's hesitation, Su Lu glared at him angrily and said loudly, "Bring it over." The non-combatants were still in the vehicles, watching the fierce battle in the southwest direction with their bodies trembling. The Team 7 combatants and an entire battalion of soldiers had already gotten out of the vehicles. They looked at the young man and woman who were climbing onto the heavy-duty truck with complicated eyes. The general in charge of this plan looked at this scene with a gloomy face. It seemed that he had not decided whether to stop or not. The roof of the heavy-duty multi-axle truck had been opened. A black MX mech in a moving state was like a sleeping steel giant, waiting to be awakened by its master. Accompanied by a soft but incomparably familiar hydraulic sound, the cockpit door at the chest of the mech opened. Su Lu threw the black box inside and stepped on the protruding metal platform. He turned around and extended his right hand to the girl below. He asked, "You know very well that there are two paths. Returning to the command center is naturally safe. If we want to go to Luo Chio Airport, there are only the two of us. Without a doubt, this is a risk. Do you want to take the risk with me?" Jian Shuei raised her head and looked at Su Li's slightly narrowed eyes. Suddenly, she found that the young man standing on the black mech's originally ordinary face had become more attractive. Without hesitation, she reached out her soft little hand with a smile and placed it in Su Li's hand. There was a flurry of gunfire. The signal relay vehicle of the Federation TV station was blasted into a pile of debris. Xiong Lingquan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. He lifted the heavy dollar machine that was still spinning at high speed and turned back to salute the leader of the truck. Sitting in the cockpit of the mech, Su Lu completed the final self-check of the MX mech with a calm expression. Before he closed the hatch, he suddenly said to the young girl squeezed beside him, who was as obedient as a cat, "The people of the Empire want to capture you. They must be watching you from the sky right now. Aren't you going to say hello?" Jian Shue'er widened her eyes and finally could not help but burst out laughing. She supported herself on his shoulder and stood up. Then she waved her hand at the starry sky in the cockpit of the mecha. The alloy hatch closed. The multiple engines at the waist of the black MX mech instantly started up. The powerful output made the air begin to ripple. The soldiers in the cockpit all had different expressions, but they were all silent. They felt the heavy pressure from the heavy-duty multi-axle truck to the ground. They felt extremely nervous. With a muffled bang, the heavy-duty truck with an astonishing load was like a falling-apart building. Its tires burst and dust flew everywhere. It crashed heavily onto the hard surface of the road. Chapter 409. Let me first explain a little about the plot. The previous chapter's name wasn't originally this. The original chapter's name was Cooler, but when I uploaded it, I suddenly remembered Sakai Noriko's song. The sentence that left the deepest impression on me was, "For you, I want to take risks." So I used that as the chapter's name. Back to Jian Shue'er's concert. The first song I wrote for her was from Su Jiaying's album. I changed the birthday gift to a New Year gift because it was written on the 31st. The second song, Jian So So, was obviously written on the spot after listening to Tan Weiwei's song that night. Lyrics aren't difficult to write. Although this song was poorly written, it was because I wrote it in one breath. I didn't change the lyrics at all. Tan was actually quite interesting, but when Weiwei sang Old Chue's song, it felt wrong. When Yuan Weiren sang it, it was even more wrong. If a friend wants to ask me to write lyrics and get royalties, feel free to look for me. I'm actually the most confident when it comes to writing lyrics. When I listened to Do way more than 10 years ago, I was determined not to look at the lyrics. I thought it was very beautiful, but when I looked at the lyrics, I thought, it should be better, right? So I wrote a few songs at that time. I'm really confident in this aspect, but I never had the chance to show it. In my next book, I might write a lot of lyrics and then indicate the copyright. Can I satisfy my fascination with the literary circle? Finally, I'll start soliciting votes. It's said that I can only write in the middle of the night. It's true, but this isn't a good thing. I've made you wait for a long time. Recently, I've been really busy. Last month, there were more than 10 days before the third watch. Now, when a monthly votes are doubled, I can't come out. This is really sad, but everyone can understand. It's not that I don't want to write more votes, but I really don't have the time. The summary was wrong. I didn't write much, and the monthly votes did rise slowly. But Xiao So-and-so was still resentful of being left behind, overtaken and overtaken. Chapter 410. In the distant night sky, dazzling flames flashed. More than 500 soldiers of the Federation sat on their respective armored vehicles, looking into the distance with a trace of admiration and worry, looking at a certain place where the black mecha had disappeared in the distance. The mechanical division aimed at the heavy truck with the howitzers and more powerful weapons. Because the truck suddenly collapsed and the target left at high speed, they naturally stopped firing. The white-haired major general stood in the middle of the road with a complicated expression. After a difficult struggle, he finally didn't order his subordinates to use force to stop the reckless Zulu. Connect me to the command center. No. Connect me to the Ministry of Defense. He quickly walked to the military vehicle and asked the adjutant to connect the military satellite phone. He roared angrily. Tell Zhongxing that Brat kidnapped the young miss. If anything happens to the young miss, I will hold him responsible. The men of Group 7 carried their heavy weapons and began to prepare to leave with heavy expressions. Bai Yulan's delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted together. She exchanged a look with Lan Xiaolong beside her, but in the end, they didn't say anything. Their mission this time was to protect Jian Shui'er, and they had to protect Sulu. But now, the two people they were supposed to protect had abandoned them. In the shortest amount of time, 30 kilometers northeast of Zaiqiu Spaceport, what happened on the quiet road was transmitted to the 5460 Federation Command Center and the Federal Fleet in space. Major General Hong Yujing slowly took off her military cap and used her fingers to comb her hair. She wasn't very worried about the 7 Night Wolf battleships. The fleet under her command was about to leave the second gravitational range. At that time, no matter how fearless the Empire's battleships were, they wouldn't be able to threaten her fleet. The most important part of the plan this time seemed to have undergone some changes. In the Southern Hemisphere Command Base, Lieutenant General Nelson listened to the battle report with a serious expression. After a moment of silence, he said, "Help that mecha take care of the threat from the air. The problem on the ground can only be left to that young man. The remaining time of the electronic interference and the time it takes for the Federation to clean up those little things must be calculated immediately." In the circular base of the Imperium's Expedition Army in the Northern Hemisphere, inside the spacious underground command hall, more than 40 large light beams were displaying the images of countless cruel and heroic battles at night in the south. Without the help of near-orbit satellites in the Southern Hemisphere, the electronic surveillance of the Imperium's army mostly relied on the many unmanned, electronically controlled aircraft that they called Little Things. Therefore, the images were often distorted and blurred. The Federation has already shot down 2 of the 3 orbit-changing satellites. After the Norman officer gave the order to the computer, he picked up the phone and shouted to the electronic troops in the distance. No matter what the results of the calculation are, the electronic interference 32 degrees to the south, you must hold. He put down the phone and unfastened the top button of his military uniform in annoyance. This was because he knew very well that the electronic troops that sneaked along the valley to the demarcation line were actually taking a huge risk. The Federation would definitely choose them as the main target. No one knew how long the advantage in electronic warfare would last. The battle started in the middle of the night. The Imperial armies attacked the south with irresistible force. This was because the Imperial military headquarters went beyond the Federation's expectations. At the very beginning of the battle, They threw all their resources at the southern defensive position. The weapons and the soldiers' willpower that they had been accumulating for 10 years surged out in an instant, catching the Federation off guard. In the words of the Expeditionary Forces commander, old General Ambly, in front of a righteous army, any conspiracy would be crushed into powder by the Empire's iron stream before it could ferment. However, when the Empire's armored torrent attacked the middle area between the 2nd and 3rd defensive line in the southern hemisphere, the advantage of the Federal Army's weapons began to gradually reveal itself. This was especially so when the Empire's powerful and precise counterattack was deployed. This made the Imperial officers in the base feel a little worried. After the initial defeat, the Federal Army was actually able to accept the fact so quickly and methodically strengthen their defense and even organize a counterattack. This only proved that they were a little scared by the violent offensive of the Imperial armies in the beginning. However, secretly, the Federal Army was already prepared. The only orbit-changing satellite that survived the Federation's attack sent back another critical image. The Norman officer's dark blue eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He quickly walked to the round table in the middle of the hall and saluted to the old general. He quickly said, "The target is already headed to Luaccio Airport. This is completely in line with the tactical deduction of the General Staff Headquarters." Old General Ambly held the scalding hot teacup with both hands and nodded tiredly. From the tone of this subordinate, he knew that there must be more to it. But the specific situation is a little different. The Federation's command center sent an entire mechanical battalion to escort the concert team, but they are still in the same place. The one that left this time is only a single mech. The Norman officer used his fastest speed to turn on the hologram system on the table and brought up the previous image. He said hesitantly. Old General Ambly raised his head and looked at the blurry satellite image on the hologram table in front of him. In the image, on the road, nearly 100 Federation's heavy armored vehicles were silent and motionless. However, a black mech on a heavy truck was moving. He could vaguely see the hatch opening. The Imperial Expeditionary Forces must-kill target, the beautiful Federation national girl, was looking down and waving to the sky. Old General Ambly's cloudy eyes gradually revealed a trace of coldness. Only now did he realize that the Federal Army might have used the celebrity as bait. If this speculation was true, what kind of misfortune would befall the Empire's army? Just like how he didn't understand His Majesty's order to hunt down the Federation national girl, he also didn't understand why the Federal military dared to use such a bait. In fact, even the commanders of the Federal Army didn't understand the mystery behind this. This was a battle to the death between the Empire and the Federal Army. It was also a battle between the Federation's military god and the Empire's emperor. When fishing, if the fish is big enough, strong enough, and fast enough, it can eat the bait and swim away. Old General Ambly put down the teacup beside the chair and stood up. He looked at the electronic map and the image on the table and said calmly. He knew that his subordinates standing beside him, like him, had guessed the intentions of their counterparts in the Federation, but he didn't decide to give up, because this was His Majesty's will. Even if he knew that the Federation in the South had set up a trap, old General Ambly had no choice but to dive and head first. Not to mention, his troops had the ability and courage to do so. In order to not let us, the big fish, notice the problem, the fisherman was overconfident and cut the fishing line countless times thinner. If that's the case, let's eat the bait and cut the fishing line. I want to know, this pilot who dared to set foot on the road of escape alone, how arrogant is he? Or is he a lunatic? The old general looked at the black mecha disappearing into the wilderness and smiled slightly. There was a hint of absolute confidence in his faint, mocking tone. He ordered, "Begin the second phase of the plan." The staff officers beside him were hesitant because they knew very well what kind of terrible losses the second phase of the plan would bring to the Empire's expeditionary army. However, in front of His Majesty's will and the general's order, they had nothing to say. They could only accept. Closely monitor the line from Route 7 to Luaccio Spaceport. Even if there are Federation troops there, I want to know how many people they can send. Add the backup brigade. We must ensure that when Moonwolf passes through that area, The Federation headquarters will be terrified of the Empire's attack and won't dare to send any troops to support them. The task of the frontline troops is to suppress and lead. No matter how many people the Federation buried there, we can't let them increase the number of people. After confirming that this might be a trap, old General Ambry only responded with a few simple orders. He leaned on the table and quietly looked at the colored dots on the electronic map. After a long moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Tell Lav that in order for his Mecha Brigade to complete the mission given by His Majesty, at least 20,000 brave Empire soldiers will die on this planet tonight. If he can't kill the target, he should know what to do." Hearing this, the officers of the Empire felt a chill in their hearts. However, when they thought of the super strength of the Moonwolf group and Captain Lav, they calmed down a little. Old General Ambly was about to leave the command center when suddenly his white eyebrows trembled slightly. He turned around and said to the staff officer, "Check in the database. I feel that the black mecha from before is a little strange. It's the Federation's newest model, Immerse." One of the staff officers replied, "The model has been confirmed before, but there hasn't been more information, so the database can't provide the specific power and firepower parameters." Old General Ambly was silent for a moment. The slight discomfort in his heart grew stronger and stronger, but he didn't show it in front of his subordinates. He just waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, remember to ask Lav to bring this MX back. This is a very important thing. Don't let that pilot self-destruct." The Imperial Expeditionary Army activated the second phase of the plan. The 17 armored regiments that were active in the southern hemisphere at night suddenly retracted their lines and gave up on the targets in front of them. They changed their attack routes and formed two arrowheads, charging towards two areas in the south. Although the 17 mecha divisions were extremely far away from each other from their attack route, it was clear that they would arrive at the same area in the end. At the same time, the Imperial Expeditionary Force, which had been silently waiting behind the demarcation line, followed the scorched earth and pressed forward. At this point, except for the few troops left behind, the Maple Forest Alliance on planet 5460 had pushed all of their attack forces to the southern hemisphere. Chapter 411. The dense array of cannons spewed out dazzling light. Over 1,000 high-speed cannons whistled through the sky every second and blasted toward the Imperial Iron Stream. The entire Earth was shaking. Such a dense amount of cannons had not appeared in this part of the universe for more than a decade. Tonight, it was suddenly unleashed in the belly of the planet. It made people tremble uncontrollably. The heavy armored vehicle charging at the front was hit by a dozen cannons in succession and exploded with a boom. The Imperial mecha hiding behind the chariot charged valiantly forward like a phantom. However, the air all around them was filled with high-speed, spinning, armor-piercing shrapnel like a torrential downpour. Even the highly mobile Night Wolf mecha had no way of displaying its mobility in front of such terrifying defensive firepower. It only managed to hold out for 3 more seconds before it was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Boom, 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 boom. In the following bombardment, the Night Wolf mecha was hit until sparks flew everywhere and its limbs were shattered. The empty hills were filled with sharp and terrifying screams. The Federation's defensive positions opened fire. The night sky was filled with fire and smoke, covering the sky and earth. Gradually, the smoke fell on the Imperial chariots and the corpses of the soldiers. However, before they could settle down, they were shaken up by even more violent explosions. However, in the thick smoke, the black hibiscus flag representing the Imperial royal family continued to flutter. Although the flag was already a bit old from the smoke, it still rolled in the wind. Facing the cannon fire, it coldly and silently moved forward. Another wave of group armor attacks. The Imperial Army did not stop for a single step or breath. They completely ignored the chariot mecha that continuously turned into smoke and silently sent off their fallen comrades. Almost crazily, they charged toward the Federation's third line of defense. The situation on the battlefield was like a giant white wave in the dark sea. In the night of wild winds, It continuously slammed against the reefs of the coastline. The reefs looked incomparably sturdy, but the giant wave had no intention of retreating at all. It did not care that it would be smashed into pieces. The wave behind followed closely behind the wave, vowing to smash those black reefs into painful powder. On the annular belt of Planet 5460, there were more than a dozen scenes like this. The 17 armored regiments of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's Maple Forest Brigade were like 17 devils carrying black spears as they tried to pierce through the thickest defense line of the Federation. In a large-scale battle on the surface of a planet, the 17 armor clans seemed to be fighting from thousands of miles away, but in reality, they were all vaguely connected. The main direction of the Imperial Army's attack was quietly moving in two different directions amidst the seemingly crazy and unreasonable attacks. The 17 black spears were about to become two giant arrows that could not be blocked. The Federation's defensive line, which had just stabilized, began to wobble in the face of this wave of attacks. Although the damage to the fleet in the sky was not great, they had to take off and land wave after wave to replenish their energy and ammunition. In the permanent fortifications on the ground, 23% of the main cannons had already been declared useless due to overuse. Even the high-density cannons, which had cost a lot of money, were about to enter a stage of energy instability because they had to continuously defend against the Imperial iron flow. There were even a few locations where the high-density cannons had already started to sound alarms. The officers of the Federation looked at the reckless Imperial iron flow on the holographic screen in anger and disbelief. Apart from being shocked, they were also endlessly puzzled. Why would the Imperial military attack at all costs? Under the attack of the Federation's three-dimensional defense system, they had to pay an incomparably terrible price for every step they took. But they were still attacking without stopping. This kind of crazy attack was bound to bring about serious losses. Although the Federal Central Computer had not yet produced an evaluation report of the Imperial military's losses, just by looking at it, the frontline commander could confirm that at least 1/6 of the Imperial Maple Forest Brigade's combat strength had been lost in an instant just like that. With the Federation's powerful defense system and advanced firepower arrangement, according to the current speed of the Maple Forest Brigade's loss, even if they were allowed to fight their way to the headquarters base, how many of them would be able to survive? The target of the Imperial Maple Forest Brigade was the Federation's planetary war zone headquarters. They shouted, "Long live His Majesty," and charged coldly toward death. In the end, they fell one after another and were buried in this faraway foreign land that was countless light years away from their homeland. The soldiers of the Empire would not equate stupidity with heroism. However, in order to complete His Majesty's mission, in order to fulfill the strategic objectives of the headquarters, from the most basic squad to the heavy-duty Moon Wolf mechas that attracted the attention of countless people, no one took a step back. In fact, they even thought for a second longer. If the four-layered three-dimensional defense system that the federal military had spent many years building was like a giant steel curtain that encompassed everything from the black grassland to the vast sky in the southern hemisphere, then the crazy and reckless group attack of the Imperial Maple Forest Brigade was like two fists at this moment, an indestructible cannon fire, giant fist. Looking at the density of the cannon fire in the wilderness and the firm determination of the Imperial Iron Stream charge, there was no doubt that old General Ambley in the Northern Hemisphere base would rather let these two fists completely destroy him in order to tear a hole in this steel curtain. The Maple Forest Brigade, who had been attacking from all directions, had already retracted their fingers into fists. The 17 armored regiments had become alloy fists with enormous strength. They fiercely smashed toward the Federation's defensive position, wanting to smash through the opponent and then smash toward the opponent's vital points. The 10 armored regiments were the right fist of the Imperial Maple Forest Brigade. They sharply and wildly smashed toward the Federation's headquarters in the northeast of the planet's night zone. The remaining 7 regiments attacked the southwest, encircling and attacking. They fiercely smashed their fists toward the most important military base in the southern hemisphere. For the Federal Army, regardless of whether it was the headquarters or the military base, They were both absolutely important places that they had to defend. The headquarters was the brain of the army, while the military base was the heart of the Federal Army, providing them with an unending supply of nourishment. No matter what the initial design of the federal military was, and no matter whether or not Lieutenant General Narson could see through the military plan of the old general of the Imperium, the Federation had to adjust its defense strategy immediately in the face of the two violent, unreasonable, blood-stained fists that still contained terrifying power. It was necessary for the Federation to defend itself immediately and block the enemy's incessant attacks. The Federation's soldiers stepped on the corpses of their comrades. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes stared and loudly shouted. In the end, they didn't let the Empire's people break through in an instant. The steel curtain in the southern hemisphere, under the bitter resistance of the Federal Army, barely held on. However, near the equator, this steel curtain had already begun to distort and deform, revealing its weakest areas. At this moment, the Maple Forest Alliance's fully mechanized brigade, which was the last to enter the battlefield, fiercely charged towards the deformed steel curtain. The 17 armored divisions in charge of the fierce frontal assault were already bloody fists. The 30,000 Imperial Brigade was like a wolf's mouth. At this moment, they had already bared their ferocious white fangs and were about to take a bite. The direction of the Wolf Fang was the flat, mountainous area between Anxio Airport and Luochio Airport. Old General Ambly held his teacup and calmly looked at the military intelligence report on the electronic map. After confirming that the Wolf Fang Brigade had entered the designated area, he took a deep breath. A trace of blood appeared on his slightly tired face. What should be done had been done. The rest was up to fate. The old general slightly bent his body and waved his hand to refuse the service officer to follow him. He silently walked out of the command hall, took the elevator, and came to the highest point of the circular base. Facing the cold wind of the northern hemisphere, he looked at the faint light of the southern hemisphere on the other side of the forest. The people of the Southern Federation definitely didn't expect him to be this crazy. "You want to fish, but I'm going to break your fishing rod," Old General Ambly silently thought, but he knew that in the West Woods, in this Federation land, even if they could achieve some success tonight, as long as the Empire couldn't break through the Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor, the Expeditionary Army's only path back was death. A few months ago, when the Federation began to send more troops, the old general had already guessed what the Federal military, or rather the Federation's military god, was going to do. The Federation was going to start a war. Naturally, the first thing they wanted to do was to get rid of these unwelcome guests who came from afar. The Expeditionary Army's end would eventually come. The only reason they were able to hold on for a few decades was because the Empire's most deep-seated enemy had always kept the Expeditionary Army alive. Old General Ambly knew this better than the Federation's Ministry of Defense. They had been away from their homeland for more than a decade, and there was no way back. Now that they had received His Majesty's random order, they might as well go crazy. At the very least, they had to make the Federation pay a heavy price. Yes, tonight, the ferocious attack of the Empire's Maple Forest Alliance could only be described as crazy. Although everyone in the universe knew about the bravery of the Empire's soldiers, the intensity of tonight's battle was still far beyond the expectations of the Federal military. If the Southern Hemisphere was a trap, then the Imperial Expeditionary Force had used the craziest and bloodiest method to forcefully turn this situation into a chaotic situation. The Federation military had planned for this a long time ago, but they still suffered an incomparably heavy blow at the start of the war. It was precisely because they simply couldn't grasp the supreme commander of this regiment, or even the harshness and viciousness of this expeditionary army that was all alone in a foreign land. His Majesty had given a random order, and the expeditionary force fought a crazy battle. The terror and craziness made the Federal Army in the Southern Hemisphere feel as if they were struck by lightning. They looked around and felt gloomy. A relieved smile appeared on Ambly's old face. He let go of his fingers and let the teacup that had accompanied him for many years fall off the high wall of the base. He couldn't hear the shattering sound in the dark night, but he still listened. It seemed that he could only hear the mournful cries of the young people in the southern hemisphere as they died, like jade that is willing to break, but no longer willing to hide in the glacier. The old general looked to the south and murmured softly, "I can't take you back to your homeland alive, so I'll take your souls and the failure of the Federation." High-speed fighter jets swept past at low altitude. The dense cannons plowed a terrifying trail of deep gravel in the wilderness. The Black MX was like a beast in the dark night. It moved quickly through the smoke and dust at an extremely high speed. The missiles fired by the 7 fighter jets at low altitude couldn't hit the strange trembling body of the mech, but they effectively slowed it down. With an extremely beautiful left turn, the Black mech dodged a missile. It left a trail of afterimages in the wilderness as it sped toward a mountain range in front of it. Chapter 412. The air supremacy near Zaichio spaceport was still being contested, but when he received the signal from the Maple Forest Alliance base in the Northern Hemisphere, the Blonde Night Wolf Fleet Commander Fu Ding did not hesitate to order 10 high-speed omni-domain cruising fighter jets to speed towards the northeast. He did not care about the loss of ground attack power at all. The target of the fighter jets was a black mecha racing through the wilderness. This mecha was the source of the Empire military's operation this time. In the dimly lit cockpit, the smell of heavy oxygen released by the life support system was very clear. Su Li's left hand gripped the control stick tightly, while the fingers of his right hand quickly swept across the touchscreen. In an instant, he entered 14 commands to control the Black MX, to perform one dangerous yet beautiful standard evasive maneuver after another amidst the smoke and rain of bullets. The Empire's fighter jets in the night sky above his head were reflected in his eyes through the mecha's SCC system and large radius high-sensitivity radar in the helmet. When they had brushed past the northern area of Zaichio spaceport earlier, these Empire's fighter jets had followed them and had been unable to shake them off. This fact made him very clear that the Empire's orbit-changing satellites were still watching him from outer space. The black box was fixed to the back of the cockpit, while Jianshu sat quietly beside him. It was not designed to be a two-person mecha, so the cockpit was slightly cramped. However, being chased by the Empire's fighter jets the entire way, the two of them were not in the mood to experience the stuffiness and cramping of the cockpit. Sulu was not nervous at all. He only felt that it was a little troublesome. The fighter jets in the sky did not carry electromagnetic beam bombs, so it was basically impossible for them to hurt the extremely mobile MX. However, being chased like this by the enemy made him feel as if someone was holding a gleaming dagger behind him, ready to stab him at any moment. It made him feel unusually anxious. A sharp alarm came from the radar. Su Li's fingers entered commands as fast as lightning. With a push of the control stick with his left hand, the heavy black mecha was like an extremely nimble toy under his control. On the simple dirt path that was approaching the mountain, the mecha's thick mechanical legs suddenly sprang up and swept diagonally to the right, breaking a thin tree in half. With a whoosh, a heat sensor rocket fell from the sky. Just as the black MX mecha dove into the forest, it struck the already broken, thin tree. Amidst the explosion, the mountain rocks cracked, and soil poured down in torrents. Very troublesome, Su Lu thought silently in his heart. However, he still didn't want to use the simulation system. It wasn't because Jian Shuier was sitting right beside him. It was because the military needed his mecha to be the bait. Then, in this escape plan, they couldn't just aim to escape to Luochio Airport. The real danger was hidden in the simulation of this battle. Right at this moment, a sharp whistle rang out in the skies. A silver-white shadow rushed out from the faint clouds in the skies to the west, flying past the black mecha's head and towards the rear at high speed. The mecha's friend or foe identification system instantly determined that this was a fighter from the Federation. The Black MX mech advanced at high speed without turning back. The radar transmitted the scene behind it to the holographic screen of the cockpit. Several blinding lights flashed across the night sky. It should be the large-caliber cannons firing. The Federation's fighter jet that came to support deftly lifted its angle in the air and instantly shot down the Empire's fighter jet that had been following behind Su Lu the whole time. On the holographic screen, the Empire fighter fell to the ground with green smoke billowing out of it. The Federation fighter flapped its wings slightly in greeting to the mecha on the ground. A grateful smile appeared on Su Li's face. His finger tapped the touchscreen. The black mecha that was running at high speed gave a thumbs up to the night sky where the aerial battle had just occurred. However, the next moment, in the night sky behind the mecha, a few more Empire mecha joined the fray. Although the Federation mecha that had come to provide support valiantly destroyed one of the Empire mecha, it was ultimately outnumbered and turned into a firework in the night sky. The smile on Su Li's face instantly disappeared. He narrowed his eyes and continued to operate in silence. Like the Empire fleet commander, the air combat forces of the Federation's Ichio spaceport, although they were also in the midst of a dangerous offensive and defensive battle, still sent out more than 10 fighters to cover the black mecha's escape. Both sides knew very well who was inside this black mecha and what its significance was. With the valiant cover of the Federation fighters, the black MX mech finally shook off the pursuit and harassment of the Empire from the air. It turned into a black stream of fire, passing through the primeval forest and stepping over the black plains, heading towards the spaceport in the distance at high speed. There was a simple military road in the middle of the plains. The black mecha broke out of the forest and sprinted across the grass. The moment its heavy body landed on the surface of the road, it began to change its state. The thick alloy mechanical legs flipped over and closed together with the sound of hydraulic compression and motors. The side armor automatically pushed out a caterpillar mechanism, and the spherical joints turned into power linkage equipment. A loud grinding sound rang out on the road. The black mecha instantly entered full-speed movement mode. The caterpillar tracks rotated at high speed under the power of the powerful engine, tearing apart the shallow layer of hard concrete on the surface of the road. It carried with it a cloud of dust as it moved forward into the night. The black mecha's mode changes were all completed at high speed, without the slightest hint of deceleration. There was a palpitating sense of simplicity and beauty in its movements. The lighting in the cockpit was dim. Su Lu operated in silence, his fingers continuously entering commands and activating buttons. Although each of his actions did not appear to be fast, when put together, there was a fairly clear sense of rhythm. No matter how difficult the operation was, he showed no signs of panic. Jian Shuai checked the high-strength laces on her body, using a smile to hide the nervousness in her heart. She reflexively turned to look at him. The two of them were sitting very close to each other. Although the lighting in the cockpit was dim, she could clearly see this man's thick, knife-like eyebrows and that pair of permanently narrowed eyes when she turned her head. The Empire's offensive is fierce. The third line of defense is having a hard time holding on. But you don't have to worry. As long as the fighters behind us can't catch up, at least on this road to Luo Chio, our mecha will be safe. Su Lu took off his helmet and calmed the slight feeling in his heart. He said in a low voice, "Both the Empire and the Federation have made the wrong judgment. If we go full speed ahead, I can guarantee that before the Empire breaks into this area, we will be able to send you to Luo Chio Spaceport." He was the designer of the MX. He knew the functions of this black mecha better than the staff officers of the Federation's Department of Defense. Especially after discovering the small note under the right touch screen, he had infinite confidence in this black MX. But you and I both know that our mecha is bait. So I'm sorry. I can't go full speed ahead. You will have to continue taking risks with me. The Federal Central Computer, which was that old thing, was connected directly to Su Li's brain. He could even know everything that was happening on this planet faster than the Federation's frontline command. Although he couldn't completely understand the entire battle situation on this planet, he could at least calculate some of the problems. At least we don't have to worry about anything now. He pointed at the map on the screen and explained to Jianshi, "We will arrive at the front line of Huangshanling Lonely Ridge in about 4 hours. In these 4 hours, we will be safe." "Okay." Jian Shuai nodded. She was very obedient and didn't say anything. She didn't want to disturb his operation. Ever since she had received the military's request, this national girl knew that her frontline concert tour would definitely be a journey filled with unknown dangers. Right now, she was running with Su Lu alone on the road of escape. Naturally, she was nervous, but for some reason, seeing Su Li's silent and precise operation, her hard-to-suppress nervousness gradually calmed down. In order to conserve energy, after entering full speed mode, Su Lu had shut down some unnecessary functions of the mecha's life support system. The temperature in the cockpit was gradually rising, and the dim lighting seemed to contain an endless sense of dryness. The straps can be undone. We will be safe for more than 3 hours. You can trust in my judgment. The sweat on his body had soaked his clothes. Su Lu felt a little uncomfortable, especially with the girl's body pressed tightly against him. The feeling was slightly awkward. Jian Shui'er grunted and obediently undid the straps. She didn't ask where his confidence in her safety came from. She took off the black summer jacket that Su Lu had draped over her. Raising her arm, she wiped the sweat off her face. Because of the heat, her cheeks were flushed red. The cockpit fell silent once more. Only the low rumble of the mecha's twin engines and the occasional rise and fall of the tracks against the ground could be heard. Say something. Su Lu cautiously observed the darkness around them through the automatic monitoring system. The road is still long. Jian Shui'er smiled somewhat helplessly. She cupped her burning face with both hands and gently pulled back her legs. That military uniform skirt of hers was pushed up by this movement, revealing the girl's tight, smooth thighs. I'm a little nervous. The girl lowered her head and said, I don't know what to say. This is the first time I've seen a real battlefield and seen dead people. I'm very nervous too. Su Lu pressed a button, allowing the MX mecha to enter a semi-automatic state. With some difficulty, he turned around and took out that black box. Lowering his head, he opened it and said, Although I've seen many dead people before, this is also my first time on a battlefield. In the process of taking out the box, his body inevitably rubbed against Jian Shui'er's body. That clear sliver of softness made him feel slightly flustered. If it had been a normal member of the opposite sex, perhaps he would have been able to keep his mind clear. But this was Jian Shui'er. She had been his dream lover since he was young. Moreover, at the concert earlier, he had even seen such a playful and sexy side of her. Jian Shui'er didn't seem to notice these problems. Fanning herself lightly with her small hands, she said in reminiscence, I've sat in a mecha before. That was a few years ago. When Li Feng was first allowed to operate a mecha, he took me in at once. She glanced at Su Li's well-defined profile, and a trace of a warm smile flashed through her bright, limpid eyes. But his piloting was very shaky. It wasn't as comfortable as yours. MX's performance is much better. Su Lu was silent for a moment before saying, and this isn't a river of cars. Chapter 4:13. The entire journey was silent. The beautiful girl leaned against his arm obediently. The reverberations of the road were clearly transmitted into his mind. The straight road continued forward, but unfortunately, there were no lights, no compound-powered racing cars, only a lonely black mecha. So this was not a sightseeing tour. There was no music playing in the silent cockpit, but the humming of the engine, the soft sound of the hydraulic system, and the low and clear vibration of the metal components were like a song with a strong, heavy metal style, lingering in the ears of the young man and woman. From the corner of his eye, Su Lu saw the faint disappointment on Jian Shui'er's beautiful face. He subconsciously lowered his voice and explained, This is a military mission. You're only a civilian, but you are willing to take the risk to be the bait. You are already very brave. Jian Shui'er adjusted her sitting position and leaned against his shoulder shyly. After a moment of silence, she said softly, I have a military position. I am studying in the Warship Command Faculty of the First Academy. Su Lu was slightly taken aback. He immediately remembered that quiet afternoon 2 years ago when this national girl seemed to have been doing a set of test papers filled with structural diagrams. Perhaps that was the entrance exam for the First Military Academy? The niece of the war, Godly Pifu. Having studied in the First Military Academy, it was not surprising that she had a military identity. Since that was the case, it was only natural that she cooperated with the military. However, there was one question that had always puzzled him. Why did the Ministry of Defense let you be the bait? Why did the people of the Empire attack the South like crazy when they saw you appear on this planet? I once wondered if it was because that old man killed the previous emperor of the Empire. They have always wanted revenge, but could not find the opportunity, so they vented their anger on you. But even in the Federation, not many people know about your relationship with Feiqing, and this matter does not make sense. Su Li's finger moved the micro button, and a crisp sound rang out in the cockpit of the mecha. Whether it was studying in the university or doing other things, he was always used to silently watching and digesting the information. He rarely asked questions in rapid succession like this. Jian Shui'er frowned slightly and moved her body with difficulty. Her face was full of confusion. I don't know the reason, but since the Ministry of National Defense came up with this plan, I believe they must have their reasons. She turned her head to look at Su Li's side profile and asked, I didn't ask you before we left. Actually, I also have a big question. According to the plan of the Ministry of Defense, we should be moving together with the mechanical division. Perhaps our speed will be slower, but if the Empire can really tear through the defense line, this mechanical division and your Group 7 can at least cover you for a period of time. Until the last moment when you can't hold on anymore, then you can send me to Luo Chiu. Why did you go against the orders of the Ministry of Defense and take me away alone? You and I don't know where the military's confidence in this plan comes from, but since those big shots are so confident, I'm sure they'll come for you regardless of whether the Imperial Expeditionary Force can see through this trap or not. Su Lu said, In that case, of course I won't go with the battalion. There will always be deaths in war, but it's always better to have fewer deaths. Jian Shui'er's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she was silent. After confirming the real reason behind Su Li's decision, the girl felt a faint sense of respect and admiration. For Su Lu, this was a very simple logical problem, but for many people, it was often inconceivable. The Federation fighter that was covering our escape was hit by the Empire. I don't know if the pilot had the chance to jump, but I think he's probably dead. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the enlarged electronic map on the screen. He said softly, I've signed a contract with you on behalf of the Whitewater Company. I owe you a life. Your uncle's daughter. No matter how you look at it, I have the obligation to protect you with my life, but those Federation soldiers who don't know the inside story don't have such an obligation. Understood. Jian Shui'er rubbed her slightly red cheeks, and her eyes lit up slightly. Looking at Su Li's side profile, she smiled sweetly and said, Then I'll leave my safety to you. You're welcome. A sincere smile appeared on Su Li's face, and he said, Since the great war god has entrusted this mission to me without worry, he naturally believes that on planet 5460 tonight, only I can guarantee your safety. I couldn't tell that you were such a confident person normally, murmured Jian Shui'er, gazing at him thoughtfully. Everyone has their own area of expertise. For me, the MX Mecha is my world. As long as I sit in the mecha, I don't know why, but I feel confident to the point of even being a little arrogant, said Su Lu to the girl beside him as he listened to the ultrasonic waves in front of them through the monitoring equipment. This was his first time on a real battlefield, but whether it was the cruel and heroic scenes of the northern battlefields transmitted by the old thing or this long and dangerous journey, none of it could disturb his calm. There was no excitement or panic in his heart, only a natural sense of familiarity with the battlefield. Li Feng also said something similar. It seems that although the two of you are polar opposites in personality, you are very similar in some aspects. Jian Shui'er smiled sweetly. Her eyes narrowed in an extremely cute manner. She said, I know you designed the MX, so I'm very curious about what was written on that piece of paper. The paper is some correction parameters. Although there were hints in the system, that engineer who made the adjustments still habitually used paper to tell me these things. Su Lu thought of that genius girl far away on the Capitol Ring and said with a smile, The MX Mecha we're sitting in has already had most of its long-range firepower systems removed, and the synchronization speed of the central control system has also been slightly adjusted. This is more suitable for me to perform. Her Her name is Shang Xiao, the first-level technical supervisor of Nutshell, one of the true designers of the MX. Jian Shuier used her thin index finger to brush away the slightly wet purple strands of hair beside her face. Looking at Su Lu with a chuckle, she asked with a hint of innocence, "Shang Xiao, what's your relationship with her?" A pure relationship between a man and a woman?" Su Lu also narrowed his eyes as he replied with a smile. Perhaps it was the smell of smoke on this planet, or perhaps it was the dry and hot air in the cockpit of the mecha, or perhaps it was the flames of war, death, and escape he had seen along the way. But this Donglin rock suddenly found a trace of his youthful playfulness. He even dared to make such a joke in front of the woman of his dreams. However, this kind of joke was not very interesting. Jian Shuier rubbed her nose in boredom, but immediately after, because of a sudden collision between the tracks of the mecha and a protrusion on the road, she jumped up. She subconsciously let out a soft cry as she grabbed tightly on his Su Li's arm. Throughout the night, the black mecha ran silently in the night wind. The journey was peaceful, but this planet was already filled with the sorrow of death. The young man and woman in the mecha did not want to recall the Federation mecha that had crashed into the plains, did not want to think about how many people were dying at this time, so they could only force themselves to be calm and chat. However, the sorrow of death was ultimately the starting point of panic, and the woman's panic was the source of the man's pity. "Don't be afraid. You really don't have to be afraid. I'm here," he once again forcefully repeated. Su Lu felt the delicate skin and soft body of the girl beside him, but there was no desire in his heart. Just like what Uncle had taught him in the past, a normal young man who had given most of his youth to his hand would find it difficult to be lustful whenever he saw a girl he truly liked. The black MX mecha ran silently towards the northeast direction. When it was about to enter the mountainous area west of Luo Chio spaceport, he suddenly pulled on the control stick, and the mecha instantly entered a static state. Looking at the latest battle situation and the detection results of this mountainous area sent by the Federal Central Computer in his left eye, Su Li's thick, knife-like eyebrows raised. His pupils shrank, and he said to Jian Shuier beside him, "Tie yourself up tighter." Jian Shuier was slightly stunned. Using the back of her hand to wipe away the sweat on her cheeks, she earnestly followed his instructions and carefully tied the straps around her body. She used a lot of strength to tie the straps around her body. Through the dark military uniform and short skirt, the straps slightly sank into the girl's soft body. In this dangerous and tense moment, the seductive atmosphere in the cockpit became even more intense. Su Lu quickly took off his clothes, revealing his well-proportioned and strong naked body. Forcing himself not to look at Jian Shuier's shocked expression, he shamelessly took out the simulation system from the box and silently started to install it. Although she was sure that the boy beside her wasn't a pervert who would take advantage of the situation, Jian Shuier couldn't help but exclaim softly when she suddenly saw him naked. She covered her eyes with her hands tightly. Her cheeks, which were originally slightly red, were now as red as an apple in autumn, glowing red and glistening. It was unknown when, but the two pairs of hands that were covering their faces had revealed a sliver of space. Occasionally, a trace of curiosity could be seen, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Su Lu didn't know that the nation's girl beside him was peeping. Only now did he remember the problem with the simulation system. He didn't have time to deal with it, so he was too embarrassed to turn around. "It's done," he said in a low voice. Enhanced mobile platform. Jian Shuier stared in shock at the system on Su Li's body, covering her mouth in disbelief as she exclaimed. Her voice was very soft. Su Lu was in the midst of his final preparations for the mecha battle, so he didn't hear her clearly. "If you can hold on, don't use the life support system helmet." Su Lu narrowed his eyes at the display on the holographic screen and said in a serious tone, "Later on, the tumbling will be very bad. You might vomit, and it might clog up the helmet." Jian Shuier put down the hand she had been using to cover her mouth and nodded blankly. Only then did the orders from the Federation Command Center ring out in the mecha. "Change of plan. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. The charter has just confirmed that the Empire's Maple Forest Alliance's Moonwolf Group has broken through the defense line and infiltrated Chang'an Ridge. Command Center orders you to take Miss Jian Shuai and immediately retreat to the southwest direction. Sulu was silent for a moment, then abnormally cut off the communication. Under Jian Shui's shocked gaze, he took a deep breath, his face slightly pale, and put on the helmet. In the vision of the helmet was the valley behind them. In the darkness of the night, the valley seemed abnormally quiet, but the faint sound of drums could be heard from behind the valley. War drums. It wasn't war drums. It was heavy mecha advancing at high speed. The high frequency of the alloy mecha and the rocky ground seemed to be beating on the hearts of the young man and woman. A black and green Empire mecha suddenly appeared at the mouth of the valley. The next moment, countless black and green Empire mechas surged out of the valley. Chapter 414. The Empire's Moonwolf third-generation mecha had a single-jet engine and a lightweight outer armor design. Whether it was in terms of quality or firepower, it was not as good as the Federation's standard M52 series mecha. The Empire's soldiers were brave and good at fighting. They could endure hardships and had amazing perseverance. In the design of the Moonwolf mecha, they tried their best to reduce the life support system while leaving most of the power output. Therefore, the Moonwolf mecha had always been known in the universe for its high speed and light speed. Together with the black and green, streamlined outer armor, it looked like an alloy spirit beast that silently moved through the forest. It was precisely because of the Moonwolf mecha's unique design and innate danger that this most powerful mecha assault force of the Empire's Expeditionary Force, Maple Forest Alliance, was able to take advantage of the planet's sea of fire and the desperate stalemate between the northern and southern battlefronts to follow the 17 mecha clans tore open the distorting cracks in the Iron Curtain at all costs to silently and ruthlessly penetrate deep into the southern hemisphere. They arrived at the valley of Chang'an Ridge and followed the tail of the Federation's black mecha. Perhaps this was a trap set up by the federal military, but the Empire's Moonwolf group looked coldly at the possible ambush ahead. This was because they firmly believed that since their full mecha squad could hide from the eyes of the Federation, they would definitely bring a great surprise to the other party. They were very confident in their own strength. 3 black and green Moonwolf mechas suddenly shot out like arrows, separated from the main group, and rushed towards the black mecha on the outskirts of the valley. A series of rhythmic yet murderous Imperial language rang out from within the Moonwolf mechas that swarmed out of the valley. Kill that little star. The Maple Forest Alliance's Moonwolf group, a full mecha configuration, had a total of 115 third-generation mechas of the Empire, and they were all mobilized tonight. These outstanding Imperial pilots quickly operated the mechas on their hands and did not reply to the command on the comm system. This was because when they heard that voice, they knew that if they could not kill the Federation National Girl and mecha in front of them today, the commander would definitely kill them all personally in anger. Luo Fu, the leader of the Night Wolf Mecha Brigade, a colonel of the Empire. He was one of the top 5 ace mecha pilots in the Imperial Expeditionary Force. Back then, he had the opportunity to enter the Emperor's Special Mecha Battalion, but in the end, he resolutely chose to follow the Expeditionary Force to a faraway land. It was because he firmly believed that he could only display his abilities on a real battlefield. Through the monitor screen, this Empire elite with a beard as long as wild grass stared coldly at the fleeing black mecha. Listening to the combat power evaluation sent back by the central control computer, he issued the order to attack. The heavy sound of the mecha running echoed through the quiet night sky. Countless mecha gushed out from the mouth of the valley like a stream of greenish-black molten lava, vowing to bury the Federation mecha at the forefront. The central control computer had already given an early warning, but when the other party appeared before them, the black MX mecha's SSE system and large semi-aperture radar finally confirmed the existence of the mecha horde. This fact made Su Lu feel a tinge of fear towards the camouflage ability of the Empire mecha. At this time, his communication with the command center had already been cut off. The reason he had refused the command center's order to retreat to the southwest was because he knew that once they deviated from the original plan, perhaps the safety of himself and Jian Shui'er would be more guaranteed, but the main force lying in ambush ahead would not be able to achieve the results they had planned. Wish me good luck. He felt the slight numbness and itch from every inch of his skin. He took a deep breath, and the warm current in his body instantly spread to every part of his body. Then, through the simulation system that stuck close to his skin, it accurately magnified and transmitted to every part of the MX mecha. His narrowed eyes shone brightly, but his face was rather pale. This was the first time he had seen an Empire citizen up close, the first time he had met an Empire citizen on the battlefield, and this first meeting was a life and death battle. Jian Shui'er gripped the metal pole beside her tightly, trying her best to get as far away from Su Lu as possible, afraid that she would interfere with his operation. Feeling the slight dizziness brought about by the instant acceleration of the mecha beneath her, she said seriously, "I am a jinx." This was not a joke. In such a tense moment of escape, the young girl was in no mood to joke. She was truly worried that her strange fate would bring misfortune to Su Lu. Su Lu smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. In the dim cockpit, the sunlight was enough to make one feel dizzy. He said, "I am a jinx." That said, he pushed the control stick once more. The MX mecha's twin engines roared to life, and with a deafening roar, the heavy mecha was like a monster. It crashed through a large tree in front of it and then fled into the distance. The mechanical arms of the Empire's Moonwolf mecha opened fire. The originally quiet valley that only had the sound of drums was suddenly filled with countless screeching sounds. Mountain rocks shattered, clouds of smoke billowed, and high-speed rotating shrapnel shot towards the black mecha in front of them like raindrops. Lav had already received the orders from the Northern Hemisphere Command earlier, so he knew that there might be some kind of danger waiting for his mecha team ahead. However, he was not too worried. With 100 mechas gathered into a torrent, even an entire team of mechanics would not be able to stop him. What made him laugh coldly was that the strange-looking Federation mecha in front of him actually did not change its direction of escape. Could it be that the pilot wanted to use those heavy metal blocks of the Federation to compete with him in terms of speed? In the end, that black mecha was enveloped in a sea of fire and a rain of bullets. He operated the Empire's newest fourth-generation mecha and commanded hundreds of black and green mechas to chase after the enemy. He watched the scene on the screen coldly, waiting for the enemy's mecha to be destroyed and its people to be killed. Stupid bait, stupid trap. However, right after that, his eyes narrowed. This was because he clearly saw that the Black Federation mecha actually charged through the rain of bullets, and there was not a single trace of damage on the mecha's body. How'd he do this? Lav stared fiercely at the black mecha that was getting faster and faster. From the dead silence of the communication system, he knew that the three mechas at the front and the subordinate mechas at the back were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Precise dodging within a small area. Who is this pilot? Lav's expression turned serious, and he controlled the mecha below him to instantly increase its speed. In an instant, it rushed out of the dense formation of mechas and rushed towards the black mecha at an extremely high speed. The mechas from the Imperial Moonwolf group were obviously shocked by the super dodging ability of the black mecha, but they did not slow down their speed, especially the three black and green mechas at the front. With the help of the auxiliary rocket engine, they suddenly shot forward and caught up to the back of the black MX. Looking at the Federation mecha that was just inches away from them, and thinking about how the pilot in this mecha was actually able to withstand the previous long-range attack without any damage, the three mechas simultaneously gave up on attacking with firepower and chose to engage in close combat instead. Decades of battlefield experience had already proven that in close combat, the Empire mechas that had the advantage of speed were more agile and had more destructive power, especially tonight when it was 3 against 1. The three black and green Moonwolf mechas stomped heavily on the soft ground, bringing along with them a large amount of black mud. Like three ferocious beasts, they charged forward in parallel, and the alloy blades on their mechanical arms shot out with a whoosh, ruthlessly stabbing towards the back of the black MX. All these actions were completed under the condition of absolute speed, Dodging the long-range attacks of mechas was not too difficult for the current Sulu. In reality, although the hundreds of mechas from the Empire were like a terrifying iron stream pouring out of the valley, his nervousness was still from his first experience on the battlefield and had nothing to do with cowardice. As the designer, he understood the performance of the Black MX too well, and because of this understanding, he had endless confidence. The Federation's newest generation of dual-engine mecha, appearing on the battlefield for the first time, the Empire soldiers who were caught off guard would definitely pay a heavy price. Following his quick operation, Lin Bian's Black MX mecha came to an abrupt halt. With a perfect twist of its body, it avoided the incoming alloy blade from its right. Then, with a seemingly casual but extremely precise punch, it struck out viciously into the cockpit of the Imperial mecha directly behind it. The heavy sound of metal hitting metal rang out, and it was abnormally unpleasant to the ears. Countless night birds in the forest, who were already suffering from insomnia due to the cannon fire in the distance, could no longer bear the heavy burden and flew into the sky, battered and exhausted. That ferocious Imperial mecha did not even have the slightest chance of defending itself against this simple close-range attack of the Black MX mecha. The cockpit of the mecha was miserably deformed, sparks flying everywhere as green smoke rose. Amidst the green smoke, the mecha fell powerlessly to its knees on the ground, accompanied by the unpleasant sound of components breaking apart. With one hit, the Black MX, in a posture that defied common sense, used its heavy mechanical legs to push off the ground and flew backwards. In midair, the huge body of the mecha actually forcefully turned around again. The Black MX landed on the ground with both feet, but it did not make any adjustments. It completely ignored the two Empire mechas on the side, and with a roar, it once again fled forward at a simple turn, a close-range attack. It destroyed a Nightwolf third-generation mecha. Lav, who was rushing over at high speed, saw this unbelievable scene, and his face turned extremely pale. As an ace pilot, he quickly deduced that the reason for this shocking result was because the Empire mecha could not react at all in front of the Black mecha's high-speed movements. What kind of hand speed was required to execute such a high frequency of mecha movements? Lav did not believe that in this universe there was anyone who could achieve such a hand speed, unless the pilot in the Black mecha was the pride of the Empire, the little princess, or the military god of the Federation. Although, in the intelligence of the Empire military, there was a lieutenant colonel of the Federation at the Bermuda Mineral Star who seemed to be able to achieve such a level, he did not believe it at all. He only thought that it was a disguise made by the military to cover up their own incompetence. Lav's eyes were like a wolf's, and he stared fiercely at the Black mecha in front of him that was moving faster and faster. It was obvious that whether it was the pride of the Empire or the glory of the Federation, neither would appear on this planet at this time. So, there was only one explanation. The power output and instantaneous explosive speed of this Black Federation mecha had completely suppressed the third-generation mecha of the Empire. Could it be the rumored MX? Chapter 415. Listen up. Other than killing the little star, I want that mecha. Captain Lav's cold voice came out of the communication system of the Empire Mecha Group. This ace mecha pilot was shocked by the performance of the Federation mecha, but he quickly calmed down. After confirming that the mecha in front of him was the rumored new MX mecha developed by the Federation, he wasn't scared. Instead, he had a strong desire to capture that powerful mecha. He had more than 100 third-generation mechas from the Empire. More importantly, although the performance of the mecha was important, the piloting ability of the pilot was still the most important factor. The Northern Hemisphere Command had long warned him that the opponent might be a new MX mecha, but he had not paid much attention to it. It was only until that moment earlier, when he had witnessed the terrifying performance of that Black mecha in its simple and effortless manner, that he had truly thought of capturing the other for the Empire's research. Lav's piloting and hand speed had already surpassed level 4. Now he was standing on the threshold of level 5. He was very confident. The corners of his lips curled up in a cruel sneer. and the speed at which his hands operated suddenly increased. The speed of the new Gen 4 mecha, which he had been suppressing all this time, increased rapidly, turning into a cloud of dust that could devour people as it raced towards the front of the formation. The black MX mecha in front and the intimidating group of Empire mecha chasing behind didn't use long-range heat source weapons. They were chasing and escaping silently. The sound of the mecha running in the valley and in the wilderness was very clear. The entire night started to tremble. A chilling atmosphere was created. The black and green mecha of the Empire sprinted at high speed, kicking up countless streams of dust in their wake. It was an exceptionally spectacular sight. Meanwhile, that black mecha of the Federation, Immerse, was sprinting silently half a kilometer away. The current scene was like a group of grassland wolves that had smelled blood and suddenly discovered a lone lion. They were unwilling to give up, and they all wanted to rush forward and bite the lion fiercely once, twice, until the lion was torn into thousands of pieces of bloody flesh. In the midst of this pack of savage grassland wolves, there was a black-green mecha of a slightly different shape that appeared larger and more ferocious. Its speed was clearly much faster than the Imperial mecha beside it. In just a few breaths, it had already broken through from the midsection of the mecha pack to the very front. Using the SSC capture system, Sulu easily identified the unique Empire mecha in the field of vision of the helmet. According to the data provided by the Department of Defense, this should be the 4th-generation mecha that the Empire had just successfully developed 7 years ago. The speed and piloting of the 4th-generation mecha made him squint his eyes. He felt a slight pressure. The person in the 4th-generation mecha was a master. Are you a little dizzy? Being chased by more than 100 Empire mechas, Su Li's simple and precise hand controls brushed past like the wind, not slowing down in the slightest. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and asked a completely unrelated question. The nation's maiden lowered her head weakly, her right hand covering her slightly exposed breasts. She wasn't worried that Su Lu would see anything, but she felt a little stuffy in her chest. Previously, the black MX mech suddenly swept backward, twisted its body, and threw a punch. These seemingly simple actions were all carried out at an extremely high speed. The pilot in the cockpit had to bear an extremely large load. Due to the gravitational pull, the load was even greater than that of the space fighter pilot. Su Li's body was like a well-polished machine. Naturally, there were no adverse reactions. However, Jian Shi, who sat beside him, suffered quite a bit. If she hadn't been tied tightly to the cockpit, she would probably have been seriously injured. Find something to do and distract yourself. That should be better. Sulu looked at the Empire mecha moving faster and faster in his field of vision, as well as the cloud of mecha behind it. Although he knew that the opponent would not be able to catch up to him, he still felt some trepidation in his heart. In a slightly hoarse voice, he said, "Look at this red button. Later, when I tell you to press it hard." Jian Shui looked at the red button his right hand was pointing at and guessed that this must be some key control of the MX mecha. She raised her head to look at the man beside her and asked in surprise, "You want me to press it? I'm afraid you'll get airsick," explained Sulu seriously. Jian Shui laughed bitterly. She really didn't know what this man's nerves were made of. In such a tense situation, he actually had the mood to joke around. Strength-determined attitude. The black MX mecha had not entered overclocking mode, but it still maintained a high enough speed. Although the cloud of Imperial mecha behind, it was continuously closing the distance between them and the black mecha with their light weight and high speed advantage. They were still more than 200 meters away. Follow him. Don't use your jet acceleration for now. I really want to see where this mecha wants to lead us to. Luo Fu stared coldly at the Federation's mecha in front of him. He was alarmed. The Empire had always had the advantage in terms of speed in mecha battles. However, in tonight's pursuit, this advantage was almost gone. The 4th-generation mecha he was operating had already rushed to the front of the group, only about 100 meters away from the black mecha. However, he did not use any long-range attacks for the time being. The mecha horde ran madly, the earth trembling and dust filling the air, but they were still unable to catch up to that damned black mecha in front. In this spectacular yet silent chase in the wilderness, apart from a stunning punch at the very beginning, not a single cannon or bullet was fired. It was just silence. However, who would have thought that the black MX in front of them was under so much pressure, and what kind of danger it was taking? Amidst the silence, the pressure, and the scent of danger within the 200-meter distance that made Sulu so relaxed and enraged the Imperial mecha horde so crazily, the black MX and the cloud of Imperial mecha behind it ran out of the plains, one in front and one behind. Away from the valley, past the forest, across the Black Plains, a mountain range could be vaguely seen at the end of the road. It was impossible to see the yellowish color of the mountain range in the darkness of the night, but through the precise positioning of the charter computer in his mind and the electronic map on board, Sulu easily determined that the line between Yellow Mountain Ridge and Lonely Mountain Ridge was just ahead. According to the Ministry of Defense's plan, the Federation's ambush force should be here. His eyes narrowed behind his helmet. With a light flick of his right hand, he reconnected with the Federation's command center. In a low voice, he said, "I have already entered the Yellow Mountain Ridge line. More than 100 third-generation Imperial mecha are 100 meters behind me. Please accept." In the Southern Hemisphere's Federal Army Command Center Hall, the officers who had become abnormally silent and oppressed due to the MX mecha's automatic disconnection instantly let out a collective sigh of relief when they heard this long-awaited voice. In reality, through the remnants of the glory of the Charter in the Southern Hemisphere, hundreds of officers in the command center had been watching that spectacular escape on the ground. However, it was very difficult for them to grasp the specific situation around that black mecha. The Federation's third highest commander, General Nelson, frowned slightly and said, "Notify Commander Shaoqing." Then he turned around and said calmly that Empire's satellite in the sky can be shot down now. The Empire had 3 autonomous orbit-changing satellites invading the Southern Hemisphere space. Previously, the federal military had already shot down 2 of them, but they had purposely left one behind. The sinister intent behind this was very clear. The Federation Command Center did not want the Empire to chase after the bait only to lose it in the end. At this time, since the Black Mecha had already lured the Empire's ambush team into the encirclement, what was the point of leaving this orbit-changing satellite? General Nelson's expression was relaxed, but his heart was not. The Federation's third defense line was still enduring the crazy and bloody continuous attacks of the Empire's armored forces. Otherwise, he would not have watched the Moonwolf group break into the Southern Hemisphere without doing anything. Although they were luring the enemy in, the number of enemies they lured in seemed to be too many and too strong. Du Shaoqing, I hope your Iron 7th Division can be as powerful on the battlefield as it was in the drill, General Nelson thought to himself as he looked at the electronic map on the large screen. In a situation where they could not receive follow-up support, an entire division of mechanics trying to ambush and eat the Empire's mecha team. This was not something a normal person could do. However, at this time, a sharp alarm sounded in the command center. A military staff officer reported loudly with an extremely ugly expression, "The Empire's backup assault team has infiltrated to the 17th latitude of the south. They are currently following the path of the first wave of mecha teams and heading towards Luachio's spaceport." Everyone in the command center was shocked. They all looked at General Nelson. General Nelson waved his hand to indicate that he understood. He seemed to have a well-thought-out plan, but in his heart, he started to feel uneasy. There were too many variables on the battlefield. The Federation took the initiative to lure the Empire's people to invade the South, but they did not expect that old general of the Empire to actually show a suicidal attitude and launch a direct attack by a large group that had never been seen before in the past 10 years. Under the crazy attacks of the Maple Forest Alliance, the Federation's defense line was in danger. The backup military force that was originally in the tactical simulation had no choice but to be deployed to the front line. At least for the next 2 hours, the command center would not be able to deploy any troops to support the front line. General Nelson's expression was serious. Moonwolf Group and Maple Forest Alliance's 18,000 soldiers. He no longer expected the Iron 7th Division to be able to destroy the enemy. He only hoped that Du Xiaoqing could hold on for a while longer. As long as the front line could catch a breather, the Westwood's 8th Army could move to the south, and victory would definitely belong to the Federation. But could the Iron 7th Division hold on for that long? The Empire's people seemed determined to win. Could that black MX mecha escape to Luochio? Standing between the rocks, Du Xiaoqing put down the night vision electronic binoculars in his hands and put on his sunglasses again, even though it was late at night and there was no moon. There was no need for the Federation's command center to send a message. The Iron 7th Division, hidden on the front line of the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge, knew that the person they had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. Smoke and dust had already risen from the flat field on the left side of the mountain range. In the night, a black MX mecha silently turned into a stream of light and passed through the difficult mountain path below the Iron 7th Division's ambush position. Not far behind him were the 10 mechas closest to the Empire's mecha group. "Get ready," Shimanjin said to the electronics officer beside him in a low voice. Du Xiaoqing took off his sunglasses and coldly glanced at the black Federation mecha that passed by at high speed. Then he glanced at the Empire's mecha group that seemed to be moving behind him and said, "Don't panic." Chapter 416. He put on and took off his sunglasses. While he was speaking, 10 Imperial Moon Wolf mechas roared past and chased after the escaping black MX mecha. Even though the Iron 7 Division ambushing in the mountains suddenly attacked, they could no longer help the black mecha. There's a 4th-generation mecha. It should be the leader of the Moon Wolf team, Love. He's one of the top 5 ace pilots in the Imperial Expeditionary Force, Shimanjin whispered. Shimanjin reminded him in a low voice. He would definitely not question his teacher's command. However, seeing that the Federation's black mech was being chased into danger by the Empire's people, he was a little worried about the pilot and the national girl in the mech. Du Xiaoqing's expression was cold and stern as he stared at the Imperial mecha horde in the direction of the Lonely Ridge. He said indifferently, "This is a bag, and we're the rope that ties the bag. We're some small fries that slip through. What we want to eat is this entire mecha brigade behind us." If the Iron 7 Division had attacked just now, the Empire mecha horde that had suddenly slowed down for some reason would definitely know that there was an ambush here. If the mecha horde had decided to turn around and retreat with the high mobility of the Moon Wolf mechas, the Iron 7 Division would never have been able to catch up. They could only watch as the enemy turned into dust. As for Lav, the ace pilot of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, this iron-blooded teacher didn't care at all. "The Ministry of Defense asked us to ensure the safety of Jianshi," Shimanjin said in a low voice. Du Xiaoqing lowered his eyes slightly and said, "The one driving the black MX is Sulu. He won't die so easily." Shimanjin was shocked. He silently retreated to the back and nervously began to prepare for the Imperial Moon Wolf group's arrival. However, what made him and the soldiers of the Iron 7 Division uneasy was that, for some reason, the Empire mecha horde outside of the ambush not only slowed down, but also showed signs of stopping. In the mountains, it was quiet. At this time, the latest battle situation from the Federation command reached Du Xiaoqing's ears. He was silent for a moment. Then he took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked at the horizon in the distance. Maple Forest Alliance's final trump card, that reserve assault brigade, had also come. Commander Du Xiaoqing had a complicated expression in his eyes. The bait plan of the Department of National Defense had lured in an army that was twice their size. However, the command center couldn't send any reinforcements. If Maple Forest Alliance's assault team and mechas were able to tear apart the bag and attack Luochio Airport, they would be able to threaten the side of the military supply depot. The Federal Army would be in absolute danger. General Umburi from the Northern Hemisphere was able to create such a situation out of the impossible. It could be said that he was a godly commander. Decades ago, on the same planet, in the same mountain range, the same Iron 7 Division. Once, under almost exactly the same circumstances, they fought a bloody battle of life and death. That battle made the Iron 7 Division famous in the media. Except for the leaders of the federal military, No one knew that it was the fatal mistake made by the Iron 7 Division at the beginning of this bloody battle that led to the heavy losses of the federal military. It seemed that tonight on the front line of Huangshanling Lonely Ridge, there would be another extremely tragic sniper battle. Du Xiaoqing quietly looked at the night sky and thought silently in his heart. Did his father stand in the same position as him? What was he thinking at that time? History seemed to be repeating itself, but the result would definitely not be the same. He coldly unbuttoned the collar of his trench coat and turned to face the officers of the division headquarters. He said calmly, "A brigade of 18,000 people is on its way here. I will only give you 1 hour. You must eat these 100 ugly Imperial mecha." Without air support, without a missile base, an entire division wanted to eat an entire Imperial mecha brigade. An entire mecha brigade with 100 third-generation Moonwolf mecha. Whether it was in the military academies teaching materials or in a real battle, this had never happened before, because this was something that was impossible in the first place. However, after the senior officers of the Iron 7 Division heard their division commander's words, they only nodded firmly in silence. This was the first battle after the Iron 7 Division returned to the front line. They must win. Shimin Jin stood behind her division commander, who was looking at the electronic map for the last time. Looking at her division commander's slightly trembling body, she suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. She said in a low voice, "The Imperial Mecha Group is obviously waiting for reinforcement from the brigade at the rear. What if they still refuse to come in after 10 minutes? Should we move forward with Operation Lightning?" "No need." Du Xiaoqing raised his head and took the hot towel from the orderly. He wiped his face in the darkness of the valley and said, "The Imperial soldiers are brave and impulsive. If we kill their leader, they will naturally go crazy." Shimin Jin was stunned. She thought that the commander of the Moonwolf group, Luo Fu, had already chased after Su Lo. How could they kill him if they stayed in the mountains? Let the battlefield communication system scan a radius of 50 meters. I want to talk to that Black MX. Du Xiaoqing folded the towel and passed it to the orderly. "You guys wait for the brigade at the back." Commander Luo Fu left the mecha group and led the 9 most outstanding third-generation mechas under his command to chase after Ling Lan. Before he chased after Ling Lan, he gave an important order to the entire mecha brigade through the communication system. The ambush at the front line of the Yellow Mountain was not the most important part of the war. However, it was the most important part. The headquarters of the Maple Forest Alliance in the Northern Hemisphere had long confirmed the possible locations of the Federation's ambush. They had even accurately calculated the ambush forces that the Federation could mobilize at this time by analyzing the takeoff and landing frequency and the garbage volume of the 2 major airports in the Southern Hemisphere in the recent months. "It's just one division." A disdainful sneer appeared on Lav's face. He was sure that the Federation commander, hiding in the mountains, wouldn't dare to expose himself just because of these 10 mechas. Therefore, he bravely passed through the mountain path and chased after the Black MX. He said coldly to his subordinates through the communication system, "After I destroy that Black MX, I will come back and meet with you guys." Sula didn't know that the master in the Moonwolf 4th-generation mecha behind him was saying that he was going to destroy him with a confident and arrogant tone. At this time, the mountain path was ending and Luochio Airport was not far away. The escape with the nation's young lady was coming to an end. He was unusually calm and relaxed. However, that insensible old man told him that other than the mecha brigade at the back, the Empire had actually sent out the assault brigade, their trump card. In the military system of the Empire, a brigade was more powerful than a division of the Federation. The Federation headquarters didn't tell Su Lu this information. In their opinion, Su Lu was lucky enough to bring Jian Shuier safely to Luochio Airport. Plus, the ambush behind them had nothing to do with him. He didn't know which brigade was ambushing them at the front line of the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge. However, from the old bastard's prediction, this brigade would definitely be in a terrible situation. At this moment, the military channel of the MX mecha rang. Sulu was very familiar with the voice, but he didn't like it. "I'm Du Xiaoqing. I'm one of the 10 mechas chasing after you. The one in the 4th-generation mecha, should be the brigade leader, Luo Fu. Su Lu, kill him. Su Li's eyes narrowed in shock. Only now did he know that the ambush was actually carried out by the Iron 7th Division. In the channel, that iron-faced commander's voice was as cold and direct as it was a few months ago. It sounded extremely rude, but he knew this person very well. This time, the other didn't use his military position to order him around. This was already very different. He only needed half a second to think. He narrowed his eyes, opened the universal channel, and said a single word. Okay. In one of Master Schiller's plays, there was a mentally handicapped person who loved to run. That mentally handicapped person ran all over Planet S1, ran all over the Capital Ring, and in the end, even ran all the way to the West Woods. He even ran on a spaceship. This mentally handicapped person became a celebrity in human society. Countless people followed him, running nonstop, not asking for a reason, just running nonstop. However, one day, this mentally handicapped person suddenly didn't want to run anymore. He felt bored. So he stopped and then turned around, saying that he wanted to go home, leaving his followers with endless emptiness and the disappointment of the media. Running was a habit. Once started, it was hard to stop. If one really stopped after running for a long time, it would always be hard to get used to. The mechas chased each other for an unknown amount of time tonight. Suddenly, the Black Federation mecha at the end of the mountain road ahead stopped abruptly, then slowly turned around. Out of the 10 Empire mechas, 9 of them stopped for a moment. The pilots in the cockpits couldn't believe what they were seeing. Because of the intense shock in their hearts, their operations were affected. Only that 4th-generation Moonwolf mech, which had an exceptionally strong contrast between black and green, did not slow down in the slightest. Instead, the rocket jets at the back of the mech instantly shot out, the powerful propulsion causing its speed to become incomparably fast. Just this small detail was enough to prove that Captain Love of the 4th-generation mecha had the most determined mind and the most ruthless eyes of an ace mecha pilot. With a straight arrow of smoke, the 4th-generation Moonwolf mecha charged towards the Black MX. At such a high speed, this mecha even used the mechanical arm on its right hand to draw a symbol in the air. Su Lu was a professional soldier, so he didn't have much understanding of the universal machine language. Thinking back to the time when he was in Yue University, when he had a mecha battle with that officer of the First Academy, it had caused quite a commotion. However, he could roughly understand what the Empire mecha pilot was trying to say. Thus, wearing the simulation system, he did not hesitate to give the mecha a middle finger. At the same time, in the dim cockpit, a slender index finger pressed hard on the red button. Amidst the hissing sounds of compressed air, a few heavy components of the Black MX body shot out one after another, smashing onto the ground. Surprisingly, the thick armor on the right shoulder did not fall off, and the middle finger of the right alloy hand stood straight up, facing the enemy. This MX was a special mecha that Shang Xiao had specially modified for Su Lu. Originally, it did not have the fire control system that most normal pilots would need, so the components fell off very quickly. In just 0.1 seconds, the Black Mecha had officially entered overclocking mode. At this time, the 4th-generation Moonwolf Mecha had already arrived in front of the Black MX with an unstoppable momentum. The next moment, Lav's pupils suddenly shrank in the cockpit. This was because the Federation mecha in the vision of his helmet had disappeared. A strong sense of danger surged into his heart. Relying on his rich battle experience, Lav roared and forced himself to turn around in an instant. The black and green mech forcefully turned around at high speed, its thick mechanical arm blocking the front, just in time to block the silent punch from the night sky. With a low hum, the Black MX Mecha's powerful twin engines were fully displayed in this one hit. The 4th-generation Moonwolf Mecha was forced to retreat. Then, the Black Mecha forcefully increased its speed again. It turned into a flash of lightning and once again attacked the chest of the Black Moonwolf Mecha. The speed of the Black MX was too fast, and the frequency of its movements was too fast. It was like countless rocks falling from a mountaintop, striking the surface of the Moonwolf Mech's armor with crisp and powerful sounds, producing a continuous series of dull, pa 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 sounds. Lav's face was pale. He pushed his control to the limit. In this life-and-death situation, he had already performed beyond his usual standards. However, he still could not keep up with the black mecha's movements. The black MX dodged at high speed on the mountain path. There were no afterimages. It was just like a flash of lightning or a ghost. To Lav, it was more like a sharp and powerful bullet that he was terrified of. It kept shooting toward his face. Bullets could not turn, but this black MX was able to move in a straight line at high speed. It was like a high-speed bullet that was bouncing back and forth in an alloy plate. What kind of hand speed was required to perform such a terrifying control? Or rather, what kind of freakish hand was required to perform such a control? Or rather, it was impossible to perform such a control by hand. When the 9 third-generation Moon Wolf mechas of the Empire rushed to the battlefield, they were greeted by this shocking sight. They could only watch with their own eyes as the Moon Wolf mecha controlled by Commander Lav was continuously bombarded by the Black MX of the Federation, unable to retaliate at all. Under such immense shock, they were unable to react at all. According to the memories of a pilot who had survived the incident, he had never seen such mecha piloting in his entire life. He could not understand how a mecha weighing dozens of tons could perform such unimaginable maneuvers. The ground of the mountain path had clearly festered, but that Federation pilot had not been able to slow down the black mecha's movements in the slightest. What had left the deepest impression on the surviving pilot was the close combat style of the black MX mech. The strong mecha fighters all had their own close combat style. Lieutenant Colonel Lifone was bold and violent, Bai Yulan was sinister and silent, and Zhou was serious and serious. As for the Black MX, controlled by Su Lu, in this first battle, the style it displayed was simple and direct. It could even be described as plain. Su Lu understood the structure of mecha very well. Although the mecha designs of the Empire and the Federation were very different, the two sides of the universe had the same thinking habits. There was not much difference in terms of ideology. Therefore, every time he attacked, he would often attack the most inconspicuous part of the Black and Green Moon Wolf mecha. Only the mechanics would understand the key points of the mecha. It was extremely precise and precise. Simple, direct, plain, precise, and precise. When these 5 adjectives were stacked together, the style was mixed into a pile. When it was combined to the extreme, it became a silent ruthlessness, a silent suppression. In the 4th-generation Moon Wolf mecha, Captain Lav clearly felt the terror of this style. He was the ace pilot of the Empire. However, when he came here arrogantly, he was in despair. Although the Moon Wolf mecha was able to avoid 3 lightning strikes from the Black MX's tooth-edge alloy blade, his heart was getting colder and colder. He was getting more and more desperate. That dark and helpless danger was about to take over his mind that a crisp sound rang out. The black light condensed into a single point. That was the Black MX that had stopped moving. The Black mecha pulled out a spinning alloy blade from the edge of the cockpit of the 4th-generation Moon Wolf mecha. For any mecha, the front of the cockpit was definitely the strongest defense. However, the Black mecha continuously threw 7 or 8 heavy punches at that spot, followed by a final stab. No matter how strong the armor of the Empire mecha was, it was finally broken. Sparks shot out from the edge of the cockpit. However, the Black mecha still stubbornly did not fall. After entering overclocking mode, the Black MX's right shoulder fire control system, which was the only part that did not fall off, flipped out from under the armor. It aimed at the sparking cockpit of the 4th-generation Moon Wolf mecha and blasted it. With a boom, the 4th-generation Moon Wolf mecha fell to the ground. Immediately after, the Black MX lifted its heavy mechanical leg without hesitation and stomped on the already deformed cockpit of the Empire mecha. Green smoke billowed and blood flowed out 0.4 seconds. From the moment the two mecha came into contact to the end of everything, only 4 seconds had passed. The other 9 Empire mecha did not have the time to react, nor did they have the ability to participate in this terrifying mecha battle. They stared at the Black mecha that was turning around, and at the burning Moon Wolf mecha beneath its feet. They stood frozen on the mountain path in shock. In the dim cockpit of the black MX Mecha, Jian Shuaner's eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes fluttering nonstop. Due to the high frequency of the mecha battle, the young girl's face was pale from the concussion. Her brain was in a daze, and she could not speak at all. However, she vaguely knew that she was still alive, while the Empire mecha was dead. Sulu took off his helmet. Large amounts of sweat flowed down his forehead, following the smooth simulation system and flowing down to the water level of the cockpit. His face was pale, and a trace of complex emotions appeared in his slightly narrowed eyes. He did not immediately attack the 9th third-generation Empire mecha. This was because he was currently very weak, very tired, and even very hungry. Although the previous mecha battle had only taken 4 seconds, who knew how many controls he had done in those 4 seconds? Through the simulation system, the joystick, and the touchscreen, he had used 3 complex methods to control the Black MX. That was how he had gained the absolute advantage in front of the Empire Ace Mecha pilot. However, after the battle, he had used up too much of his stamina and energy. Opening the universal channel, Sulu wiped the sweat from his lips and beard. Panting, he spoke to the Iron 7th Division and Du Shaoqing, who were ambushing him in the mountains. Already killed. Chapter 417. Kill him. I've already killed him. Du Shaoqing held the mini-communicator and sent out orders to the Black MX Mecha, which had already escaped from the valley. In less than half a minute, the Black MX Mecha in the distance gave a clear and forceful response. These 2 simple sentences made the expressions of everyone in the Iron 7th Division on the peak change drastically. The officers knew very well that the person in the Moonwolf 4th Gen Mecha was the Empire's ace pilot, Love. Facing such a strong opponent, could it be that the Black MX only used such a short amount of time to end the mecha battle and kill the opponent? At this moment, the conversation between the commander and Sulu still seemed to be echoing in the quiet peak, reverberating in their ears. Everything happened so quickly that the officers couldn't react in time. They looked at the commander in the command center in shock as he turned on the high-powered battlefield communicator. Shimin-Jin had been carefully monitoring the Empire's mecha group outside the valley. The relevant tactical simulations had already been completed. All the combat units under the command of the division knew the tactical details of this ambush by heart. You shouldn't be so nervous, but this was the first time the Iron 7th Division was on a battlefield. A real battlefield was very different from a mock battle. Furthermore, the backup assault team of the Imperial Expeditionary Force had more than 10,000 people, and they were already on their way. There wasn't much time left for the Iron 7 Masters. Fortunately, the Black MX was able to kill the Imperial Mecha Captain cleanly behind the mountain with a few simple words. Compared to his colleagues, he woke up faster. This was because he had seen how terrifying the MX under the control of Sulu was when he was at the bottom of the Blue Pond Valley on planet S1. Looking at the back of her teacher, Shimin-Jin's heart surged with a trace of complicated emotions. This kind of emotion was not because Sulu had killed the Empire's ace mech pilot in seconds, but because of the extremely concise conversation between her teacher and Sulu, from the commander to the most common soldier in the Iron 7 Division. No one like the young lieutenant colonel who had joined the army halfway. Sulu believed that he didn't have a good impression of the Iron 7th Division either. However, Du Shaoqing did not even give it a second thought before handing over the crucial task of luring the Empire's mecha fleet into the valley to the other party. Sulu didn't even think about it before agreeing to it and completing it in an extremely efficient manner. What did this mean? This represented absolute trust and confidence. Division Commander Shaoqing had absolute confidence in Su Li's abilities, and Sulu also had absolute confidence in Du Shaoqing's military judgment. Furthermore, he believed that a model soldier like Du Shaoqing would never harm his comrades on the battlefield. That was why he did not hesitate to turn around and take a huge risk to kill a person for the Iron 7th Division. This kind of trust did not happen between brothers who had gone through life and death together. It happened between 2 people who were natural opposites and had a deep hatred for each other. The meaning behind this was very moving. Du Xiaoqing did not care about what his subordinates were thinking. He waved his hand with a cold expression on his face and signaled the troops to start preparing. Then he connected to the battlefield high-power communication system and said into the sound receiver, "Lav is dead." He spoke the Empire language, a very standard Empire language. Since a long time ago, the entire Iron 7th Division had started training in this area because they knew that one day they would have to go to the front line and deal with the Empire people face to face. In the division headquarters, Du Xiaoqing's voice was calm and deep. However, in the next moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the countless mountains and valleys along the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge. "Lav is dead." The Federation's battlefield communication system transmitted this sentence through the high-power loudspeaker. The loud voice resounded through the mountains and shattered the quiet night sky of the southern hemisphere. It was clearly transmitted to the Imperial Moonwolf group that was on alert and waiting for reinforcements at the edge of the valley. Almost at the same time, in the dark valley, following Du Xiaoqing's cold voice, countless bright light beams lit up. In the crevices of the mountains and in the rock formations, the high-brightness searchlights that the Iron 7th Division had set up in advance instantly lit up the entire sky and the valley. The dark yellow rock surface of the mountain finally showed its true color under the bright light. The Imperial Moonwolf group outside the valley was illuminated by the bright light and couldn't hide. On the gentle slope of the valley, the Federal military's mountain grenade launchers also took off their disguise. Countless composite armored vehicles and armed infantry of the Federation revealed themselves and aimed at the hundreds of third-generation Moonwolf mechas from the Empire. The airstrike force of the Empire and the Federation was on the third line of defense in the southern hemisphere right now. They were chasing each other at high speed like streams of light, providing support for the extremely cruel offensive and defensive bloody battle on the ground. There was no way for them to provide support. Therefore, the Iron 7th Division actually gave up on the usual flares and chose to use searchlights to illuminate the sky and the ground at the same time. The iron-blooded commander of the Iron 7th Division gave up on the ambush at the last moment of the battle without hesitation. He chose to annihilate the enemy head-on. It was just a matter of whether the Empire people dared to come. Because of the searchlights, this valley became a bright concert stage, just like the concert called Victory a few hours ago. There was no countdown, no yelling orders, only silence. The bright searchlights lit up countless mountain peaks. Countless armored vehicles and soldiers of the Federation appeared in the valley. Then, countless cannons roared and fired at the Empire mechas outside the valley. The lights were very bright, but it wasn't unbearable. The appearance of the Federation's ambush in the valley ahead was already within the Empire's tactical calculations. Therefore, even though the Empire soldiers saw the dense crowd of armored vehicles and soldiers of the Federation charging over, they were still able to maintain their calm. Even under the whistling and sharp barrage of cannons, they were confident that their high-speed mechas would be able to avoid most of the damage. What really made the Empire soldiers shiver was the voice at the beginning, that sentence. They didn't know that the person who spoke was the commander of the Federation's Iron 7th Division, Du Xiaoqing, but because of the content of that sentence, they felt extremely cold. Is the commander dead? Colonel Lav's domineering and rough voice didn't ring in the communication system of the Empire mechas. All the Empire officers, including the 3 squadron leaders, felt an extremely dangerous omen in their hearts. They knew that the Federation wasn't lying. At this time, the first wave of cannons from the Iron 7th Division had already arrived. Scatter and evade. The first squadron leader of the Moonwolf group ordered in a deep voice. 104 green-black Moonwolf mecha, with a whoosh, followed the forest outside the valley and began to perform high-speed evasive maneuvers. Even though they were shocked to the point of disbelief by the extremely terrifying news, these Empire pilots still calmly and precisely completed each of their maneuvers, dispersing with extreme speed towards the wild forest behind the valley. The movements of the Empire's mechas were so clean and precise. It felt like a balloon filled with many glass beads that suddenly exploded. All the glass beads inside the balloon sputtered everywhere. Every mecha maintained an extremely suitable distance from each other. Boom, boom, boom. The dense cannons of the Iron 7th Division landed horribly on the ground. The bombardment caused the entire ground to tremble. Tons of soil were blown up and scattered. Trees were burned and fell. Giant rocks were shattered. However, the Empire's mechas used their high mobility to avoid most of the direct damage. The mechas in black and green quickly left the dense cannons and hid behind the mountains and giant trees. Using these natural shelters, they blocked the first wave of cannons from the Federation. Right now, there were two paths in front of the Moonwolf group. The first was to give up on the 10 mechas that had already rushed past the valley, including their commander, Love. They would immediately retreat and leave the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge area. As long as the mechas increased their speed, the Federation's ambush team wouldn't be able to catch up with them. The second path was to attack the valley and weaken the Federal Army's combat power at all costs. They would avenge their commander and delay the Federal Army for the Empire's assault team. In fact, an entire mecha team did have this ability. Although the valley area was convenient for ambushes, once the mechas broke in, their high mobility would be the nightmare of the Federation's mechanical army. Commander, 17 mechas are slightly damaged. Only 2 mechas have lost their mobility. The smoke and flames that filled the sky outside the valley, as well as the violent explosions there, had become much quieter by the time they reached the peak. However, Shimin Jin's voice was still very loud. Got it. Du Shaoqing had a cold expression on his face. He silently looked at the trembling ground under his feet. He looked at his subordinates who were bravely charging in the mountains. He was very satisfied with this terrible result. Iron 7th Division's first round of cannon fire didn't cause any real damage to the Empire's high-speed mechas. On the contrary, it gave the Empire's soldiers a strong sense of confidence. According to the calculation of firepower, there was indeed only one Federation mechanic in the mountains. How could a division be able to stop their Iron Stream charge? Between the two completely opposite paths, the Moonwolf group chose the latter without hesitation. The shock and pain caused by Commander Lav's death turned into courage and bravery. 100 black and green mechas instantly broke through the thick fog of gunpowder and charged into the valley. The Iron Stream charge rushed in, stirring up a frenzied cloud of dust. The collective charge of the heavy mechas looked so unstoppable that even the mountains under the searchlights started to tremble. High mobility, powerful firepower, and a mecha design that was extremely suitable for mountainous warfare turned the Moonwolf group into a ferocious mountain-splitting axe. They viciously chopped down on the encirclement of Iron 7th Division. Countless dull sounds of metal clashing rang out in the valley. The sound of bullets and cannons shook the sky. The Empire's mechas were like countless black shadows, moving freely in the front line of Iron 7th Division. They were ferocious and incomparably sharp. In an instant, they continuously charged forward a distance of 700 meters. In front of this kind of Iron Stream charge, the slow tanks and armed infantry couldn't react at all. In the process of charging forward, the Moonwolf group's advantage in speed was displayed to the extreme. Find their M52S. Closely monitor the activation frequency of the anti-mecha mine array. The company leader's Moonwolf mecha fiercely shot out a rain of bullets, turning the Federation soldiers 100 meters away into pools of blood. At this time, there were countless flames of anger in his heart. He only wanted to help the main team behind him delay this Federation division, but he didn't let down his guard. In the headquarters of Iron 7th Division, Shimin Jin's expression was solemn as she looked at the rising casualty count. Finally, she couldn't help but look at her division commander. Du Shaoqing wore sunglasses and sat silently on a large rock. He looked at the tragic battlefield below, looking at the fierce yet cautious Empire's mechas breaking into the ambush circle. He knew that the enemy's backup commander hadn't truly gone crazy. He opened his mouth and said, "Wait a little longer." Shimin Jin's heart tightened. It should be known that every second they waited, more of their comrades would die. What my division commander needs now is time. He must succeed in one strike. We can't let this pile of mechas drag on until the 10,000 people behind us arrive. Du Xiaoqing slowly closed his eyes under the sunglasses and said, "Only victory and defeat, not life and death. This is war." Chapter 418. The tongues of flame that shot out from the front of the mechanical arms of the black and green mecha were actually high-speed and sharp bullets. They hit the cliffs of the valley and splashed out countless fragments. 3 Federation soldiers hiding behind the hidden fortifications were hit and fell to the ground. In just a moment, the 3 fresh corpses were turned into cloth bags filled with bright red material. Tongues of flame sprayed out everywhere. Countless amounts of soil were flipped up, and the tanks were set ablaze. Amidst the continuous and terrifying sounds of machine guns, the sturdy base at the bottom of the mountain was riddled with holes. Blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. The most terrifying thing was the mobility of these black and green mecha. Under the crazy barrage of the Federation's mountain howitzers, most of them still managed to survive. The Empire's mecha group was like a pack of tireless grassland wolves. They cruelly and crazily rushed into the ambush area of the Iron 7th Division. They bared their sharp fangs and bit viciously at the Federation's base. Then, using the fastest speed possible, they changed their formation and broke into smaller groups. Taking advantage of the occasional collapse of the Iron 7th Division's front line, they split into a dozen small groups and spread out in all directions. Following the natural water line and gentle slope of the valley, they launched a second charge. Screeching sounds rang out. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division, hidden in the mountains, had been silently and resolutely counterattacking. The bullets fired by the Federation's 21-26 sniper rifle hit several Empire mecha. However, they only left light gray marks and dense dents on the sturdy alloy armor. One of the Imperial mechs raised its right arm and fired its main cannon at a 32-degree angle. Along with a heavy roar, the powerful cannon fire didn't hit the target. Instead, it hit the quick-solidifying concrete structure of the fortification. The explosion caused the quick-solidifying concrete to shatter and splatter in all directions. Of the 5 Federation soldiers hiding in the fortification, 4 were instantly crushed to death by the rocks. Blood flowed out along the remnants of the explosion and the cracks between the rocks. There was still one soldier who did not die immediately. The helmet he was wearing blocked most of the high-speed rocks, but his goggles had been shattered. He screamed in pain, and his face was covered in blood and exposed muscles. In the last moment of his life, he raised the MP-5 submachine gun in his hand and fired nonstop at the foot of the mountain. Both of his eyes were blinded, and blood was flowing down his face. The submachine gun in his hands was shooting out flames, but it was aimless. He couldn't hit the black-green mecha in front of him at all. The next moment, he missed a step and fell down the cliff. The Empire's black and green mecha coldly watched this scene. Without any hesitation, it continued to charge forward along the gentle slope. But from the side, a ponytail-heavy rocket fired over with a whoosh, accurately hitting the side of the mecha's abdomen. After the loud explosion, there was a dull sound of metal parts rubbing against each other. The outer armor of the Empire's mecha's engine was severely damaged, and its power output was occasionally affected. Its originally high-speed movement mode was suddenly slowed down. It was only delayed for a moment, and 7 or 8 precision-guided rockets from the Federation flew at high speed from all directions at the same time, hitting the heavy and huge body of the mecha. The sound of the explosion and the blinding light kept flashing. This Empire's mecha was burnt black, and its parts were severely damaged. Its balance was completely disabled, and it fell down the cliff in a tragic manner, turning into a pile of alloy garbage. Just like that Federation soldier just now. Such a tragic scene of a battlefield appeared below the Yellow Mountain Ridge, below the lonely mountain ridge. The wolf pack of the Empire's mecha brigade spread out at high speed. Wherever they charged, battle would break out there. Tragic scenes could be found everywhere. Every Federation soldier who had died in the mountains actually had a life story that belonged to them. However, at this moment, there was no extra time to reflect on it, to sigh with emotion. because this was a battlefield. This was war. Today's ambush was the first time the Iron 7 Division had been on the battlefield, facing the ruthless and crazed Mecca of the Empire, feeling the explosions of fireworks in the valley, hearing the familiar cries of pain around them, and seeing the shattered and burning corpses of their comrades lying between the rocks and cliffs. They finally understood that the battlefield was not a drill. Their dead comrades wouldn't be able to stand in front of them again just by removing the death indicator on their bodies like before. Under the high-speed charge of the Empire's Mecca, the first line of the Iron 7th Division's ambush was showing signs of chaos and even being defeated. No matter how strict Du Shaoqing's management was, and how calm his command was, after all, an army was made up of people, not real machines. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division were as firm and unyielding as their commander, Shaoqing. However, their fingers would get tired when they used the armor-piercing heavy machine guns. They would tremble, they would cry, they would laugh, and they would feel pain. And now they were even a little confused and scared. But they were the Iron 7th Division after all. The Iron 7th Division, the trump card of the Federation, had never lost in military exercises for 10 years. After 10 years, they had returned to the West Woods, to the front line, to the 5460. How could they be defeated by fear? With their pride, their perseverance, how could they allow themselves to be defeated? The soldiers of the 3rd Regiment of the Iron 7th Division, who were in charge of the first line of ambush, finally exploded at the most critical moment. They stood up from the cliff, wiped the ash off their faces, endured the pain from their wounds, and ignored the high-speed Empire's Mecca charging towards them. Using the corpses of their comrades who had died under the Empire's alloy blades as motivation, they roared and launched their counterattack. The bravery of the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division wasn't enough to change the situation on the battlefield. An Imperial mech squad originally had the ability to fight head-on with an entire Federation division. Plus, this was an ambush battle in the middle of a mountain range. The high mobility of the Imperial mech squad gave them a natural advantage. In fact, if the Federation's Ministry of Defense didn't misjudge the type of Imperial armies that were attacking them, then the Iron 7th Division's choice of location for the ambush would definitely have a deeper meaning. The fierce battle quickly spread out from the entrance of the mountain valley in all directions. In order to avoid the coverage of the Federation's mountain grenades, the Empire's mecha squad had to spread out in all directions. They also had the ability to complete this kind of spread-out battle. Looking at the red smoke under Silent Hill in the distance, Shimin-Jin put down her electronic binoculars. Her mood was very bad. One of the Empire's mecha squad had already rushed past the anti-mecha mine formation. Although the turbulent explosion had a good effect, it didn't cause any fatal damage to the enemy. Plus, with the high speed of the Empire's mecha, the Federation's rocket launchers didn't have much of an effect. If the Ministry of Defense could distribute ACWs, the 3rd Division wouldn't have to fight so hard. The Federal Army's normal anti-material sniper rifle couldn't cause fatal damage to the 3rd-generation mecha of the Empire, unless the ACWs were paired with high-rotation speed tungsten alloy armor-piercing bullets. However, that legendary big gun was too expensive to make. Even if the Ministry of Defense's General Assembly Base wanted to, the Budget Committee of Parliament Hill couldn't approve it. The division headquarters was dead silent. The officers were working hard in front of their workstations. No one dared to look at the division commander, sitting at the back. Faced with the ferocious attacks of the Empire's mecha fleet, the Iron 7 Division had only sent out 1 regiment so far. Even the amount of ammunition they had was limited to 1/3 of the original limit. No one knew what the division commander was thinking. Du Shaoqing sat silently in his chair. His hands, which were wearing lambskin gloves, rested on his knees. No one seemed to have expected that the youngest major general of the Federation, who was highly valued by the president and military, was also stepping onto a real battlefield for the first time. In the eyes of the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division, Division Commander Shaoqing was like a god. There was no way he would make a mistake. So, at this moment, no one noticed that the veins at the corner of his eyes were popping under his sunglasses. The federal military's plan on this planet was to cast a net. They would use Jian Shu'er as bait to lure the Empire's people to the south. Then, they would use the Westwood's army on the dividing line between the north and the south to pull the net north. They would trap the Imperial Expeditionary Force's Maple Forest Alliance. Then, they would use the Iron 7th Division to tie the last rope. But old General Ambly of the Empire obviously didn't see through this was a trap. He didn't know why, but from the very beginning, he launched a fierce attack on the dividing line between the north and south, tearing the Federation's net into pieces. In this way, the rope that was the Iron 7th Division had to face the surprise attack of the Imperial Mech Squad and the Assault Brigade. It should be known that the combat power of a mech squad was already terrifying. Not to mention, the size of the Imperial Assault Group was even bigger than a division of the Federation. The rope became the bottom of the net without any cloth covering it. The mission of the Iron 7th Division was extremely difficult. Westgate, more than half of the Empire's mechas on this planet are under our watch. It's already very good that the Iron 3rd Division is doing so well. Du Shaoqing calmed down. Because of the current situation, he had to take down all 100 Empire's mechas in the shortest amount of time and at the lowest cost. No, now there were only 86 mechas left. Only then would the Iron 7th Division be able to deal with the Imperial Assault Group that was about to arrive. That was why the Iron 7th Division had been suppressing most of their firepower since the start of the battle. They had to lure the crazy Empire's mechas into the depths of the battlefield and make it impossible for them to escape. However, the Iron 7th Division had to pay the smallest price, while the soldiers on the front line had to pay the heaviest price. Waveband appeared. Waveband appeared. The electronic alarm of the Empire's mechas rang out in the internal communication network of the Empire's mechas. Boom, 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 boom. The Federation's anti-mecha lightning arrays buried in the mountains all exploded. The earth trembled as a result, and the valleys turned yellow as a result. Magnificent smoke and streams of light continued to linger in the night sky that seemed to be burning red. The Empire's mechas that had already scattered into formation scattered once again. Like countless balloons that had been blown apart, they became even smaller balloons. The leader of the first company of the Moonwolf Group looked at the magnificent explosion behind him through his vision. After confirming that there were still around 80 mechas that were fine, his confidence increased again. However, he was still a little worried about his leader's life. Leader Lav was a hero of his generation. He wanted to capture the Federation's MX Mecha alive, but he was killed by the MX Mecha. Could it be that the Federation's new MX Mecha were really that terrifying? Fortunately, the Federation didn't have the ability to mass produce them yet. Just as the company leader was thinking this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 419. This was a battlefield. This was a war. This was not a stage play. This was not a deliberate climax. This was a sudden effect deliberately planned by Du Shaoqing. It was like a flash of lightning changing the shape of the sky, like a fire igniting the screen of a cinema, suddenly appearing, shocking the mecha of the Empire. They couldn't help but tremble. They suddenly felt the shadow of death. They didn't want to die, but they suddenly felt the shadow of death. The black and green mechas scattered across the wide mountainous area. The Empire's mechas that once showed their powerful mobility in the first wave of attack, showing off their ferocity and ruthlessness at the foot of the Yellow Mountain Ridge, at the foot of the Lonely Mountain Ridge, under the huge yellow rock, under the burning debris, all of them froze on the spot like their platoon leader, because they all realized that there was one or more black mechas in front of them. The Black Federation mecha didn't look very strong, but as the people of the Empire always said, judging a book by its cover was the road to death. A slender body didn't mean that it was delicate, not to mention that these mechas looked so familiar. Just like 2 hours ago, they kept running under their eyes, but they could never catch up with that mecha. MX. Federation's MX? A single mecha was a terrifying killing machine, and a group of 100 mechas was an alloy flow that was hard to resist. Even an entire mechanic would find it hard to resist their high speed, agile, and ruthless battle style. What was this terrifying group of Empire's mechas afraid of? Cannon formation? There wouldn't be any in the mountainous area. High-speed missile launch? The missile bases of both sides were firing with all their might, but those missiles that were rampaging in the night sky were miserably flying back and forth in the air above the dividing line between the north and the south. Fighter jets attacking the ground? The Federation's fighter jets were fighting with the Empire's Night Wolf fleet at Zhao Airport, and they also had to closely guard the sky above Luo Chio Airport. At the front line between the Yellow Mountain Ridge and the Lonely Mountain Ridge, at this moment in the middle of the night, what was the Imperial mech squad afraid of? In fact, the platoon leader knew very well that the enemy of the military mechas could only be the military mechas. At this moment, unless the Federation sent out a group of M-Series Federation mecha to deal with him, the Empire's mecha squad would obtain the final victory. But how could a mere Federation mecha operator have so many M-52 mechas? It should be known that in that society that was all about bullshit elections, there was no such thing as a full mecha operator. The platoon leader's thoughts stopped there, the Federation mecha operators in the valley, but these black mechas that appeared between the mountains and the giant rocks. What were they? A black light flashed, and 3 black mechas from the Federation mechas flew across the sky and rushed downwards. The first of the Federation of mechas, the Empire, and the first of the Federation of the Federation, and then collapsed under the 3 continuous 3 attacks amidst the deafening boom. The Empire's dark green mecha tumbled down the mountain like a piece of metal before exploding abruptly. Everyone was stunned. This was mainly referring to the pilots of the Empire's Moonwolf mecha team. They had already confirmed the death of Captain Love. However, right after that, they stared in shock at the captain of the first squadron. Like a rubber ball, he was kicked down a hill by the Federation's mecha and turned into a ball of fire with a chilling aura. MX, be careful. It's the Federation's MX. In the internal communication system of the Empire mecha squad, sharp, angry, and desperate screams rang out. They were not afraid of ambushes, nor were they afraid of the Federation's Iron 7th Division's so-called tactics, but suddenly faced with a new Federation mecha that completely overwhelmed them. Finally, they felt fear. Not all of the Empire mecha were like their poor captain, facing 3 black Federation mecha MX alone. The more common situation was when a black mecha stood up silently in front of 3 or 4 Empire Moonwolf MX 3rd generation mechas. The Federation mecha tore off its yellow cloth disguise and stood up silently and coldly. It suddenly appeared, but it was as if it was a stream from the north of this planet. From the peak of the mountain, between the rocks and below the valley, it charged at high speed and viciously pierced into the Empire mecha squad that had already scattered into countless small teams. More than 20 black mecha shadows suddenly burst out and spread out in all directions. The heavy mecha's rapid footsteps made the rocks in the valley fly up into the air. The sound of cannons, alloy knives cutting through the air, and explosions rang out one after another in this battle zone that was dozens of kilometers in radius. Flames, gunfire, and main cannons continuously lit up the entire sky and countless remote corners. The most common scene on the battlefield was a black Federation mecha MX charging into the small team formation of 3 Empire Moonwolf MX 3rd generation mechas as if it didn't care about its own life. In just a short few seconds, more than 10 mechas were destroyed, and flames rose into the sky. All of the Moonwolf group's pilots could see that these Federation mecha MX that had been in hiding for a long time were obviously not as strong as the black MX from before. However, no matter if it was instantaneous speed, fire control system, or everything else, the black MX that the Federation had hidden in ambush was ahead of their own mecha in every aspect, and it was hard for their own mecha to retaliate. Even if it was 1 against 3, or even 1 against 4, it was still the same. Iron 7th Division's long-awaited lightning-fast attack began with the lightning strikes of the 20 black MX mechas. Loud explosions rang out in the vast valley from time to time, and clouds of smoke rose into the night sky. No one knew how many Empire mechas had tragically exploded in this short period of time. The low humming sound of engines rang out again under the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge. Countless composite armors and strong firepower troops swarmed out of the seemingly empty fortifications and valley like a swarm of ants. Like flowing water, they spread out and rushed in all directions along the valley's terrain. All of the Iron 7th Division's regiments and all of the long-range firepower troops poured out in torrents, and their momentum shook the heavens. The strongest firepower unit of the Iron 7 Division, which had been in hiding until now, didn't participate in the mecha battle at the center of the battlefield. The soldiers drove the war chariots, leading the concentrated firepower base, and drove out of the valley with stern expressions. The mecha battle at the center of the battlefield was already in full swing. More than 20 Federation MX mecha were entangled with an entire mecha clan of the Empire like scattered bubbles, sharing life and death with each other, loving each other, unable to be separated. Iron 7th Division's firepower formation that hadn't been activated all this time couldn't carry out any long-range attacks at all. In the high-speed mecha battle that looked like streams of light, any coverage from the firepower would hurt their own MX mechas. In reality, Iron 7th Division didn't have the intention to carry out any long-range attacks at all. Countless mechanical troops passed by the burnt fortifications, past the corpses of their comrades, and silently walked into the distance. Nearly 10,000 Federation soldiers and the most advanced tanks used the shortest amount of time to seal off the valley around the battlefield. The majestic Iron 7th Division didn't care about the intense mecha battle at the center of the valley at all. They began to change their formation, accompanied by the low and frightening rumbling sounds of engines. One regiment even left the battlefield and entered the edge of the wild forest outside the valley in the northwest direction. 4 regiments silently took up their respective positions and aimed all of their firepower control equipment at the night at the Imperial Assault Group that was about to arrive. 4 mecha divisions drove away from their positions at high speed and followed the military path at the bottom of the valley to seal off the 4 exits of the valley battlefield. They began to quickly and nervously set up a pomegranate cannon formation. Looking at the deployment of these troops, it seemed like they wanted to seal off all of the exits of this mountainous battlefield. The mecha division soldiers in the northwest direction who were responsible for using their own lives and cannon fire to seal off the exits didn't even have time to complete their orders before they saw 7 heavily damaged Empire Moonwolf 3rd generation mechas turn into streams of light and fly past their positions. Battalion Commander. All of the Federation soldiers thought that they had made an unforgivable mistake, but they immediately relaxed. This was because a Black Federation MX mecha was chasing closely behind the 7 damaged Empire mecha, whistling through the air as it chased after them. Forcefully seal off all signals for 3 minutes. Don't worry about your own command system. I want the Empire people to not make a single sound in these 3 minutes. I don't need any command right now. The troops at all levels will do as they see fit. Fight however you want. On a lonely mountain peak, the lonely Du Shaoqing stood in front of the electronic map. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, he bowed slightly and said indifferently, I only want you to destroy all of these Empire mechas within 3 minutes. Yes, Commander. The MX mecha had completely suppressed the Empire mecha group at this time. Iron 7 Division's electronic troops had already begun their overflow attacks. Although the Empire's communications were completely blocked, Iron 7 Division's own battlefield commands were also completely ineffective. The officers couldn't understand this kind of military order, but they definitely accepted it. This was because they firmly believed that any order from Commander Shaoqing had its own deeper meaning. When the Ministry of Defense drafted the plan for tonight, the Federation only had 230 MXs. Our Iron 7 Division, a division, took 1/10 of that. This is the absolute trust the President and the Ministry of Defense have in my division. Du Shaoqing slowly straightened his body. Looking at the Black Federation MX mech on the screen, he said, I never doubted that we would win this battle, but this victory is not enough. After saying this most outstanding young man of the Federation took off the sunglasses on his nose and rubbed the space between his eyebrows, looking slightly tired. Luring the Empire mecha group deep in, using horizontal fire and anti-mecha minefields to force the Empire Mecha Group to scatter, then sending the MX Mecha out 1-against-3. Everything that happened on the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge battlefield was all within his calculations. If he had used the MX Mecha Group attack from the start, or if he had thrown in all of Iron 7 Division's forces, the Imperial Moonwolf Group would have been utterly defeated, but there was always the possibility that a few mecha would have escaped. And he, Du Xiaoqing, didn't want any of these Empire mecha to survive and spread a single word. I have the MX. The stubborn enemy is helpless. However, not only did he want to take down this mecha brigade, he also wanted to give the Imperial Assault Group behind them a surprise. Outnumbered, and in this dangerous moment on the battlefield, he still had such ambition, such determination, and such fighting spirit. Other than the Iron 7 Division, other than this cold-faced Commander Xiaoqing, who else could it be? Chapter 420. At this moment, in the lonely mountains of the Yellow Mountain Ridge, more than 20 black mechas with a hint of elegance, but they were still heavy enough to crush the rock surface. They were jumping up and down, flames spurting out of their arms as they dodged and dodged at high speed, defeating the black and cyan mechas of the Empire one after another. A few months ago, the Shell Motor Company and the Ministry of National Defense had jointly produced more than 200 MX mecha. Naturally, there are more now, but they still needed to go through a series of pre-battle tests and adjustments. Right now, there are less than 100 mecha that could actually be used in battle. On Planet 5460, the Federation had invested 50 of them, and the Iron 7th Division had taken half of them. The standard MX mecha had only been officially set last year, and in just one short year, it had already been officially distributed to the frontline troops. This was the federal military's biggest secret and source of confidence. The Ministry of National Defense dared to set up such a situation for the Imperial Expeditionary Force on this border planet. Even though the early stages of the battle had been so tragic, the frontline command had still forcefully endured it, ignoring the front line of Huangshanling Lonely Ridge for the sake of the bigger picture. It was also because of this. The Empire's mecha group had already been led into the center of the battlefield by the brave soldiers of the Iron 7th Division's 3rd Regiment. Faced with the sudden appearance of more than 20 high-performance MX mecha, the Empire's mecha group was on the verge of collapse. The secret of the MX mecha had been hidden until now, and finally achieved perfect results. However, Du Xiaoqing still wanted to hide this secret for a while longer, all the way until the Imperial Expeditionary Force's Assault Brigade arrived. Any secret was like old wine. The longer it was hidden, the stronger the aroma of the wine, the more intoxicating it was, and the more it could kill. This intoxicating old wine could probably only make the Empire's people drunk tonight. Since that was the case, Du Xiaoqing naturally wanted a drink to his heart's content. Du Xiaoqing looked at the battle situation displayed on the screen. He looked at the 3rd-generation mecha of the Empire that were retreating bit by bit, and looked at the troops that had already firmly held all the checkpoints. He confirmed that victory was already decided, but the solemn expression on his face did not disappear at all. He used his index finger and thumb to rub the space between his eyebrows until it was bright red. He lowered his head and said, "Use the reserve team to replace the 3rd group." After being startled for a moment, Shimin-Jin quickly nodded and used the fastest speed to pass down the order of the teacher. From the very beginning, this sniping battle in the mountainous region had become a proper battle for the Imperial Mech Squad. There was nothing strange about it, and there was no element of surprise. Iron 7th Division couldn't possibly surround the high-speed mecha swarm, but they also had to annihilate the enemy in this Yellow Mountain range. They had no choice but to resort to such a desperate strategy. The 3rd Regiment was the first unit to fire the first shot. In order to complete the tactical maneuvers of the entire division, this heroic unit had sacrificed too much blood and sacrificed too much. Relying on the strength and firepower of an entire regiment, they were able to hold off the Imperial Mech Squad for 10 minutes. It was truly a tough battle. Even Du Xiaoqing, who only cared about winning and losing and didn't care about life and death, looked at the tragic state of his subordinates on the screen. Although his expression didn't change, his heart was already slightly tense. If an Iron Division didn't experience the baptism of blood and fire on the battlefield, how could it become a truly invincible division? Finally, they left the drill site of the Capitol Ring and came to the bloody front line. The 3rd Regiment held on, while the other regiments watched with their eyes wide open. After being educated, Iron 7th Division went through the first test and knew what the battlefield was like. This was the inevitable process for a highly trained unit to become a truly invincible army. Du Shaoqing understood this, but he was not as calm as he appeared on the surface as he looked coldly at the battle losses. This was because this was also his first time on the battlefield. This was the first time he saw his subordinates fall and die one after another like rice flowers blown by the wind. He muttered to himself, Du Shaoqing, you also received a shocking education. This is good, isn't it? On the battlefield of the hills and valleys that were close to 20 square kilometers, the situation of the Imperial Moonwolf Group was very bad. It was very miserable. In just a short minute, more than 20 Moonwolf 3rd-generation mechas were completely destroyed by the high-speed attacks of the Federation's black mechas. The scene of the black-green mechas burning and falling in the mountains around them, and the bright light of the explosions made the Imperial pilots shocked to confirm that these 20 new black Federation mechas completely suppressed the 3rd-generation and even 4th-generation mechas of the Empire in all aspects. It was clearly a situation where they had the advantage in numbers, but because of the terrifying performance of the Federation's black mechas, there was an absolute change in the situation. Many times, it even felt like one black Federation MX was besieging 3 or even 4 Empire mechas. This was not a battle of equal strength at all. The captain of the 2nd Squadron of the Empire, who temporarily took over the position of commander, looked on in despair as the black-green mechas were buried in the mountains and valleys one after another, falling apart, but he could not find a way to deal with it. What made his heart even colder was that from the moment the 20 new Federation mechas appeared, extremely powerful electronic interference and noise echoes covered the entire mountainous battlefield. With such strength and wide range of electronic suppression, the Federal Army's own command system would definitely be completely paralyzed. The Federation people were betting such a huge price to not let their mechas send out a message. What was the reason? No matter how advanced the weapons were, no matter how desperate the situation of the battlefield was, it would not cause the unusually strong and cold soldiers of the Empire to have any thoughts of fear. But at this moment, thinking about the assault brigade that was rushing over from the back, the squadron captain suddenly woke up and shouted loudly in the communication system, "Retreat! Plum Blossom Formation! Disperse! Leave the battlefield!" However, the encirclement was already set. How could Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division let these Empire mechas escape and send out an emergency warning to the brigade behind them? Under the gentle slope of the mountain valley to the southwest, a Moonwolf 3rd-generation mecha that had its right arm almost completely damaged crazily spat out flames as it charged down the slope with no regard for its life. This mecha was the closest to the entrance of the valley. Although it could clearly see that the Federal forces had already set up a dense artillery formation at the entrance of the valley 1 kilometer away, it still tried to charge over. No matter whether it lived or died after charging over, it had to leave the Federation's electronic coverage area and tell the brigade that was rushing over that the Federation people now had an extremely terrifying new mecha. They had to be careful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 laser-guided rockets drilled out from between the dark mountain rocks and shot towards the black-green mecha. The mecha, whose balance system was severely damaged, could no longer maintain the high speed and mobility it had at the start of the battle. With great difficulty, it dodged twice, narrowly avoiding 2 of the rockets. However, the last laser-guided rocket struck the outer edge of the mecha's mechanical leg viciously. There was a flash of fire and an explosion. The Empire mecha crashed heavily to the ground. A moment later, the mecha forced itself to stand up again. Accompanied by the sound of friction between its alloy structure, it slowly but incomparably madly walked towards the entrance of the valley once more. The word walk could only be used because this mecha's speed was already indescribably slow. However, at this moment, 3 more rockets shot out from between the shadowy mountains. Like red dots, they bombarded the body of the gigantic mecha with unparalleled precision. The Empire mecha fell into the flames once more. When it stood up again, the body of the mecha had long been damaged. The charred gaps in the armor looked somewhat sinister. Countless metal components and wires hung pathetically around the mecha. It looked extremely scattered, as if it would fall apart into a pile of dust if it took one more step forward. In reality, this mecha that was closest to the entrance of the valley couldn't even take that step forward. Iron 7 Division's medium-range precision firepower covered its entire body. It was continuously hit, smashed, and then collapsed, unable to get up again. The remaining power of the engine made the body on the ground twitch incessantly like a dying insect. After a short 2.5 minutes, Iron 7 Division's focus shifted to the next battle. The officers' expressions were serious as they deployed the firepower positions. More than 10,000 Federation soldiers were scattered out of the mountains and even into the distant plains, preparing to welcome the Imperial assault group that was about to arrive. Du Shaoqing took a scalding hot towel from an orderly's hand and wiped his face vigorously. The hot steam couldn't melt his cold expression in the slightest. When he subconsciously looked at the close-up battlefield feed sent back by the monitoring equipment on the mountaintop, a complicated expression appeared on his face. In the center of the feed was a black MX mecha of the Federation. This mecha alone had attracted the attention of as many as 10 Empire mechas. Although this black MX didn't look any different from the MX equipped by Iron 7 Division, he still recognized the identity of the other mecha in the shortest amount of time. This was because this black MX didn't use any long-range fire control system. It only relied on the high RPM alloy knife to slaughter the 10 Empire mechas and force them to retreat again and again. That mech was like a bolt of black lightning, moving up and down like a bolt of lightning. Under the concentrated firepower of the third-generation mechs of the Empire, it actually managed to avoid most of the damage, advancing and retreating like a ghost. Every time the high-revving alloy blade extended out of its mechanical arm, sparks would fly out of the Empire's mech as it miserably retreated. If these 10 Empire mechas hadn't risked their lives to support each other, the Black MX would have destroyed most of them. Du Shaoqing had only seen 2 people in his life who could operate such a terrifying mecha. He narrowed his eyes at the screen and frowned slightly. He thought back to that time in the training base, when he and Su Lu had a tit-for-tat discussion in the twilight. Now it seemed that if his Iron 7 Division had 20 Su Lees, no, even if he only had 10 Su Lees, 10 Black MXs, combined with conventional firepower, wouldn't it be easy to wipe out an Imperial mech squad? Perhaps the soldiers of the 3rd Regiment wouldn't have to pay such a terrible price. A moment later, he finally figured it out and reaffirmed his military philosophy. He thought to himself in a self-deprecating manner, there are only a few people in the universe like Su Lu. Be it the Federation or the Empire, where can we steal 10 of them? For some reason, Su Lu, who had rushed back from afar to participate in this spectacular mecha battle, didn't know that the cold and callous teacher Shaoqing at the peak of the mountain had coincidentally decided to cherish his talent. At this moment, he was moving his hands at high speed in the cockpit with a pale face. Every pair of muscle fibers in his body were squeezing and rubbing against each other, transferring all the force to the MX. This made the mecha below him move faster, faster and faster. In the dense group of mecha, he moved at high speed like a ghost. Jiansheng's face was also pale, but her eyes were abnormally bright as she stared at the screen. Her hands were clenched tightly, and her voice trembled as she said, right again. Su Lu was silent. He thought to himself, this isn't a video game, so why hasn't this national girl fainted from fright?